Chapter 001 Nanki encounter off stepsister Lu Zhao Giant Haystack. After the harvest, the first film screening was held in Shenyang Brigade. Stepsister Lu Zhao Jiao stealthily slipped into a haystack with Injia, and in fatment, Lu Bei realized that Chito had been reborn. Come and see, Lu Zhao Jiao is sneaking into the haystack with Thought Boy from Thin family. The haystack is swaying gons haking how thrillingitis. A the grain threshy ground off Shenyang Brigade, a shot pierced there, causing the audience a tozier gain to theater towards the small grove where the haystack stood, leaving the threshy ground empty in an instant. Lu Baiwei, freshler turned from era birth, felt tastes of numbness wash over her. In her previous life, the first film screening of Turthy Harvest had been just as lively once again, the protagonistic washer stepsister Lu Zhao Jiao butte instead of haystack she had been entangled in the tool shed beside the brigade's threshy ground. Female lead in that farcical drama was not the present teen jihad but rather heating, thejacate diath hawas destined toba her betrothed. Lu Baiwei's grandfather had been a battlefield doctor in his youth, having saved Heating's grandfather's life, which led to the twelve familias arranging a betrothal. When Heating comito Shenyang Brigade an educatediav, he brought with him tokens exchanged between Tetwo elder Liman. It should have been here engagement, yet Lu Zhao Jiao cried and clamored to marry Heating instead. After an incident where they were relocked together in the brigade still shed, Heading, with a dark expression, reluctantly signed a marriage certificate with Lu Zhao Jiao. Meanwhile, under the matchmaking efforts of her stepmother, Lu Beiwei was swept of the impoverished teen Zaiho from the brigade. In her past life, Lu Zhao Jiao had indeed enjoyed a brief period of glory after marrying Heating, who was educated from the capital, handsome and well-bred, with his family sending remittances every month. Unfortunately, such good fortune was not a last. Trouble in the family. The family has encountered a crisis. Heating and his family have been sent down to the farm, and Disney's nephew have come to live with him in Shenyang Brigade. Without he financial support from the household, life has become equitastrained, and on top of that, Lu Zhao Jiao must no care for her brother's twakildren, which has left their horror dissatisfied. Lu Zhao Jiao skull said Heating's niece and nephew, often withholding food and subjecting them to bullying and gun mistreatment, while frequently threatening to return to her maternal home in a fetal fridge. Just one thing couldn't seem worse, disaster struck, a torrential downpour triggered a landslide. In aim for to protect the brigade's property, Heating was endured befalling rocks from the mountainside, thus his life wasn't, he was left with a permanent limp. Unable to support herself and now burdened with the responsibility of caring for a disabled Heating along with his niece and nephew, Lu Zhao Jiao had reached her breaking point, she bonded famous and ran away with a truck driver. Meanwhile, Lu Baiwei, having married Dingjia, initially faced a difficult life but soon fortune smiled upon them with the restoration of the college entrance examinations, land allocation, and the inseed of economic reforms. Injia, resourceful and sharp-minded, began by setting up a food stall with her, and in they found their footing, ventured to the south to wholesale clothing for resale. Struggling with a lack of funds to expand their business, they stumbled upon gold and antiques buried beings by his ancestors. Even a malnourished camel larger than a horse, before the liberation, the Yin family had been an oft-hamest prominent landlords in the region. With the gold and antiques providing the necessary capital, Inzia's business flourished, leading to the establishment of several clothing factories, allowing them to profit immensely from the winds of reform. But that was nothing of their good fortune. When Inzia transitioned from the clothing business to real estate development, an uncle who had fled to the port city returned and invested a significant sum in him, even encouraging him to inherit a fortune worth billions. Lu Baiwei became one of the wealthiest wives, and during an interview with a television station, Lu Zhao Jiao also made headlines. The police rescued a group of women and children who had been trafficked in the mountainous region, among them was Lu Zhao Jiao. The truck driver she had run away with was, in fact, a human trafficker who had sold her to the most remote area. Lu Baiwei, unaware of Lu Zhao Jiao's fate, fell seriously ill before inheriting the billion-dollar fortune in the port city. Upon awakening from her illness, she found herself reborn to the year she married a dating teen. Upon her return to life, she was greeted with a shocking revelation from her stepsister Lu Zhao Jiao. Had Lu Zhao Jiao also been reborn? Why, everyone in Xianjiang Brigade in Oshola Jiao Jiao was clamoring to marry Heading. She even declared that Heating would eventually be hers, claiming she would win him over during tonight's film screening, yet Rishi is sneaking into a haystack with Injiha? I believe that while Insai's family is somewhat poor, his married sister shall support the family, they pulled together around 180 yuanes a breed price for his marriage, and I hard even been bought a Mayua watch. That's a Mayua watch, worth of vera 100 yuan. Lu Zhao Jiao is always trying to steal the hours but like just clearly interested in Insai's sister's willingness to contribute to the breed price, and no she's turned her back. Sneaking into a haystack with Injia, Lu Zhao Jiao truly has no shame. Does he think Tang families without Tanyon, come on, he'll go tear that shameless Shusi apart. Cousin Tang Yunling furious was readato confront Lu Zhao Jiao but before she could leave the threshy ground a crowd gathered around the haystack where they found Lu Zhao Jiao and Dinzia bound with ropes being led towards the brigade office. Injiha, looking disheveled with Isa per bada bar, averted his gaze from Lu Baiwei, he should hung blow in shame. Lu Zhao Jiao, equally disheveled, had her children exposing her forearms and collarbone, yet, she felt no sense of shame. Locking ease with Lu Baiwei, she smirked victoriously. Sister, you unfold it against him, will you, it truly love brother Jia. Lu Zhao Jiao leoned against Injia, claiming her territory. The Ungma 9th Brigade begin to Islantes. Oh, sneaking into a haystack is true love. Lu Zhao Jiao, when are we going to sneak into Natagather? Let's all sneak in tune. As the brigade gathered for the film screening, the atmosphere returned raucous, the women, disapproving of the scandal, spat at Lu Zhao Jiao and threatened to report teen sight to the common for indecency. A girl with no shame sneaking into a high stack without being married, acting like a rogue. Bah, people like her are ruining the brigade's reputation. Lu Jiao Jiao, insai high still court and your sister don't spew nonsense about love. Enough docklet staki heard of the brigade office for some ideological education and report her to the common for indecency. On what grounds, I sit to crime of formato de tinjiha? Were in a new society thought values free love if brothers I hand I jet a marriage certificate, what right do I have to take modo the common? Brother Jiha, say something. Even whilebound, Lu Jiao Jai remained restless, calling out Injia. Injiha, looking defeated, panicked no don't report us to communilga a marriage certificate with Lu Jiao Jiao. Xiangyang Brigade had a good reputation. Lu Jiaojiao and Din se his escapade in the stack was a disgraceful tated infuriated Lu Jiangguo and his wife, Lu Chuanhua, Hamli should thiren Jerupan Lu Jiaojiao. Lu Chunhua poked Lu Jiaojiao with the forehead. Lu Jiaojiao, what's wrong with, what can Dofwin blue through our brain? The infamily is not a slipor, and Dori throwing away a perfectly good heating, you're driving Mengmed. Heatin Jizanjicate Dayuth from the capital, with his family sending money of Rymonth. Y'all regret this when the time comes. Chapter 002 The infertile scoundrel bestows her gift. Mother, please stop incessantly mentioning heating my ears are about to develop colises. Lu Jiaojai replied missively so hat if he tin Jaisath from the capital, can Harrially holds way in the countryside? Mother, don't be short-sighted. It's entirely possible thoughts amething Haskinorian heating's family, prompting him to come to our community sayath worker. If Amari heating Ilianly end up suffering alongside him. True, inside maybe some weight impoverished at present, as the saying goes, alien camel is still our Jerthanahorse. The infamula was in Kethui Altheist in Arari before liberation would knows what treasuresly are buried beneath their land? Moreover, Lucathawalinsai has 5 sister shave Maria Dichon contributes little something to their family. How cold malif with insai hebus a difficult? Just look, when Zehipropa said to my sister, his sisters pulled together Rone 100 and Data Uanasebi Trothalgift, his oldest sister, how works at the county supply and marketing cooperative, even gifted her a Mayua watch. That's a Mayua watch worth over 100 yuan, only Somion and leadership position could wear such a thing. Enough already, I word suffer be marrying Injiha, has cleaver and capable of making a fortune, and son Yuan me brother will be living the good life. Noticing Lu Beiwei standing at the doorway watching her, Lu Jiaojiao wiped at her tears and put on an act. Sister, you don't think I've estelens I have Romia, doi? Tsai Hasselway shed feelings formed. I only wanted to marry he to provoke Jia, to prove if they cares about me. Originally, it should have been Lu Jiao how is betrothed to Jia, don't look at me with those eyes. Tsai his ideo your tomak like our grandfather, Dr. Tangto Dulan Drigid, with an unpleasant medicinals and he doesn't like our bluma disposition have prefers some own like him. Lu Jiao played the victim first father, look how fierce my hysteris has glaring at me. She wouldn't fit him, would she? Lu Jiao began to sob. Lu Chuanhuat, protectivio for children, spoke up. We are refis at Tuo causing such a commotion? Old Lu, say something. Once Xiao Jia starts crying, Wah follow suit high sharia closebond. Lu Chunhua pinched Lu Wenhua, prompting him to wail loudly. Lu Jianghua sheer to media the Achtuiwei, Inzai has agreed to marry Jiao Jiao. You see, Theroris has been cookied into a meal. Dontratasti Alinzaya from Jiao Jiao you're marrying he tinge instead. It was just as expected. Lu Jianghua was the master of muddying waters. Every time Lu Chenhua found an excuse to sit with Lu Wenhua, Lu Jianghua would yield. The only who always suffered was Lu Baiwei. In her past life, Lu Beiwei had seen news about Lu Jiaojiao being rescued from Omantrafikers. Jiaojiao must have watched their own interview on television at that time. Here was a woman how, alongside a here impoverished husband, had risen tiled hand was it to inherit a fortune in Hong Kong. Such a legendary telethath had stirred quite a sensation during the interview. Lu Jiaojiao unless of the surface glamour, unaware of the burdens Lu Beiwei had borne after marrying into the family. Insai's mother had a notorious like cantankerous temperament, still clinging to the heir's pitiless daughter, despite being destitute, she insisted on living lavishly, forcing Lu Baiwei and Din Sai to dubious dealings in the black market. And Insai had 5 sisters who were well married. But none of that kumitigatethicha caused be Insai's mother. She would often threaten with her life, demanding that their 5 daughters bring their household belongings back to their maternal home, making it difficult for his sisters. On the surface, Insai's sisters appeared to the epitome of supportive siblings, but in reality, their relationship with Insai and their mother was on the brink of collapse. In her previous life, it was precisely because Insai's mother's bizarre antics to his sisters ultimately severed ties with the family, seizing all contact with Injia. Having been such mother-in-law was unfortunatina, but Insai's relatives were equally eccentric, always eager to report inherent Insai high fifult slighted. Yet Insai's mother was oblivious, believing that their daughter's support for their maternal family was sajavan. In her past life, Lu Beiwei had suffered greatly because of those insufferable relatives. Most importantly, Insai was lacking in that department. If that time Esha succumbed to her illness, Shen Insai had not borne a single child. She had endured lifetime of gossip, being deride as a hen that could not lay eggs, and the desire became her obsession before her death. Thus Cheser missed that Lu Jiaojiao had spent Fenathine's hide but had not gone way. It was laudable that Lu Jiaojiao in her birth would got a such link story in her own reputation to vie for Injia. The good match that Lu Jiaojiao sought, Lu Beiwei had done witting live red to her. Father, you understand. Lu Baiwei pinched herself, tears are streaming down her face. It's getting late till go cut the cowgrass. In these times, any hint of gossip sparked curiosity. The commotion caused by Lu Zhaozhao and Din Se Hadal Redi drawn attention, and dearly in the morning, Piopal were appearing in lo household. As Lube wa picky dupe empty winnowing basket a cut grass by the stream, she was intercepted by the insand neighbors washing clothes. Wei, why are we outcrying? This child has been wronged. Lu Zhaozhao was with Zaya last night and Thegras was aching how humiliating. In her past life, Lu Jiangguo had thoroughly broken Lube Weishart. After Lu Zhaozhao ran off, she had been constantly pressured by Lu Jiangwen Lu Chuanhua, who found ways to make her support their maternal family and help praise her brother, Lu Wenhua. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the three Eve were draining her dry. She was a reserved person, unwilling to voice her grievances, and Lu Jiangwen Lu Chenyu exploit her weakness to keep her under their thumb. Now Lu Beiwei was determined not to let Lu Jiangguo and his wife control her any longer. Wish old Bastille their sister Havito support Lu Wenhua how as not to avenge her own child? Lu Beiwei resolved to escalate the situation surrounding Lu Zhaozhao and Dinjia, ensuring that the common would see hobbyist Lu Jiangwen Lu Chenhuo, forcing her into a corner. This time, Lu Beiwei found her voice. Choking back tears, she spoke canties, my father told me not to compete with Zhaozhao for Injia. Lu Beiwei was so heartbroken that she could hardly continue, her words faltering amidst tears. Thagathering goth neighbors begin to voice their outrage against Lu Jiangwen Lu Chuanhua. They say when Theresa's stepmother, there's a stepfather Lu Jiangguo Strelian humane what kind of talk is these? From the start, it's been Lu Yajia trying to steal by Weiss Vian Kon Maman just clamoring to Mari heading, and the next just with Injia, doing something so disgraceful. Wei, you're just as softed. You can't let them be like if as should got the tang family and seek support from my your uncle. If that doesn't work, were her for you well help a tear down Lu Jiangwen Lu Chunhuasigly faces. Aunties, you're kinder Tometh than my own father. Luba we know deed obediently Harry's reddening the nil finicutting thicog and head to my uncle Shao Segeringling. My father has wronged me terribly how could I compete with Zhaozhao for Rinjiha? Has out from Thessity heading and has so handsome, with he tingus a partner, I could a twammer bolso freeze. How cold Dinze he comparito heating, imnet blind. What Lube would in trialezois that Hualesha was at the stream cutting grass and chatting with Theans, heating was descending the slope with a bundly firewood. Upon hearing Lu Beiwei praises Lux, the of working gall on side he couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 003 Lu Zhaozhao truly enjoyed the spotlight. Tingu, isn't that your childhood betrothal? Dating you means I can have a couple more bowls of rice, she praises you, Tingu, saying you are quite easy on the eyes. This girl certainly has a way with words. But no matter how witty she is, she must be worthy of you, Tingu. What on earth is your father thinking? Why would he send you to this remote corner to be a sent-down youth, and even urge you to marry your childhood betrothed? This young lady seems to have taken a liking to you. You wouldn't actually consider marrying her, would you? The morning sunlight bathed Lu Beiwei, who was cutting grass for the cattle, casting a pitiable figure with her reddened eyes as she conversed with others, her shoulders trembling slightly. Once she finished cutting the grass and pressed it down in the basket, Ting thought her delicate arms and slender waist might be crushed under the weight of the hay. Although she was tall, her emaciated frame made her look as if a gust of wind could topple her, crying in front of the elder women in the commune had she been bullied at home. Watching the frail silhouette of her retreating figure, Ting felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. He unloaded the bundle of firewood from his shoulder and handed the chopping knife to Zhou Yinfeng, who was gathering firewood alongside him. Take this bundle of firewood back. I am heading to the county. Zhou, the sent-down youth, looked perplexed. Tingu, why are you going to the county? Aren't you working today? I'm not. I have matters to attend to. The Lu family had breakfast of sweet potato porridge. As noon approached, Lu Jianghua, who was weeding in the fields, felt his stomach pressed against his back and urged Lu Chunhua to hurry home to prepare lunch. Lu Chunhua called for Lu Zhaozhao, who had been grinding flour all morning, to come help with the fire. Lu Zhaozhao tossed a handful of firewood into the stove, sitting on a bench with a gleam in her eyes, lost in thought, occasionally breaking into a proud smile. Zhaozhao, tell me the truth. Is it really true that treasures are buried beneath the dilapidated house of the Yin family? Lu Zhaozhao was immersed in dreams of becoming a billionaire's wife, envisioning herself living in a luxurious mansion of several thousand square meters, when her mother Lu Chunhua interrupted her reverie. Lu Zhaozhao recalled vividly that in her previous life, rumors circulated in the commune that Yin Jihe had unearthed gold bars from the old house's foundation. At that time, she had borrowed money from Lu Beiwei, who had stubbornly refused to lend her a cent. Many years later, when Lu Beiwei was being interviewed on television after being rescued from a remote mountainous area, Lu Zhaozhao, who was barely in her 40s, appeared as a shadow of her former self compared to the glamorous Lu Beiwei on screen, resembling a frail old woman. Yin Jihe was the matchmaker chosen by her mother Lu Chunhua for Lu Beiwei. This had all been snatched away from her. In this lifetime, she was determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Lu Zhaozhao asserted confidently, Mom, do you think I could deceive you about this? I'm not foolish. If the Yin family had no wealth, would I compete with my sister to marry Yin Jihe? Right now, it's difficult to excavate those treasures from the Yin family. Just wait for 2 or 3 years, when the policies change, you'll see, Yin Jihe will become the wealthiest in our area. Just wait to enjoy a good life with your daughter-in-law. It was precisely Lu Zhaozhao's clamoring about the Yin family's buried treasures that prompted Lu Chunhua to suddenly change her mind. Despite Lu Zhaozhao's firm insistence that gold bars were indeed buried beneath the old Yin residence, when compared to the tangible conditions presented by Ting, Lu Chunhua still felt that marrying Lu Zhaozhao to Yin Jihe was somewhat of a loss. Zhaozhao, do you think it's appropriate for Yin Jihe's sisters to pool together money for dowry gifts like watches? Mom, rest assured, it's quite appropriate. I threatened He with what happened last night. He didn't go to work today, and early this morning, he went to the county to ask his elder sister for a watch. He said he would come to propose with 188 yuan in dowry. In her previous life, when she married He Ting, she had nothing. What good was it that He Ting's family sent money and grain, while sitting on mountains of gold and silver? He Ting refused to spend a single cent on her. From the moment they obtained their marriage certificate, He Ting had always worn a cold expression towards her. No matter what trick she employed, he never once touched her. Conversely, Lu Baiwei married the impoverished He, receiving dowry gifts and a watch pulled together by his sisters of this lifetime. The glory of having dowry gifts and a plum blossom watch belonged to Lu Jiaojiao. While Lu Jiaojiao reveled in her advance over Lu Baiwei and winning He, she was unaware that even more splendid events awaited her. As she exchanged whispers with Lu Chunhua, a tractor came to a halt at the doorstep of the Lu family. Is anyone home? Is this Lu Jianguo's house? The driver of the tractor hollered. Your son-in-law sent a sewing machine over. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Jiaojiao and Lu Chunhua rushed out of the kitchen, only to see a shiny New Yen brand sewing machine perched atop a pile of straw on the tractor. Come help, the tractor driver urged Lu Chunhua to assist in lifting the sewing machine. The radio and watch are with your son-in-law, who rode his newly purchased Phoenix bike behind. This sewing machine is too bulky, he paid to have it brought back. Your son-in-law is quite extravagant, he has managed to acquire a complete set of radio, watch, and sewing machine. Not many families in the city can afford such a luxury. Auntie, you are truly fortunate. Your family has found a golden son-in-law. Had He and his sisters only pooled together money for dowry gifts and watches, how could they have managed to gather a complete set of radio, watch, and sewing machine? Suddenly overwhelmed by joy, Lu Jiaojiao felt as though she might faint from happiness. Just as the noon break arrived, many people were passing by the Lu family's door, and Lu Jiaojiao would not miss this golden opportunity to boast. Spotting Lu Baiwei and Tang Yinling among the crowd returning from work, Lu Jiaojiao, propping up the freshly unloaded Yen brand sewing machine, felt her pride swell to the heavens. She called out to Lu Baiwei, sister, come quickly and see, the sewing machine was bought for me by Jihigu. And not just the sewing machine, Jihigu has also gathered a complete set of radio, watch, and sewing machine. Jihigu has bought a Phoenix brand bicycle, riding behind with the radio and watch. The sewing machine was too large to carry, so he paid someone to bring it back. A brand new sewing machine was certainly eye-catching. The impoverished family had even prepared a complete set? The members of the commune passing by were astonished and intrigued, gathering around the sewing machine, some even offering insincere congratulations to Lu Jiaojiao. Lu Jiaojiao felt even more triumphant. Sister, Jihigu will arrive shortly. You must take a good look at the complete set he bought for me. Jihigu dotes on me so much, his sisters who married into the county must be delighted to have me as their sister-in-law. Sister, Jihigu approached you first, only offering a little dowry and a watch, yet for me, he managed to gather a complete set. Lu Chunhua and Lu Jianguo also felt a sense of pride, their faces glowing with satisfaction. It seemed that with the complete set, the incident from the previous night where Lu Jiaojiao and He had hidden among the straw stacks became less embarrassing. Lu Chunhua was eager for everyone in the commune to know that He had provided Lu Jiaojiao with a complete set. She followed closely behind Lu Jiaojiao, shouting, which family in our brigade has married off their daughter with a complete set? None, right? My daughter Jiaojiao is the first. My daughter Jiaojiao is truly remarkable, this match has been made splendidly. As Lu Jiaojiao and Lu Jianguo reveled in their bragging, they remained oblivious to the person riding a brand new Phoenix bicycle approaching along the village path. The rider on the bicycle was not He at all. Chapter 004 Let us go and obtain our marriage certificate. Lu Jiaojiao had successfully hidden in the haystack, and this was indeed a moment of pride? Tang Yinling was so furious that she felt like striking someone. However, she was abruptly pulled back by Lu Baiwei. Indeed, a brand new Yanban sewing machine was displayed at the entrance of their home, yet Lu Baiwei felt an undeniable sense of suspicion. Given her understanding of He and his sisters, there was a possibility of gathering a bit of dowry money, but how could they possibly manage to collect sufficient funds for the 3 turns in 1 ring? That would surely deplete their family's resources, yet, Lu Jiaojiao remained blissfully unaware of any discrepancies. She continued to boast incessantly, insisting on dragging Lu Baiwei over to inspect the sewing machine. When Lu Jiaojiao tugged at her sleeve, Lu Baiwei could only laugh in exasperation. Lu Jiaojiao, are you certain this sewing machine was purchased by Ji to propose to you? Sister, what sewing machine? It has the 3 turns in 1 ring. Soon, Brother Ji will be arriving on a brand new Phoenix bicycle to propose. Lu Jiaojiao complained to Lu Jianguo, Dad, look at how my sister can't stand to see me happy. Brother Ji is bringing me the 3 turns in 1 ring. Just look at her unhappy expression. Lu Chunhua quickly chimed in, Wei, your sister is marrying well, you should be glad. From now on, sisters can support each other, can't they? Lu Jianguo immediately took the bait. In front of the people from the brigade, he erupted in anger at Lu Baiwei, you shallow-minded thing, you can't stand to see Jiao Jiao do well. All you do is envy Jiao Jiao, competing with her for everything. Lu Baiwei found it beneath her to engage in conversation with such a biased fool, but Tang Yinling could no longer contain herself. She raised her hand, ready to strike Lu Jiaojiao, when the sound of a bicycle bell rang behind them. But He Ting rode in on a brand new Phoenix bicycle, towering at over 6 feet tall, his long legs touching the ground effortlessly. What's all this commotion? What is Lu Baiwei trying to snatch from Lu Jiaojiao? The person riding the Phoenix bicycle was He Ting, not Ji. Lu Zhaozhao could hardly believe her eyes, realizing she had mistaken the person. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Tang Yinling, eager to defend Lu Baiwei, brightened up. He Qing, did you buy the 3 turns in 1 ring to propose to Wei Wei? Why else would I be here? He Ting's gaze fell upon Lu Baiwei. The one I am betrothed to is Lu Baiwei. I have come to marry. Aside from Lu Baiwei, who had suspected the sewing machine was linked to He Ting, both Lu Jianguo and Lu Chunhua were equally taken aback. Upon seeing the tall and long-legged He Ting arrive on the shiny phoenix bicycle, Lu Chunhua's mind went blank. Just moments ago, she and Lu Zhaozhao had been loudly boasting, and now they were utterly embarrassed. Had it not been for the crowd gathered at their doorstep, they wouldn't have felt so humiliated, especially since the onlookers were drawn by their own loud proclamations. What left Lu Zhaozhao in utter despair was that Yinji suddenly arrived with his mother to propose. Zhaozhao, why are you crying? Yinji squeezed through the crowd. Your home is quite lively today. Upon seeing Yinji, Lu Zhaozhao felt a flicker of hope to salvage her dignity. Brother Ji, where are the dowry money and the plum blossom watch you promised? Before Yinji could respond, his mother, Shengue Xiang, also pushed her way in. She came empty-handed and immediately began berating Lu Zhaozhao. You shameless vixen, luring my son into the haystack. You've lost all decency. What face do you have to demand dowry money and a plum blossom watch? What a big face you have. Longer than a shoehorn. Shengue Xiang's relentless insults of vixen and broken shoe made Lu Zhaozhao's eyes brim with tears, her chest heaving violently. Known for her sharp tongue, she was rendered speechless by her future mother-in-law's scathing words. Lu Chunhua was equally infuriated. In-laws, how can you speak like that? Previously, Yinji proposed to my Wei Wei, promising dowry money and a watch. How did it end up with Zhaozhao? Oh, can it even be compared? Shengue Xiang retorted sharply. No one's money just falls from the sky. Your eldest daughter is a flower, worth that dowry and watch. Lu Zhaozhao is merely a little trollop who lured a man into the haystack. She is worthless. Even if we offered money, my son wouldn't want to marry her. I'm here today to make it clear, if your family offers 188 yuan, I'll allow Ji to marry Lu Zhaozhao. If you don't give money, my son won't dare to take a filthy vixen like your daughter. After all, who would dare to marry someone so disgraceful? If I were her, I would have hanged myself long ago. Lu Chunhua was already dissatisfied with Lu Zhaozhao's involvement with Yinji. Had it not been for the situation being what it was, she would have vehemently opposed it. Rather than being ashamed of the impoverished Yinji, Shengue Xiang had the audacity to belittle her daughter's reputation. This completely infuriated Lu Chunhua. Her anger brought veins to the surface of her forehead, and disregarding everything else, she lunged at Shengue Xiang, ready to tear her apart. Shengue Xiang, how dare you curse my Zhaozhao? I'll rip your mouth apart. My Zhaozhao deserves to marry He Qing from the capital. It was your Yinji who enticed her, ruining her reputation. How can you have the gall to turn the tables? I'm taking Zhaozhao to the commune to report your Yinji for being a rogue. Lu Chunhua scratched Shengue Xiang's face, leaving bloody marks. Shengue Xiang retaliated by grabbing her hair, and the two became entangled, rolling on the ground at Lu Baiwei's feet. He Ting, having orchestrated this entire scene from behind the curtain, dismounted from his bicycle with long strides, gesturing for Lu Baiwei to step aside for a private conversation. Although Lu Baiwei had vaguely suspected that only He Ting could have brought the 3 turns in 1 ring to propose, she still found it hard to believe. Many things were unclear to her. Why had He Ting married Lu Zhaozhao in a previous life without preparation, without even offering a single dowry, yet here he was, presenting the 3 turns in 1 ring. He Ting's dramatic entrance served to slap Lu Chunhua and Lu Zhaozhao in the face, and Lu Baiwei found him irresistibly handsome. He Chang, why have you suddenly come to propose at my home? Once the words left her lips, Lu Baiwei felt their futility. Of course, He Ting was here due to their inexplicable betrothal. It wasn't as if the He Ting from the capital had fallen for her, a mere country girl. Lu Baiwei assumed he wouldn't respond, but He Ting earnestly replied, people say that being with me allows one to enjoy more meals. Lu Baiwei, had he overheard her casual banter while she was gathering cow grass by the brook this morning? Lu Baiwei felt her cheeks flush, realizing He Ting was teasing her. She shot him a sidelong glance. He Ting chuckled. Lu Baiwei, I'll come by early tomorrow to take you to the commune to obtain our marriage certificate. Chapter 005. The abacus beads seemed on the verge of bursting upon her face. The Lu family was quite lively that night. Lu Zhaozhao cried incessantly, while her parents, Lu Jianguo and Lu Chunhua, whispered among themselves until midnight. Early in the morning, Lu Baiwei arose to wash up, only to find Lu Zhaozhao standing at the door, her eyes resembling a pair of swollen bulbs, glaring at her with palpable resentment. Sister, don't be too pleased with yourself, thinking that your trifling success is something to be proud of? Once Ji Go earns a fortune, I shall become a wealthy matron worth billions. Do you even comprehend how much a billion is? Can you fathom the size of the house I will reside in? Do you know that I will be able to travel in a car whenever I step outside? You cannot even begin to imagine such things? What do you have to compare with me? Oh. Lu Baiwei could hardly be bothered to engage in such nonsensical exchanges. She rinsed her mouth with clean water, then splashed the dirty remnants at Lu Zhaozhao's feet. In a moment, I am heading to the commune with He Ting to obtain our marriage certificate. Are you accompanying Yinji as well? Ji's mother was demanding that she compensate them with 188 yuan for tarnishing their reputation. Where was she to procure such a sum? Truly, an irritating topic to bring up. Fuming, Lu Zhaozhao stomped her feet in frustration, her desire to claw at Lu Baiwei's face bubbling over. Yet, as she approached the table and noticed Lu Chunhua had boiled eggs, her mood lightened somewhat. Unfortunately, just as she reached for an egg, Lu Chunhua sharply struck her hand with chopsticks. Eat your sweet potato porridge, the eggs are for your sister and Wenhua. Watching Lu Chunhua distribute the eggs to Lu Wenhua and Lu Baiwei, Lu Zhaojiao felt utterly provoked, covering her reddened hand and bursting into tears as she fled outside. Do not mind her. Zhao Zhao has been spoiled by me, Lu Chunhua said with a caring expression. Wei Wei, this is the porridge I specially prepared for you this morning. Eat it while it's hot. It's fresh. Lu Chunhua's sweet potato porridge was not only thickened but also included a boiled egg, which struck Lu Baiwei as rather peculiar. Something was amiss. As expected, Lu Chunhua exchanged glances with her husband, Lu Jianguo, and tentatively broached the subject. Wei Wei, you see, He Zhiqing hails from the capital and has been residing at the youth commune. The commune is crowded. Several people share a single room. Now that you are married to him, you cannot possibly expect to live at the commune, can you? Lu Chunhua beamed. Wei Wei, your father and I were thinking of renovating the small shed where you currently reside so that He Zhiqing can come and live with you after your marriage. It would be lively for the family to reside together, wouldn't it? You and Wenhua would also have someone to look after you. Lu Baiwei understood that Lu Jianguo and Lu Chunhua were not merely contemplating a simple arrangement. They were also eyeing the monthly remittances from Yiting's family, hoping to entrap her into supporting Lu Wenhua alongside Yiting. How dare they? Did they truly believe her to be a mere puppet? Lu Baiwei chuckled in anger. I recall that when a youth marries, the team typically allocates land for building a house. Building a house is far too troublesome and costly. We have a ready-made space. The shed you occupy is spacious enough for two with a bit of renovation. Lu Chunhua shot a meaningful glance at Lu Jianguo. Old Lu, say something. Wei Wei. Lu Baiwei was thoroughly disgusted by this pretense of a couple early in the morning. She had been raised by her grandfather. After her mother's death, Lu Jianguo married Lu Chunhua and sent her to live with her grandfather. Following her grandfather's passing 2 years ago, Lu Baiwei was brought back home. The Lu family consisted of just 3 rooms and a kitchen. Aside from the main house, one side room was occupied by Lu Jianguo and his wife, while the other housed Lu Zhaojiao and her brother. Upon her return, Lu Jianguo had suggested that Lu Wenhua move into their room, intending for Lu Baiwei to share a room with Lu Zhaojiao. However, Lu Zhaojiao adamantly refused, insisting on having her own space. Lu Chunhua had advised Lu Jianguo to renovate the shed for Lu Baiwei, claiming it was to provide her with a proper living space. The walls leaked, and the roof was patched haphazardly. Whenever it rained, Lu Baiwei had to place a basin to catch the water. After enduring 2 years in the dilapidated shed, Lu Jianguo and Lu Chunhua were now scheming to have Yiting move in with her after their marriage, using his building funds to support Lu Wenhua. Their calculations were almost laughable. Wei Wei, Lu Jianguo opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Baiwei stuffed a boiled egg into her pocket and quickly finished the remaining porridge in her bowl. Yiting is almost here. I will wait outside. Lu Baiwei returned to her room to grab her watch and stood at the door waiting for Yiting. Just as she adjusted the time on her watch, the sound of jingling bells approached. Yiting arrived on his bicycle. Despite growing up in the countryside, Lu Baiwei possessed a fair complexion that resisted tanning. The plum blossom watch on her slender wrist was particularly eye-catching, making it impossible for Yiting to overlook. Your hands are quite fair. The watch looks lovely on you. Yiting brought his bicycle to a stop before her. The watch chain is a bit long. I will adjust it for you when we return. Since Yiting had come to Yangxiang Brigade as a youth, Lu Baiwei had encountered him a few times from a distance, always noting his cold demeanor, as if he were averse to social interaction. Especially after rumors of her betrothal to Yinji circulated, Yiting's expression had been particularly dark. Suddenly receiving such a compliment and having him so close, his breath brushing against her face, Lu Baiwei realized that Yiting was not as intimidating as she had imagined. His brows were thick and well-shaped, his nose prominent and sharp at his eyes, described as peach blossom eyes, could appear icy and distant when unsmiling, yet when he smiled, they could ensnare one's heart at a glance. His features were striking, the contours of his face smooth and appealing. Due to his labor in the fields, his skin had darkened to a bronzed hue, a color that Lu Baiwei found attractive. As he leaned in closer, reaching for her watch chain, Lu Baiwei felt her breath catch, a tingling sensation coursing through her hand. Fortunately, he merely adjusted the chain's length, his touch fleeting, leaving behind a brief ripple of sensation in her heart. This man was certainly more than just a simple appetitive presence. If not for her 2 lifetimes of experience, she might have been completely ensnared by his unintentional allure. Her cheeks flushed slightly. It's getting late. Let's head to the commune. Lu Baiwei hopped onto the back of Yiting's bicycle. Their interaction was entirely witnessed by Lu Zhaojiao, who was lurking beneath the eaves, weeping, glaring at Lu Baiwei's wrist adorned with the plum blossom watch. And watching the intimacy between Yiting and Lu Baiwei, Lu Zhaojiao's eyes burned with jealousy. Why was it that in her past life, when she married Yiting, he treated her like a venomous snake, yet with Lu Baiwei, he was different. Yiting presented Lu Baiwei with a substantial betrothal gift, smiling at her rather than exhibiting his customary coldness. Once Yiting whisked Lu Baiwei away like the wind, Lu Zhaojiao emerged from her hiding place, glaring with resentment at the couple fading into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Baiwei's heart was tinged with ripples of thought, her mind racing with practical concerns regarding their living arrangements post-marriage. She refused to allow herself to be subjected once more to the relentless grasp of Lu Jianguo and Lu Chunhua. Before leaving, she had simply slipped inside to retrieve her watch, neglecting to close her window properly. Given Lu Zhaojiao's temperament, it was likely she would not remain patient for long. Was it? Chapter 006. I will be responsible for you for a lifetime. Upon arriving at the commune, Lu Baiwei followed Yiting directly to the civil affairs window for marriage registration. Comrade, we are here to get married. Yesterday, Lu Baiwei had already obtained a certificate from the brigade, and He Ting placed their identification and marriage certificate on the counter. The sister in charge of processing the documents was lazily sipping water when she looked up and was momentarily taken aback by He Ting's striking good looks. He Ting asked, "Is it not possible to process it?" "Of course it is." The sister had no ulterior motives. She simply found the young man too handsome. His features were not only pleasing, but he also exuded an indescribable aura that set him apart from the typical country lad. He was clearly raised in a wealthy family from the big city. When she glanced at the documentation, it confirmed her assumption. He was indeed an educated youth from the capital. She had encountered many educated youths before, but none had possessed such striking looks. The sister thought Lu Baiwei, who would be marrying He Ting, was also quite beautiful, tall and slender. Her fair complexion complemented her delicate features, though she appeared somewhat malnourished. It was puzzling why such an outstanding young man from the capital would choose to marry a rural girl. Perhaps there had been some family misfortune on his side, or perhaps their relationship had progressed in such a way that they felt compelled to marry. It was not surprising that the sister's imagination ran wild. In these times, it was not uncommon for educated youths to find themselves in scandalous situations, leading to hastily arranged marriages. Throughout the registration process, Lu Baiwei and He Ting were scrutinized multiple times until the sister finally stamped their marriage certificate. In this era, the marriage certificate did not require photographs, it merely recorded Lu Baiwei and He Ting's dates of birth. With the stamp in place, they were officially married. From that moment on, He Ting was Lu Baiwei's husband, and she was his wife. Upon receiving the marriage certificate, Lu Baiwei felt an immense sense of relief. This signified the beginning of a new chapter in her life, freeing her from the burdensome existence of her previous life, where she had been subjected to gossip and scorn, akin to a hen that could not lay eggs. The moment the marriage certificate was stamped, Lu Baiwei sensed that everything would unfold anew, all thanks to He Ting. "You picked me up so early, have you eaten?" Lu Baiwei asked cheerfully, pulling out a boiled egg from her pocket and offering it to He Ting. "I saved this for you." He Ting was taken aback. He was inexperienced in such matters and was still pondering what his first words to Lu Baiwei after their marriage should be when his new wife presented him with an egg. He found it rather peculiar. Why was she concerned about his breakfast at such an inopportune moment? Why offer him an egg right after they had received their marriage certificate? He Ting couldn't help but voice his confusion. "At that time, you were not yet considered family," Lu Baiwei replied, demonstrating her clarity of thought. He Ting couldn't help but chuckle at her response. After gathering the necessary items to take to the Lu family, his new wife insisted on receiving the marriage certificate before acknowledging him as her own. However, he had not had enough to eat that morning. The communal meal at the educated youth station had consisted of a watery porridge made from crushed corn and coarse grains, leaving him rather hungry now. Unable to suppress a smile, He Ting accepted the egg from Lu Baiwei. "I'll take you to the state-run restaurant for some buns." Just a short distance from the commune, they arrived at a state-run restaurant. He Ting generously pulled out his ration tickets and money to purchase 10 steaming meat buns, handing one to Lu Baiwei before taking a hearty bite of another. It was quite a sight to see someone devour half a bun in one bite while maintaining an air of decorum. Lu Baiwei was momentarily stunned. "Eat, why are you just staring?" After finishing one bun, He Ting urged Lu Baiwei, "Hurry up and eat, once we're done, we'll head to the supply and marketing cooperative." Curious, Lu Baiwei asked, "What are we buying at the cooperative?" "We need to purchase items for moving, and I also have to buy some tobacco and alcohol to visit the brigade leader. I remember there is a regulation that allows educated youths to receive land for building houses upon marriage." He Ting thought for a moment and continued, "I heard that when people in the brigade get married, they need to buy fabric to make clothes. You should also pick out some fabric and find a tailor to make you a dress. Do you want some face cream? I used to see the girls in the courtyard of the capital using it. If you like, we can get some later." As they spoke, Lu Baiwei slowly finished half of her bun. In these times of meat scarcity, each bite filled with the savory juice of the bun mixed with the subtle sweetness of the dough was an exquisite experience for Lu Baiwei. In her previous life, she had toiled endlessly to support Injiha, but she had also tasted many delicacies, yet, this was the first time she had eaten a meat bun since her rebirth, and it felt like the most delicious thing in the world. Perhaps it was related to He Ting. The fact that he could afford to buy such items and mention going to the cooperative for tobacco and alcohol indicated that he came from a well-off family. To her, a young master raised in a prominent household like He Ting's would typically have everything meticulously arranged for him and would not bother with such details. As Lu Baiwei pondered how to discuss their living arrangements after marriage with He Ting, she hesitated. Being a girl and not knowing him very well made it difficult for her to broach the subject. She feared that He Ting might misinterpret her intentions as being overly eager. He Ting seemed to have considered every aspect, even the need to buy essentials for building a house after marriage, which surprised Lu Baiwei. Did He Ting truly wish to marry her beyond the inexplicable childhood betrothal? Noticing Lu Baiwei lost in thought, He Ting worried that he hadn't done enough. He pondered for a moment and then spoke seriously. "Lu Baiwei, I lack experience in marriage. Think about what else we need, and we will buy it together later." Lu Baiwei almost laughed. When He Ting was silent, he appeared quite aloof. She hadn't expected him to have such an endearing, somewhat naive side. Almost amused, she felt her tension dissipating. "So, how many times do you plan to get married?" "No, that's not what I meant." Upon catching the hint of teasing in Lu Baiwei's smile, He Ting realized his new wife was a bit mischievous. Was this truly the same girl who had been bullied to tears? "I've run out of words," He Ting explained earnestly. "Lu Baiwei, rest assured, the He family has a strict code of conduct. If I dare to act recklessly after marrying you, my father would break my legs. Since I have married you, I will take responsibility for you for a lifetime, you can be assured of that. This time, Lu Baiwei genuinely laughed, wanting to say she understood, but just then, an unexpected voice broke the harmonious atmosphere between her and He Ting. He Ting, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you at the state-run restaurant. Two elegantly dressed young women walked into the restaurant, one in a floral blouse paired with trousers, and the other in a beautiful plaid skirt. The girl greeting He Ting, wearing the plaid skirt, looked pleasantly surprised and immediately pulled the other girl in the floral blouse over to He Ting. Chapter 007 Handsome boys are difficult to raise. Upon witnessing Lu Baiwei and He Ting sharing a meal of steamed buns, the surprise radiating from the girl's face as she encountered He Ting seemed to freeze in time. With a displeased expression, she questioned He Ting, "Who is this, another youth from your team?" He Ting, appearing disinclined to engage with her, met Lu Baiwei's inquiring gaze and responded to Bulaji instead. "No, she is my wife." Noticing the attire of the two girls, Lu Baiwei surmised that they were also youths from the countryside, for in this area, one seldom encountered two girls dressed in such fashionable fabrics. Indeed, after completing his introduction, He Ting elaborated to Lu Baiwei, "This is Lu Cuifang, a fellow from my courtyard before we were sent to the countryside, currently serving as a youth in the neighboring Hongqi brigade." As He Ting introduced Lu Baiwei, the girl dressed in Bulaji was momentarily stunned. Disbelief flickered in her eyes, soon followed by a growing fury. "He Ting, what did you just say, you're married?" Lu Cuifang glared fiercely at Lu Baiwei, "How could you marry her while in the countryside? What about Shishir? Your sudden decision to go to the countryside left her heartbroken. She is still waiting for you to return to Beijing, and you dare marry here. How can you treat Shishir this way? And you chose a mere countryside girl, what does she have that compares to Shishir?" Lu Cuifang was quite fierce, nearly pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Baiwei. Initially, He Ting focused on devouring his meat bun, uninterested in her provocations. However, when Lu Cuifang's anger turned towards Lu Baiwei, He Ting could no longer tolerate it. As Lu Cuifang raised her hand to gesture at Lu Baiwei, He Ting's expression darkened, his demeanor transforming into something formidable. "My wife needs no comparison to anyone. Lu Cuifang, should you dare to point at my wife, beware that I might just break your finger." Gathering the remaining two buns, He Ting took Lu Baiwei's hand and stood up. "Let us go, I'll take you to the supply and marketing cooperative." "Ignore this madwoman." "He Ting, don't go." As they exited the state-run restaurant and headed towards the cooperative, He Ting began to explain to Lu Baiwei. "I have no relationship with Feng Shishir. She, like Lu Cuifang, grew up in the same courtyard. No one played with Feng Shishir, she just loved to follow me around like a little shadow." Lu Baiwei understood that a man like He Ting, with his striking looks, would inevitably attract attention, even if he did nothing to pursue it. After all, he possessed a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes that could charm even the most indifferent. As long as he didn't wear a stern expression, the way he gazed could easily ensnare one's heart. Take her, for instance, before they got their marriage certificate, she had thought of him as someone distant and formidable, yet since he delivered the betrothal gifts yesterday and they obtained their certificate today, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. It was hard to resist a man with such a captivating visage who professed to be responsible for her for a lifetime. Surely, heaven would not allow one to reap rewards without effort. If she were to indulge in the allure of such a handsome man, she must prepare for the inevitable troubles that his charm would attract. Lu Baiwei shrugged it off, teasingly commenting, "I see, a childhood sweetheart from the same courtyard." He Ting remained silent. Upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, the first order of business for He Ting was to buy wedding candies. He produced money and asked the attendant for several pounds of white rabbit milk candy. The candy was rather expensive, making Lu Baiwei wince at the price. Thinking ahead to the impending troubles that would befall the He family, and the responsibility of raising nephews and nieces alongside He Ting, Lu Baiwei realized that after their marriage, she would have to be frugal with their finances. Otherwise, if they received no supplies from the capital, this young master, accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, would find their future dire. With her emotional intelligence, Lu Baiwei did not stop He Ting, instead playfully tugging at his sleeve, saying, "He Ting, I adore fruit-hard candies. Who doesn't love milk candy?" All the youths from their courtyard enjoyed white rabbit milk candy. He Ting altered his order, addressing the attendant, "Get 3 pounds each of white rabbit milk candy and fruit-hard candies." "Do you like peach crisp and snow dates?" He Ting inquired of Lu Baiwei. Could one not enjoy them? Yet, one must also be prudent with finances. Lu Baiwei refrained from dampening his enthusiasm. "A little is fine, but we should also include some peanuts and sunflower seeds. We'll need snacks for the wedding feast, and if we don't hold a feast, we must bring food to uncle and aunt." Regarding the matter of obtaining land from the brigade secretary and the brigade leader to build a house, Lu Baiwei worried that He Ting, being a young master, might casually mention purchasing expensive cigarettes and liquor. Therefore, she preemptively stated, "He Ting, the brigade leader enjoys erguotu, and the secretary has a fondness for Hongta mountain cigarettes." Coincidentally, the brigade leader, Tang Jinghe, was Lu Baiwei's cousin. He Ting believed her. As for why Lu Baiwei knew about the secretary's preference for Hongta mountain cigarettes, it was because Lu, the secretary, had previously boasted about the cigarettes his son had gifted him. Additionally, since Lu Baiwei's cousin was close with Lu, it was reasonable for her to know the secretary's favorite brand. He Ting promptly instructed the attendant to fetch 4 bottles of liquor and 4 packs of Hongta mountain cigarettes. Leading Lu Baiwei to the fabric counter, He Ting's eyes landed on the most exquisite fabric, the same floral print worn by the youth who had been with Lu Cuifang. The attendant greeted him enthusiastically, "Comrade, you truly have an eye for quality. This fabric is rare and has been sourced from Haicheng. This fabric is all the rage in the provincial capital, only the youth sent down to the countryside have the means to inquire about it, which is why our cooperative has only received a few bolts. It's a bit pricey, but once worn, it looks splendid. He Ting immediately declared, let us purchase enough fabric to make 2 outfits. 1 outfit is sufficient. Let us get a piece of this fabric to tailor something for special occasions, while for everyday labor, we should stick to sturdy grey-blue cloth, which is more practical and resistant to dirt and wear. Who doesn't appreciate beauty? The affluent young master, He Ting, was no exception. If it weren't for the knowledge that the Yi family would soon face difficulties, and that their lives would become strained, Lu Baiwei would not have been so meticulous in her efforts to save money while trying not to let He Ting notice. However, when it came to making a wedding outfit for Lu Baiwei, He Ting was not willing to listen to her. Get enough floral fabric for 2 outfits for my wife, and also get a bolt of plain fabric. Oh, comrade, you truly are a caring husband. The attendant exclaimed, as she measured the fabric and cheerfully remarked to Lu Baiwei, your partner is handsome and generous. Sister, you have married very well. Lu Baiwei could only respond with silence. During their excursion to the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Baiwei continuously sought ways to prevent the young master from overspending, all while He Ting insisted that a wedding could not be skimped on, carelessly buying this and that. Lu Baiwei felt a headache coming on. It was indeed true that handsome boys were difficult to care for. Just earlier at the state-run restaurant, this fellow had devoured 6 large meat buns in one sitting. It was one thing to eat so much, but to spend money so lavishly as well. She recalled that in her previous life, not long after Lu Jiaojiao married He Ting, his nephews and nieces had been sent to Shenyang Brigade. It seemed that to support this young master, she would need to earn money swiftly, otherwise, if their expenses exceeded their income, they would struggle to make ends meet. Chapter 008 Weiwei, you must be responsible for me. Upon exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Baiwei found herself laden with 2 large bags hanging from her bicycle, while cradling another hefty sack in her arms. It struck her that even with mountains of gold and silver, such extravagant spending was unwarranted, and she couldn't help but feel a deep concern for the elderly gentleman pedaling the bicycle. Throughout the journey, Lu Baiwei remained silent, contemplating how they would navigate their future lives together. He Ting, pedaling ahead, broke the silence. Once we move, I will hand over all the money and tickets from my home to you. You will manage our household. During their shopping excursion, He Ting had perceived Lu Baiwei as someone capable of managing domestic affairs. Previously, without a wife, he had spent money freely. However, now that they were married, his perspective had shifted. If they were to have children, he and his wife would need to provide for them. Lu Baiwei was taken aback. The lofty gentleman who had taken her hand in marriage and seemed to be contemplating a serious life together was thinking so far ahead. That's not quite what I meant, she explained. I was considering that if the team allocates a plot of land for building houses, it will take some time before we can move. I have an idea, He Ting interjected, seemingly eager to share in their future. With a slight smile, he asked, what is it? Instead of building a house, doesn't the village health station have 2 vacant rooms? My maternal grandfather used to be the barefoot doctor for the team. Those rooms were constructed for him. After his passing, they were reclaimed. Those rooms are quite spacious and require minimal renovation. If we were to move there, we could save on the costs of building a new house. The abandoned village health station was located not far from the youth station, conveniently close to the team's threshing ground, and the building was still relatively new. When He Ting first arrived at Shenyang village, he had considered renting those rooms with Zhou Yanfeng. However, Tang Jingha from the village had informed him that the rooms were designated as public facilities and could only be used for health services. The team intended to reopen the health station once they found a suitable barefoot doctor, allowing villagers to seek medical attention without traveling to the commune's health center. He Ting had reluctantly abandoned the idea and continued to share cramped quarters with the other youth. Later, upon hearing rumors of Lu Baiwei's courtship with Jiha, He Ting was infuriated and temporarily shelved any thoughts of moving out from the youth station. Hearing Lu Baiwei's proposal, He Ting said, that place might be difficult to acquire, but if you like it, I'll think of a way. I'll take care of this. Lu Baiwei replied playfully. Building our life together is a joint effort. You bought so many things at the cooperative, so I must also contribute to our little family's foundation. Since arriving at Shenyang, every time He Ting encountered Lu Baiwei, she seemed to dart away like a startled rabbit, as if he might devour her. He had prepared himself for a marriage with a reticent and taciturn wife, but after spending some time together, he found that although Lu Baiwei was not overly talkative, when she did speak, she was quite engaging and possessed a hint of humor. He Ting chuckled, very well, comrade Lu Baiwei, our little family depends on you. Comrade He Ting, no need for formality, we are comrades in the same trenches now, just wait for your revolutionary partner to showcase her prowess. In fact, ever since contemplating leaving the Lu residence to escape the suffocating presence of those who drained her, Lu Baiwei had been devising a plan to secure the 2 rooms at the health station. She was merely awaiting the right opportunity. As she rode back to the village with He Ting, a stroke of fortune seemed to present itself. He Ting had just transported Lu Baiwei to the village entrance when they spotted Lu Zicheng, the village secretary's son, tumbling down the slope, scattering seedlings from his basket in all directions. Zicheng, are you all right? Oh no, I saw Lu Zicheng roll down and hit his hand against a large rock. A few fellow workers rushed down the slope to assist Lu Zicheng. Upon contact, he yelped in pain, don't touch me, oh, it hurts so much, I think my hand is broken. Stop the bike, let me take a look. He Ting lifted his foot from the pedal, and Lu Baiwei quickly dismounted, handing her burdens to He Ting before nimbly descending the slope. Lu Zicheng's forehead was slick with sweat, and he continued to wail in agony. Lu Baiwei rushed over to support his arm and, with a swift motion, there was a crack as she deftly reset his dislocated joint before he could react. Ouch! What are you doing, Weiwei? Due to her maternal uncle being the village chief and having grown up at her grandfather's home nearby, Lu Baiwei and Lu Zicheng had shared a childhood camaraderie. Thus, when she approached, Lu Zicheng was caught off guard. By the time he realized what had occurred, Lu Baiwei had already released her grip. Oh no, Weiwei, that was too rough. My hand is truly broken. Lu Zicheng jested, if my hand is indeed broken, you must take responsibility. You're such a drama queen, it doesn't look like your hand is broken at all. Lu Baiwei rolled her eyes at him. Stop whining and just shake it out. Complying, Lu Zicheng shook his hand and, to his delight, found that it no longer hurt. Weiwei, you're amazing. I knew you inherited your grandfather's skills. You merely dislocated it, I just put it back in place. A grown man like you crying like a baby is quite embarrassing. Your words are as sharp as ever, Weiwei. Lu Zicheng feigned a wounded demeanor, but upon catching a glimpse of He Ting's cold gaze from the path above, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Yesterday, He Ting had announced his intentions to propose, and the entire team was already aware. Sensing that he should refrain from further jesting, Lu Zicheng quickly changed the subject. Weiwei, have you and comrade He obtained your marriage certificate from the commune? He Ting, observing the interaction between Lu Baiwei and Lu Zicheng, felt an unsettling sensation in his chest. The familiarity between them, coupled with Lu Zicheng's insistence on Lu Baiwei taking responsibility, made He Ting's expression grow colder. Noticing that their conversation was likely to continue, He Ting urged Lu Baiwei, aren't you coming back? Just moments ago, they had returned with laughter. Now, He Ting's demeanor had shifted back to his previously unapproachable self. Alright, I'll get on. Lu Baiwei replied to Lu Zicheng, Zicheng, He Ting and I have some matters to attend to at your house. If you're not busy, why not join us, I'll bring you some wedding candies. They had only been working for a short while that afternoon. Given their shared upbringing, Lu Zicheng understood that Lu Baiwei's sudden request to visit his home implied she needed his assistance. Having just received treatment for his hand, he readily agreed, alright, let me send someone to help with the seedlings and I'll accompany you back. Chapter 009, a group of people watching a comedy. How satisfying. On the way back from the commune, He Ting and Lu Baiwei had conspired to first pay a visit to the secretary of the brigade regarding the matter of the 2 rooms. As for the brigade leader's home, it was a simple affair since Tang Jinghe was Lu Baiwei's maternal uncle, and he would undoubtedly be willing to assist, although He Ting felt that his wife seemed a tad too familiar with Lu Zicheng. When Lu Baiwei suddenly suggested that Lu Zicheng accompany them back, he understood it was related to securing those 2 rooms, and Lu Zicheng could indeed be of help. Thus, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Zicheng, here are some wedding candies for you. Lu Baiwei handed Lu Zicheng 4 large white rabbit milk candies and 4 fruit hard candies. When we arrive at your home, you must tell your father that you just tumbled down, dislocating your arm, and it was my miraculous hands that expertly set it back in place. Injuries to bones and muscles require 100 days of care. If I don't help you today, your arm will take at least 10 days to heal at the town's health clinic, and it will cost quite a bit as well. So, you must assist me in this matter. Lu Zicheng was well aware that Lu Baiwei's candies were not merely sweet treats. He readily agreed, sure, I will take my cues from you. The brigade secretary, Lu Zhishu, had just finished his morning work at the brigade office and was still at home, on the verge of stepping out when he saw his son Lu Zicheng entering with Lu Baiwei and He Ting. Zicheng, why aren't you working? Lu Zhishu inquired, to which Lu Zicheng shrugged his shoulders, Dad, I was just planting seedlings and tripped over a stone, rolling down the hill. My hand struck a rock, nearly breaking it, and I was in agony. Fortunately, Weiwei, the educated youth from the commune, returned from obtaining the marriage certificate, and with just a flick of her wrist, my hand was miraculously restored. Lu Zicheng suggested to his father, Dad, ever since Weiwei's grandfather passed away, our brigade health clinic has been neglected. I believe Weiwei's skills are akin to her grandfather, Dr. Tang, she is truly remarkable. Why don't we let Weiwei take charge of the health clinic? I think it would be beneficial. For minor ailments, we wouldn't need to travel to the town hospital. Just look at my dislocated arm today, the town clinic's doctors might not have been able to treat it properly. Not only would it be a hassle to make the trip to the commune, but it would also incur considerable expenses. See, Dad, Weiwei managed to fix me up in no time. He Ting was equally surprised that Lu Baiwei possessed medical knowledge. However, having just suggested that Lu Zicheng help with the conversation, Lu Zicheng understood his wife's intentions. He Ting felt a familiar pang of discomfort rise again in his heart, but he suppressed it. He Ting produced 2 packs of Hongta Mountain cigarettes, and Lu Baiwei presented a generous handful of candies, saying, Uncle Lu, today He Ting and I acquired our marriage certificate, please accept these wedding candies and cigarettes as a gesture of celebration. Hongta Mountain cigarettes were not cheap. The educated youth from the capital was indeed extravagant, presenting 2 packs at once. That's far too many cigarettes. Lu Zhishu protested, just 2 packs will suffice, you can't be so generous. Uncle, please don't be so modest. I grew up alongside Zicheng, though we weren't born of the same mother, we are practically siblings. As a newlywed, it is only right for me to offer you 2 packs of cigarettes as a sign of respect. Before Lu Zhishu could respond, Lu Baiwei smiled and interjected, Uncle, I have learned a bit from my grandfather. I can certainly handle minor ailments. However, I understand there are regulations at the health clinic, one must obtain a barefoot doctor's certificate to work there. How about this, since I am now married to Ting, and the brigade is planning to allocate land for housing, we do not need the brigade's land. We simply wish to move into those 2 rooms at the clinic. Ting had always perceived Lu Baiwei as a taciturn person, but he knew better. Lu Jishu was aware that although Lu Baiwei appeared reserved, her mind was astute. His son Zaicheng had often stumbled into trouble because of her cleverness. He wondered why this girl was so eager to give out wedding cigarettes and was willing to part with 2 packs to curry favor. It seemed she had her sights set on the clinic's 2 rooms, that was the brigade's property, and it couldn't simply be decided by Lu Jishu alone. This was indeed a tricky situation. If he declined, it would be ungrateful, especially since this girl had just saved his son. Lu Jishu instinctively tapped his fingers on the table. Wei, those 2 rooms belong to the brigade. It's not so simple. I understand, uncle, it's not easy for you. How about this, if you support my application for the barefoot doctor's certificate, then I could be considered the brigade's barefoot doctor, and moving into that room would be reasonable. If I fail to obtain the certificate, you can simply evict me, and I shall pay the rent to the brigade for however long I stay. Wouldn't that be acceptable? This matter might not align with standard protocols, yet it could be treated as an exceptional case. Moreover, reopening the health clinic would indeed facilitate the lives of the brigade members. Wei, if you are confident in passing the exam, I can vouch for you. Lu Jishu was swayed by Lu Baiwei's words, scrutinizing her. Can you truly assure me you will succeed? Having grown up beside her grandfather, Dr. Tang, and accompanying him on medicinal foraging and patient consultations, she was quite adept at treating ailments, be they headaches, fevers, or fractures. It was only because Lu Chunhua and Lu Jiangwo had always held her back that she had never pursued a position at the brigade health clinic, allowing that family to benefit from her skills. Now that she was married to Ting, it was the perfect time to break free from that family's grasp, and she was determined to seize this opportunity. I can guarantee my success. My education may be lacking, but I have Ting to assist me. Lu Baiwei tugged at Ting's sleeve. Uncle, Ting is an educated youth from the capital. His academic standing is high. If I am just slightly lacking, with his help, I am certain I can pass. Ting's impressive credentials caught Lu Jishu's attention. He was well aware that this educated youth from the capital was exceptional. In that case, why not leverage this connection? Very well, I shall discuss this matter with your maternal uncle at the brigade office. Lu Baiwei knew that once Lu Jishu relented, the matter was most likely settled. Fearing any unforeseen changes, she felt the urgency to act swiftly. After all, every day spent in that household meant further calculations by Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua, and she could not afford to allow them any advantage. Lu Baiwei quickly interjected, Uncle, since I need to visit the brigade office to deliver wedding candies and wine to my uncle, why don't we go together? Lu Jishu recognized Lu Baiwei's capability. Since Tang Jinghe was her maternal uncle, delivering wine to the brigade office was entirely appropriate. If he were to accept 2 packs of Hongta Mountain cigarettes at the brigade office, it would surely raise eyebrows. However, if they were brought to his home, and he was accompanied by Lu Zaicheng, who had just dislocated his arm, any gossip would be quelled by the fact that they were there to address Lu Zaicheng's injury. Furthermore, given that everyone was out working, no one would be the wiser. Lu Jishu was quite pleased with this arrangement and nodded in agreement. Alright then, let us head to the brigade office together. The situation involving Lu Jiaozhou and Yin Jiha had amused brigade leader Tang Jinghe, who had just been considering how to support his niece Lu Baiwei. He was soon informed of Ting's acquisition of the 3-turn device and his proposal to marry into the Lu family. A group of people watching the Lu Jiangwo couple's misfortune was indeed a source of great satisfaction. Lu Baiwei had come the previous afternoon to obtain her certificate, and today she was set to collect their marriage certificate from the commune, with the authorization personally signed by Tang Jinghe. Seeing Ting and Lu Baiwei arrive alongside Lu Jishu, Tang Jinghe felt quite pleased. Wei, have you and Ting completed the marriage registration? Please take them back later. It was a gesture of filial piety from his niece, and despite the modest price of erguotu, Tang Jinghe was quite pleased with her thoughtfulness. Very well, I shall leave the liquor here for now. When you and Ting host a banquet, I will come to join in the festivities. Lu Baiwei replied. However, there won't be any festivities just yet. She has set her sights on those 2 rooms in the brigade's health center. Old Tang, we have worked together for so long, I shall grant you this favor. Secretary Lu began explaining the situation, leaving Tang Jinghe astonished. Ever since Lu Baiwei returned to the Lu family 2 years ago, she had been rather downcast. Now, he felt a sense of relief seeing her finally awaken to her potential. This was indeed a positive development. Secretary Lu had agreed to let her move into the 2 rooms as a barefoot doctor, which did not require the brigade to allocate land, making it a reasonable arrangement. However, as the head of the entire Shenyang brigade, he still needed to maintain a sense of decorum. He stated solemnly, Wei, you and Ting should return for now. I will discuss this matter further with your uncle Lu and some comrades from the brigade. The specifics of their discussion were inconsequential. Once the 2 key figures from the brigade had nodded in agreement, Lu Baiwei understood that the matter was as good as settled, and her next step would be to move out of the Lu family home. She had already set her bait, eagerly waiting for Lu Jiaozhou to take the hook. Surely, Lu Jiaozhou would not disappoint her. Through her maneuvering, Lu Baiwei had resolved the housing dilemma following her marriage. As she exited the brigade's office, Ting's gaze remained fixed upon her. What is the matter? Is there something on my face? Ting found his newlywed wife to be utterly unexpected. Far from being a reticent flower, she was rather loquacious, completely contrary to his initial impression of her as a timid little flower who had been bullied. He had worried just yesterday that she had been suffering greatly without any way out, compelling him to intervene. But witnessing her in action now, he felt a change. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but ever since they had received their certificate, Lu Baiwei appeared to radiate beauty. Her complexion, once pale and dull, now seemed to glow with vitality. It might have been the sun, after all. No, it's just that you are not what I expected. He Ting sat astride his bicycle. You will have to endure staying at that house for a few days. Her trap had been set, and it was time to reap the rewards. However, He Ting's remark about her being different from what he had imagined caused her to ponder whether she had perhaps overdone it. Surely, as a young master from the capital, he would prefer a delicate flower who relied on him, seated on the back of his bicycle. She said, He Ting, I haven't studied much. I will need your assistance to obtain my barefoot doctor's certificate. Thank goodness you are here to help me, or I wouldn't know where to find someone to tutor me. Lu Baiwei had overthought. He Ting did not wish for a dependent little flower. It was solely because Lu Baiwei was engaged to him that he felt compelled to act against her mistreatment. Yet, hearing her claim that only he could assist her, He Ting noticed her discomfort in interacting with Lu Zicheng, which improved his mood. What was this sense of happiness? He Ting pedaled his bicycle with renewed vigor. Even when Lu Baiwei suggested placing the items they had purchased at his youth office and only taking some candy back to the Lu family, he readily agreed. However, he couldn't help but wonder just how badly Lu Jiangwo's family had mistreated her to instill such wariness in her. With him around, there was no need for her to be on such high alert. It could only be said that He Ting, having grown up in the capital's courtyard, had underestimated the avarice of Lu Chunhua and Lu Jiangwo. Upon arriving at the Lu family's home, he finally witnessed the reality. Today marked the day He Ting and Lu Baiwei had acquired their marriage certificate, yet Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua had not gone to work. As He Ting escorted Lu Baiwei to her doorstep, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua, having heard the arrival, did everything go smoothly with you and Weiwei obtaining the certificate? Very smoothly. Being the nominal parents of Lu Baiwei, Lu Chunhua and Lu Jiangwo were afforded a degree of respect by He Ting. Your father and I have taken the day off to wait for you. Since Weiwei has gone to obtain the certificate today, you must be exhausted. Your father and I would prefer that you take some time to rest in your room. We, as parents, have a few matters to discuss with He Ting. Lu Baiwei, now emboldened, had refrained from engaging when they proposed that He Ting stay at their home. Thus, once she left, Lu Jiangwo and Lu— What a naive plan! Lu Baiwei also intended for He Ting to witness the true nature of these two individuals, so that in the future, he would not be at a loss for how to handle them, all for her sake. Furthermore, she needed to assess the outcome of her strategy. Only then could she hasten her departure from the Lu family. At this time, Lu Baiwei did not confront Lu Chunhua, nor did she concern herself with the absence of Lu Jiajiu and Lu Wenhua. She immediately returned to her modest dwelling. Once Lu Baiwei had departed, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua could hardly contain themselves. Lu Chunhua invited He Ting to sit down. Young man He, now that you and Weiwei have obtained your marriage certificate, what are your plans regarding where to live? You, having traveled so far from home to serve as a youth, it cannot have been easy. Both Weiwei's father and I cherish her dearly, and we believe that you need not build a home outside. You and Weiwei can move in with us. Our family would be able to look after you well. Wouldn't that be agreeable? Moving in here would suffice. We can simply refurbish the room Weiwei currently occupies, saving the costs of constructing a new house. You young folks do not know the hardships of managing a household. In the future, your earnings and work points can be entrusted to me and your father. We will manage things for you as a couple, allowing you to save for a future family. While the notion of raising children sounded appealing, the blatant and foolish calculations left He Ting utterly astonished. These words were practically a blatant display of their greed. He Ting suddenly comprehended why Lu Baiwei was eager to marry and escape this household. Just as he was about to counter their demands with a clever retort, a piercing scream emanated from Lu Baiwei's room. Weiwei, in that moment, He Ting could no longer concern himself with the greedy couple. He sprang up and dashed toward the source of her distress. Chapter 011. A thief. The usually quiet Lu Baiwei suddenly let out a piercing scream, startling not only He Ting but also truly alarming Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua. Uncertain about what had transpired, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua hurriedly followed He Ting into the house. Lu Baiwei, what's wrong? He Ting rushed into the room where Lu Baiwei resided, and upon seeing her unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully process the situation, Lu Baiwei suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into his arms, catching him completely off guard. He Ting was momentarily stunned, his body rigid as he gently patted Lu Baiwei's back, asking, Weiwei, what happened? He Ting, I've been robbed, Lu Baiwei lamented, her sorrow palpable. Of the radio you bought for me, I took my watch with me when I went out, and the sewing machine radio was left in the house. When I went with you to the commune to collect the certificate, I locked the doors and windows. When I returned, the door was locked tight, but upon opening it, I found the radio missing, with only the sewing machine left behind. The news of the missing radio left Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua equally bewildered. It was a radio, after all. The 3-in-1 radio that Lu Baiwei acquired for her marriage was meant for their family as Wenhua. Now that the radio had vanished, the sensation of having one's possession stolen was deeply unsettling for Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua. He Ting, however, remained composed, especially upon noticing that his delicate wife was trembling, as if silently urging him to act. He felt no immediate rush. He gently reassured Lu Baiwei and turned his gaze to the muddy footprints on the windowsill. He then inquired of Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, have you been home all day? For a moment, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua were too preoccupied to ponder why He Ting referred to them as uncle and aunt rather than mom and dad, their minds still fixated on the missing radio. Lu Chunhua, visibly distressed, replied, "Yes, if it weren't for you two getting your certificate today, your father and I wouldn't have left the house at all. Can you imagine how that thief got into our home and stole our radio?" He Ting had anticipated Lu Chunhua's inquiry, and he surveyed the surroundings before approaching the windowsill. "There are muddy footprints here," he deduced. "It rained last night, so the thief must have stepped into the muddy ground outside the window before climbing in. Who would have the audacity to commit theft? We should investigate who has been absent from work today." He Ting reassured them, "Don't worry, we will surely recover the radio. I'm going to the brigade office now to enlist the help of Gong Minbing to clarify this matter." Before Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua could respond, He Ting once again comforted Lu Baiwei with a gentle pat and turned to ride his bicycle towards the brigade office. After He Ting had been gone, the soles of the shoes appeared strikingly familiar, and she felt a nagging sensation that they belonged to someone she knew well, recalling how Lu Jiaojiao had been crying and throwing tantrums since last night, refusing breakfast this morning, and threatening that Lu Baiwei would not have it easy. Lu Chunhua, particularly since Lu Jiaojiao had loitered around Lu Baiwei's room while she and He Ting went to the commune to collect their certificate, circling the window and door multiple times. While engrossed in the pursuit of the thief and the recovery of the radio, Lu Chunhua suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over her. "Wei, you must hurry and stop He Ting from calling Gong Minbing to our house." "Why shouldn't he call?" Lu Baiwei stood her ground, insisting that Lu Chunhua refrain from disturbing the footprints at the window. "Auntie, don't tamper with the scene. Not if this thief dared to come into my home to steal a radio. Once the militia captures him, I will report it to the police. Stealing such an expensive item could land him in prison and send him to the farm for hard labor." Lu Chunhua, unable to openly accuse Lu Jiaojiao of being the potential thief, frantically signaled to Lu Jiangwo. Unfortunately, he was solely preoccupied with the thought of the stolen radio that had slipped from their grasp. That radio had considerable value. Despite noticing Lu Chunhua's anxious glances, he mistakenly assumed she was merely upset and he attempted to comfort her. "Don't worry, He Ting will return shortly with old Gong, and they will surely uncover some leads to catch that thief." And not only was Lu Chunhua anxious, but Lu Jiaojiao, who had hidden away with the stolen radio in her room, was also in a state of distress. Upon hearing Lu Baiwei's cries about a thief breaking in, and that He Ting had ridden off to the brigade office to call for help, she hastily shoved the radio beneath her bed and stayed silent in her room, too afraid to make a sound. After a short delay, He Ting returned from the brigade office with Gong Minbing, accompanied by brigade leader Tang Jinghe and secretary Lu Tang Jinghe. Having some knowledge of Lu Jiangwo's family, suspected that there might be a thief within the household. Secretary Lu, who had been discussing matters with Tang Jinghe at the brigade office, was drawn along by Tang Jinghe out of curiosity, while Lu Chunhua and the hidden Lu Jiaojiao were frantic with worry. Gong Minbing had already been invited into the house by Lu Baiwei. Upon entering the drafty room converted from a woodshed, he noticed the muddy ground and the depressions made by the rain seeping through the broken tiles, prompting Tang Jinghe to explode in anger. "Lu Jiangwo, is this how you treat Baiwei? After your uncle passed away, you wept and insisted on bringing her back home, only to have her living in this dilapidated woodshed." After chastising Lu Jiangwo, Tang Jing had turned his ire on Lu Baiwei. "What good is your voice if you don't speak up when you're being bullied? While you were with our family, did we not care for you? We treated you even better than Lingling, and now, you return to your biological father's home, only to reside in this rundown woodshed. If it weren't for your marriage, I would have torn this place apart and brought you back to the Tang family." Lu Baiwei, feigning innocence, replied, "Third uncle, my dad and auntie 1T let me speak. He is my father. After all, what can I do?" Tang Jinghe, exasperated, poked Lu Baiwei's forehead. "You re foolishly loyal. When you were with the Tang family, you were so spirited, but now that you're back with your father, you become a mute." Cough, cough. Lu Jiangwo, usually adept at putting on a facade, found himself nearly stripped bare while trying to apprehend a thief. He cleared his throat a few times. Cough, cough. "Let us focus on catching the thief first. If we delay, we won't be able to recover the radio." Recognizing that Lu Baiwei was intentionally creating a scene, Tang Jing has suppressed his temper and remained silent, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He ceded the stage to Gong Minbing, who approached to examine the footprints on the windowsill and made a determination. "This thief shouldn't be too difficult to catch. I just noticed that the ditch outside your window is still draining, and the mud by the window is smeared with oil, distinct from the yellow mud outside. Let us find out who hasn't been to work today. The one whose shoes are covered in this oily black mud is the thief who stole the radio." Lu Baiwei quickly interjected. "The radio cost over 100 yuan. If we catch this thief, he should be sentenced, right?" Chapter 012. "My He Ting is not so easily bullied." "Indeed, that is correct." Gong Minbing remarked incidentally about the affairs of the neighboring team. There was a rogue from the adjacent team who pilfered over 90 yuan and was sentenced to a year in prison, subsequently sent to. However, Lu Jiangwo, brimming with righteousness, asserted, "We must locate the radio promptly. We cannot afford to lose it. To ensure fairness, let us start our investigation from our household, as several of our family members did not work today." Lu Chunhua sighed in relief. It was inconsequential for a child to bring it over for play. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Baiwei interjected, "Lu Wenhua, did you sneak into my room to take my radio? Taking something without permission is stealing, and thieves are destined to be caught and imprisoned. If you act as a thief, then you shall no longer be my brother. The large white rabbit milk candy I purchased today is not for you. You shall not have any." Lu Chunhua and Lu Jiaojiao had meticulously calculated their plans. When Lu Baiwei uttered these words, Lu Wenhua erupted in tears. "I didn't take it. Lu Jiaojiao shoved it into my hands. I am not a thief. I do not wish to be imprisoned. I want the large white rabbit milk candy." "On what grounds do you refuse to share the candy with me, Lu Baiwei? You are a wicked woman." The large white rabbit milk candy is all mine. Everything that belongs to you is mine. Lu Wenhua wailed uncontrollably. My mother and father both said that everything you possess is mine, you are my sister, and whatever you acquire is also mine. You are obligated to support me. Humph, my father brought you home for the very purpose of supporting me. When you marry He Jiqing, all the provisions sent from his family shall be utilized to sustain me. Otherwise, I shall expel you, this loathsome creature, from our home. Clutching the radio, Lu Wenhua continued his loud lament. Upon hearing these words, Tang Jinghe's face darkened, his expression more severe than a charred pot bottom. With a powerful voice, he bellowed, Lu Jiangwo, have you lost your mind to treat Wei Wei in this manner? I have stated before, Wei Wei was raised with utmost care by my uncle. You wed Lu Chunhua and abandoned her. How is it that upon my uncle's passing, you weep for Wei Wei, claiming that my deceased sister appeared to you in a dream? Is it your intention to drain Wei Wei's vitality to support Lu Wenhua? Your scheme is truly despicable. You expect a child to be nurtured and cared for while you neglect your responsibilities. Once we, the Tang family, have raised Wei Wei, you intend to summon her back to serve your family. I have encountered shameless individuals, yet none as devoid of dignity as you. You wept and pleaded for our Wei Wei to return to the firewood house, begging her to earn work points and serve your family while also helping to raise Lu Wenhua born of Lu Chunhua. You, as parents, refuse to nurture your own child. How could you lack such basic decency? Lu Wenhua is not even Wei Wei's child. It enrages me. As if that were not enough, now that she has married He Ting, you still wish to exploit her husband, compelling him to toil alongside. It is fortunate that she has married He Ting. Tang Jinghe, in a fit of rage, berated Lu Jiangwo mercilessly, then turned to Secretary Lu to discuss. You see, Wei Wei has learned a skill in medicine from my uncle. Let us recommend her as the doctor for the team's health clinic. We should arrange for her to move into those 2 rooms at the clinic with He Ting today. It must be done immediately. We cannot delay it. If she remains, she will be bullied terribly. I am willing to help cover the rent for those 2 rooms. With Tang Jinghe's insistence, Secretary Lu promptly agreed. Indeed, we must facilitate the housing issue for the educated youth who are marrying. Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua were left in shock. No matter how they had pondered, they never expected events to unfold in such a manner. They did not foresee that the loss of the radio would unravel the truth behind their son's actions and their decision to bring Lu Baiwei home 2 years prior. How could they possibly restrain Lu Baiwei now? Lu Jiangwo was in a state of desperation. It was that little rascal Wenhua who spoke carelessly. Baiwei is marrying He Ting and will be residing in our home. At that moment, He Ting wore a grim expression, resembling someone ready to exact vengeance upon Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua. It was time for Lu Baiwei to voice her thoughts. With tears streaming down her face, she wept inconsolably. Father, I once held such faith in you. It appears you only hold affection for Lu Jiao and Lu Wenhua. You never regarded me as your own daughter, merely a means to provide labor for the family. I am heartbroken. I cannot accept a father like you. He Ting then spoke up, firmly grasping the vulnerabilities of Lu Jiangwo's family. Baiwei is marrying me. Residing in your home is not an option. In your case, only a son-in-law by marriage resides with the bride's family, correct? He Ting addressed Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua. Do you truly believe you possess? If you do not permit the move today, I shall make a trip to the commune and seek assistance from the police to apprehend the thief who stole the radio. At this juncture, the situation had spiraled beyond their control. Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua, filled with schemes of their own, had no choice but to concede. Lu Jiangwo consoled himself, believing that as long as the Green Mountains remain, there shall be no fear of firewood. He and Lu Baiwei shared a genuine father-daughter bond. Once she moved away, he would simply need to show more concern for her, and their relationship could mend over time. Chapter 013. Cough, move over and live together. He Ting seemed to see right through him and warned, Wei Wei does not recognize parents like you, who are biased and deceitful. If you dare to pursue Wei Wei, do not blame me for being impolite. Today, Lu Jiao, I reserve the right to report this to the Public Security Bureau and can do so at any moment. Secretary Lu nodded in agreement. He added, Old Lu, your actions in this matter are quite unscrupulous, and your favoritism has deeply offended the child. Leave some room for maneuvering. It will be easier to meet again in the future. You are a wise man and know what needs to be done. What else could be done at this point? They could not prevent Lu Baiwei from moving out. Lu Jiangwo was completely dumbfounded. In front of Secretary Lu and Tang Jinghe, he had to maintain his dignity. Although he had been thoroughly humiliated, he still clung to the hope of regaining some semblance of face. This time, he no longer blamed Lu Baiwei for taking Lu Jiao's belongings. Unwilling to confront Lu Wenhua, he solemnly turned to Lu Jiao. Jiao, you were in the wrong this time. Lu Chunhua, with determination, slapped Lu Jiao hard across the face, saying, You claim to be with your sister's family, yet when you wanted to play with the radio, you could have simply asked. Why did you take things without a word? You are truly a troublesome creature. Still hoping to brush this incident under the rug, labeling Lu Jiao's actions as merely borrowing her radio? Lu Baiwei scoffed. Enough, stop the charade. Amidst the cries and wails, the others continued their commotion. As Lu Baiwei packed her belongings, she spoke up, Auntie, if you insist that Lu Jiao merely borrowed it, I will immediately report to the Public Security Bureau and let them determine whether Lu Jiao is indeed a thief. This left them utterly speechless. Regardless of the roles they were playing, be it the good cop, the bad cop, or the indifferent one, they could no longer continue their ascent. Lu Baiwei's possessions were not numerous, and with He Ting and Tang Jinghe's assistance, they were swiftly packed. No matter how many smiles Lu Jiangwo forced in an attempt to salvage their relationship, Lu Baiwei declared that she would not acknowledge Lu Jiangwo as her father. With a decisive turn, she followed He Ting out of the house, leaving nothing behind. After such a commotion, by the time work ended, Lu Baiwei's eyes were red, having once again promoted the narrative of her being a homeless little victim due to Lu Jiangwo, Lu Chunhua, and Lu Jiaojiao. It was only then that she arrived at the brigade office, collected her keys, and unlocked the long-abandoned health center's 2 rooms. At this moment, He Ting finally realized that his tearful little wife was not weak nor merely a silent observer. If he had to find a word to describe her, He Ting felt he had married a dark-hearted lotus. However, given Tang Jinghe's defense of this niece and the fact that she brought him eggs to save money after their marriage, it was evident that this dark-hearted lotus was quite good to her own. Originally devoid of feelings, he had come to be a Jiqing and married a woman with an inexplicable betrothal. It felt like opening a blind box. The old man had insisted strongly on this arrangement, threatening him with his life, and he had to comply. Now, he found the experience of unboxing this mystery box far from dull. His newlywed wife was rather intriguing. The 2 rooms of the brigade's health center were quite new. Lu Baiwei had chosen these 2. They were close to the brigade office, the village threshing ground, and the Jiqing point. A small path connected the front yard. Behind the building lay a sunny hillside, and a small stream flowed in front. The bricks used for construction were left over from a renovation of the brigade, with a half-meter-high foundation of blue bricks and walls made of earth bricks above. With the blue brick base, even in the event of heavy rain, the house would not easily collapse. The only downside was that the health center had been abandoned for 2 years, and many tiles on the roof were broken. Lu Baiwei and He Ting opened the door to the brigade's health center, revealing a thick layer of dust covering the tables and chairs. The sunset filtered through the gaps in the broken tiles. This place is quite new. If we have someone replace the roof tiles, it could be livable. Lu Baiwei placed her belongings in the inner room and showed He Ting around, saying, "Look, there is a small door here leading out." My grandfather built a little kitchen beside it, and the toilet is in the backyard. There is even an empty patch for a vegetable garden. Later, you can till that piece of land, sow some vegetable seeds, and it. Even when she had left Shangyang village for a villa, the place she missed most was the small nest where she had grown up freely. In her subconscious, these 2 rooms in the brigade's health center were her true home. She often dreamt in the middle of the night, reminiscing about her grandfather's gentle smile and the faint scent of herbs when they prepared medicine. She was back to this familiar place, the one that once bore her grandfather's presence, which would now become her and He Ting's home. A sense of reassurance surged within Lu Baiwei. Returning here felt as though her ever-watchful grandfather was still by her side. After touring the premises, He Ting also found the place quite agreeable. Although there were only 2 rooms, both the outer hall and the inner chamber were spacious. The kitchen and toilet were already in place, and the backyard had a patch of land that could be cultivated. Even if the brigade allocated him a plot to build a house, it might not be as suitable as this location. It was conveniently close to the Jiqing point, separated from the brigade office, and a fair distance from the threshing ground. In the future, if he set up a small kitchen, the aroma of food would not travel too far. Living here would allow them to cook meat without attracting unwanted attention. He Ting was very satisfied with the arrangement. The wind rustled through the bamboo grove beside the house, and a cool breeze wafted through the open window, making the interior quite pleasant and not stifling. Lu Baiwei took a basin to fetch water from the stream to tidy up the house. He Ting, taking the initiative, found a rag to help wipe down the tables and chairs, and they discussed finding someone to replace the roof tiles tomorrow. Let us have Zhou Yinfeng help us buy tiles tomorrow. I'll borrow a ladder to climb up and replace the tiles. For tonight, we'll have to make do. Lu Baiwei replied with an You've never replaced tiles before, right? I can ask my uncle for assistance. No need. Even if I've never done it, I have to try. I am your husband, and we will live together from now on. I cannot rely on others to do everything. He Ting began to say something else but hesitated, as if there were words he found difficult to express. After Lu Baiwei finished wiping down the wardrobe, she turned to look at him. He Ting finally mustered the courage to speak. Well, I'm going back to the Jiqing point for a bit to bring over the items we bought at the commune today. By the way, I'll also tidy up, move over and live together. Upon mentioning the prospect of moving in together, He Ting's expression seemed somewhat off. Lu Baiwei wrung out the dirty towel over the basin, and as the light filtered through the window, she noticed that He Ting's hair appeared to be flushed. Observing He Ting's profile, he covered his forehead where sweat had begun to bead. He justified himself, saying, "It's just hot today, working makes one feel overheated. It's getting late, you finish tidying up here, and I'll return to the Jiqing point to gather our things." Chapter 014. A stunning revelation. He Ting fled as if pursued, while Lu Baiwei stuffed clothes into the wardrobe, unable to suppress a smile that graced her lips. Had He Ting just been shy? What could have prompted such a sudden flush when he mentioned living together? It appeared that even someone as aloof as He Ting possessed a bashful and innocent side, which made Lu Baiwei's heart flutter. Hearing commotion from outside, she stepped out of the room and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to the youth station to fetch something? Why are you back again?" Assuming it was He Ting returning, she was surprised to find it was her uncle, Tang Jingshan, carrying a ladder. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Tang Jingshan chuckled warmly. "Your third uncle mentioned that you got married and moved to the health station. This house has been leaking for 2 years, so I thought I'd come and replace the broken tiles." "I believe what I brought will suffice," she replied. Tang Jingshan propped the ladder against the house and called out to Lu Baiwei, "Come, Weiwei, hold the ladder for me." Lu Baiwei's uncle, Tang Jingshan, was a straightforward man, known for his few words and diligence. Yet, whenever there was a need, he would arrive without a call. Recently, the farming collective had finished harvesting rice and was busy plowing the fields in preparation for the autumn planting. Being a seasoned farmer, Tang Jingshan worked tirelessly in the fields, and it was evident he had come straight from the mud-covered worksite after hearing about her troubles with Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua. Without a moment's hesitation, he set the ladder and began replacing the tiles. Lu Baiwei felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wei, pass me the tiles from below, and I assure you we will have this house in order. In her previous life, she had grown distant from several uncles due to the instigation of Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua, a source of deep regret and guilt she carried until her last breath. Fortunately, she had a second chance to make amends with her uncles. The two worked in harmony, one passing tiles while the other received them atop the roof. Lu Baiwei turned to Tang Jingshan and said, "Uncle, today I went to the commune with Yiting to obtain our marriage certificate, and I didn't have the chance to let you and know. Yiting even bought 2 bottles of wine, which I asked your third uncle to deliver. Once we tidy up this house, I'll prepare a feast and invite you and Anne to dine. Your third uncle has already brought the wine home." Tang Jingshan beamed, pleased to be recognized by his niece and her husband. Wei, marriage is wonderful. That young man seems quite capable. Lu Baiwei's decision to marry Yiting stemmed not only from the betrothal arranged by her grandfather but also from her eagerness to escape the clutches of Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua's avarice. Since obtaining the marriage certificate, Yiting had left a favorable impression on her. Many aspects of life had shifted from her previous existence. Yiting was better than she had anticipated. Matters of love and affection felt like mere tropes from romance novels. In this new life, Lu Baiwei prioritized escaping her former household and finding a reliable companion to share her days with. Moreover, Yiting was quite handsome, which only added to her contentment. "Uncle, the match made by grandfather is surely a sound one. I will cherish my life with Yiting." "Ah." Upon hearing Lu Baiwei speak fondly of Yiting, Tang Jingshan seemed to relax, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He continued to skillfully replace the tiles, occasionally exhaling in agreement. While Tang Jingshan worked, his cousin, Tang Yunling, arrived with a bamboo basket, waving at Lu Baiwei from a distance. "Wei, come see what delicious treats I've brought you." "My mother made fish soup," Tang Yunling exclaimed excitedly. "Wei, you are truly capable. These past few days, everyone in the Tang family has been worried sick about you being bullied. You've kept quiet until now, but when you finally spoke, it was quite the revelation. I spent the day fishing with my mother at Auntie's house, and you really made quite the impression. Third uncle came home saying that you had put your father and stepmother in their place today. That's the spirit, you are indeed a true descendant of the Tang family." Tang Yunling referred to Lu Baiwei's third uncle, Tang Jinghe. Although she was not a direct cousin, the Tang family had primarily sons, making Lu Baiwei feel as though her bond with Tang Yunling was akin to that of sisters. With several brothers above her and younger male cousins below, the daughters of the Tang family were rare treasures, surrounded by a host of protective brothers, which had shaped Tang Yunling into a spirited and fiery individual, unyielding in the face of adversity. Tang Yunling could not bear to see Lu Baiwei suffer. Initially, Lu Jiao had insisted on marrying Yiting, the boy with whom Lu Baiwei had a betrothal, but then Lu Chunhua had pushed her towards the impoverished Jinghe, only for Lu Jiao to later pursue Jinghe on the sly. This relentless bullying of Lu Baiwei had left Tang Yunling furious, especially after the incident at the collective's threshing ground. Upon learning that Yiting had proposed, Lu Baiwei promptly secured their marriage certificate and confronted Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua, which finally eased Tang Yunling's frustration and left her feeling immensely satisfied. Her perception of Yiting had also shifted dramatically. "Wei, today my mother and I fished at the neighboring collective's dam. This fish soup is fresh, and knowing you and Yiting just moved in and haven't cooked yet, I had my mother stew it for you. I also brought along some corn cakes." As Tang Yunling carried the basket into the house, she set the fish soup on the table, along with the corn cakes prepared by Lu Baiwei's aunt. She also produced 2 pounds of flour, a pound of oil, freshly picked vegetables, and various seasonings. "Since you and Yiting just moved in, you probably won't be able to cook tonight. Just enjoy the fish soup with the corn cakes for now. Save the flour for making pancakes tomorrow, and use this cucumber for a refreshing salad in the morning." Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling chatted animatedly for a while. By then, Tang Jingshan had finished replacing the roof tiles, managing to complete the task just before nightfall. Being adept at both indoor and outdoor work, it was a breeze for him. After finishing, he hoisted the ladder onto his shoulder and called out to Tang Yunling, "Lingling, let us head home." "Uncle, stay for dinner with us," she urged. No, you just moved in and haven't cooked yet." "Enjoy the fish soup," he replied, waving his hand as he departed with the ladder. Tang Yunling chased after him. "Wait, uncle." Meanwhile, Yiting was unaware that during his brief trip to the youth station to collect their belongings, Tang Jingshan had already assisted him and Lu Baiwei in replacing the roof tiles. Zhou Yanfeng was helping him carry items to the health station, and the two were still discussing the roof repair. "Brother Ting, I don't think we need to make a special trip to the Red Flag Brigade's tile kiln. We only need a small amount of tiles, and they might not even accommodate us." Chapter 015 The hidden protector of his wife. Zhou Yanfeng suggested to Yiting, "Which family in the team has leftover tiles from building houses? Let us pay a little to get them back." Yiting replied, "Speaking of retiling, we have no experience in that. If we go up on the roof and lose our footing, it won't be a trivial matter." Zhou Yanfeng confidently promised, "I'll inquire about who has spare tiles and also find a villager skilled in retiling to assist you. Tomorrow, we can work on your health station's 2 rooms. I'll cover the cost of the tiles. I must show some token for your marriage." But are you really planning to move in with your childhood betrothed? Zhou Yanfeng lamented. Ting, you married young. There used to be so many girls from the courtyard pursuing you. The most beautiful one, Feng Shishir, trailed behind you like a little follower. When you arrived at Xiangyang Brigade, the several educated youth girls there were all interested in you, openly and subtly vying for your attention. You, such a dashing and charming young man, have settled for marriage so casually. I can't help but feel that you two are mismatched, brother Ting. It's like a beautiful flower planted in cow dung. Zhou Yanfeng rambled on, while He Ting, carrying supplies behind him, kicked him lightly. As they approached the health station, He Ting warned him with a stern expression, Lu Baiwei and I just obtained our marriage certificate today. Regardless of the reasons behind our marriage certificate, she is now my wife, He Ting, and your sister-in-law, Zhou Yanfeng. As my brother, you must respect her. Disrespecting my wife equates to looking down on me, He Ting. Zhou Yanfeng, let's not associate with each other anymore. He Ting's seriousness and somewhat stern tone indicated he was not joking. It was remarkable how fiercely he defended his new bride right after obtaining their marriage certificate. Ting, don't take it to heart. I was just joking, look at my loose tongue. Seeing He Ting angry, Zhou Yanfeng panicked. Ting, I was wrong, truly wrong. In the future, if I dare to tease your sister-in-law again, I won't need you to punish me. I'll jump into the river to cool off. Ting, please don't be angry, I'm just being foolish. Zhou Yanfeng, willing to self-deprecate, assured He Ting he would respect Lu Baiwei from now on. Only then did the anger on He Ting's face dissipate slightly, his imposing demeanor softening. Noticing He Ting like this, Zhou Yanfeng, who was both anxious and exhausted, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He reminded himself that Lu Baiwei was now his elder sister-in-law and vowed never to utter anything disrespectful in her presence, lest he jeopardize his brotherhood with He Ting. Thus, when they arrived at the health station with their goods, Zhou Yanfeng was as cautious as a mouse encountering a cat. After placing the items down, he obediently called out, Sister-in-law Lu. Thank you, Comrade Zhou, for your hard work in helping move things, Lu Baiwei said, setting out bowls and chopsticks. Since you've gone through the trouble, why not join us for a meal? As Zhou Yanfeng entered the room, the fragrant aroma of fish soup wafted towards him, making his mouth water. However, faced with He Ting's cold demeanor, he quickly waved his hands. No, the educated youth point has reserved food for me. Seeing Zhou Yanfeng behave well in front of Lu Baiwei, He Ting finally decided not to hold a grudge over his previous comments. He called out to Zhou Yanfeng, if they offer you food, then eat it, there is no need for all this nonsense. Enticed by the irresistible scent of the fish soup, Zhou Yanfeng changed his mind. Well, I'll have a little then. Tang Yunling brought over a generous pot of fish soup, enough for each person to have a sizable bowl and still have plenty left. Lu Baiwei ladled out 3 bowls and also served corn pancakes. The fish soup, enhanced with perilla leaves, perfectly eliminated any fishy smell, leaving only the delightful taste of the broth, which brought comfort with each sip. Zhou Yanfeng was utterly captivated after just one taste. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The young women at the educated youth point were miserly with oil, and getting a well-cooked meal was a rarity. Coming to Xiangyang Brigade, he rarely had the chance to enjoy meat, let alone such a fragrant fish soup. He felt a twinge of envy at how fortunate He Ting was to have such a wife. Zhou Yanfeng, completely taken by the fish soup, shamelessly declared, Sister-in-law, you are now truly my sister-in-law. He audaciously asked, may I come over every few days for a meal? Lu Baiwei couldn't help but laugh at him. He Ting turned away in embarrassment. The fish soup isn't made by Weiwei. Use your brain, Weiwei and I just moved in, where would we get fish to stew? Ah, really? Zhou Yanfeng pressed further, then who made it? My third aunt made it. She took my cousin to the neighboring brigade to fish today, knowing we just moved in and couldn't cook, so she brought this pot of fish soup over. Zhou Yanfeng then realized that the brigade leader, Tang Jinghe, was Lu Baiwei's maternal uncle. The brigade leader's wife truly had excellent culinary skills since it wasn't cooked by Lu Baiwei. Zhou Yanfeng felt a pang of disappointment. He asked Lu Baiwei, Sister-in-law, does your third aunt need another nephew? He Ting's brother was surprisingly humorous. Lu Baiwei laughed again, I can make this fish soup, you'll be able to enjoy it again tomorrow. Lu Baiwei was not teasing Zhou Yanfeng about cooking fish. A wedding banquet had to be organized, inviting her uncles and He Ting's fellow educated youth. It was currently the busy farming season. The brigade had just harvested the first crop of rice, and they were plowing the fields, preparing to plant the second batch of rice. Lu Baiwei initially planned to finish the retiling and help the brigade with rice planting before arranging the wedding banquet with He Ting. However, since her uncle was coming with the latter to finish the work soon, it would be more efficient to hold the wedding banquet during this brief lull before rice planting. After sending Zhou Yanfeng on his way, Lu Baiwei broached the subject of the wedding banquet. Once the brigade finishes planting, I want to take a trip up the mountain, and I need to quickly obtain my barefoot doctor certification. There's much to attend to. Lu Baiwei discussed with He Ting, I propose that we take advantage of this busy farming period and hold the wedding banquet tomorrow, inviting my uncles and some people from your educated youth point to join us for a meal. My cousin told me today that her uncle caught quite a few fish in the team's nets. It's hard to get meat tickets, but we can buy some fish if I ask my aunt to run an errand. Fish is still affordable, just a few dimes per pound. He Ting understood. His wife aimed to seize the opportunity to procure fish at a reasonable price for their wedding banquet. Fish was still considered meat and would save them quite a bit of money. How did he end up with a wife so keen on helping him save money? Indeed, he had married Lu Baiwei without even having the chance to inform her uncles. She had quietly come over to help with the retiling. Arranging the wedding banquet was a matter of respect, and it needed to be done promptly. We can't just have fish, we need to include pork dishes as well. Ting agreed to hold the wedding banquet tomorrow. I still have quite a few meat tickets saved up. I'll head to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow to get some meat for the banquet. Chapter 016 Living Life with Grace. Today, there are still 2 packs of cigarettes left from the purchase made at the commune, sufficient for the celebratory feast. Additional provisions such as wine, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar are still required. Ting has brought over some grains from the youth station, which will suffice for the time being. Lu Baiwei plans to venture into the mountains to gather herbs after the busy farming season, with the intention of saving enough money to buy more grains from the team. As they dined, faint light filtered into the room and now, darkness has enveloped the sky, plunging the house into a pitch-black void. Ting lit a candle and fetched paper and ink, discussing with Lu Baiwei the items needed for the wedding celebration tomorrow. The couple, after finalizing their list, sat in the living room, exchanging glances in silence. Outside, the bamboo grove resonated with the chirping of crickets, while the distant rice fields echoed with the croaking of frogs. The night breeze wafted through the open window, gently brushing against Lu Baiwei's face, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. With heads held high or bowed low, it is a matter of survival. After 2 lifetimes, there is no need for pretense. Married couples ought to share a roof. Just as Lu Baiwei mused that she had the upper hand over Ting, he shattered the awkwardness of their solitude. Tonight, I shall make a bed in the living room, Ting announced, rising. It's getting late. I'll go bathe by the creek. Lu Baiwei exhaled in relief. She had hastily entered into marriage with Ting. The thought of consummating their union so swiftly felt overwhelming, yet, as Ting draped a towel over his shoulders and stepped outside, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Why was that? The heat of the weather intensified her restless thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush. Just as she was about to rise, Ting called out, "Don't follow me, I'll bring back some water for you." Was she intending to follow? What was her motivation? Frustration welled up within her. She had no intention of consuming him whole. Lu Baiwei dismissed Ting's comment and returned to tidy the bedding. By the time she had arranged the bed, Ting returned from the creek with a bucket of water. Having just moved in, they lacked firewood and could not boil water for a bath, but the warm weather allowed them to manage with a quick rinse. Lu Baiwei carried the water to the small compartment beside the kitchen. As she dampened a towel to pour water over herself, Ting had already set up the bed in the spacious living room. The hall of the health station was quite large. During her childhood, when she stayed there with her grandfather, it had also served as a sleeping area, complete with wooden beds. The house was enveloped in silence. Ting swiftly arranged the bed and lay down, hearing the faint sound of water splashing from the other side of the wall. The sound evoked an array of tantalizing thoughts, especially given that Ting was a youthful groom, recently wed and filled with vigor. It was inevitable that his mind wandered to vivid imagery. He felt somewhat lecherous. He attempted to dispel these thoughts, yet they seemed beyond his control. Though Lu Baiwei had returned to the inner room, the sound of water lingered in his mind, leading to further fanciful ruminations. After reciting the calming mantra he had learned from various texts multiple times, the sound of water seemed to fade away gradually. Ting was unaware of when he succumbed to sleep, but the night passed uneasily, and he awoke to the first light of dawn. Hearing no movement from the inner room, he chose not to disturb Lu Baiwei as he ascended the mountain. When he returned, Lu Baiwei was already up, fetching water from the creek. Ting removed the firewood from his shoulder and took the bucket from her, pouring its contents into the water tank. "I'll fetch the water, you can start cooking," he suggested, filling the tank with several buckets of water while Lu Baiwei prepared to boil water and cook porridge. The porridge, infused with fragments of corn, exuded a delicate fragrance. Lu Baiwei warmed some leftover corn cakes from the previous night, and they settled for a modest meal. She then ventured out to find her aunt to purchase fish, while simultaneously notifying her 2 uncles to come for dinner. Ting, meanwhile, took the shopping list prepared by Lu Baiwei and rode his bicycle to the supply cooperative. By the time Lu Baiwei returned with fish from the neighboring team, Ting had also returned from the cooperative, having not only procured several pounds of meat but also 2 large bones and about 20 eggs. The eggs were nestled in rice husks, entirely unbroken. Lu Baiwei was elated. "The cooperative still sells eggs?" "Indeed, I was fortunate enough to find some available," Ting replied. During this era, the number of domestic fowl was limited. Families with chickens reserved their eggs for special occasions. It was rare for rural cooperatives to stock eggs. Ting had made a trip to the county's black market to acquire the meat and eggs, but he had no intention of disclosing this to Lu Baiwei. Given the limited meat supplies at the cooperative, Ting knew that arriving late would yield nothing. Unable to enjoy meat regularly, Lu Baiwei expressed her desire to raise chickens. "Once the planting of rice is complete, I'll ask my aunt if there are any chicks available for exchange. We could raise a couple for eggs. With 2 large bones, we shall not stew the fish, let us prepare boiled fish instead." With 2 uncles and the youth station to invite, Lu Baiwei planned for 3 tables of feasting. The fish purchased from the neighboring team was still being kept alive in the tank, and as she sharpened the knife to prepare it, Ting took the initiative. "I'll handle the fish," he said. Having seen Zhou Yanfeng's eager expression from yesterday when he had eaten fish, Lu Baiwei anticipated that neither he nor Ting, the city-bred young master, would be adept at cooking. She was surprised when Ting claimed he could gut a fish. "Aren't you unable to cook?" "Cooking is not my forte, but I possess decent knife skills, I've practiced." Ting intended to take the fish to the creek to clean it. Lu Baiwei hurried to follow him. "I'll accompany you, we must not waste any of the fish scraps, they can be used to create a dish." Lu Baiwei's 2 aunts were concerned that the newlyweds would struggle to prepare enough dishes, particularly given Ting's background as a city youth sent to endure hardships as a youth worker. Therefore, her aunts had completed their chores early and made their way to the health station. From a distance, the aroma of stewed meat wafted in the air. Wei Wei, what are you cooking that smells so delightful? In the kitchen, Lu Baiwei responded, Aunt, I'm making braised pork. Lu Baiwei's grandfather had two sons. Tang Jingshan, who was diligent and hardworking, and Tang Jingchuan, who served as a battalion commander in the military. Her grandfather also had a younger brother, Tang Jinghe, whose sons, Tang Jinghai and Tang Jinghe, were known in the village. Tang Jinghe was the head of the Shenyang Brigade, while Tang Jinghai worked in a factory in the county, overseeing procurement. Lu Baiwei and He Ting's marriage was sudden, leaving no time to inform her second uncle Tang Jingchuan and Tang Jinghai, who worked in the county. The families they invited for dinner today were her maternal uncle Tang Jingshan's family and her third uncle Tang Jinghai's family. As Tang Jingshan and Tang Jinghai's wives arrived in the kitchen, He Ting was diligently slicing fish fillets according to Lu Baiwei's instructions. The fragrant braised pork simmered in the pot, while the fish was carefully filleted along its spine, then cut into evenly thin slices. Her two aunts could not stop praising, Wei Wei, you two are doing splendidly. Your married life is already taking shape. Chapter 017 The uninvited rival. Having received praise from the elders, He Ting maintained a solemn facade as he greeted his aunt. Lu Baiwei observed quietly, noticing that the corner of someone's mouth seemed to twitch, as if stifling a smile. The dishes were prepared by Wei Wei. I merely assisted in chopping the vegetables. Lu Baiwei's two aunts were deeply concerned about her marriage to He Ting. Tang Jingchuan, stationed in the army, had written back, stating that He Ting's family was quite well off. Despite the two elderly gentlemen having arranged a betrothal in their youth, the Tang family had no daughters in this generation, thus there was no reason to extend the engagement to the next generation. It was said that given their advantageous circumstances, there was no need for them to take the matter seriously. To everyone's surprise, the young man indeed traveled from the capital to the countryside to serve as an educated youth in Shenyang Brigade, bringing along the token exchanged years ago. The aunts feared that this young master from Beijing would look down upon Wei Wei, but to their astonishment, upon hearing of Wei Wei's grievances, he not only refused to annul the engagement but hastily arranged to marry her with a complete set of dowry. They worried that he might be acting under familial pressure, but seeing him and Wei Wei working in harmony, one chopping vegetables, the other cooking, relieved their anxious hearts. When the main contingent from the Tang family arrived at the health station with their own tables and benches, the few educated youths invited by He Ting had also gathered. Lu Baiwei announced that the meal was ready and brought the dishes to the table. Each table was adorned with a basin of boiled fish, a bowl of bone broth with cucumbers, a bowl of braised pork with potatoes, a bowl of spicy stir-fried meat, chives scrambled with eggs, cold smashed cucumbers, eggplant and green bean stew, and stir-fried water spinach. As the fish was ladled out, fragrant oil infused with Sichuan pepper and chili was drizzled over, garnished with cilantro and scallions. In an era where meat was a rare luxury, the mere sight of one dish was enough to make the diners' mouths water. Not to mention the other two hearty dishes of braised pork with potatoes and spicy stir-fried meat. Whether it was Lu Baiwei's uncles and cousins or the several male educated youths invited by He Ting, all were captivated, momentarily forgetting to question why Lu Baiwei had prepared boiled fish. Oh my goodness, my brother Ting is truly fortunate. My sister-in-law's culinary skills are unmatched in the Shenyang Brigade. Yesterday, the fish soup my aunt made was so delicious it left me speechless, and today, my sister-in-law's dishes are driving me to distraction. Zhou Yanfeng exclaimed, as he reached for his chopsticks, chattering incessantly. He Ting was exasperated. With the time you spent babbling, you could have already had a few bites. Indeed, although I praise my brother Ting's good fortune and my sister-in-law's capabilities, which would surely please him, if I eat one less bite, I shall be the one at a disadvantage. Stuffing a piece of braised pork into his mouth, Zhou Yanfeng found it so delectable that he felt his soul awaken, promptly silencing himself and focusing on devouring the meal. As everyone eagerly savored the food, a delicate voice chimed from the entrance. Sorry, He Ting, Lingling and I arrived late. A graceful figure stood at the door, her silhouette beautifully accentuated by the light. With a pair of sparkling eyes, she spoke cheerfully. Another girl timidly hid behind her, seemingly too shy to step forward, dragged along by her companion. Although He Ting was living at the educated youth site, he rarely interacted with the female educated youths. Today, while purchasing supplies, he had only invited a few male youths. Suddenly, the arrival of two uninvited female educated youths displeased He Ting, causing him to furrow his brow. His mouth, acting on behalf of Zhou Yanfeng, bluntly remarked, He Yan, Zhao Lingling, what brings you here? I distinctly remember that my brother Ting did not invite you. We weren't invited? He Yan bore no trace of embarrassment on her face. Unfazed, she replied, Today, Lingling and I finished our work early and assumed that He Ting had invited everyone from the educated youth site. It was my oversight, He Yan said softly, pulling out a red envelope from her pocket. After all, He Ting is one of us at the educated youth site. Since we are here, this is just a small token from me to congratulate you on your marriage. Lu Baiwei felt a tinge of embarrassment for He Yan. He Ting had married Lu Baiwei, and Tang Yunling had already claimed He Ting as one of their own. She knew of He Yan, who was rumored to often bring food to He Ting and inquire about his well-being, leading to whispers that He Yan was romantically involved with him. Unable to tolerate someone shamelessly pursuing her cousin-in-law, even after his marriage, Tang Yunling set her chopsticks down, ready for confrontation. Lu Baiwei quickly restrained her, smiling as she stood up. I was just saying that He Ting should have invited everyone from the educated youth site. It was his oversight. Please come in and eat. I'll fetch some additional bowls and chopsticks. Lu Baiwei's warm invitation left He Yan momentarily speechless. How could a simple village girl like her possibly be worthy of He Ting? She had anticipated that Lu Baiwei would lose her composure and that He Ting would recognize this petty-minded village girl as unfit to be his revolutionary partner. However, Lu Baiwei treated her as a guest, unfazed by the situation. This left He Yin feeling as if she had struck a soft pillow. She could only join Zhao Lingling in presenting the red envelope and taking a seat at the table. He Yin, you are absolutely right. As educated youths, we must unite in our efforts for rural development, Tang Jing has said with a warm smile. Come, try the dishes prepared by Wei Wei. My Baiwei grew up with her grandfather and learned to cook exceptionally well. Zhou Yanfeng, oblivious to the subtle undertones in Tang Jinghe's words, interjected, let me tell you, you won't regret coming to my brother Ting's wedding feast. The meals served at the educated youth site are akin to pig slop compared to this. My sister-in-law's dishes are simply extraordinary, even surpassing those of chefs at state-run restaurants. You must try her boiled fish. It is truly exquisite, there's no other place like this. My sister-in-law is incredibly capable, she and my brother Ting are a perfect match, one chops while the other cooks, their teamwork is effortless. He Ting could cut vegetables? He had done nothing at the educated youth site. He Yan's expression soured at this, yet Zhou Yanfeng continued to praise, you won't find anyone as skilled as my sister-in-law in the entire Xiangyang brigade or even the surrounding areas. She understands medicine and can cook delicious meals. With such capabilities, how did she end up engaged to my brother Ting? If he had delayed, suitors would be lining up to propose. He Ting, who was it that said yesterday that Lu Baiwei was unworthy of him? A single meal had won him over. Gluttony. Accompanying Lu Baiwei's dishes, He Ting produced the wine he had purchased from the supply cooperative, filling the glasses of his two uncles and several cousins to the brim. The banquet hosted by Lu Baiwei and He Ting was even more extravagant than a New Year feast. Learning that Lu Baiwei had not invited him to her wedding celebration, her father, Lu Jiangwo, was sulking at home. Lu Chunhua whispered in his ear, Wei Wei is utterly unreasonable, we are family. Zhao Jiao merely borrowed her radio for a moment, yet she caused such a ruckus, insisting Zhao Jiao is a thief and even claiming she no longer recognizes us. Chapter 018. Sudden wealth. Indulging in the pleasure of counting money. Being a stepmother is no easy task, she disregards me entirely, but you are her biological father. How can a daughter treat her father in such a manner? She truly is an ungrateful wretch. So what if she was raised by her grandfather? We took care of her for 2 years. The thought of losing such a wealthy son-in-law as He Ting, and the embarrassment in front of Secretary Lu of Tang Jinghe, left Lu Jiangwo in a state of agitation. He shouted at Lu Chunhua, enough, this mess is all you're doing. If you hadn't spoiled Zhao Jiao and allowed her to be so unscrupulous, would we be in this predicament? Had it not been for Wei Wei's steadfast heart, that coveted radio would belong to our family. With it, Wenhua would have a respectable dowry when he grows up, and He Ting could assist in supporting Wenhua. I have treated Lu Zhao Jiao well enough, she may not be my biological daughter, but I have treated her better than Wei Wei. And yet, she insists on behaving shamelessly, consorting with the poorest of our village, Yin Jiha, like a common girl. How can she be so devoid of propriety? Lu Zhao Jiao locked herself in her room, fuming at the sounds of the quarrel emanating from the main hall. She burst out, Dad, how could you say that? I thought of you as my real father. You find my association with Jiha distasteful. Very well, when Jiha becomes wealthy and I have money to spare, I will not support you. You can go to your real daughter, Lu Baiwei. Lu Jiangwo, the pillar of the family, had always been easy to placate. This was the first time he had spoken to her so harshly. Lu Chunhua, skilled in managing her husband, interjected, Zhao Jiao, how can you speak to your father like that? Old Lu, do not constantly belittle the Yin family for their poverty. Yin Jiha confided in Zhao Jiao that there are valuable treasures buried beneath their ancestral home. In a couple of years, when the policies improve, and that treasure is unearthed and sold, will Zhao Jiao not be dutiful to you, her father? Lu Jiangwo felt a flicker of intrigue. Could it be that the Yin family's old residence truly concealed riches? He thought of the cherished radio that should have belonged to his son, Lu Wenhua, now gone, and his irritation towards Lu Zhao Jiao deepened. Xin Guixiang is not to be trifled with. We will have to pay to allow Yin Jiha to marry Zhao Jiao. How can Jiha's mother be so unreasonable? I will honor her once I marry her son. She thinks I have tarnished my reputation, but I have not dallied with another man, merely her son. Why should Lu Baiwei have such fortunate prospects in her previous life, and why should that continue in this one? Why should He Ting, with his wealth, be able to secure a radio for Baiwei, while she herself could not even borrow one? The more she thought, the more her anger swelled, and she cried out, Mom, now Xin Guixiang won't let me get the marriage certificate with Jiha. What should I do? All you do is cry. Who told you to foolishly consort with Yin Jiha? After chastising Lu Zhao Jiao, Lu Chunhua turned to Lu Jiangwo for advice. Old Lu, Xin Guixiang is like a stubborn beast. She clings to the notion that Zhao Jiao's reputation is ruined and refuses to relent. What do you suggest we do about this? Lu Jiangwo pondered, believing that waiting for the policies to improve in order to excavate the treasures buried beneath the Yin family home would take too long. Lu Zhaojiao should marry into the Yin family soon, so they could dig up those treasures to secure a future for Wenhua's bride. This marriage was imperative. Looking at the somewhat naive Lu Jiangwo, an idea flickered in his eyes. If Xin Guixiang does not agree, then let us accuse her son of a crime. Let us see if she will yield. Is that feasible? Lu Chunhua felt uneasy. If Yin Jiha is charged, he will face imprisonment. What will become of Zhao Jiao? He won't serve time. Lu Jiangwo spoke with confidence. Yin Jiha has several sisters who are well married. If we charge him with a crime, Xin Guixiang will create a scene. Lu Chuanhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you suggesting we report to the commune and have Yin Jiha's sisters intervene? Exactly. We will see if the Yin family will bow to us regarding Zhao Zhao. Before Lu Zhao Zhao could settle her marital affairs, the troublesome couple of Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua had no time to meddle with Lu Baiwei. Meanwhile, after finishing the wedding banquet and bidding farewell to the guests, Lu Baiwei took out paper and pen to tally the red envelope she had received. My uncle and 3 uncles gifted me a generous 6 yuan, and since my parents are not separated, my cousins technically need not give me anything. Yet, each of my cousins, who dote on me, insisted their wives give me additional red envelopes, 2 yuan from each cousin, adding up to an extra 8 yuan. My cousin, who has gotten engaged but not yet married, technically should not give me a gift, but she insisted on giving me the 1 yuan she saved, saying she wanted to show her appreciation for my wedding. Adding the contributions from my 2 uncles, 4 cousins, and my cousin, the total gift money amounts to 21 yuan, and this does not include what my 2nd uncle from the army and my 4th uncle from the county will give. Those from the educated youth team who came to eat also contributed 1 yuan each. He Yan was particularly generous, gifting me 2 yuan. Lu Baiwei teased, He Yan's out in the countryside working, she is united with you educated youth. He Ting, this 2 yuan red envelope, who is it meant to impress? Lu Baiwei blinked, playfully inquiring. He Ting, Zhou Yanfeng has the best relationship with you, I must see how much he has given. Lu Baiwei continued to tally the envelopes, extracting a large denomination from Zhou Yanfeng's gift. She exclaimed in astonishment, wow, it's a 10 yuan red envelope. Zhou Yanfeng is exceedingly generous. With such a large display of generosity, this favor will be hard to repay. Is a single 10 yuan bill considered wealth? Zhou Yanfeng had insisted on accompanying him to the countryside, and before leaving Beijing, the Zhou family had given him 800 yuan. For him, he was coerced by his father to go to the countryside. His father, in a bid to persuade him to marry while out there, had provided even more. Seeing Lu Baiwei accumulate over 30 yuan in gifts, she wore a look of gleeful avarice. They had previously agreed that after their marriage, she would manage the finances, and Yi Ting had no qualms about letting her indulge in the pleasure of counting money. This is your bride price. Keep it. Yi Ting presented a stack of money to Lu Baiwei. She counted and found 15 large denominations, along with various smaller notes, totaling 188 yuan. He had given her a radio and bride price as well? What sort of affluent family was she marrying into? Lu Baiwei felt as though she had been struck by a wave of surprise. She was receiving a radio and a handsome sum of 188 yuan as part of her wedding, alongside the gifts she had received, totaling over 200. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. With the radio and over 200 yuan in gifts, her assets had surpassed 1,000. Immersed in the euphoria of newfound wealth, Lu Baiwei mentally calculated how much her assets would appreciate over the next 20 years. Yi Ting then produced an iron box. This bride price is your private fortune, keep it safe. He handed Lu Baiwei a box that had once contained leftover cookies. Inside is all I possess, and since we agreed that you would manage the finances after our marriage, this is for you as well. Chapter 19. Handsome men are difficult to maintain. At Yi Ting's behest, the iron box was opened, revealing a multitude of colorful receipts within. Lu Baiwei counted and found there were over 160 yuan. Besides the various tickets Yi Ting had accumulated, this sum, combined with the betrothal gifts he had presented her, alongside the monetary gifts received from today's wedding banquet, amounted to nearly 400 yuan in her possession. This was indeed a substantial fortune. With such a considerable amount of money at her fingertips, Lu Baiwei felt reassured that even if something were to happen to Yi Ting's family, it should suffice to support his niece and nephew. However, as Yi Ting mentioned that the old man had pressured him into going to the countryside with a mere 1,500 yuan as a foundation, she realized that the remainder was all contained within this box. Immersed in the joy of her newfound wealth, Lu Baiwei's business acumen from her previous life kicked in, leading her to deduce that something did not quite add up. The vouchers for the purchase of various items totaled 872 yuan, and Yi Ting had also given her 188 yuan as a betrothal gift. Altogether, this amounted to 1,600 yuan. With over 160 yuan still left in the box, she pondered where nearly 300 yuan had vanished. Expenses for wedding candies, fabric, and banquet dishes hardly exceeded a few tens of yuan. This indicated that the young master had already squandered over 200 yuan in less than 3 months since his arrival in the village. While city workers earned only a few tens of yuan monthly, her husband, the young master, was spending nearly 100 yuan a month. Hence, the 300 yuan she currently held would not last long. With the impending troubles lurking at the Yi family, how could such a small sum assist in supporting his niece and nephew, as well as tending to his family at the agricultural commune? Indeed, fate does not bestow all its blessings upon a single individual. The man she had married was wealthy, handsome, and came from a good family. At first glance, he seemed perfect. Yet, he was a spendthrift, proving to be quite a burden. Lu Baiwei expressed her disdain with her eyes as Zhou Yanfeng presented a 10 yuan gift envelope, and Lu Baiwei gasped in astonishment, her expression one of delightful surprise. Yi Ting assumed that by giving his little money-obsessed wife some cash, he would elicit her joy. Instead, he was met with a look of disdain. Did she not like money? Had she turned her back on him upon receiving it? Or did she feel humiliated by his generosity? Holding the iron box in silence, she cast him a scornful glance, leaving Yi Ting utterly perplexed. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. He had no clue what had caused Lu Baiwei's displeasure. While Yi Ting pondered her thoughts, Lu Baiwei's gaze traced the contours of his well-defined face, following the smooth line of his jaw down his neck. The heat of the day was stifling. Seeking relief, Yi Ting unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. Through the open fabric, Lu Baiwei caught a glimpse of the alluring scenery beneath. With his handsome face and toned physique, she felt reassured. Even if he spent lavishly, she could still earn enough to support him. If resigned to the situation, Lu Baiwei sighed, how about this? The paddy fields will be ready for plowing in a couple of days, and we will officially begin transplanting tomorrow. It should take us about 3 days to finish. During this time each year, my cousin and the others go up the mountain to see if they can catch some game for a feast. My cousin and I will also accompany them to gather herbs. Lu Baiwei proposed to Yi Ting, what if you join us as well? Amidst her lengthy explanation, Yi Ting only caught the part about hunting for game, which ignited a spark of excitement within him. Although summer is not the prime season for hunting, it did not dampen a man's enthusiasm for it. His eyes lit up as he immediately suggested, could we possibly take Zhou Yanfeng along? Why not? Zhou Yanfeng was a plump target for exploitation. Having him assist would require no payment. Once they returned from the mountain with food, he would certainly relish the chance to share a meal. Alright, we can take Zhou Yanfeng, Lu Baiwei acquiesced, but added, however, you must inform him that we will be staying overnight in the mountains. It will take at least 2 or 3 days for the trip. This will be your first time in the mountains, and there are numerous snakes and insects up there. I will take some time over the next couple of days to prepare herbal remedies to ward off pests and snakes. Zhou Yanfeng had been spoiled by Lu Baiwei's nurturing. After tasting her cooking, he found it impossible to enjoy the meals prepared by the other young workers. Initially, he believed Lu Baiwei unworthy of his esteemed brother Yi Ting, who had always been the most brilliant and accomplished in their circle, excelling in both academics and martial skills. How could such a high-quality flower be plucked by a country girl? He felt it was a disservice to Yi Ting. However, after sampling Lu Baiwei's delightful dishes, Zhou Yanfeng was conquered, and he found her presence increasingly comforting. During this busy farming season, he had stuck closely to Lu Baiwei and Yi Ting, working alongside them. This was Zhou Yanfeng's first experience with transplanting rice, and he felt even more embarrassed than the female workers. Kneeling in muddy water, he bent down to plant the seedlings. The mud was both itchy and painful against his legs. When he looked down to find his foot bleeding, he was horrified to discover a slimy worm attached to his leg, burrowing halfway into his flesh. Zhou Yanfeng's greatest fear was such soft, squirmy creatures, and he could no longer endure it, letting out a horrified scream while Lu Baiwei was admiring Yi Ting's diligent work posture. The heat of the day was making one sweat profusely. Fortunately, a cool breeze wafted down from the mountains, alleviating the discomfort. A handsome man was indeed different, even his hair seemed to glisten with vitality. As Yi Ting bent to plant the seedlings, the wind tousled his dark, glossy hair, creating ripples akin to waves in the rice fields. Taking advantage of the moment when he straightened up to untie the seedlings, Lu Baiwei discreetly stole a few glances at Yi Ting, only to be startled into nearly falling into the rice paddy by Zhou Yanfeng's screams from behind. Turning around, she noticed blood seeping from his foot, his mud-streaked calves clinging to a grayish-black worm. Realizing he had been bitten by a leech, Lu Baiwei approached him, wading through the muddy water with a calm demeanor, and patted his leg a few times, causing the leech to fall off. Zhou Yanfeng jumped 3 feet in the air, splattering mud everywhere. Once the crisis was averted, he exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, what on earth was that?" A leech, scientifically known as a hirudo, this little creature can burrow into the skin and suck blood. If it attaches to your leg, don't try to pull it off roughly, just pat a few times above the wound, and it will drop off. As Zhou Yanfeng watched the leech, now wriggling in the mud, he felt goosebumps erupt all over his body. Sister-in-law, you practically saved my life. What if it had burrowed in and spawned a bunch of offspring? That little thing is terrifying. From now on, you are my true sister-in-law. Yi Ting could hardly bear to look back. In the capital, Zhou Yanfeng had always strutted behind him, basking in borrowed authority. Yet here, in the countryside, he had been humbled by a tiny worm. Lu Wei is your true sister-in-law, and you've said that before, Yi Ting remarked, disapprovingly watching as Lu Baiwei brushed the worm off Zhou Yanfeng. He expressed his disdain, admonishing Zhou Yanfeng, getting scared by a little worm like that is quite pathetic. From now on, keep your distance from me and your sister-in-law. Chapter 020 Do not disturb my wife please, Brother Ting. After planting the seedlings, I still need to accompany you and sister-in-law up the mountain to gather wild game. Do not forsake friendship for love. Just because you've married sister-in-law, do not forget your brother. Previously, Lu Baiwei had won Zhou Yanfeng's heart with an exquisite spread, and now, as she skillfully dealt with leeches, Zhou Yanfeng held her in even higher regard as a sister-in-law. After completing the assigned seedlings just before noon, Lu Baiwei nimbly finished her tasks and stepped onto the ridge to pluck the fragrant cassia flowers. While Zhou Yanfeng was planting rice on the ridge, he inquired, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing with those flowers?" This is called cassia flower, also known as snakebane. During this season, there are many snakes, insects, and rodents in the mountains. I am gathering some to dry for medicinal pouches that can ward off snakes when carried. The shrub flowers growing along the ridge possess such remarkable properties? Zhou Yanfeng found it quite astonishing, and his admiration for Lu Baiwei deepened. He felt that Zhou Yanfeng must be somewhat misguided, as a solitary man should know better than to linger around a married woman. Glaring at Zhou Yanfeng, Yi Ting called out, "Wei, I am parched." "Alright, I will fetch you some water." With mud caked on his hands, Lu Baiwei retrieved the mint tea she had brewed that morning, stored in an enamel jar, and helped him uncover it to drink. The mint tea had been infused with honeysuckle and chrysanthemum, and a piece of rock candy was added just before serving. The tea shimmered with a delicate green hue, appearing refreshingly inviting. Zhou Yanfeng leaned closer. "Sister-in-law, what kind of tea have you brewed? It looks very thirst-quenching." Yi Ting was thoroughly exasperated. "Sweet mint tea." He then queried Zhou Yanfeng, "Would you like some?" Desperate with thirst, Zhou Yanfeng nodded earnestly. With a stern expression, Yi Ting replied, "If you want to drink, you ought to marry yourself a wife." His words struck Zhou Yanfeng like a dagger to the heart. He felt that Brother Ting was being unreasonable and buried his head in the rice planting. After finishing his work, He Ting washed his feet in the stream and joined Lu Baiwei on the ridge to gather cassaflowers. As if to assert his claim, he suddenly plucked a cluster of the finest blooms and placed them in Lu Baiwei's hair. Lu Baiwei shot him a playful glare. Stop fooling around and focus on picking flowers. He Ting smiled, even while standing on the ridge with his pants rolled up, his handsome visage remained unaffected. The mountain breeze swept through, and the scene of him and Lu Baiwei gathering flowers captured the attention of the still working youth and the collective. While Lu Baiwei was feeding He Ting water, a pair of eyes from the adjacent rice field stealthily scrutinized them. Now, as the couple stood on the ridge, the tableau became even more enchanting. Yin Jiha, who almost became Lu Baiwei's husband, felt a pang of bitterness that he regretted allowing Lu Jiaojiao to lure him into a haystack. Originally, he was meant to court Lu Baiwei. Lu Baiwei was inherently more beautiful than Lu Jiaojiao. Standing beside the educated youth from the capital, she appeared quite splendid. Rumor had it that the brigade was recommending Lu Baiwei to take over her grandfather's position as the barefoot doctor. In the future, Lu Baiwei would not need to toil in the fields but could still earn work points, even receiving a salary, while Lu Jiaojiao would merely slack off. How could she ever compare to Lu Baiwei? That day at the brigade's threshing ground watching a movie, Lu Jiaojiao had claimed her sister wanted to meet him in the grove, and he had eagerly gone, only to be dragged into a haystack by Lu Jiaojiao. How could he have been so gullible? If he had married the capable Lu Baiwei, his mother would not need to work in the fields for work points anymore. Lu Baiwei could earn his share. He truly felt he had lost something precious for a mere trifle. Yin Jiha was filled with regret, thinking of how he had been led astray by Lu Jiaojiao, wishing he could slap himself. No, he could not marry Lu Jiaojiao, but if Lu Jiangmo and Lu Chunhua insisted he marry her, then so be it. As his mother had suggested, Lu Jiaojiao would have to pay him 188 yuan to obtain a marriage certificate. As Yin Jiha watched He Ting placing the flowers in Lu Baiwei's hair, he secretly lamented that it was not he who had married Lu Baiwei, resolving never to marry Lu Jiaojiao. Lost in thought, he was interrupted when Gong Minbing appeared with two others on the path beside the ridge. Yin Jiha, come up here for a moment. Standing at the stream's edge, Minbing called out, these two police officers have some questions for you. Stop planting and come up to cooperate with the investigation. People were fearful in these times, especially Yin Jiha, who had a guilty conscience. Upon seeing the two police officers accompanying Gong Minbing, his heart sank. As he stepped onto the ridge, he feigned calmness in front of Lu Baiwei. Officers, do you need me for something? Do you truly not know the nature of your actions? The tall officer behind Gong Minbing had a stern expression. Comrade Lu Jiaojiao has reported to the commune that you were behaving indecently. You must come with us. Yin Jiha's complexion changed, fear coursing through him. He protested, officers, I did not, I was set up by Lu Jiaojiao, please believe me. Whether that's the case will be determined during the investigation at the commune. The police officer next to Gong Minbing looked resolute. Yin Jiha, stop making excuses and come with us to cooperate with the investigation. Shen Guixiang, who had been slacking off, had not gone to work. The two comrades from Shangyang Brigade took him away, and only then did Shen Guixiang realize from the other members that her son had been accused of misconduct by Lu Jiaojiao and taken for questioning. Upon learning of her son's predicament, Shen Guixiang collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably, utterly disregarding the dirt that smeared her clothes. What kind of calamity is this, that black-hearted Lu Jiaojiao? That shameless hussy dragged my son into a haystack and then accused him of misconduct. I curse Lu Jiangmo and Lu Chunhua's entire family to perish. I curse them all to have sons who are devoid of any decency. What Shen Guixiang wished to curse upon Lu Jiangmo's family did not concern He Ting. However, within that family, Lu Baiwei must not be included. Protectively, He Ting cast a glance at Zhou Yanfeng. Zhou Yanfeng immediately grasped the situation. Auntie, do you think your tears will bring your son back to the brigade? Instead of wasting your energy crying here, you ought to go confront those who harmed your son. Zhou Yanfeng's words struck a chord with Shen Guixiang. Yes, she needed to confront the Lu family and hold Lu Jiaojiao accountable. Lu Jiangmo and Lu Chunhua must be up to no good. They must have incited Lu Jiaojiao to report to the commune and concoct this scheme against my son. I shall go to the Lu household to confront Lu Jiaojiao and tear that wretched girl apart. Do not underestimate Shen Guixiang's fighting spirit. She was the one who nearly drove Lu Baiwei to despair in a past life. Sure enough, Shen Guixiang never disappointed. Just as Lu Baiwei and He Ting returned home to finish cooking, her brother Lu Wenhua burst in with a face marked with bloody scratches. Sister, quickly ask brother-in-law to come to our house. Father was pushed down by Shen Guixiang and has hurt his back. She even struck second sister, scratching both my and my mother's faces. Chapter 021 One's own misdeeds bring ruin. Father has sent you on an errand. Go summon the captain and the people from the old Tang family soon. Shen Guixiang will be bringing her relatives to our doorstep, and she has threatened to smash our home. Lu Wenhua ran over, panting heavily, clearly in a state of distress. Lu Baiwei had initially intended to bring out the prepared dishes, but upon seeing Lu Wenhua, a glutton who never seemed satisfied, she abandoned her task and strolled leisurely out of the kitchen. Lu Baiwei, leaning against the wall, remained still, while Lu Wenhua grew increasingly anxious. He rushed over to her, imploring, Sister, please hurry, if you don't go call for help, Shen Guixiang truly will demolish our house. Having encountered numerous troubles due to Lu Wenhua's mischief, Lu Baiwei felt no inclination to assist him. Despite his tender age, he had a knack for causing chaos and invariably blamed her for anything that went wrong. The slightest inconvenience sent him into a fit of wailing, and every time he cried, their father, Lu Jiangmo, would indiscriminately strike her. On one occasion, he even hurled a chopping knife at her. Had she not dodged swiftly, her life would have been forfeit. Her heart had long since turned cold towards that family. Moreover, in her previous life, Lu Wenhua had resorted to underhanded tactics multiple times to harm her for the sake of money, nearly costing her life on several occasions. When Lu Wenhua tugged at her hand, Lu Baiwei flicked him away dismissively. What concern is it of mine? Having never struck him before, Lu Wenhua burst into tears. He wailed incessantly, "Sister, you no longer care for me, Xin Guixiang scratches me, and you hit me too." His sobs were not enough, he began to roll on the ground in despair. He was met with no leniency from Yiting, whose expression darkened immediately, exuding an intimidating aura. "Get out!" Yiting's roar silenced Lu Wenhua's cries. Trembling, he stammered, "Brother-in-law, there is no brother-in-law here, repeat that, and I will not hesitate to tell you to leave. Do not disturb my wife." Yiting, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, pointed towards the door with a voice cold and commanding. Despite Lu Wenhua's reputation for being a crybaby, he was perceptive enough to read the room. Yiting's terrifying demeanor, coupled with a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes, frightened Lu Wenhua. Quickly, he scrambled to his feet and fled, tripping over the threshold and nearly falling. Once outside the health station, he ran off, sobbing pitifully. The aroma of Lu Baiwei's cooking was tantalizing, and Yiting, who was ravenous, felt his stomach grumble as he had successfully chased Lu Wenhua away. Turning to Lu Baiwei, his expression softened immediately. "Wei, what are we having for lunch today?" "I'm afraid there isn't time to cook a full meal. I made scallion pancakes with wild onions and prepared a cold cucumber salad. This morning, I simmered some mung bean soup, which is now nicely chilled in the water tank. I'll serve you a bowl to enjoy with the pancakes." In recent days, Xin Guixiang had been embroiled in a fierce dispute with Lu Jianguo and Lu Chunhua over the rice transplanting in the commune. Lu Baiwei heard from her cousin Tang Yunling that Xin Guixiang, accompanied by her maternal relatives, had stormed into Lu Jianguo's home, smashing things, and even assaulting the couple. Naturally, Lu Jiao, who aspired to become a wealthy matron, also suffered greatly, reportedly losing a patch of scalp and nearly having her face scratched by Xin Guixiang. All of this was of no concern to Lu Baiwei. One reaps what one sows. She relished the unfolding drama. Amidst the chaos created by Yin Jihe's indecisiveness and the two families' incessant quarrels, Lu Baiwei, along with Yiting and Zhou Yanfeng, ventured into the mountains, accompanied by her cousin Tang Yunling and several of her male cousins. The weather in late June was sweltering. Departing early in the morning, the heat was not yet unbearable, and the shade of the trees provided respite as they navigated the forest, with a gentle breeze occasionally brushing against their faces and hair, keeping the mountain air relatively cool. However, by noon, the sun was scorching. After trekking for half the day, they felt fatigued. Having often accompanied her grandfather on herb-collecting excursions in her youth, Lu Baiwei did not mind the exertion. Her cousins and cousin Tang Yunling were also in good spirits, and although Yiting was not accustomed to the mountains, his training in martial arts ensured he could keep pace. Only Zhou Yanfeng, who had joined them on the hike, appeared visibly worn out. "Sister-in-law, how much longer until we arrive?" "Not long now. Once we cross the next mountain, we'll find a spot to have some dry rations." Zhou Yanfeng leaned against a tree, looking utterly exhausted, prompting Yiting to shoot him a disapproving glance. Despite his disdain, Yiting poured half of his mint tea into Zhou Yanfeng's cup. The icy mint tea invigorated Zhou Yanfeng, dispelling the heat from his body and revitalizing his spirits. With Lu Baiwei's cousin leading the way, Zhou Yanfeng, encouraged by Yiting and Lu Baiwei, found the strength to continue. Indeed, after cresting the hill, they arrived at a serene valley. A gentle stream meandered through the valley, with stones in the water's heart sprouting a variety of sweet flag. The damp areas beside the stream were lush with moss, interspersed with clusters of lilitif, the deep green of which bore a multitude of pale blueberries. Both the lilitif and sweet flag were medicinal herbs, and Lu Baiwei felt an urge to gather some for her herb basket. Understanding her inclination, Tang Yunling had already shed her shoes and socks, wading barefoot in the stream, uprooting a sweet flag. "Wei, would you like some?" While both herbs were indeed medicinal, they were too common to command high prices, and Lu Baiwei had ventured far in search of a rare herb. "Perhaps just a little. We didn't come all this way for these. My certification as a barefoot doctor won't be ready anytime soon. The health station will take at least a month to issue it. There's no rush for these common herbs." As they ascended the mountain, Yiting, Zhou Yanfeng, and Lu Baiwei's cousins chatted, revealing that their expedition was not solely for hunting but also to accompany Lu Baiwei in her quest for herbs. The mountains closest to the commune had already been scoured by local members, and aside from a wild rabbit that darted through the grass, no game had been encountered. Zhou Yanfeng became overly excited upon spotting a gray rabbit, dashing after it and nearly tumbling down the slope, while Lu Baiwei's cousins remained calm, advising him to venture deeper into the mountains for better prospects. As Lu Baiwei expressed her intent to gather herbs, they had spent half the day with her basket still empty. Zhou Yanfeng, munching on the pancake she had made, approached her with bare feet in the stream. "Sister-in-law, what kind of herbs are you looking for?" "Rare herbs. Once we take a break and continue, you'll see." Tang Yunling chimed in, suddenly pointing excitedly at Zhou Yanfeng's feet. "There's something underfoot." Zhou Yanfeng, standing on a stone in the stream, felt a curious sensation as something wriggled beneath his foot, causing a ticklish discomfort. Having had prior experience with leeches, he glanced down to discover what appeared to be a long-legged fish squirming about. "What in the world is that?" Zhou Yanfeng leapt high, splashing back into the stream and landing on the slippery stones, slipping and falling into the water. Chapter 022 Wei, we have struck rich. Ha! A little giant salamander has frightened you to this extent. Observing the drenched Zhou Yanfeng, Tang Yunling could not help but mock him mercilessly upon recognizing the creature in the stream. Zhou Yanfeng, having fallen into the water, struggled to rise, his clothes soaked and disheveled, and nearly slipped again on the moss-covered stones. It was only with the help of Tang Yunling's elder brother, Tang Yuanliang, who was nearby, that he managed to steady himself. Tang Yuanliang admonished his younger sister, "It is well known that those from Qingjing City have never encountered a giant salamander. And you still laugh at him? What girl behaves so foolishly as you do?" Tang Yuanliang reassured Zhou Yanfeng, "Do not be afraid. Such a small giant salamander does not bite." Thankfully, before ascending the mountain, He Ting had already conveyed to Lu Baiwei that they would be staying overnight, so Zhou Yanfeng had brought a change of clothes. Though his trousers were soiled, it was of little consequence. He could change into a clean pair behind a large boulder shielded from the wind. His upper garment, slightly damp, he decided to leave on, intending to dry it under the sun. After a modest lunch, it was still Lu Baiwei's cousin who led the way, as they all followed the stream upstream. He Ting, concerned that Lu Baiwei might tire, took it upon himself to carry the basket filled with the sweet flagon dwarf Lilithif. This gesture earned him the appreciation of Lu Baiwei's cousins, who affectionately referred to him as brother-in-law. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, yet the cool mist from the stream and the gentle mountain breeze provided some relief. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the vegetation grew denser, with towering ancient trees creating a verdant canopy that shielded them from the sweltering rays. By mid-afternoon, the trees began to thin, leading them into an open valley that contained a pristine lake. Just as He Ting and Zhou Yanfeng prepared to admire the picturesque scenery, Tang Yunling dashed ahead to a sunlit slope, rushing toward a patch of grass adorned with dangling bell-shaped flowers. "Wei, is this the place?" "Yes, I came here a few years ago with my grandfather to gather herbs and buried the fritillaria bulbs here." Lu Baiwei retrieved a small hoe from the basket He Ting was carrying for her and squatted among the grass with the bell-like flowers, beginning her excavation. Loosening the soil around the fritillaria plant, she pulled one up for inspection, revealing bulbs resembling small garlic shoots, which brought a satisfied smile to her face. "They're growing quite well. This batch of fritillaria will yield a good harvest." Without needing her to call out, her cousins crouched down to assist her in gathering the fritillaria. He Ting also joined them, intrigued by the small fruits attached to the roots, asking curiously, "Is this the fritillaria that treats coughs and alleviates asthma?" "Indeed. So, this is what fritillaria looks like. The flowers resemble upside-down little bells and are quite beautiful." Zhou Yanfeng echoed his admiration, assisting He Ting in helping Lu Baiwei with her task. Fritillaria is a precious medicinal herb known for its ability to clear heat, dispel phlegm, moisten the lungs, and reduce coughs, as well as its effectiveness in treating chronic coughs, lung heat, and pulmonary abscesses. However, fritillaria has a long growth cycle, taking 5 years to produce the bulb-like shoots. This patch of wild fritillaria was one Lu Baiwei had planted with her grandfather after digging up the bulbs a few years prior. They had been sowing while digging, and now it was time for harvest. Most herbs are typically harvested in the spring and autumn, but wild fritillaria is suitable for collection in this season. Thus, Lu Baiwei had traveled such a distance to gather the semi-wild fritillaria she had planted with her grandfather. Fortunately, this area was remote, and few from neighboring villages knowledgeable about herbal medicine ventured this far into the mountains, allowing her and her grandfather a secret stash of medicinal plants to remain undisturbed. With He Ting, Zhou Yanfeng, and several cousins assisting, as the sun began to set, they had nearly cleared the patch of fritillaria, leaving only a few scattered plants. "There's not much left here. The remaining ones are scattered, so I'll dig them up slowly with my cousin." Lu Baiwei discussed with her cousin Tang Yuanliang, "The sun is setting soon, many animals will come out to drink water, so Liang go, take He Ting and Zhou Yanfeng to explore." Tang Yuanliang called out to He Ting and Zhou Yanfeng, "Come on, I'll show you how to dig traps and set cages. Wait and see what I can demonstrate for you." With that, Tang Yuanliang led the group away, while Lu Baiwei and her cousin Tang Yunling continued to dig up the remaining scattered plants, leaving behind the smaller seedlings that yielded only tiny bulb-like shoots. With their baskets full, they decided to leave some for planting. Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling took a break, sitting on the grass of the hillside to enjoy the breeze. Tang Yunling chose a rock to sit on, but it was uneven, and she lost her balance, tumbling down the grassy slope. "Cousin." Below was a rocky cliff. Lu Baiwei was filled with anxiety. Fortunately, halfway down, Tang Yunling was caught by a tangle of vines. Lu Baiwei hurriedly rushed down to pull her up, and Tang Yunling grabbed a handful of the broken vines. "Wei, look at this." The children of the Tang family had trained under Lu Baiwei's grandfather since childhood. Rolling down the slope posed no danger to Tang Yunling. While Lu Baiwei worried about her safety, Tang Yunling proudly displayed the messy bundle of vines in her hand. Upon recognizing what she was holding, Lu Baiwei's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of lucky charm did her cousin possess? When they found this hillside, it was Tang Yunling who first discovered the fritillaria plants, and now, despite the peril of rolling down the slope, she was unscathed and had inadvertently grabbed a handful of fleeceflower vines. Due to the rocky cliff below being obscured from view, no one passing above would bother to look down and see the sprawling vines below. Had it not been for her cousin's tumble and her instinct to grasp the vines, Lu Baiwei would not have discovered the abundant fleeceflowers so close at hand. This valley was far removed from human habitation, and those from nearby villages rarely ventured this deep into the mountains. What were they waiting for? Lu Baiwei exchanged a glance with Tang Yunling, and the two carefully descended the slope, crouching below to wield their hoes and begin digging for the fleeceflower. Although the younger fleeceflower could not fetch the same high price as fritillaria, the rarity of this valley ensured that their efforts would not go unrewarded. By the time Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling had excavated diligently until darkness fell, they finally unearthed a substantial chunk of fleeceflower. Drawing on her extensive experience gathering herbs with her grandfather, Lu Baiwei estimated that this sizable root weighed around 2 pounds and was at least 100 years old. While fritillaria could be sold for a high price, its bulbs were quite small. Thus, unearthing 2 pounds of fleece flower was a significant find that greatly encouraged Tang Yunling. Weiwei, we have struck gold. The hillside was teeming with fleece flower vines immersed in dreams of fortune. Tang Yunling was invigorated, saying, Weiwei, let us keep digging. This root looks like it could be over 100 years old, and if we continue, we might find even larger ones. Completely oblivious to the impending darkness, the two girls focused intensely on tracing the roots of the vines. Just as they were engrossed in their task, they heard Tang Yunliang's urgent voice calling from above, Weiwei, Lingling, where are you? Chapter 023, A Fierce Woman Over Here. Tang Yunling exclaimed, brandishing her hoe in response to her elder brother. Tang Yuanliang poked his head over the slope and, upon seeing the unharmed Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling, finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me half to death, why are you two down there? I thought you both had tumbled off the cliff, he added. We haven't. We've unearthed some Chinese fleece flower, Tang Yunling cried excitedly. Brother, don't start setting traps just yet, come help me and Weiwei dig up the fleece flower, there's a whole expanse of vines here. We're going to strike it rich. That is certainly not going to happen. Tang Yuanliang boasted with pride. We've caught a big one, and with the heat, the meat won't keep. We need to descend the mountain tonight. The fleece flower vines aren't going anywhere, we can come back next time to dig. Hurry up and come up, I'll take you to see the wild boar we caught. Tang Yuanliang handed down the hose handle, and Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling climbed up the slope. As Tang Yuanliang carried the basket for Lu Baiwei along the winding path towards the lakeside thicket, his tone brimmed with excitement. Weiwei, your brother-in-law is quite impressive, his skills are truly commendable. That big fellow today, I nearly couldn't handle it myself. That wild boar was something else. Its skin was so thick it didn't fear knives. He Tian picked up a hoe that was dropped on the ground and struck the boar with it, splattering its brain everywhere. Having shared the bond of hunting wild boars, Tang Yuanliang held He Tian in even higher regard as a brother-in-law. When they reached the lakeside thicket where the boar had been hunted, the dim light revealed He Tian stained with blood. To assuage Lu Baiwei's worries, He Tian hurriedly approached to explain, it's just blood from the wild boar. His tone carried a hint of pride. Lu Baiwei didn't hesitate to shower him with praise, He Tian, you are truly remarkable. I heard from my cousin that with one swing of your hoe, you splattered the boar's brain. Hearing his new wife commend him, He Tian lifted his chin, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sweat beaded on Lu Baiwei's forehead, dampening her cascading hair, and he stepped forward to tuck the stray locks behind her ear. Observing the couple's intimate exchange, Zhou Yanfeng felt as though his brother had betrayed him. His brother's heart now belonged not to him but to his sister-in-law. He felt like a child deprived of candy. Disheartened, as everyone gathered together, Tang Yuanliang took charge and led them up the mountain, making a decisive plan. We initially intended to stay in the mountains for a couple of days to gather more herbs for Weiwei. Weiwei has already collected a basket of fritillaria and, along with Lingling, dug up fleece flower. Meanwhile, He Tian and I have hunted this large boar, but our plans have changed. The heat is unbearable, and it's not even hunting season. If we don't process the boar meat quickly, it will spoil. Fortuitously, they had ascended the mountain. Tang Yuanliang decisively declared, while there's moonlight, we won't be stumbling in the dark, let us tidy up and head down immediately. Staying another day in the mountains would surely result in the boar meat spoiling. Moreover, as Tang Yuanliang noted, the fleece flower vines won't sprout legs and run away, they could always come back to dig. An approximately 200-pound wild boar could yield about 150 pounds of meat. At the minimum price of 50 cents per pound, the boar could fetch 75 yuan, a significant sum given the scarcity of meat and the occasional higher prices in the black market. Realizing the necessity of processing the boar meat swiftly, the group led by Lu Baiwei concurred with Tang Yuanliang's decision. To facilitate transport, Tang Yuanliang butchered the pig by the lakeside, dividing the meat among them, each carrying a basket. Naturally, they didn't discard the offal. The group hastily munched on some dry rations, with Tang Yuanliang leading the way down the mountain, illuminated by the radiant moonlight. This time, they avoided the dense underbrush and chose a path through sparser trees, knowing that traversing the mountain trails at night posed dangers. Despite Tang Yuanliang's familiarity with the terrain and the moon's illumination, they still encountered significant obstacles. The unfortunate one was Zhou Yanfeng. As he walked, he heard a hissing sound near his ear. When he realized something was amiss, he discovered a snake coiled around his basket, climbing up his back toward his neck, flicking its tongue at him. A chill ran down his spine as he sensed danger. By the time he recognized the threat, it was too late. Any movement would provoke the snake to strike. In that moment of peril, Tang Yunling, who was walking beside him, reacted with lightning speed, swiftly grasping the snake behind its head and flinging it to the ground, rendering it unconscious. With the crisis averted, Zhou Yanfeng, still trembling from shock, nearly collapsed. He leaned against He Tian, who steadied him, preventing him from rolling down the slope. Meanwhile, the fierce Tang Yunling picked up the dazed snake, playfully coiling it around her hand. Zhou Yanfeng stammered, astonished by her bravery. What is there to fear from a little creature? Tang Yunling replied nonchalantly. She raised an eyebrow, questioning, shouldn't the snake repellent pouch that Weiwei gave you have kept it away? Why did it still approach you? Lu Baiwei identified the crux of the issue. She turned to Zhou Yanfeng, asking, did the pouch get wet when you fell into the creek? Zhou Yanfeng belatedly realized why he had attracted the snake. Still shaken, he could only nod vigorously at Lu Baiwei's inquiry, confirming her suspicion. Was there really someone so terrified of snakes? Tang Yunling found his fear utterly ridiculous. She pulled out the pouch from her pocket and thrust it into Zhou Yanfeng's hand. Take this. I am not afraid of snakes, so I don't need it. Thank you. The near brush with death left Zhou Yanfeng, a young man from the city, feeling jittery. He struggled to articulate his gratitude. Tang Yunling, one hand playing with the snake, proudly puffed out her chest. No need for thanks, I'll take you under my wing from now on. How embarrassing, Tang Yuanliang thought, his sister's behavior making him cringe. Thankfully, her antics were not known to her fiancé, otherwise, such a fierce sister might not find a husband at all. Seeing her continue to tease Zhou Yanfeng with the snake, Tang Yuanliang urged, stop playing around. Kill the snake and toss it in the basket to take back for wine soaking. All right. As they descended the mountain, Zhou Yanfeng remained apprehensive that the snake in Tang Yunling's basket might not be dead and could spring out at any moment. He instinctively halted his steps, inching away from her and closer to Yitian, yet, deep down, he couldn't help but admire Tang Yunling's fearlessness in the face of such a terrifying creature. She was nothing like the delicate and timid young women he was accustomed to walking behind. He couldn't resist stealing glances at Tang Yunling's back. Chapter 024 A heap of pig excrement. Although the descent down the mountain was relatively easy, traversing the night path presented a stark contrast to the daylight. Guided by the silvery moonlight, the group returned to the Shenyang Brigade around 4 or 5 in the morning. At this hour, the sky had yet to brighten, and the brigade members remained in deep slumber, with only the occasional bark of a dog and the chirping of cicadas in the trees, accompanied by the croaking of frogs in the fields, creating an atmosphere of serene quietude. This wild boar was taken down by me and He-Ting. The proceeds from selling it on the black market will be split equally between He-Ting and myself, while the remaining sum will be shared among the others who ascended the mountain with us. Is everyone agreeable to this arrangement? Upon returning to the health station where Lu Baiwei and He-Ting resided, Tang Yuanliang elucidated the distribution method for the wild boar, considering that only those who had climbed the mountain together were entitled to a share, and that the others had not exerted any effort in hunting the wild boar. It was already quite fair and in accordance with customary practice. There were no objections. Tang Yuanliang continued with his plans. While the sun has yet to rise, I will set off to the county town's black market with He-Ting. The rest of you may return to your homes. Lingling will stay behind to keep Weiwei company. That will be all. Given the hour, Zhou Yanfeng also found it inappropriate to return to the youth station. After a moment's thought, Tang Yuanliang instructed his younger brother, Tang Yuanyang, it would not be suitable for Weiwei to remain here. Zhou, you should take her home with you. Once he had dispatched everyone, Tang Yuanliang returned home, mounted his father's bicycle, and, accompanied by He-Ting, made his way towards the county town with the neatly butchered wild boar meat. By the time Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling awoke around noon, He-Ting and Tang Yuanliang had already returned from the county. The pork sold at the black market for 60 cents per pound, totaling 90 yuan. He-Ting and I will take half, which amounts to 45 yuan, giving each of us 22 yuan and 50 cents. The remaining 45 will be divided among the 6 of you, resulting in 7 yuan and 50 cents each. He-Ting's 22 yuan and 50 cents, combined with your 7 yuan and 50 cents, Weiwei, brings your household's total to 30 yuan. He-Ting promptly handed over the 30 yuan to Lu Baiwei, stating that she would manage the finances, which left Tang Yuanliang feeling somewhat more satisfied with his brother-in-law. If his initial impression of He-Ting had been an 80, it had now risen to 90, with the last 10 reserved to temper any potential arrogance, for after all, he must continue to cherish his sister. During this venture to gather medicinal herbs, several of Lu Baiwei's cousins had assisted. After receiving the 30 yuan from the sale of the wild boar, Lu Baiwei conferred with Tang Yuanliang regarding the distribution of the proceeds from the medicinal herbs. Brother Liang, once I have prepared and sold the herbs, we should divide the earnings in a similar manner. That is unnecessary. Our purpose in ascending the mountain was to procure food and indulge in a feast. Assisting you in gathering the herbs was merely incidental. Tang Yuanliang waved his hand dismissively and suggested, if you feel indebted, why not prepare a nice meal for us as a token of appreciation for our help in collecting the fritillaria? Tang Yuanliang regarded the acquisition of a large wild boar as an unexpected boon and was unwilling to accept payment for aiding Lu Baiwei in her herb gathering. However, Lu Baiwei felt that those who had joined her in the endeavor deserved compensation. She resolved in her heart to repay those who had been kind to her, ensuring that her cousins would prosper. As the preparation of the herbs would take some time, she would have to journey back up the mountain before selling them in the county town. When the time came to distribute the earnings from the sale, it would not be too late to settle accounts. As for preparing a fine meal, the offal from the wild boar slaughtered the previous evening had been brought down but had yet to be processed. Lu Baiwei boldly declared to Tang Yuanliang, Brother Liang, you should return home to rest. After you wake up, come to my house for dinner tonight. I will take care of the offal and prepare some dishes for you all. Truthfully, in these times, having a meal of meat was quite a rarity, and after tasting Lu Baiwei's cooking, one would find it unforgettable. The banquet at Lu Baiwei and He-Ting's wedding had left Tang Yuanliang with lingering memories. Upon hearing that he would again be able to savor Lu Baiwei's culinary creations, he quickly nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall return home to rest and await the meal you prepare for us, Weiwei. Tang Yuanliang had previously been unaware of his cousin's exceptional cooking skills. Once was enough to astonish him. The anticipation of enjoying Lu Baiwei's dishes brought a satisfied smile to his face as he headed home. If Lu Baiwei were privy to her cousin's thoughts, she would undoubtedly respond, how could it not be delicious? After all, in my past life, I built my fortune alongside Yin Jihe through my culinary talents. Her exceptional cooking skills were ingrained in her very being. In this life, she was determined to use her culinary prowess to give back to her family. As Ting sought some rest, Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling began to process the pig's offal of the pig liver, heart, lungs, blood, and pancreas required minimal preparation, while the kidneys needed to be cleaned of their pungent white portions and soaked in salt water to eliminate the odor. The intestines and stomach were somewhat more laborious to clean. Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling burned some plant ashes and applied them, squatting by the stream to wash the offal. "Sis, where did you get the pig's stomach and intestines?" Tang Yunling mused about the flavor of the offal that Lu Baiwei would prepare when a familiar voice unexpectedly echoed from above the bridge. Lu Baiwei looked up to see Lu Jiajiao and Yin Jihe standing there. Both stared in astonishment at Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling washing the pig's stomach and intestines, with Lu Jiajiao swallowing hard. "What business is it of yours where they came from?" "Lu Jiajiao, weren't you the one who reported Yin Jihe for misconduct?" Tang Yunling retorted on Lu Baiwei's behalf. "Oh, so the one accused of misbehavior has been released from custody?" Yin Jihe wore a sullen expression. Lu Jiajiao denied reporting Yin Jihe for misconduct. "What nonsense are you spouting? I never reported Brother Jihe. Someone is simply envious of our relationship and has gone behind my back to lodge a complaint at the commune. Brother Jihe's sisters sought help to rescue him, and I also went to the police station to testify, ensuring that my relationship with Brother Jihe was one of mutual affection and free will, confirming to the police that he had been wronged and was allowed to return home." "Oh, so the police were the ones who wronged him?" Tang Yunling, ever perceptive to sarcasm, served as Lu Baiwei's vocal advocate. "Wei, have you heard? It seems that free love involves climbing haystacks while inviting people to watch." Yin Jihe's expression darkened further. Lu Jiajiao insisted that she had not reported him to the commune and that it was all a misunderstanding. Initially, he believed Lu Jiajiao, but as Tang Yunling pressed him with her words, he cast a skeptical glance at Lu Jiajiao. Yin Jihe had assured the police that their relationship was based on free will and had promised to obtain a marriage certificate at the commune the following day. Having achieved her goal of marrying Yin Jihe, Lu Jiajiao felt a sense of pride in her tone. "Sis, tomorrow Brother Jihe and I will be going to the commune to get our marriage certificate. As your elder sister, shouldn't you show some kind of gesture? Why not cook the cleaned pig intestines and stomach, inviting me and Brother Jihe over for dinner tonight?" With the prospect of marrying Yin Jihe, Lu Jiajiao's tone brimmed with boastfulness. Lu Baiwei could already envision the expression on Lu Jiajiao's face upon discovering that the man she had gone to such lengths to marry was lacking in certain aspects. Tang Yunling, appalled by Lu Jiajiao's shamelessness, retorted, "Sure, I'll let you have some." "Really? You would actually give me some?" Lu Jiajiao's excitement at the thought of meat was palpable. Tang Yunling continued, "Yes, I'll treat you to a heap of pig excrement." Unfazed by the filth, Tang Yunling scooped a handful of pig excrement from the pig's stomach and intestines and hurled it towards Yin Jihe and Lu Jiajiao, standing atop the bridge. Chapter 025 I will kill you. Tang Yunling is a formidable woman capable of catching snakes with her bare hands. With remarkable accuracy and speed, she hurled a clump of pig dung, which struck Lu Jiajiao squarely in the face, splattering remnants onto Yin Ji. Tang Yunling, I will kill you. Lu Jiajiao, driven to madness, charged down the bridge to shove Tang Yunling. However, Tang Yunling deftly sidestepped, causing Lu Jiajiao to lose her balance and tumble into the stream. Standing on the stone slab, Tang Yunling placed her hands on her hips, laughing uncontrollably. "Oh dear, your aim was off. I should have targeted your mouth instead. Why are you taking a bath? You haven't even savored the taste of pig dung yet. Come, don't run away. I have another clump of pig dung here, and I shall feed it to you." With that, Tang Yunling scooped up another handful of dung and leapt into the stream to pursue Lu Jiajiao. At this point, Lu Jiajiao could do nothing but flail helplessly in the water, stumbling multiple times as she cried out in panic while scrambling to the shore, ultimately fleeing in tears. She stood on the bridge, merely observing without offering assistance to Lu Jiajiao. Under the helpless gaze of Lu Baiwei, Tang Yunling chuckled heartily, casting a fierce glare at Yin Ji. "Are you not going to leave? Do you wish to partake in pig dung as well? Please, no." Yin Ji, intimidated by the fierce Tang Yunling, took a few steps back, adopting a defensive posture while casting glances toward Lu Baiwei. "Oui, you married that he Jiqing." Yin Ji hesitated. "Is he treating you well?" "How could he not? My brother-in-law dotes on my sister, buying her a 3-in-1 radio, allowing her to manage the finances. His family is from the capital, sending money and provisions every month. Unlike you, a pauper, my sister Weiwei is living splendidly." "Seems like my sister Weiwei knows you quite well," Tang Yunling retorted, ready to unleash another wave of dung, glaring at him. "You shameless wretch, having been seduced by Lu Jiajiao, how dare you flaunt yourself in front of my sister Weiwei? Leave me be. If you don't, I'll shove a handful of dung into your mouth." At this point, Yin Ji abandoned his pretentious demeanor, fleeing as if pursued by a specter under Tang Yunling's intimidation. Lu Baiwei, observing Tang Yunling covered in dung, found herself torn between laughter and tears. "You've harmed your enemy 1,000 while inflicting 800 upon yourself." Tang Yunling, unfazed, replied, "If it brings me joy, then I profit even 200 from this exchange." Despite the stench clinging to her, she attempted to wash off the remnants with stream water, ultimately lamenting to Lu Baiwei, "Weiwei, it reeks. I cannot rid myself of the odor. Once I wash up, I'll borrow some of your clothes." However, Tang Yunling refrained from taking Lu Baiwei's clean garments, as Lu Baiwei had prepared a large pot of spicy hot pot using pig's blood, pig's stomach, and pig's heart, asking her to bring some home and deliver a bowl to her uncle's family, while also inviting a few cousins to join for dinner. After returning home with the hot pot, Tang Yunling changed her clothes. By the time she returned, Lu Baiwei had prepared a sumptuous feast: a bowl of stir-fried kidney, a large platter of green pepper and pig liver, a pot of hot pot, and a large bowl of soup made from pig lungs and peanuts. Lu Baiwei served the hot pot to her two uncles, while Tang Yunling brought a basket of vegetables. As they had no time to stir-fry the green beans and eggplants, Lu Baiwei quickly prepared a large bowl of cold cucumber salad. With 4 meat dishes and a bowl of cold cucumber salad, they were living a blissful life. The food enthusiast Zhou Yanfeng remarked, "Ever since my brother Ting married your sister, I've been enjoying delicious meals. Since coming to the Shanyang Brigade, I barely had any meat, but now that my brother is married, the meat is plentiful. Indeed, my sister's cooking is unparalleled," Tang Yuanliang said as he savored a piece of hot pot, clearly pleased. "Today, I dined with Yi Ting at the state-run restaurant, but it was nowhere near as delightful as my sister's cooking." Absolutely. Wei Wei's culinary skills could earn her a position as a chef at a state-run restaurant, they all agreed, as Tang Yunling relished her meal with contented hums. Zhou Yanfeng marveled once more, unable to fathom that a girl like Tang Yunling could disregard her image so completely. After having tasted the fruits of their labor, as they nearly finished their meal, Tang Yuanliang broached the subject of returning to the mountains. "I spotted fish in the lake yesterday. While I have some free time these days, I plan to take some equipment up the mountain. Besides, we haven't harvested the yishouwu that Wei Wei and Lingling discovered. We mustn't let anyone else get to it first." The cousins, having savored the meat, quickly expressed their agreement. Lu Baiwei, already concerned about the yishouwu, was eager to join Yi Ting for the trip up the mountain. Tang Yunling was also agreeable to following the group. Only Zhou Yanfeng, whose feet had blistered from the trek, hesitated. He wasn't particularly in need of money and thought little of the 7 yuan 50 he had earned. Nevertheless, driven by the allure of Lu Baiwei's cooking, he resolved to accompany the group to the mountains despite his discomfort. All right, take me along," he acquiesced. Lu Baiwei estimated that the fritillary bulbs she had gathered during her first trip to the mountains would yield about 10 pounds once dried. After cleaning the bulbs and laying them out to dry in a bamboo basket in the backyard, Lu Baiwei joined Yi Ting and her cousins for breakfast before setting off towards the mountain. With their previous experience, they reached the valley where they would harvest the fritillary bulbs in just half a day. Of course, this was partly due to Yi Ting and Zhou Yanfeng having grown accustomed to traversing the mountainous terrain. Having learned from their initial experience, and benefiting from the path they had previously cleared while gathering firewood, the ascent was not as arduous this time. Upon reaching their destination and enjoying some provisions, they took a break until the afternoon. Tang Yuanliang brought a machete, cutting down a row of bamboo from the valley and using vines to craft a bamboo raft on site. Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling avoided the sun and instead gathered around their cousins to watch the construction of the raft, while Yi Ting and Zhou Yanfeng were eager to join in. For Yi Ting and Zhou Yanfeng, the life of a youth sent to the countryside was undoubtedly monotonous and exhausting, but mingling with Lu Baiwei and her cousins allowed them to experience the joys of rural living. Tang Yuanliang believed that the valley where Lu Baiwei gathered herbs was a place of great fortune. This time, he was well prepared for their excursion. He brought along various fishing tools, traps for catching rabbits, and a flashlight and long bamboo pole for catching wild chickens. Catching wild chickens required waiting until nightfall, sneaking up on their nesting spots, and shining the flashlight to disorient them, allowing the bamboo pole net to ensnare them. For rabbits, one must scout their paths early in the morning before setting traps. Yet, even someone as experienced as Tang Yuanliang could not predict how many days they would spend in the mountains, as the weather could render wild game difficult to preserve. Thus, he was too impatient to wait until the following morning to set traps and instead led Yi Ting and Zhou Yanfeng to place them. Once the bamboo raft was completed, he used a bamboo pole to push off into the lake, starting to cast his net for fish. Meanwhile, Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling observed the raft construction for a while, and as the sun began to wane, they made their way up the slope to the patch of vines where they had previously harvested yishouwu, diving beneath the vines to search for the roots and eagerly began to dig with their hoes. Chapter 026 Don't come over, just get lost. Considering the hard clay on the mountain and the fact that the Chinese knotweed was growing in the crevices of the rocks, Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling brought along a large hoe for tilling this time, taking turns to exert their strength in the excavation. Digging this deep and still no bottom in sight. Goodness, how many years worth of Chinese knotweed are we unearthing? Heaven knows how difficult it is to excavate the Chinese knotweed from the rocky crevices. After just a few strikes, sparks flew from the stones, nearly ruining the hoe. Eventually, Lu Baiwei devised a method. She set fire to the stones and then doused them with water. This caused the stones to crack, allowing them to remove the broken pieces and continue their excavation. At least 400 or 500 years, it seems to weigh a few jin, Lu Baiwei surmised, drawing on her experience foraging for herbs with her grandfather. As Tang Yunling continued to dig, they soon reached the root. The Chinese knotweed they unearthed was quite substantial, taking on a humanoid shape. Lu Baiwei cradled it in her hands, estimating it to weigh around 3 to 4 jin. This must be at least 500 or 600 years old. We've truly struck gold this time. In addition to this impressive specimen, they also unearthed some offspring of the Chinese knotweed along the roots. Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling wielded their hoes until darkness fell, excavating several more pieces that were over 100 years old, similar to the previous finds. The smaller vines, however, she decided not to dig up, opting to leave them for propagation, much like the harvesting of fritillaria. By the time she and Tang Yunling carried their haul of Chinese knotweed back to the lakeside, Tang Yuanliang, along with Yi Ting and Zhou Yanfeng, had also returned from fishing, their harvest abundant with half a basket of fish. Even if Tang Yuanliang and her cousins wished to rest, Yi Ting and Zhou Yanfeng were brimming with enthusiasm, casually munching on some dry rations while continuing to set bait for fishing under the moonlight. It's so hot. The fish in these mountains are too agile, making them difficult to catch. After gathering a basket of fish, Tang Yuanliang still felt a tinge of regret. When winter comes and the lake freezes over, it will be much easier to catch fish by cutting a hole in the ice. Let us not pursue it any further. We can come back tomorrow morning. I'll take you all to catch some wild chickens. Due to the heat, the fish would spoil quickly and be hard to sell. After contemplating, Tang Yuanliang decided they would need to spend the night on the mountain, just like last time, and set off early the next day to avoid encountering the group, carrying their caught fish to the black market in the county town. To spend the night on the mountain, they needed to find a suitable resting place and also devise a way to keep the caught fish alive. To ensure the fish remained fresh, Tang Yuanliang planned to dig a small pond by the lakeside, diverting water into it to keep the fish alive. While taking Yiting and Zhou Yanfeng to set rabbit traps and search for wild chicken nests, Tang Yuanliang discovered a well-ventilated cave near the cliffside, which would serve as their resting place for the night. Eager to rest early, Tang Yuanliang assigned the task of digging the pond to a few brothers, while he took Yiting and Zhou Yanfeng with the tools towards the promising wild chicken nest. Hearing a sound from the thicket ahead that resembled a short call of a chicken mingled with that of a bird, Tang Yuanliang halted with Zhou Yanfeng and Yiting, quickly shining the flashlight toward the source of the noise, directly illuminating the wild chicken's eyes. Taking advantage of the chicken's momentary confusion, he swiftly threw the long bamboo pole with the net over it, successfully ensnaring the bird. Alright, Yiting, go grab it. Yiting, agile, pulled the wild chicken out of the net and secured it. Noticing Zhou Yanfeng's eager demeanor, Tang Yuanliang teased him, "Your reflexes are too slow, you won't catch a wild chicken. Here's the plan: you shine the flashlight on the wild chicken, and my brother-in-law will throw the bamboo pole to catch it. You two can cooperate, that way, you'll both have a share in the catch." Aware of his lack of agility compared to Yiting, Zhou Yanfeng agreed to Tang Yuanliang's arrangement. By the time they had caught 5 wild chickens well past midnight, Tang Yuanliang, feeling fatigued and yawning, decided it was time to head back to the cave. Liu Baiwei's other cousins had already dug the fish pond and were keeping the basket of fish alive. They had returned to the cave with the 2 younger sisters. Liu Baiwei and Tang Yunling had already fallen asleep, utterly exhausted. Tang Yuanliang tiptoed into the cave, laying down on the prepared mat with Yiting and Zhou Yanfeng. The cave was well ventilated, and the cool breeze of the night made it comfortable. Before entering, Liu Baiwei had burned herbs to repel snakes, insects, and rodents, ensuring a sound sleep through the night. However, in the middle of the night, a rustling sound came from the half-man-high pile of bamboo at the cave entrance, suggesting a small animal had approached. Tang Yuanliang rose to make a noise, scaring whatever it was away. In the distance, he faintly heard the howling of wolves, causing his expression to change. He called Tang Yuanliang to wake up, and together they took turns keeping watch until morning. "Last night, I heard the wolves howl." After washing up by the lakeside, Tang Yuanliang munched on some dry rations, saying, "Based on my experience, we were fortunate that there was a pile of bamboo at the entrance last night. Otherwise, the wolves might have come to scout. During the day, we're not afraid, but tonight we must ascend the mountain early. We can't stay in this valley overnight." After finishing their dry rations in the morning, Tang Yuanliang again took the bamboo raft to fish as he had the day before. As the sun began to set, he gathered all the fish from the small pond into baskets and hurried down the mountain with the group. Of this time, the moonlight was not as bright as before, but thankfully, everyone had flashlights. They illuminated the path in the areas shaded by trees, and as night deepened, they reached the ridge close to the main group. Once the main group settled down, they descended from the mountain. After a night spent on the mountain, everyone was utterly exhausted. Tang Yuanliang instructed, "Everyone go back and rest. Zhou Jiqing is heading to my house. I'll catch a few hours of sleep and rise around 4 or 5 in the morning to go to the county town with Yiting. Brother Liang, I want to go this time too. My fritillaria has dried sufficiently, and I plan to take the Chinese knotweed left over for medicinal preparation. I want to take this opportunity to sell it at the hospital as procurement point in the county town, so we can account for the income from the medicinal materials and share it among everyone. I've said we want to take the medicinal materials we dug. They all yours." Liu Baiwei insisted firmly, leaving Tang Yuanliang with no choice. "Alright, let us take it to the county town together. If you insist on sharing the medicinal income, then divide one portion for Lingling. We share the fish money with you." After sending Tang Yuanliang and the others off, Liu Baiwei returned to the inner room to sleep, while Yiting rested on the bed in the main room. Liu Baiwei was utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. Just as she was sleeping soundly, someone called her name softly. Wei, it's time to wake up." "Ah, don't make noise, Jiha, just get lost." She had been previously engaged to Jiha. Hearing Liu Baiwei's words, Yiting, who was calling her in the dark, felt his face darken. Fortunately, it was still not bright outside, otherwise, the light would have revealed Yiting's expression, as dark as the bottom of a pot. When Liu Baiwei finally awoke and met Yiting's cold gaze, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Chapter 027. A sister. I married Jiha. At the back of the bicycle, 2 baskets were hung to hold fish, while on the rear seat, a bag of medicinal herbs bound in a snakeskin bag by Liu Baiwei sat piled high. Awakening from her slumber in a daze, Liu Baiwei inquired of Yiting and Tang Yuanliang, "Where shall I sit?" Yiting remained silent in the darkness, his countenance cold. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Tang Yuanliang suggested to Liu Baiwei, "Why not sit on the handlebars in front of Yiting?" Liu Baiwei maneuvered to the front of Yiting, who then relinquished his grip on the handlebars to make space for her. Throughout the journey, Yiting was reticent, leaving the conversation to Liu Baiwei and Tang Yuanliang. Upon arriving in the county town and concluding the transaction for the fish at the clandestine black market, Tang Yuanliang quietly asked Liu Baiwei as they accompanied her to the hospital's receiving point, "Wei, have you quarreled with your brother-in-law?" "Ah, no," she replied. She had neglected to secure the door last night, recalling how He Ting had startled her awake by calling her name in the dark. She felt a pang of unease. While she had been frightened, He Ting appeared displeased. Marrying such an aloof and highbrow gentleman was no easy task. Lu Baiwei pondered deeply on what might have offended him. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had dreamt of events from her past life, including entanglements with the Yin family, and she might have even spoken in her sleep. Heavens, could it be that she uttered something when Yi Ting called her? Did she perhaps call out for Ren Jiha? Oh no, this would surely vex the young master beyond repair. Liang Gu, I had a nightmare last night that terrified me, Lu Baiwei declared, clearing her throat to speak loudly to Tang Yuanliang while glancing at Yi Ting, who was silently pushing the bicycle ahead. Tang Yuanliang responded, you've been up the mountain twice in the past few days. Wei, are you feeling overly fatigued? Indeed, I am quite tired, and fatigue brings about nightmares, she replied. You wouldn't believe it, but I dreamt I married Yin Jiha. Being wed to such a person was utterly distressing. He cornered me, and I told him to leave. Thankfully, Yi Ting called me awake, and I realized it had only been a dream. Thank goodness for that. I am married to Yi Ting, she added as the daylight broke. As they walked, Lu Baiwei observed Yi Ting's rigid posture, which seemed to relax somewhat, allowing her to exhale in relief. It's all Lu Jiaojiao's fault. The day we cooked pig offal, she stood at the bridge with Yin Jiha, and it caused me to have such a nightmare. Lu Baiwei's tone was soft and delicate, still not fully awake. She had called out another man's name in her dream, a man she had not married, and Yi Ting's heart was filled with tumultuous feelings. Upon hearing Lu Baiwei explain the reason for her dream involving Yin Jiha, Yi Ting's earlier discomfort finally dissipated. He paused and turned to Lu Baiwei, asking, after selling the medicinal herbs, what would you like to eat? Let us go to the state-run restaurant for some big meat buns. Lu Baiwei smiled sweetly at him. The big meat buns we had on our wedding day were the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Uncertain if the young master was still upset, Lu Baiwei decided to stoke the flames of affection once more. Brother, what is so special about meat buns? She asked while conversing with Tang Yuanliang. It's rather strange, but whenever I am with Yi Ting, everything tastes exceptionally good. Being with him, did everything go smoothly? Did the food taste better? Was marrying him a good choice? Yi Ting, walking ahead, unconsciously lifted the corners of his mouth in a slight smile. Tang Yuanliang found it quite nauseating and could only respond in exasperation. Wei, consider the feelings of your older brother. Brother, you and my sister-in-law share a good bond. You are no stranger to marriage. In fact, when you first married my sister-in-law, you were more affectionate than I am with Yi Ting, she teased. Yes, I've been so preoccupied with the mountains that I've neglected to spend time with your sister-in-law, Tang Yuanliang admitted, feigning disgust. Once this trip is over, I want to be going up the mountains for a while. I'll make sure to accompany your sister-in-law properly. I've saved a few fish from today's catch. Tomorrow I'll take your sister-in-law to her family's home and bring along a couple of fish. Wild fritillaria is quite rare. Even after digging a considerable amount on the mountain, it barely filled a few pounds. The 10 or so pounds of fritillaria that Lu Baiwei had dried were of excellent quality, fetching 5 yuan per pound at the county hospital's purchasing point. The fritillaria sold for a total of 54 yuan. The 100-year-old Rehmannia was priced at 15 yuan each, totaling 60 yuan for 4 pieces, while the several hundred-year-old Rehmannia sold for 45 yuan each. The total for Rehmannia was 105 yuan, and combined with the 54 yuan from the fritillaria, the 2 trips to the mountain yielded a total of 159 yuan in medicinal herbs. From the fish caught during this trip, a few large ones were set aside. After completing their shopping in the county town and returning to Shangyang village, Lu Baiwei invited several cousins and Tang Yunling over for a meal of boiled fish, ready to share the money earned from the medicinal herbs. Tang Yunling and her cousins initially refused, but Lu Baiwei insisted. Ultimately, it was suggested by Tang Yunling that Lu Baiwei keep half of the earnings from the medicinal herbs, with the remaining half divided among them. Of the 159 yuan, Lu Baiwei and Yi Ting would take 79 yuan 50 cents, and estimating the fish caught to be around 200 pounds, selling at 50 cents per pound, they would earn about 100 yuan from the fish. Since the bulk of the earnings came from the medicinal herbs, Lu Baiwei decided not to take any money from the fish sales. The fish earnings were divided into 6 shares, with Tang Yuanliang giving Yi Ting's portion, which amounted to 16 yuan. Adding the 30 yuan from the wild boar meat, Lu Baiwei and Yi Ting had amassed a total of 125 yuan 50 cents from their 2 trips to the mountain. With the nearly 400 yuan that Yi Ting contributed, Lu Baiwei now held in her hands a substantial sum of 500 yuan. Due to the presence of wolves in the valley, Tang Yuanliang suggested a brief hiatus from the mountains for safety's sake, while the invigorated Yi Ting, eager to return, had to concede. Coincidentally, during this trip to the county town, Lu Baiwei procured the books necessary for obtaining her barefoot doctor certification. Tang Jinghe conveyed through Tang Yuanliang that she had been recommended to take the barefoot doctor examination, and the list had already been submitted to the commune. In a month, Lu Baiwei would be taking the exam, thus, it was acceptable that she would not be going up the mountains for the time being, allowing her to focus on her studies. During the month that Lu Baiwei prepared for her examination, Lu Jiaojiao and Yin Jiha's family were bustling with excitement. At first, Lu Jiaojiao, unable to contain her glee, visited the brigade's health station uninvited. Sister, are you at home? She called out. Having just completed her marriage certificate with Yin Jiha the day before, Lu Baiwei was in the mountains gathering medicinal herbs. Lu Jiaojiao's visit was met with disappointment upon discovering the health station's door locked. The following day, Lu Baiwei went to the county town again with Yi Ting and Tang Yuanliang. On the third day, after several attempts to ascertain Lu Baiwei's whereabouts, Lu Jiaojiao triumphantly knocked on her door. Sister, what book are you reading? Lu Jiaojiao had entered without invitation. Lu Baiwei barely acknowledged her, prompting Lu Jiajiao to snatch Lu Baiwei's barefoot doctor manual to strike up a conversation. Sister, you only completed middle school, can you even understand this? Yes. Lu Baiwei retorted, reclaiming the book. Don't get it dirty. You haven't even finished middle school, having only completed elementary school, so naturally, you won't understand. Sister Lu Jiajiao was taken aback by Lu Baiwei's current attitude. When initially overwhelmed, she almost conceded defeat. However, as someone unashamed, she took a deep breath, recalling her recent success in marrying in Jiha, and regained her sense of superiority. Sister, I came here today to inform you that I married Jiha a couple of days ago. Lu Jiajiao asked Lu Baiwei, tomorrow, we'll be holding a wedding banquet. Will you come to our house to celebrate? Chapter 028. Is this man flirting with her? Lu Baiwei glanced at her, still seated and holding her book. Did you give a gift for my marriage to Yiting? Older sister, that's not the same at all. Why must she be so infuriating, nitpicking every detail? Lu Jiajiao exclaimed passionately, Sister, don't look down on us now, Jihong will surely make a fortune in the future. Isn't it customary for sisters to support each other? Now that the Yin family is facing some difficulties, you should help me a little more. The more Lu Jiajiao spoke, the more animated she became. Am I really going to be so petty about a few dollars in wedding gifts? In a couple of years, when the policies change and Jihong is making a lot of money, I'll repay you double. By that time, if the Yi family has fallen from grace, you'll be the one struggling, still needing your sister's support. When Jihong's business flourishes, I'll have him call you to lend a hand when he sets up his stall, and with your sister and brother-in-law helping you, just think how advantageous that would be. As Lu Jiajiao mentioned in Jihong, her confidence in his future success shone through, completely unmasked. She even had the audacity to suggest that one day, when he sets up his stall, he would ask Lu Baiwei to assist him for a bit of pay. Lu Baiwei nearly burst out laughing. She suddenly set her book aside and asked Lu Jiajiao earnestly, Lu Jiajiao, has Yin Jihong ever touched you? Lu Jiajiao was momentarily rendered speechless. She herself was at a loss. The last time she was entangled with Yin Jihong in the haystack, he had been so passionate, but now that they were married, he had become as unresponsive as a dead fish, avoiding her even when she had shed her clothes. 2 nights had passed, and it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her. Remembering her previous life, where Yiting would rather jump into a river at night than touch her, Lu Jiajiao's initial excitement about marrying Yin Jihong faded away. Lu Baiwei's mention of this topic unearthed all of Lu Jiajiao's past humiliations. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Sister, did Yiting ever touch you? This question required no answer from Lu Baiwei. After finishing his chores in the vegetable garden, Yiting stood outside the house, listening. Although he didn't comprehend why Lu Baiwei brought up such private matters between Lu Jiajiao and Yin Jihong, it didn't deter him from putting down his hoe, sweating profusely, and walking into the house to stand beside Lu Baiwei. Ignoring Lu Jiajiao at the table, Yiting stood close to Lu Baiwei. Weiwei, wipe my sweat. He had even prepared a towel for her. In front of Lu Jiajiao, Lu Baiwei, feigning shyness, commanded Yiting, lower your head a little. Yiting obediently bent down, bringing his face closer to hers. The scent of sweat emanated from the man, filled with a potent masculinity that overwhelmed Lu Baiwei, making her limbs tremble. With Lu Jiajiao watching nearby, she struggled to maintain her composure, reaching for Yiting's forehead. That still wasn't enough. Yiting lowered his head further, reminding Lu Baiwei, Weiwei, don't forget to wipe the sweat on my neck. Is this man flirting with her? Heaven knows how captivating his gaze, filled with allure, was when he looked at her. Lu Baiwei felt fortunate that Lu Jiajiao was present, otherwise, she might have lost her composure, especially since Yiting's shirt was unbuttoned due to the heat, allowing glimpses of the scenery beneath his collar. She felt a rush of warmth coursing through her body. Goodness, why was the weather so hot? But Yiting seemed determined to showcase their intimacy in front of Lu Jiajiao. That he spoke in a seductive tone, Weiwei, you need to wipe a little lower. Honestly, how much lower could she go? Lu Baiwei was at her limit, even her breathing became unsteady. Just as she was about to succumb to the overwhelming sensations, Lu Jiajiao broke down first. Lu Jiajiao recalled all the neglect she endured after marrying Yiting in her past life. It was as if she did not exist as a woman in his eyes. When she was confined in the tool shed at the granary, Yiting had looked at her with such disdain, as if she were a pest, even considering escaping through the window. If not for her timely screams attracting attention, she would have been left alone. She had threatened to report Yiting for his lewd behavior, which had indeed led to their marriage. But Yiting despised her profoundly, a loathing that ran deep even after marriage. When living under the same roof, he treated her as if she were invisible. Whenever she attempted to draw closer, he would regard her with the same contempt one would reserve for a fly. No one, regardless of wealth, was of any concern. No, Yiting wouldn't even give her money. He hoarded the funds sent by the family tightly for the sake of her pride. She felt compelled to flaunt her supposed wealth in the commune, though the money was merely her mother, Lu Chuanhua's, frugally saved to support her. Once, she had slipped some breathing medication into Yiting's meal, and he had reacted violently, refusing to touch her, instead plunging into the river to cool off for the entire night. He emerged with his skin peeling, requiring medical attention in the county hospital. Yiting's treatment of her, coupled with the downfall of the Yi family, only fueled her resentment towards his niece and nephew, whom she loathed as burdens. Remembering the time Yiting had regarded her with such disdain, she had followed a truck driver, only to be sold off to a remote mountain area, enduring a fate worse than death. Now, witnessing Yiting's closeness to Lu Baiwei triggered a profound emotional upheaval in Lu Jiajiao. Seeing Yiting inch closer to Lu Baiwei, nearly pressing against her, Lu Jiajiao could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. You're nothing but inhumane. You bully me, Wath. Lu Baiwei was so immersed in He Ting's flirtation that she almost forgot Lu Jiaojia was there. Suddenly, Lu Jiaojia burst into tears, sobbing as she fled the infirmary. Wei Wei, are you still going to wipe? He Ting awaited Lu Baiwei's response, prompting her with a soft hum. Hearing He Ting's alluring voice made Lu Baiwei feel as if a small rabbit were thumping against her heart, her face turning crimson. Observing the mischievous glint in He Ting's eyes, Lu Baiwei, in a fit of irritation, tossed the towel onto his head. I'm going to cook. He Ting wiped the sweat from his forehead with the towel before watching Lu Baiwei hurriedly retreat, stifling a laugh behind her. With Lu Jiaojia gone, Lu Baiwei had saved the money she would have spent on wedding gifts. Of course, having declared her severance from Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua, she had no intention of attending Yin Jiheng and Lu Jiaojiao's wedding. From her cousin Tang Yunling, Lu Baiwei learned that the wedding banquet for Yin Jiheng and Lu Jiaojia was quite modest. Wei Wei, you won't believe it, the wedding of Yin Jiheng and Lu Jiaojia turned into a grand joke. You know how stingy Shen Guixiang is. For the wedding, Yin Jiheng's sister brought back a mere 2 pounds of meat from the county supply store. One would think that for a wedding, there should at least be some meat dishes. Even a few slices in the vegetarian dishes would suffice. But Shen Guixiang is so miserly that she couldn't bear to put meat in the dishes. She would rather peel it from the guests who came to give wedding gifts. She even hid the meat brought by Yin Jiheng's sister in the cupboard. Chapter 029. Please take the little useless one and leave. The guests who came to celebrate the wedding were unable to enjoy even a single piece of meat from the lavish feast. Meanwhile, Yin Jihe's unscrupulous aunt stealthily entered the kitchen and discovered the meat that Shen Guixiang had hidden in the cupboard. How outrageous, to have meat and not serve it at the table. His aunt, ever the penny pincher, not only missed out on the meat but also sought to reclaim the monetary gift she had brought for the wedding. In a bold move, she seized the 2 pounds of meat and confronted Shen Guixiang in front of several tables of guests, demanding that Shen Guixiang return all the wedding gifts given by her family. Shen Guixiang would not yield. Then Yin Jihe's aunt insisted on taking the meat back. Shen Guixiang attempted to reclaim the meat, and a scuffle ensued, during which Yin Jihe and his sister rushed to intervene, only to have their faces scratched. Poor Lu Jiaojiao, after suffering a scratch from Shen Guixiang previously, now endured even greater misfortune. It was not as if they had not successfully taken meat back to enhance the meal. With the situation escalating to such a degree, both Yin Jihe and his sister were utterly exasperated. On their way back to the county, they vowed that they did not wish to have a mother like Shen Guixiang, asserting that they would no longer care for Yin Jihe or Lu Jiaojiao. What should have been a joyful wedding feast turned into a scene of tears for Lu Jiaojiao. I assure you, the ruckus was more compelling than any performance of flower drum opera or a movie at the brigade. The commotion they stirred up had drawn the attention of the entire brigade, who now found amusement in the misfortunes of the Yin family and Lu Jiaojiao. Lu Baiwei inquired of her cousin Tang Yunling, doesn't Lu Chunhua feel distressed about Lu Jiaojiao's scratched face? Of course she does. How could she not? Lu Chunhua ended up in a brawl with Shen Guixiang, and your father could hardly restrain her. Furthermore, Lu Wenhua was shoved and ended up with a broken arm. The misfortunes of the Lu family brought a certain glee to Tang Yunling. With a mischievous grin, she remarked, your brother has broken his arm, don't be surprised if he comes to you for medical expenses. Even a simple fall while climbing could lead to a treasure like He Shou Wu. Lu Baiwei mused that perhaps her cousin was indeed a lucky charm, but this time, Tang Yunling's words had proven to be ominously accurate. Not long after she spoke, the voice of Lu Chunhua echoed from outside the health station. Wai, is Wai at home? Lu Baiwei considered rushing to close the door, but alas, Lu Chunhua, dragging her injured son Lu Wenhua, arrived too swiftly. She pulled Lu Wenhua into the house and approached Lu Baiwei, saying, Wai, quickly take a look at your brother's arm, it appears to be dislocated. I heard that Lu Xicheng managed to snap his dislocated arm back into place last time. Lu Chunhua urged her, Wai, hurry and set your brother's arm back in place. I cannot. Lu Baiwei shot a glance at Lu Wenhua, who was wailing in pain. Lu Xicheng merely dislocated his arm. Lu Wenhua has broken his arm. We must rush him to the commune's health station, if we delay, he may lose the use of it. How could it be broken? Surely it's just dislocated. Take a closer look and set it back. Lu Baiwei was thoroughly vexed. She snapped at Lu Chunhua, do you comprehend human speech? If you don't want Lu Wenhua to lose the use of his arm, stop dragging your feet here. Lu Baiwei had never spoken to her in such a manner before. Lu Chunhua was taken aback. Why are you speaking to auntie like this? Regardless of my faults, I am still your nominal stepmother. It is no easy task to be a stepmother. I have taken you back into our home for the past 2 years, and I have not treated you harshly. Look at your brother, his arm is broken and He Ting is wealthy. Why don't you contribute some money so I can take him to the commune hospital? Indeed, you have not mistreated my Wai. Tang Yunling rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting with thinly veiled sarcasm directed at Lu Chunhua, you are the one who calls my Wai back to live in a leaky shed, who asks my Wai to help you earn work points, and who expects my Wai to help raise your son. And now, when your son breaks his arm, you come to Wai for money for his treatment. Oh, what audacity you have! Lu Wenhua is your son, not my Wai's. If you cannot afford to raise him, then do not bear him. And to ask for money for medical expenses from Wai, shall I promote your plight to the brigade? Lu Jiangwo was particularly concerned with his reputation. In light of the incident involving Lu Jiaojiao's theft of a radio, he had shown her disdain. If Tang Yunling were to spread word of Lu Chuanhua's request for medical expenses, it would tarnish Lu Jiangluo's name, and he would surely hold her accountable if frustrated by the refusal to provide money. Lu Chuanhua, heedless of Lu Wenhua's cries, forcefully pulled him along. Come on, what are you dawdling for? They do not regard you as a brother. Take care, we won't see you off. Lu Baiwei called after them as Lu Chuanhua turned to leave, dragging Lu Wenhua behind her. Tang Yunling seized the opportunity to taunt, hurry to the commune hospital, lest your most cherished treasure ends up a mere cripple. You all. Lu Chuanhua was nearly apoplectic with rage. She wanted to curse Tang Yunling and condemn Lu Wenhua, but Tang Yunling's sharp tongue threatened to broadcast her demand for money far and wide. Lu Chuanhua, unable to retaliate effectively, could only stew in frustration. She resolved to later incite Lu Jiangluo to settle scores with Lu Baiwei, but first, attending to her son's injury was paramount. After casting a fierce glare at them, she dragged Lu Wenhua away, her heart still unwilling to accept defeat. Lu Baiwei had gained her confidence due to the backing of Tang Jinghe. It was Tang Jinghe, leveraging his position as brigade leader, who facilitated her marriage to Ting and their subsequent relocation to the 2 rooms at the brigade's health station. If she failed to pass the examination to become a barefoot doctor, would she still have the privilege of living in those quarters? Eventually, she might have to plead with Lu Jiangluo. Lu Chuanhua's eyes glinted with malice as she plotted. Why, whether you can pass the barefoot doctor examination remains to be seen. Now that you feel empowered and refuse to acknowledge your father or your biological brother, do not come to regret it. What do you mean? Are you threatening my YY? Tang Yunling exploded with anger. As Lu Chuanhua dragged Lu Wenhua away, Tang Yunling attempted to pursue them, only to be held back by Lu Baiwei. Why, what did she mean by that? Is she attempting to sabotage your opportunity to become a barefoot doctor? Or is she planning to report you to the commune? No, she surely harbors ill intentions. We must remain vigilant. Lu Baiwei was not afraid of Lu Chuanhua reporting her. The only irregularity in her conduct was occupying the rooms at the brigade's health station prior to obtaining her barefoot doctor certification. Jia's uncle, a cadre at the commune, had Lu Chuanhua issue threats, which undoubtedly indicated her ulterior motives. Lu Jiangluo, seemingly a simple man, was actually filled with cunning schemes. There was a real possibility he would conspire with Lu Chuanhua to undermine her, leveraging his connection to Jia's uncle. Cousin, I've been thinking, since I haven't yet passed the barefoot doctor exam, I fear someone might use my living arrangements with Ting at the brigade's health station against me. I believe it would be prudent to pay rent for these 2 rooms before I officially assume the role of barefoot doctor. With the money she had accumulated from trading Lu Baiwei quietly saved over 500 yuan. She wished to avoid complications. Paying 2 yuan in rent to the brigade would save her considerable trouble. Previously, it was said she hadn't passed the barefoot doctor examination, and she would have to handle the rent issue later. This time, Lu Baiwei had changed her mind. With over 500 yuan in hand, she was not lacking funds. She took out 2 yuan and asked Tang Yunling to assist her in paying the rent for the 2 rooms at the brigade. Lu Baiwei believed that once she paid the rent, it would leave no room for scrutiny. Even if someone tried to challenge her, they would find no grounds. However, one cannot guard against every eventuality. Her barefoot doctor examination had indeed encountered a snag. Chapter 030 Snatching and Seizing. Capturing a castrated rooster. The day before Lu Baiwei was to take her barefoot doctor examination, Tang Jinghe paid her a visit. Wei, how prepared are you for the barefoot doctor exam? I'm nearly ready, she replied. Tang Jinghe had a habit of adopting a solemn demeanor whenever he had matters to discuss. Strolling about with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon entering the room, he began his customary pacing in front of Lu Baiwei. She was aware that he employed this gesture to mask his own worries. To assuage his concerns, Lu Baiwei confidently reassured him, Uncle, with Ting assisting me in catching up on the cultural course content, I've thoroughly studied the barefoot doctor manual during this time, and I have grasped all the knowledge within it. As for practical skills, I've previously assisted my grandfather in gathering herbal medicine and have even administered silver needles on occasion. Mentioning Ting seemed to ease Tang Jinghe's mind. That's good to hear, very good. He continued, Wei, I've come to inform you that there has been a change regarding your exam for the barefoot doctor certification. The educated youth, Yan, had studied nursing before going to the countryside and worked as a temporary staff member at a hospital for a few months. Somehow, she took it upon herself to self-recommend at the commune, and in addition to your spot, they also allocated a place for her. The sudden emergence of a rival just before the exam posed a challenge to the authority of Tang Jinghe, the village secretary. Both of them felt a sense of discontent. Tang Jinghe was particularly worried about any unforeseen complications regarding Lu Baiwei's examination and had come to gauge her readiness. You are well prepared. Uncle feels reassured. Do not carry any psychological burden, and do your best tomorrow. Previously, when Lu Chuanhua had threatened her, Lu Baiwei had feared that she would report her to the commune for occupying these 2 rooms in the village clinic without proper authorization. Concerned about implicating Tang Jinghe, she had enlisted her cousin, Tang Yunling, to help pay the rent. Now, there was one more person competing for the barefoot doctor position at the county hospital. Was this all? However, if Yan succeeded in her exam while Lu Baiwei did not, she would indeed have to vacate the rooms in the village clinic. It was a pity that Lu Chuanhua and Lu Jiaozhou had found someone with nursing experience in Yan to compete against her for the position of barefoot doctor in the village. Lu Baiwei believed that if Lu Jiaozhou had even a modicum of medical knowledge, the position would undoubtedly not fall into the hands of the educated youth. Lu Baiwei suspected that Yan's acquisition of the spot was somehow related to Lu Jiaozhou. Indeed, this was the case. Shortly after Tang Jinghe departed, Lu Jiaozhou, accompanied by Yan, arrived at her door. Sister, you are taking the barefoot doctor exam at the commune tomorrow, right? Lu Jiajiao harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lu Baiwei. If not for Lu Baiwei's reminder, she would still be oblivious to the fact that Yin Jiha was inadequate in that regard. After obtaining their marriage certificate, he had not touched her at all. She had thought he was upset over the embarrassment she had caused him by pulling him into the straw pile, leading the villagers to mock them. She had assumed that since they were already married, such matters would resolve themselves in time. However, after Lu Baiwei's casual comment, she felt compelled to validate her suspicions, and thus she forced herself upon Yin Jiha. The outcome confirmed her worst fears. He truly was lacking. Amidst the snatching and competing, it felt as though she had captured a mere castrated rooster. Lu Jiajiao nearly spat blood in frustration. Did Lu Baiwei already know of Yin Jiha's inadequacy and deliberately lead her to fall for it? Determined to cause Lu Baiwei discomfort, Lu Jiajiao felt a twisted sense of satisfaction in plotting revenge. Lu Chanhua had suggested that if Lu Jiajiao ensured Lu Baiwei failed the barefoot doctor exam, she could go to the commune to complain to Yin Jiha's uncle, accusing Tang Jingha of abusing his power for personal gain. However, Lu Baiwei had indeed paid the village for her accommodation, and the rooms were rented. Lu Jiangwo had advised that if someone knowledgeable in medicine were to take the exam alongside her, the less educated Lu Baiwei might not fare as well. Thus, Lu Jiajiao sought out the educated and experienced He Yan, determined to thwart Lu Baiwei's ambitions of becoming the village barefoot doctor. He Yan, filled with pride, naturally had no desire to toil in the fields. Moreover, she felt resentful that Yi Ting had ignored her in favor of marrying a village girl. The two found common ground in their disdain for Lu Baiwei, and Lu Jiajiao triumphantly linked arms with He Yan, announcing, He Yan is also taking the barefoot doctor exam at the county hospital tomorrow. I've secured you a companion. Sister, you needn't thank me too fervently. Lu Jiajiao observed Lu Baiwei at the sewing machine. The sewing machine was adorned with a shirt crafted from floral fabric, a type of material far more vibrant than coarse cloth, resistant to wrinkling, and rumored to be quite rare. Lu Baiwei was to wear clothing made from such fine material after marrying He Ting. Glancing at the nearly completed garment, Lu Jiajiao felt a surge of jealousy igniting within her. In this lifetime, He Ting had been exceedingly kind to Lu Baiwei, providing her with such exquisite fabric for her attire, and as she aspired to become a wealthy matron by marrying Yin Jiha, it was particularly disheartening that he was lacking in that aspect. Had she not chosen Yin Jiha, such fine clothing could have rightfully belonged to her. The more He Ting favored Lu Baiwei, the more Lu Jiajiao's hatred intensified, twisting her features in resentment. Sister, He Yan worked in nursing before going to the countryside and has a higher level of education than you. You must study diligently, otherwise, if you fail to become the barefoot doctor for the village, you might have to vacate these 2 rooms in the clinic along with He Ting. You won't recognize Dad anymore. Where will you stay then? Sister, regardless of how much your uncles dote on you, those cousins of yours will eventually marry and have children. They can't possibly allow you to move in with He Ting, can they? Just think, sister, you will soon be homeless, and as your devoted younger sister, I am truly concerned. He Ting, carrying a bucket to water the vegetables in the backyard, noticed Lu Jiajiao and He Yan buzzing around like flies. He set the bucket down in the kitchen and, upon entering, overheard Lu Jiajiao barking like a dog. He felt an urge to shoo them away, but Lu Baiwei, at the sewing machine, looked up, as if finally recognizing Lu Jiajiao's true nature. So, it's you, Jiajiao. Lu Jiajiao's face was red and swollen, marked with scabs from scratches. Given that nearly a month had passed since her marriage, the wounds inflicted by Xinguoxiang should have healed by now. How had she managed to worsen her injuries? Lu Baiwei showed no hesitation, snipping the threads from the shirt and leisurely remarked, your face is swollen like a pig's head. I nearly didn't recognize you. Lu Jiajiao, she was rendered speechless. The words of bragging she had prepared were now stuck in her throat. Yin Jiha was indeed inadequate. She had attempted numerous times, even angrily kicking him off the bed, calling him useless and expressing regret over marrying him. The commotion had drawn the attention of Xinguoxiang, and soon Lu Jiajiao found herself caught in a mix of Xinguoxiang and Yin Jiha's wrath. Xinguoxiang had scratched her, while Yin Jiha slapped her, leaving her face swollen and marred with wounds. Chapter 031. She was tempted by beauty. What has Lu Baiwei discerned? With a piercing gaze, Lu Baiwei glanced at her face and uttered a light remark that seemed to grip her throat. Lu Jiajiao, not only managing to seal her lips, but also shyly covered her face, preventing Lu Baiwei from continuing her scrutiny. He Yan, accompanying her, was utterly speechless. With such feeble resolve, she dared to provoke Lu Baiwei? Truly, Lu Jiajiao was both inexperienced and frivolous. Were it not for Lu Jiajiao securing a spot for her in the barefoot doctor examination and the connections of Lu Jiajiao's husband, Yin Ji, along with several sisters, He Yan would have no desire to associate with such a foolish girl. Upon seeing He Ting enter the room, his icy gaze fixed upon her and Lu Jiajiao, He Yan understood that Lu Jiajiao was no longer a reliable ally. He Ting, I did not intend to compete with Lu Baiwei for the position of the team's barefoot doctor. He Yan spoke softly, seemingly apologetic for her presence. You know, prior to being sent here from Haicheng as a sent-down youth, I worked as a temporary caregiver in a hospital for a few months. I understand how to bandage wounds. I am confident that I am more suited for the role of the team's health worker than your wife, Lu Baiwei. With a sense of grievance, she bit her lip, her eyes shimmering. Jiajiao helped me apply. I wanted to give it a try. He Ting, I am competing fairly with Lu Baiwei. He Yan, whether you can fulfill the duties of the team's health worker is not determined by my wife and me. It is the doctors from the county hospital who will make that decision, He Ting replied coldly. Noticing that she remained steadfast and showed no intention of leaving, He Ting pressed, do you have other matters to attend to? He Yan was far more seasoned than Lu Jiajiao. He Ting's intent to dismiss her was quite evident, and she felt no embarrassment. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Lu Baiwei, smiling as she proposed, "Comrade Lu Baiwei, may I accompany you to the county exam tomorrow? We can go together, and you can ride me on your bicycle." How audacious. Expecting his wife to carry her, without waiting for Lu Baiwei's response, He Ting straightforwardly declined, "No, I need to take my wife to the county tomorrow." In her previous life, Lu Baiwei had assisted Yinji with his clothing business and eventually opened a clothing factory. It could be said that with merely a piece of fabric in her hands, Lu Baiwei could conjure an array of clothing designs. The fabric He Ting had pulled for her made her envision a simple blouse or perhaps a trendy top with flared sleeves and elasticated tiers. However, in this era, simplicity and frugality were still highly valued. Most clothing was crafted from blue-gray coarse cloth, without fabric coupons. Many in the commune were left wearing patched garments, unlike Lu Tsuifeng from the neighboring commune, whose unique style as a sent-down youth from the capital was somewhat accepted. Lu Baiwei, a native rural girl, had already drawn enough attention in her cotton attire and needed to maintain a low profile. Suppressing the urge to indulge in her talents, Lu Baiwei decided to reserve her skills for a time when policies would relax. Ultimately, she fashioned the fabric He Ting had given her into a simple shirt paired with blue-gray trousers. Her slender figure rendered the outfit quite appealing when she tried on the finished garment and twirled for He Ting. His eyes brightened as he praised, "My wife looks truly beautiful." Indeed, after marrying He Ting, she had not lacked in nourishment. With better meals, Lu Baiwei's complexion had become noticeably rosy. The cotton floral shirt clung to her form, allowing He Ting to see that his wife possessed a commendable figure, with the right curves in the right places. He Ting, being a vigorous young man, found himself increasingly enamored with the charming girl before him as they spent their days together. Unable to resist, he stole a few glances at Lu Baiwei's more generous attributes, feeling rather brazen. Meanwhile, Lu Baiwei remained blissfully unaware, twirling once more under his compliments. "Vivi, don't get dizzy." As if battling some internal struggle, He Ting's striking eyes dimmed momentarily, his voice turning hoarse. Concerned that Lu Baiwei might stumble, he instinctively reached out to steady her. His warm hand brushed against her waist, igniting a spark that sent a shiver through her. The scent of youthful exuberance enveloped her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She could not comprehend why, despite having lived 2 lifetimes, she found herself so flustered around He Ting. Surely, it must be due to his striking good looks. "I am feeling a bit lightheaded," Lu Baiwei feigned, leaning into him. Thus, He Ting enveloped Lu Baiwei in his embrace. Standing at over 6 feet tall, He Ting towered over the petite Lu Baiwei, who could hear the rapid beating of his heart. The room fell into a tranquil silence as they lingered, both blushing. For what felt like an eternity. As night gradually descended, Lu Baiwei contemplated the passage of time since their marriage and felt it was time to address the matters that needed attending to. However, He Ting's hand, which had been resting on her waist, trembled and ultimately withdrew. "We have an early exam in the county tomorrow. Let us retire early tonight. Vivi, you start cooking. I will fetch water from the creek for a bath." Lu Baiwei did not wish to seem overly coy, yet He Ting was as pure-hearted as they come, missing the chance to take a step further when it truly mattered. Such hesitance was not conducive to a marital relationship. With her mind racing, Lu Baiwei tossed and turned before sleep, lamenting her missed opportunity and devising plans for when she would become the team's barefoot doctor. Surely, a space in the main room would need to be cleared for when team members or sent-down youths required rest after fainting at the health station, wouldn't it? Lost in such thoughts, she found herself dispelling the slightest of pre-exam nerves of the following morning. After breakfast, He Ting rode his bicycle with Lu Baiwei towards the county. Along the way, they encountered He Yan and Zhao Lingling, both hurrying towards the county. Upon spotting He Ting with Lu Baiwei, He Yan became overly excited, waving her arms vigorously from a distance, blocking the path before He Ting's bicycle. Taking a shortcut through the sunlit commune's path, leading to the town's commune, was a much wider dirt road, suitable for tractors. He Ting made no effort to stop, pedaling forward. He Yan, blocking the way, stretched her hand out, but He Ting simply maneuvered around her. Hey, He Ting, don't go." He Yan called out as she pursued them. "He Ting, take me along with you and your wife to the county." Only then did He Ting bring his feet to the ground. He Yan, thinking he had acquiesced, exclaimed joyfully to Zhao Lingling, "Lingling, you needn't accompany me to the county, you can head back to the youth point." Zhao Lingling was utterly incredulous. After rising early to accompany He Yan to the exam, was she really going to be abandoned mid-journey? Seeing He Yan's resolute determination to dismiss her, Zhao Lingling walked away, visibly hurt. He Yan urged Lu Baiwei in the back seat of the bicycle, "You should sit in front, I will take the back." Lu Baiwei remained unmoved. He Yan, becoming anxious, pressed, "Do you want me to sit in front? If you don't mind, I'll take the front." Chapter 032 Adhering to Masculine Virtues. He is quite the charmer. He Ting, look at Lu Baiwei, she is unwilling to let me sit on your bicycle. He Yan wished fervently to perch herself upon the front bar of the bicycle, for that would mean He Ting enveloping her in an embrace. Lu Baiwei remained unmoving, turning to He Ting to voice her grievances. Faced with He Yan's desire to squeeze into the bike's front bar, He Ting gripped the handlebars firmly, showing no intention of accommodating her. He Yan signaled with her eyes for him to relent, yet He Ting remained unmoved, growing increasingly anxious. He Yan assumed He Ting's reluctance meant she should attempt to squeeze into his embrace to sit on the bicycle bar. "My wife does not wish it, and neither do I," He Ting replied coolly. "This bicycle can only carry my wife. Then why did you not carry me here?" He Yan retorted, ready to argue further with He Ting. However, He Ting regarded her with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool before pedaling away with Lu Baiwei. "He Ting, take me along, just this once, I'll be late for my exam." Regardless of how loudly He Yan called and how desperately she chased after them, He Ting appeared oblivious, pedaling swiftly away. He Yan, left in a state of disarray, chased after them, her mouth filled with dust. Liu Baiwei was quite pleased with He Ting's demeanor, thinking to herself that she had married a man with a delightful sense of mischief. She stifled a laugh, saying, "Comrade He Ting, you uphold masculine virtues splendidly." With his wife's approval, He Ting felt a swell of happiness. How could He Yan, intent on usurping his wife's place, possibly think she could manipulate him into aiding her? Graced with Liu Baiwei's praise, He Ting's lips curled into a slight smile. That warrants a reward. And what reward might that be? Liu Baiwei playfully leaned forward, gripping the edge of the rear seat of the bicycle to catch a glimpse of He Ting. He Ting cautioned her, "The road is bumpy, hold on to my waist, lest you tumble." Obediently, Liu Baiwei wrapped her arms around his waist, feeling the tautness of his form. She could scarcely fathom the surge of her heartbeat. What reward could He Ting possibly desire? Clearing her throat to mask her fluster, Liu Baiwei proposed, "What reward do you seek? Once I finish my exam, I shall treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant." "Embrace my waist," He Ting stated succinctly. Liu Baiwei, momentarily perplexed, asked, "What?" "The reward is for you to embrace my waist." He Ting's heart raced, though his expression remained serious. "So, my dear wife, how does it feel?" Cough, cough, Liu Baiwei's face flushed crimson, nearly choking on her own saliva. What bold words were these? Was this truly a reward for her, or was she the one rewarding He Ting? She found herself in a state of confusion, realizing that this man was not as innocent as she had imagined. He was a master of flirtation. That Liu Baiwei and He Ting arrived too early, lingering outside the county hospital. After Liu Baiwei entered the examination hall, it was quite some time before He Yan arrived, breathless and flustered. "Teacher, I apologize for my tardiness," she said, having rushed from Shenyang Brigade, which was quite distant from the county seat, taking a full hour on foot. Fearing she would be late, He Yan had sprinted, nearly losing a shoe in the process and twisting her ankle in her haste. No longer able to maintain her demure facade, she glared at Liu Baiwei as she recounted her reasons for being late. "Before I went to the countryside, I worked as a nurse at the hospital. Some people, fearing I might outperform them, insisted on coming to the county for the exam, but they refused to offer me a ride." Fuming, He Yan exclaimed, "Such individuals are unwilling to lend a hand. Even if they manage to become barefoot doctors, how can they truly save lives?" The proctor, distributing exam papers to the various brigades, furrowed his brow at He Yan's words, casting a glance at Liu Baiwei. All eyes in the examination room turned towards her. "The essence of being a doctor lies in medical ethics." Liu Baiwei, unfazed by the surrounding tension, retorted, "He Jiqing, my husband brought me to the county for the exam, and we only rode one bicycle. How could he have carried you? Would you have preferred to sit on my husband's bicycle bar? You, an unmarried young woman, would surely be deemed inappropriate by him," Liu Baiwei challenged directly, stripping away He Yan's pretenses. Unbeknownst to which brigade had come for the exam, someone chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Realizing He Yan could no longer stir trouble, Liu Baiwei kindly advised, "Knowing you would be taking the exam in the county, it would have been wise for you to set out earlier. To be a doctor, one must value every second. He Jiqing, I believe a lack of time management skills does not bode well for a barefoot doctor." He Yan was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Liu Baiwei's retort. The proctor, wary of personal grievances influencing the examination, intervened, "Enough, the exam has commenced, those unwilling to participate should step outside and not disturb the others." With no choice but to relent, He Yan fell silent. Liu Baiwei dismissed the incident entirely, focusing on her exam paper. Over the course of a month, she had memorized the Barefoot Doctor manual thoroughly, and with the experience she had gained from accompanying her grandfather on medicinal herb collection expeditions, the medical knowledge tested was a mere formality for her. Liu Baiwei completed the exam in half the allotted time, yet she did not submit her paper prematurely. Instead, she meticulously reviewed her answers following the theoretical portion. Grading commenced swiftly. Those who passed would proceed to the practical examination. Only those who succeeded in both rounds would receive their Barefoot Doctor certification. While Liu Baiwei achieved a perfect score in the theoretical exam, He Yan believed she might outshine Liu Baiwei in the practical segment, given her previous experience as a temporary nurse before going to the countryside. However, when it came to the practical assessment, Liu Baiwei excelled in both dressing wounds and administering injections, impressively executing silver needle techniques. The proctor, intrigued by Liu Baiwei's outstanding performance, learned of her grandfather's background as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He even added an additional question regarding silver needle application, which Liu Baiwei handled adeptly, providing first aid to a patient suffering from heatstroke. The senior doctor overseeing the examination called Liu Baiwei aside, saying, "You know, I recognized you immediately upon your arrival. You are Dr. Tang's granddaughter. I remember you visiting my home in the county with him. Back then, I observed your composure. Indeed, you possess the qualities of a doctor and have mastered your grandfather's needle techniques quite well." Liu Baiwei humbly responded, "Thank you for your kind words, Director Shen. I have merely scratched the surface. The pursuit of knowledge is endless, and this is especially true in traditional Chinese medicine. It is commendable that young people understand the importance of humility. You have been granted special permission to pass the county hospital's examination, becoming a distinguished barefoot doctor. My dear, I have great hopes for you. For the next half-month, you will come to the county hospital to intern under my guidance." Chapter 033 He Ting, you scoundrel. Director Shin of the traditional Chinese medicine department is the pride of the county hospital, renowned for his expertise in treating complex ailments. During her internship, Liu Baiwei had the enviable opportunity to study under Director Shin, a privilege that left many who had passed the barefoot doctor examination green with envy. Yet, Liu Baiwei believed it was merely the residual favor of her grandfather. As a master of traditional medicine, Dr. Shin had previously collaborated with her grandfather, Tang Zhongjing, in the pursuit of medical knowledge. Having successfully passed the barefoot doctor examination, Lu Baiwei emerged from the hospital, a lightness in her step and confidence radiating from her countenance, a juxtaposition that allowed Ting, waiting for her outside, to discern her success at a glance. How did the exam go? It seems you performed exceptionally well, Ting remarked, stepping forward to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. This tender moment was inadvertently witnessed by Yan, who had just exited the hospital, dejected after failing her own examination. Why was Ting so kind to Lu Baiwei? After all, she was merely a rustic girl from the countryside. Asa youth from Haicheng. Yan could not fathom what qualifications Lu Baiwei possessed that surpassed her own. Despite Lu Baiwei's success, Yan, who had faltered in the practical portion of the exam, maintained a deep-seated disdain for her, unable to accept that Lu Baiwei could be better than herself. Previously, she had only offered food as a token of concern, never daring to flaunt her presence before Ting, as she felt the need to uphold the poise of a city youth. Yet, her excessive restraint had led Ting to choose a village girl as his partner. Realizing this, Yan resolved not to miss any opportunity to approach Ting, firmly believing that he would eventually abandon Lu Baiwei upon returning to the city. She clung to the hope that she still had a chance. Disregarding the intimacy between Ting and Lu Baiwei, Yan approached them with a feigned vulnerability. Ting, could you give me a ride back to Xiangyang Brigade? She asked, limping slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My foot is blistered, and I twisted my ankle on the way here. Ting, immersed in the joy of Lu Baiwei's success, was eager to share in her relation, but their moment was abruptly interrupted by Yan. His expression turned to one of annoyance as he gestured towards the hospital. Yan, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" "Go to the hospital if you twisted your ankle," Ting replied curtly, his demeanor suggesting that she was not his concern. Fuming, Yan retorted, Ting, we are fellow youth from the countryside, we should stand united. You can't just ignore someone in distress, she insisted as Ting attempted to lead Lu Baiwei away. Ting simply maneuvered around her, taking Lu Baiwei's hand and dismissing her with a parting remark, "Let us discuss it when you're at death's door." Yan was taken aback by his treatment. How could he dare to speak to her in such a manner? Enraged, she felt tears welling up. Ting, you scoundrel. Regrettably, Ting was oblivious to her plight and had a sharp tongue. Ignoring her completely, he guided Lu Baiwei towards the nearby state-run restaurant. This marked the first time since their marriage that Ting had taken her hand. His hand was large and calloused from labor, causing a tingling sensation in Lu Baiwei's palm, stirring something within her. His touch was warm, and on such a hot day, her palm began to sweat as they held hands, their fingers gliding against each other. Lu Baiwei lamented that it was not winter. She imagined how comforting it would be to hold such a warm hand during the cold months, a sensation that would surely warm her heart. Despite the oppressive heat, Lu Baiwei's heart raced, and her palms perspired, yet she found it difficult to release his grip, a behavior uncharacteristic of her independent and clear-headed persona. Was it true that marriage could ignite the flames of romance? Fortunately, the state-run restaurant was nearby, adjacent to the county hospital. Otherwise, their prolonged hand-holding would undoubtedly draw the attention of passers-by, and the heat from their clasped hands might just reach their hearts. Yan had secured her opportunity to take the barefoot doctor examination through the assistance of Lu Zhaojiao, who was eagerly anticipating the results to humiliate Lu Baiwei. Since the morning, Lu Zhaojiao had been waiting at the entrance of the brigade village. After completing her exam, Lu Baiwei planned to explore the county's department store with Ting. Yan, however, took a public tractor back to Xiangyang Brigade. How did you do, Yan? Lu Zhaojiao inquired as soon as Yan arrived. Yan felt deeply embarrassed for not passing her exam, especially with Ting's constant reminders of her failure. She wondered what enchantment Lu Baiwei had cast upon him. Don't expect results so soon, Yan snapped, her frustration evident. The examination opportunity had been arranged by Lu Zhaojiao, and with the prospect of her sisters marrying well, there was always a chance that Lu Zhaojiao might need Yan in the future. Lu Zhaojiao, oblivious to Yan's true capabilities, was eager to provoke her, believing Yan to be the rightful candidate for the barefoot doctor title, simply because she hailed from a big city. Unbeknownst to Lu Zhaojiao, Yan's previous experience as a temporary caregiver in a hospital did not equate to the qualifications of a nurse. In contrast, Lu Baiwei had spent her upbringing accompanying her grandfather, Dr. Tang, on house calls and foraging for herbs, thus far surpassing Yan in both theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Misled by Yan, Lu Zhaojiao was overjoyed, and without waiting for Lu Baiwei and Ting to return from the county, she hurried to share the news with Lu Chunhua. Zhaojiao, did your sister fail the exam? Lu Chunhua asked pointedly in front of Lu Jiangwo. With a face still slightly swollen, Lu Zhaojiao smugly replied, Mom, why would I lie? Yan is from a big city, educated and cultured, can my sister possibly compare? Yan claimed she passed the theoretical part and is merely waiting for the practical results from the commune. My sister surely won T-Pass, so you and Dad need not worry. Chapter 034 Though, where did this madman come from? It is rumored that Lu Baiwei is certain to fail her exams. As her father, Lu Jiangwo not only shows no concern for her but stands there with his hands on his hips, his eyes gleaming with a fervent light. Why is he standing like that? The last time he intervened in a dispute between Lu Zhaojiao and Yin Jihe, he ended up injuring his back while trying to mediate. Now, he can hardly straighten up and must support himself with his hands to rise. He is convinced that Lu Baiwei will not qualify as a barefoot doctor, as if the lost opportunity has returned to him like a long-lost echo. This child, Weiwei, has it tough. Not making it as a barefoot doctor means she has nowhere to stay with Ting. A sinister smile creeps across Lu Jiangwo's face. No, I cannot just stand by and watch Wei Wei and He Ting without a roof over their heads. I must pay a visit to the health station. Indeed, that poor girl Wei Wei, as her parents, we cannot simply neglect her. Lu Chunhua adopts a demeanor as if she could easily manipulate Lu Baiwei. Old Lu, come on, Wei Wei is quite stubborn. I'll accompany you to persuade her to return home. When He Ting and Lu Baiwei return from their excursion to the county supply store, they find Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua waiting at the entrance of the health station, looking utterly perplexed. Wei Wei, at last, you are back. The couple gazes at her and He Ting with the eyes of a weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken, leaving Lu Baiwei utterly baffled. What are you doing here? Lu Baiwei, after shopping at the county supply store, had bought a mosquito net, sponge cakes, and peach crisps. Besides treating Lu Baiwei to some snacks, He Ting insisted on purchasing nourishing milk powder and fish liver oil for her health, despite her complaints about the cost. He also used meat coupons to buy 2 pounds of meat, a bag of dried fish, and a bag of shrimp. Sometimes, when the family lacks meat dishes, they can steam dried fish and shrimp with fermented black beans and chili, serving it with rice or mixing it with steamed buns. Lu Chuanhua's eyes gleam greedily as she stares at the large bag of items hanging from the bicycle's handlebars. She impatiently adopts a maternal fade. Wei Wei, we know you didn't pass your exam today. Don T feel disheartened. We're family, and we won forsake you. You didn't pass, and the 2 rooms at the health station can't accommodate you any longer. The brigade won't allow you to stay. We have chosen not to hold a grudge against you for the way you wronged Jiao before. What have you bought that is so nice? Lu Chunhua reaches out for the items on He Ting's bicycle. Come on, let us take these things home. As Lu Chunhua's hand stretches toward the bicycle's handlebars, He Ting tilts the bicycle slightly, his gaze sharp as he watches her. Who said Wei Wei didn't pass? How could Wei Wei possibly pass? Son-in-law, we know exactly what our Wei Wei is capable of. Don't be so stubborn, my child. As parents, we can't just watch you without a place to stay. Lu Jiangwo speaks as if it is the most natural thing in the world. Alright, let us pack up and move. Lu Baiwei, what kind of madness is this? How can they be so certain that she failed to become a barefoot doctor? Engaging with such people is an exercise in futility, akin to trying to make sense of a rooster crowing at night. No, that is not the right way to put it. In any case, the more she interacts with these chickens and ducks, the more exasperated she becomes. The best course of action is to ignore them, treating them as if they were mere air. Lu Baiwei can't be bothered to cast even a glance at this absurd couple as she retrieves her keys to unlock the door. Lu Jiangwo intends to step inside and help move things, completely disregarding his own back injury. Just then, the sound of a bicycle bell jingles from the small path outside the health station, as if to slap him in the face. Secretary Lu pedals over on his bicycle, his face alight with excitement. Wei Wei, you are truly remarkable. You scored full marks in theoretical knowledge. Among all the teams, with so many going to the county hospital for exams, only our Xiangyang team has you achieving full marks. Secretary Lu dismounts his bicycle. I just returned from a meeting at the commune. The county hospital called the commune to say that not only did you pass the barefoot doctor exam, but you also caught the eye of the esteemed Director Shin. The barefoot doctors recommended by other teams will all undergo uniform internships, but you will be spending the next half-month shadowing Director Shin. Lu Baiwei smiles as she converses with Secretary Lu. Uncle Lu, it's merely good fortune that I encountered Director Shin overseeing this examination. Good fortune? No, Wei Wei, you have inherited the medical skills of your grandfather, which is why Director Shin has taken notice of you. Secretary Lu encourages Lu Baiwei. Wei Wei, you must study diligently at the county hospital starting tomorrow. Do not let our Xiangyang team down. Well, I want to keep you, Uncle Lu. I still need to visit my uncle's house and ride back. Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua stand there, utterly dumbfounded. No, how could Lu Baiwei possibly outperform He Jiqing? He is a knowledgeable youth from the city. How could Lu Baiwei not only pass but also be particularly favored by Director Shin at the county hospital? Having been absent from Lu Baiwei's entire upbringing and knowing nothing about her, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua find it difficult to accept this outcome. Not only has Wei Wei passed, but she will also be interning with Director Shin, disappointing your expectations. How they longed for Wei Wei to fail. They had been waiting here, eager to snatch their belongings and intending to help them move. They might as well have had let us raise Lu Wenhua together written on their foreheads. He Ting couldn't help but think of how much injustice his wife must have endured before meeting him, but he had no desire to show kindness to such people. His face darkened as he turned to Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua, speaking coldly. Do you have any business here? Son-in-law, we didn't mean it that way. Wei Wei, your father only wants what's best for you. Moving back home means you'll have someone to look after you. How did it come to this? They were only pushing the child further away. Lu Jiangwo still wanted to step over the threshold to explain, but He Ting, having pushed the bicycle, pulled Lu Baiwei into the house, slamming the door shut behind them, blocking the foolish and malicious couple outside. Before officially commencing her role as a barefoot doctor, Lu Baiwei has a half-month internship ahead of her. The county hospital will provide accommodation during this time. Given the considerable distance from Xiangyang team to the county, Lu Baiwei plans to stay in the hospital dormitory during her internship, having discussed it with He Ting beforehand, so she won't be late for her early morning shifts. After a tiring day in the county, Lu Baiwei, having prepared dinner and tidied up the items she needs to take, goes to bed early. Just as she is settling in, a series of loud clattering sounds echoes from the other room in the middle of the night. He Ting, what is going on? Lu Baiwei, having awoken, opens the door to check the source of the noise. He Ting's voice comes through the darkness, somewhat hoarse, as if he is struggling to suppress something. Wei Wei, did I wake you? I couldn't sleep because of the mosquitoes, so I got up to find the flashlight to swat them. Chapter 035. Wei Wei's childhood sweetheart originally residing in the Lu family, Lu Baiwei's room lacked a mosquito net. She had always relied on her own ingenuity, seeking out herbal remedies to repel the pesky insects, filling her room with their fragrant smoke. However, He Ting, the affluent young master from the capital, was not one to lack such comforts. He had brought a mosquito net from the youth camp when he moved in. Yet, given that the health clinic's windows were adjacent to the backyard, He Ting, concerned for Lu Baiwei's well-being, hung his own mosquito net for her use while he spent his days enduring the aroma of her herbal repellent. Today he had hung a new mosquito net purchased from the county's supply store, and Lu Baiwei, too exhausted to prepare her usual concoction, left him vulnerable to the relentless onslaught of mosquitoes, which ultimately roused him from his slumber. It's my fault. I forgot to prepare the repellent sachet for you, she murmured. Even with a mosquito net, it cannot shield you from the mosquitoes. You attract them far too easily, he retorted, his voice low and tinged with a husky allure. Had Lu Baiwei not been so drowsy, she might have detected a deeper meaning in his words. Unfortunately, after a tiring trip to the county in the late hour, she was far too fatigued to notice that He Ting, usually so stoic, was now lamenting his plight of being bitten by the minuscule nuisances. As the beam of the flashlight illuminated the room, she noticed the angry welt swelling on He Ting's bare arms. Quickly, she retrieved some balm to alleviate his discomfort. Lu Baiwei, it's not as itchy anymore, he sighed, clearly struggling against sleep. She felt her eyelids drooping heavily. The thought of his upcoming internship at the county hospital, which would take him away for half a month, weighed on her mind. As she turned to retreat to her room, He Ting's voice cut through the silence with urgency. Lu Baiwei, there are still mosquitoes in the net. Wild boars can withstand a blow to the head, yet he fears a mere mosquito? It was amusing to Lu Baiwei. She felt a sense of loyalty rising within her. Very well, I shall help you chase them away. Yes, please, he replied, as she sleepily lifted the mosquito net and crawled onto his bed, with He Ting holding the flashlight behind her. Can you see, Wei Wei? He asked. Shall I light a candle? Unnecessary. Lu Baiwei swiftly clapped her hands together, catching a blood-sated mosquito between her palms. She opened her hand to reveal the squashed insect to He Ting. Look, I got it. He Ting held the flashlight aloft, leaning over her shoulder, as she raised her hand, smeared with the remnants of the mosquito's blood. No more mosquitoes will bite you, He Ting. So tired, I am going to sleep now, he murmured. He was indeed far too fatigued. Lu Baiwei yawned repeatedly and made her way back to her bed, yet suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait a moment, He Ting was not truly afraid of mosquitoes. Although he had burned herbal repellent every night, a few would always find their way in through the cracks of the door and windows. During their 2 excursions to the mountains, where the mosquitoes were particularly vicious, he had endured numerous bites even while carrying repellent sachets. He had never complained of itching before. What could this new mosquito net signify? Was he subtly implying he wanted her to share a bed with him under the guise of needing her help to fend off the insects? As she had crouched over his bed to swat the mosquitoes, she had felt the warmth of his abdominal muscles through her back, a realization dawning upon her. What had she overlooked? Lu Baiwei buried her face in her palms, contemplating the implication that He Ting might have had ulterior motives. Her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a frantic rabbit trapped within her chest. The night lay still around her, amplifying the sound of her own heartbeat. What was she thinking? Would she be unable to sleep? Was it too late to get up and swat at mosquitoes again for him? Listening intently, she discerned the absence of any noise outside. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Baiwei tossed and turned, her dreams haunted by He Ting's face, and her slumber was far from restful. In the cadre's courtyard of the county, Director Shin pedaled his bicycle to work, colliding head-on with his grandson returning from outside. Where have you been, young man? Director Shin admonished. The phrase "a dragon seen but not heard" perfectly describes you, always absent from home. I'll find you a job at the hospital. You ought to avoid mingling with those aimless individuals, he continued. The young man, standing there in a disheveled dress shirt, with buttons askew and an air of defiance, yawned dismissively in response to his grandfather's reprimand. Grandpa, you're late for work. Seeing his grandson in such a careless state nearly twisted Director Shin's mouth in frustration. As the youth prepared to retreat indoors for a nap, a sudden idea sparked in Director Shin's mind. Stop right there, ride me to the hospital. Shin Junqian raised an eyebrow. It's just a short walk. Are you certain? Director Shin shot him a disapproving look, pushing his bicycle a few paces. Shin Junqian finally noticed his grandfather's awkward gait, as if he were suffering from a leg injury. What happened to your leg? Director Shin, stubbornly defensive, replied, I twisted it yesterday. It's nothing for you to concern yourself with. Shin Junqian shed his nonchalant demeanor and took the bicycle from his grandfather, signaling for him to hop on the rear seat. Director Shin, satisfied, maneuvered himself onto the bicycle. Is it a serious injury? A dislocation. I won't die from it. Regardless of Director Shin's brusque manner, Shin Junqian advised, you should find someone to set it right. I can't. My foot is misaligned and if not properly treated, I'll be left limping. Actually, a friend of mine has a granddaughter who just passed her barefoot doctor exam. She has been interning behind me for the past 2 weeks. I'll have that little girl take a look at you. Her grandfather is an expert in bone setting. She can help straighten out my old bones. You remember when you broke your leg climbing a tree? It was her grandfather who said it. Shin Junqian vaguely recalled the incident from his childhood when the elderly doctor had taken him to the countryside for treatment, accompanied by a small girl who was terrified of insects. He had tossed a caterpillar onto her neck, causing her to cry. I broke my leg climbing a tree, is that true? It is. The bike ride from the cadre's courtyard to the hospital took a mere 5 minutes. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Director Shin feigned his injury, insisting that Shin Junqian assist him inside. Upon entering the consultation room, Shin Junqian recognized Lu Baiwei, the once crying little girl from his childhood, now standing before him. Lu Baiwei, equally taken aback, realized this was Shin Junqian. In her previous life, her first taste of success in the black market had come from aligning herself with him. Beneath his seemingly carefree exterior, he was quite the powerful figure in the county's underbelly. Their eyes locked, both feeling a flicker of recognition, while Director Shin beamed with satisfaction, knowing his grandson needed someone to keep him in line, preferably someone who could still shed tears. Chapter 036 He Ting is being thought about. Vivi, this is my grandson, Shin Junqian. I twisted my ankle yesterday after work, and this lad, being dutiful, insisted on taking me to the hospital. Shin Junqian, did he truly insist on taking him to the hospital? Shin Junqian was at a loss for words. It was the old man who feigned illness to lure him to the hospital, eager to boast about his grandson's filial piety to everyone. The old man was quite concerned with appearances. Oh dear, look at my leg, Director Shin theatrically complained, pretending to be in pain as he cast a sidelong glance at Shin Junqian. Just as Lu Baiwei was about to inquire about the director's injury, Shin Junqian interjected, you check on him, he twisted his ankle. Alright, let the young lady tend to my injury. You can head back now. Fearing exposure, Director Shin hastily urged Shin Junqian to leave. Lu Baiwei felt that Director Shin did not appear to be someone who had merely twisted an ankle. As the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department at the county hospital, a simple twist would typically require just a bone adjustment and a plaster. How could he still be in such distress after a night had passed? Sure enough, once Shin Junqian departed, Director Shin's limp vanished, and he ceased his theatrics. Grandsons grow increasingly unruly as they age, frequently associating with unsavory characters. This lad may lack proper demeanor, yet he possesses some filial sentiment. I thought to feign a limp for a few days to prevent him from gallivanting about. Director Shin cautioned Lu Baiwei, little girl, do not let slip my ruse. He did not speak to his grandson Shin Junqian in this manner. The old man persistently nagged Shin Junqian to drive him to and from work, managing to keep Shin Junqian dutifully compliant. After a few days of this, the old man proclaimed that his ankle had been cured by Lu Baiwei. Naturally, during these days, he observed Lu Baiwei in secret, finding her not only composed and attentive in her duties but also well-liked among her colleagues, exhibiting a gentle and serene disposition. Director Shen was thoroughly pleased with her. Ahem, this little girl has healed my foot, you must express your gratitude to her properly. After feigning a limp for several days, the old man was now sprightly and had new demands for Shin Junqian. When Shin Junqian came to fetch him, he discreetly slipped a stack of money into his grandson's hand. This little girl has been staying in the hospital dormitory, the meals at the hospital cafeteria lack substance. You must take her to the state-run restaurant for a meal. If Lu Baiwei were to comprehend what Director Shin had said, she would surely burst into laughter. The hospital cafeteria's meals were far from lacking in flavor. They ensured proper nutrition for patients, and if one could afford it, they could enjoy meat dishes daily. Of course, Director Shin had instructed his grandson to invite Lu Baiwei to dinner while deliberately avoiding any mention of this to her. Thus, when Shin Junqian, who was not particularly familiar with her, invited her to the state-run restaurant, Lu Baiwei was somewhat taken aback. However, she did not decline, and given the timeline, the He family in the capital was currently in turmoil. He Ting's nephew and niece had initially been placed with relatives, but those relatives soon feared the repercussions and would quickly send the two children to live with them in Xiangyang Brigade. To support two little ones, she and He Ting needed to earn more money. By engaging in the black market, she was bound to intersect with Shin Junqian, and Lu Baiwei would not let the opportunity to connect with a black market mogul slip away. What would you like to eat, little girl? The hospital meals lack flavor. How about a bowl of braised pork and a serving of pig's trotters? Perhaps add a fish and some stir-fried water spinach. Although Shin Junqian appeared somewhat disheveled on the surface, he was, in fact, quite dutiful. He had dined in the hospital cafeteria before, and he followed Director Shin's lead, fabricating tales as well. Lu Baiwei, however, felt that one should not receive rewards without effort. The old man's pretense of a limp had little to do with her. Moreover, Shin Junqian was astute enough to navigate the black market. He could not possibly be oblivious to his grandfather's charade. In order to secure a strong alliance with a powerful figure, Lu Baiwei resolved to be candid. Brother Shin, allow me to cover this meal. She smiled at him, saying, a seasoned doctor like Shin Grandpa could easily remedy a twisted ankle with a good orthopedic physician and some ointment. His claims of discomfort are merely a ploy to garner your attention. Brother Shin, it is evident that you care for the old gentleman, knowing full well he is feigning his injury, yet you still cycle him to the hospital daily. The little girl had a point. The old man was quite predictable, one could tell when he was up to mischief. Shin Junqian thought to indulge him. After all, he had been coddled by the old man in his youth, and now it was his turn to return the favor. Shin Junqian regarded Lu Baiwei with appreciation. Did you see through it? Yes, the elderly often wish for more companionship from the younger generation. My grandfather was the same when he was alive. I often found ways to coax him into spending time with me. Shin Junqian recalled his childhood visits to the countryside for medical consultations, where Lu Baiwei's grandfather had shown her great affection. He had once bullied the little girl, only for her grandfather to mend his bones, leaving him in agony. When he returned for a follow-up, he had feared the little girl, worried she might shed tears, prompting her grandfather to administer treatment that would leave him gritting his teeth in pain. So, her grandfather had passed away. She seemed so gentle, she must have endured much hardship. The old man loves to stir up trouble, constantly accusing me of mingling with unsavory characters, and now he has coerced you into this charade with me. Shin Junqian did not mind looking after a younger sister. Brother is somewhat well connected in the county. Should you need anything here, do not hesitate to reach out. Do not skimp on the old man's meals, order a few more dishes. Shin Junqian waved the stack of bills in his hand. He has been incessantly nagging for days. We ought to treat him well and spend all the money he has given us. He winked at Lu Baiwei. Little girl, let's conspire together to extract money from the old man and enjoy a lavish meal. You are truly filial. Lu Baiwei could not help but chuckle. The portions at the state-run restaurant were generous, and Shin Junqian had already ordered 4 dishes. Lu Baiwei hurriedly waved her hand. No, 4 dishes are more than sufficient. The pig's trotters at the state-run restaurant were exceptionally flavorful. Each bite was bursting with rich sauce, and the trotters were not overly tender, maintaining a delightful chewiness. As Lu Baiwei savored the dish, her thoughts drifted to how to address Yiting's dining situation. Yiting had never cooked during his time at the youth point. He had shared communal meals with Zhou Yanfeng Dai in the beginning. When she arrived in the county, Lu Baiwei had reveled in the joy of interning with Director Shin, but after spending a couple of days at the hospital, her thoughts increasingly turned to Yiting at Xiangyang Brigade. It was manageable to assist Director Shin during work hours, but upon returning to the hospital dormitory, she found herself obsessively thinking of Yiting. Indeed, handsome men possessed an undeniable charm. Even while gnawing on a pig's trotter at the state-run restaurant, she could not help but think of Yiting. It was a pity he was missing out on such delectable pig's trotters. She resolved to prepare a sumptuous meal for him upon her return to the brigade after her internship. As Lu Baiwei contemplated making pig's trotters for Yiting, she was unaware that during her time away from Xiangyang Brigade to intern at the county hospital, someone had begun to take an interest in Yiting. Chapter 037 Yiting should belong to her. The one who harbored thoughts of Yiting was Lu Jiao. Awakened by the rhythmic snoring of Yin Jihe, she found herself in a disheveled state, her body damp and her pupils dilated, her mind swirling with the images from her dreams. Ever since their last visit to the health clinic, where she stumbled upon Lu Baiwei wiping the sweat from Yiting's brow, her dreams had been relentless. In those dreams, she took the place of the one attending to Yiting's needs. Sweat beads trickled down Yiting's strong, chiseled face, cascading down his jawline and pooling at his collar, seeping into his shirt. In her dream, Lu Jiao swallowed hard and violently tore at Yiting's shirt. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he seized her, lifting her with force and throwing her onto the bed, and then, a torrid fantasy ensued. Just a fraction more, and she would have achieved her desires. If only that infernal Yin Jihe had not snored so thunderously, rousing her from her reverie. Frustrated by her dream being interrupted, Lu Jiao unleashed her pent-up frustration with a kick, sending the unsuspecting Yin Jihe tumbling off the bed, his head colliding with the corner of it with a loud thud. What are you doing, Lu Jiao? Yin Jihe exclaimed, regaining his senses, clutching his forehead as he climbed back onto the bed, a hand raised to strike her. You wretched fool, why are you causing a ruckus in the dead of night? You kick me, I'll make you pay. Yin Jihe swung his fist down upon the petite Lu Jiao. With a flurry of punches raining down like raindrops, Lu Jiao cried out in pain, flailing her limbs in retaliation, her nails clawing at Yin Jihe's face. You dare scratch me? The commotion drew the attention of Shin Guixiang, their neighbor. Upon hearing her son's cries of distress, she grabbed a thick rope and burst into the room, charging towards Lu Jiao. Dragged from the bed by both mother and son, Lu Jiao understood that her imminent fate was to be bound and beaten. With no time to lose, she fought desperately against Shin Guixiang, wildly dashing out of the house. As she fled, the lack of pursuit behind her made her feel as though she had narrowly escaped death, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. She could not return. To do so would mean certain death at the hands of Shin Guixiang and Yin Jihe. With nowhere else to turn, Lu Jiao resolved to return to her parental home. Approaching the health clinic, she paused upon hearing the gentle babbling of the stream beneath the bridge, holding her breath as she took a step back. In the dim light of the moon, she caught a glimpse of a figure submerged in the depths of the stream. Though only a vague outline was visible, it resonated with the scenes from her dreams. Her heart raced at the thought of the man who had fiercely pulled her into his embrace in her dreams, her blood boiling with excitement, her palms sweating, her legs trembling, and her breath becoming increasingly erratic. Who goes there? Yiting, immersed in the water, sensed an awareness of being watched. Feeling the gaze upon him, he submerged himself further into the stream. At this hour, the villagers had all retired for the night. Little did Yiting know that in his midnight retreat to wash away his sweat, there was someone lurking in the shadows. He missed his wife dearly. He had thought that her absence for a mere 2 weeks would pass swiftly, but he found himself unaccustomed to her absence so soon. With Lu Baiwei away, the 2 empty rooms felt desolate. While the daylight hours spent working in the fields were bearable, the night brought forth the sounds of cicadas and frogs, amplifying his sense of solitude. He regretted allowing Lu Baiwei to stay at the county hospital during her internship. He should have accompanied her each morning to ensure he did not feel like an abandoned old man. Longing for his wife kept him awake, and as he lay in bed, he thought of the last night before her departure. That night, he had pressed himself against her soft back, inhaling the unique fragrance that only a woman possessed. Lu Baiwei was even more delicate than he had imagined. Had he been bolder, they might have shared the same bed that night. With thoughts of Lu Baiwei swirling in his mind, He Ting could not find solace in sleep, so he rose and stepped outside for some fresh air. The dampness clung to him, and he decided to take a dip in the stream to cool off. Had he known that the depths of night would bring him face to face with the unwanted presence of Lu Jiao, he would have abstained from his midnight bath. Hearing a rustle from the shadows, He Ting instinctively submerged himself lower in the water, but when the noise ceased, he assumed it was merely a snake slithering through the grass and donned his clothing left on the bank. Once He Ting had departed, Lu Jiao felt a surge of regret. What was she afraid of? He Ting ought to belong to her. It was merely a twist of fate that Lu Baiwei had claimed him for herself. What an opportunity she had just missed. Had she leapt into the stream and rushed towards him, would she have succeeded? He Ting was unlike Yin Jihe, his physique suggested strength and capability, unlike the uselessness of the latter. Perhaps it was due to past experiences that she instinctively felt trepidation towards He Ting. When he had sensed her presence, her first instinct had been to hide. As He Ting closed the door behind him, she nearly succumbed to the impulse to rush forward and knock. However, having lost her chance while He Ting bathed, she knew that his disdain for her would render any attempt at confrontation futile. No, she could not allow He Ting to fall into the hands of Lu Baiwei. Like a serpent lurking in the shadows, Lu Jiao contemplated how she might secure He Ting for herself. Upon hearing the sound of the doorbolt, Lu Jiao returned to her parental home. The following morning, as Lu Jianguo prepared to leave for work, Lu Jiao called for Lu Chunhua. "Mother, could you please boil me an egg?" As she pressed her hand against the spots where Yin Jihe had struck her, her face contorted in pain. "It hurts terribly. I need a boiled egg to soothe my face." Last night, upon learning that her daughter had been assaulted again by Yin Jihe and his mother, Lu Chunhua was incensed. "What were you thinking, competing with Lu Baiwei for Yin Jihe? I saw that the Yin family was the poorest in the village, digging a pit for Lu Baiwei to fall into. Well, congratulations, you jumped in first. Disregarding the wisdom of the elders has brought you misfortune. You entangled yourself with Yin Jihe and now suffer the consequences. Enough, mother, please stop lecturing me." Lu Jiao pressed for her egg to be boiled. "I was just thinking that perhaps the Yin family has hidden treasure buried beneath. When they unearth the gold, my brother will have funds for his future wife. You keep insisting that the Yin family has gold buried beneath, yet you have yet to see even a single thread of it. Only the frequent beatings from Shen Guixiang and Yin Jihe." As Lu Chunhua boiled water, she reluctantly took an egg from the cupboard and placed it in the pot. "So, does this hidden treasure actually exist? Mother, please don't rush me. How long have I been married into the Yin family? I've been making excuses to dig in the yard, but Haven T found a single spot where the gold might be buried. Lu Jiao speculated, given my mother-in-law Shen Guixiang's frugality, the gold must be well concealed. If it's not in the yard, it must be buried somewhere in the house. I'll think of a way to coax her into revealing its location." Chapter 038 of The Man Stolen by Lu Jiao is useless, then hurry and find some gold. "I cannot bear to see you continue to suffer in the Yin household," Lu Chunhua urged Lu Jiao. "Once you manage to seize the gold bars from the Yin family, divorce Yin Jihe, and let Shen Guixiang and her son face the consequences together. Consider this. Since you married Yin Jihe, how many misfortunes have befallen our family? Shen Guixiang has caused such chaos, your father's back has only just begun to heal, and your brother has suffered a fractured arm due to Shen Guixiang's push. All the 10 yuan that your father and I painstakingly saved has gone towards your brother's treatment at the commune clinic. Now our rice jar is nearly empty, and you return after being beaten by that mother and son pair." Lu Jiao dreaded Lu Chunhua's incessant complaints, the constant buzzing that gave her a headache, forever lamenting the lack of money. Was she implying that Lu Jiao had returned without contributing to the household expenses? "Enough, mother, given my current state, can you refrain from your incessant nagging?" Lu Jiao snapped, exasperated. "I will head to the youth point shortly to ask He Yan about the 5 yuan she promised for recommending her to become a barefoot doctor." Lu Jiao's agreement with He Yan was that upon passing the exam to become a barefoot doctor, He Yan would reward her with 5 yuan as a token of gratitude for the recommendation. However, the pressing issue now was that He Yan had failed the examination entirely. While Lu Jiao was enjoying breakfast at the youth point, He Yan approached her demanding the 5 yuan, leaving He Yan utterly bewildered. "Lu Jiao, you must be mistaken," He Yan retorted, not one to be trifled with. "Our initial arrangement was that you would recommend me for the barefoot doctor exam, and upon my success, I would give you 5 yuan as a thank you. Yet, I did not pass. Your sister is currently interning at the county hospital. On what grounds do you demand 5 yuan from me?" Lu Jiao was in dire need of money. She had no desire to return to the Yin household and face further violence, yet staying at her maternal home meant enduring Lu Chunhua's incessant reminders about contributing to the household expenses. Her face was swollen, covered in bruises, and her entire body ached as if it might fall apart. She was counting on getting money from He Yan to visit the commune clinic for treatment. "That's not how it works," Lu Jiao countered. "Your failure to pass the barefoot doctor exam is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. You, a youth from Haicheng, who has attended high school, flaunting your education, yet you couldn't even surpass my sister, who only completed junior high. How dare you make such a fuss?" Lu Jiao resorted to petty tactics. "I never stated that you wouldn't owe me the 5 yuan if you failed to pass. What, do you intend to evade your debt?" "That's not the case," He Yan argued firmly. "Lu Jiao, you cannot calculate the debt this way. If I had passed the exam, the brigade would have awarded me work points and a monthly salary of 10 yuan, which would make giving you 5 yuan a trivial matter. Now, I have gained nothing, and I even lost the fare for the tractor ride back from the county. Why should I owe you anything? Realizing that Lu Jiao had intentionally come to the youth point to extort her, He Yan's anger flared. She recalled the last time Lu Jiao had recommended her for the barefoot doctor exam and how she had rushed to boast about it to Lu Baiwei. At that time, how had Lu Baiwei dealt with her? Lu Baiwei had merely pointed out that Lu Jiao's face resembled that of a pig after being beaten, and He Yan had immediately fallen silent. Who had inflicted those injuries on her face? What was Lu Jiao truly afraid of? Glimpsing the fresh wounds on Lu Jiao's face, a realization struck He Yan. Lu Jiao, what happened to your face? You claimed previously that your injuries were from a fall, but the scratches on your face suggest otherwise. How did you sustain these latest injuries? Those marks on your face, did Jiha inflict them, or was it your mother-in-law? Before I went to the county for the barefoot doctor exam, I visited your home and overheard you arguing with your mother-in-law. She berated you for kicking Jiha out of bed while you slept, causing him to injure his back. She even threatened that if you dared to speak ill of Jiha again, she would beat you to death. Seeing Lu Jiao's complexion change, He Yan found a way to exploit her vulnerability. She intentionally raised her voice in front of the youth point crowd. Let me guess, why did you kick Jiha out of bed? Could it be that the man you stole is inadequate? You disdain Jiha, and your mother-in-law is furious enough to join him in beating you, isn't she? He Yan's outburst revealed a shocking scandal. The tale of Lu Jiao stealing Jiha had already stirred up quite the commotion in the Shenyang brigade and even spilled over into neighboring brigades. Lu Jiao feared nothing more than being overshadowed by Lu Baiwei. He Yan had uncovered her secret, leaving Lu Jiao thoroughly frightened. You speak nonsense. I sustained these injuries from a fall. They are not from Jiha. Lu Jiao stammered, panic-stricken. He Yan, do not think you can evade your debt. I will return to claim that 5 yuan for the recommendation to become a barefoot doctor. Under the astonished gazes of the onlooking youths, Lu Jiao's secrets were laid bare. She feigned calmness as if nothing had transpired and walked out of the youth point. Once outside, panic seized her. It was over. It was over. All of this was He Yan's fault. If Xin Guisheng discovered that her son was inadequate and the brigade members learned of it, she would be done for. That wretched woman, He Yan, had doomed her. Fate had it that as Lu Jiao fled the youth point, she ran into Yiting at the entrance of the brigade clinic. The moment she laid eyes on Yiting, her mind flooded with images of him bathing in the river last night. Though she had seen nothing explicit, the faint light of the moon had allowed her to glimpse a silhouette, igniting her imagination. Her cheeks flushed, and she gazed at Yiting with an infatuated expression. Brother-in-law, she called out sweetly, startling Yiting considerably. What was this? Lu Jiao, this woman, looked at his sister Wei Wei as if she were a stranger. Now, she wore an expression that seemed to brim with hatred towards him as well. Who was she trying to impress with this exaggerated demeanor? Had she lost her senses? Yiting had already found the rustling sounds from the bamboo thicket last night suspicious. Now, met with Lu Jiao's overly smooth gaze, he felt as if a venomous snake had set its sights on him, sending chills down his spine in broad daylight. Initially intending to summon Zhou Yanfeng from the youth point to accompany him at the clinic for a couple of days, Yiting reconsidered and turned instead towards Tang Yuanliang's home. Zhou Yanfeng had a knack for ingratiating himself. After successfully bringing back game from the mountains twice, he had stayed at Tang Yuanliang's home instead of returning to the youth point at night. Having shared meals there on 2 occasions, he was reluctant to disturb the intimate moments between Yiting and Lu Baiwei, so he cleverly charmed Lu Baiwei's third aunt. Zhou Yanfeng was quite the charmer. Not only did he call Yiting and Lu Baiwei third aunt in a sweet manner, but he also brought little snacks from the supply and marketing cooperative as gifts. Moreover, he frequently brought items sent from the capital to curry favor with the brigade leader's wife. Whenever his own mother saw Zhou Yanfeng, her eyes would light up with delight, much to Tang Yunling's silent exasperation. Initially, Lu Baiwei's third aunt was a very amiable person, and Zhou Yanfeng's attentiveness won her over, leading to frequent invitations for him to dine at their home. Zhou Yanfeng's shamelessness grew. He began merely by occasionally visiting to gather some kindness, but he had now managed to ingratiate himself to the point where he was covering his meals, dining 3 times a day at the brigade leader's home. As Yiting arrived, Zhou Yanfeng greeted him as if he were family. Chapter 039. Yiting employs his charm against her brother Ting. Have you had breakfast? The pancakes made by my aunt are absolutely delectable. He beckoned to Yiting. Come sit here and have a piece. This spicy radish is also quite tasty. It pairs perfectly with kanji. Lu Jiao felt something was amiss. With Wei Wei absent from home, Yiting instinctively sensed he should lay low for a few days. He had initially intended to take advantage of Lu Baiwei's absence to venture into the mountains, seizing the opportunity to accompany Tang Yuanliang to the county town to handle their game, thus allowing him a legitimate reason to visit the county hospital to see his wife. He shared his thoughts of heading to the mountains with Tang Yuanliang. However, Tang Yuanliang had reservations about the hunting trip. Yiting, the weather is too hot, it's difficult to preserve the game. Moreover, the last valley we visited was remote, and that night I heard the howling of wolves, while going into the mountains was feasible. Tang Yuanliang believed ample preparation was essential. He advised Yiting, why not wait a while? Let us wait until Wei Wei returns from her internship in the county town. When she goes up the mountain to gather herbs, we can accompany her. It was Zhou Yanfeng who truly understood Yiting. Not he interjected, my brother Ting is merely seeking an excuse to visit my sister-in-law in the county town. After a while, when the flowers have wilted, you'll see how my brother Ting has been wandering around like a troubled old man. Indeed, if they managed to catch game, they would need to head to the black market in the county town to sell it. After all, they were a newlywed couple, inseparable. Tang Yuanliang was unceremoniously fed a mouthful of dog food. Alright then, let us go up the mountain and score big. Tang Yuanliang gathered the winter hunting gear from the Tang family, even bringing along firecrackers to scare off wolves, and called upon a few skilled brothers to join them. With such thorough preparations, success seemed assured. As expected, their expedition into the mountains yielded a bountiful harvest. Without Lu Baiwei and Tang Yinling, they showcased their hunting prowess, capturing 2 wild boars, 6 rabbits, and even a nest of wild chickens. However, calamity struck on their descent. As they butchered the wild boars on site and each carried a basket of meat, Zhou Yinfeng's basket, lined inadequately with banana leaves, began to leak blood, attracting a pack of wolves. Wolves are cunning creatures, and sensing the murderous aura surrounding the Tang brothers and He Ting, they chose to target the weaker Zhou Yinfeng. By the time He Ting sensed something was amiss, the wolf had already leapt from the rocks, viciously lunging at Zhou Yinfeng. Zhou Yinfeng was his good brother, and He Ting could not bear to watch him be savaged by a wolf. Aware of the danger, He Ting nonetheless drew his dagger and charged forward. He struck swiftly and accurately at the wolf's neck, indeed landing a hit, but not before the wolf raked its claws down his back, causing blood to flow freely. Fortunately, Tang Yuanliang and the others were adept hunters. They brandished their makeshift weapons, fired off a few firecrackers, and scared off the encroaching wolf pack. After applying some herbal remedy to staunch the bleeding, and fearing infection from the heat, Tang Yuanliang took He Ting to the hospital in the county town to receive an anti-inflammatory injection. Lu Baiwei and Shen Junqian had just finished their meal and returned to the hospital when they encountered Tang Yuanliang waiting at the entrance. Brother, what brings you to the county town? Wei, you finally returned. I went to the hospital dormitory looking for you, but your roommate said you were dining at the state-run restaurant, so I had no choice but to wait here. Tang Yuanliang glanced at Shen Junqian, who had brought Lu Baiwei back, and turned to her. He Ting has been injured. Come with me to the emergency room. Shen Junqian found Tang Yuanliang familiar. With his sharp memory honed from his dealings in the black market, he quickly recalled that this man was the one from the Shangyang brigade who could hunt wild boars. The last wild boar he had procured had fetched a good price when sold. Could this be the young lady's brother? The last time he had come to the county town, he was accompanied by another man, one who was even more handsome, exuding an air that suggested he was not from these parts, but rather a city-bred intellectual. With his keen eye, he discerned that this man was no ordinary individual. He must possess considerable skill in their line of work. It was wise to foster good relations with capable individuals, and this man clearly hailed from an impressive background. As Shen Junqian contemplated making his acquaintance, Tang Yuanliang pulled Lu Baiwei away. He Ting, was this the same person who had come with the young lady's brother to the black market to sell the wild boar? An injury sustained in the emergency room warranted extra attention from his family. Upon hearing of He Ting's injury, Lu Baiwei experienced a wave of anxiety. Racing to the emergency room, she learned from Tang Yuanliang that they had encountered wolves while hunting in the mountains, and He Ting had been scratched on his back while defending Zhou Yinfeng from the wolf. Wei, it was my oversight regarding the matter of the brother-in-law's injury. Tang Yuanliang expressed remorsefully that he felt more guilty than Zhou Yinfeng, who awaited outside the emergency room, feeling unworthy to face Lu Baiwei. Sister-in-law, this is my fault. Brother Ting was injured while trying to save me. Had it not been for Brother Ting shielding me, I would have lost my life in those mountains. Inside the examination room, He Ting was receiving in 4 drip and heard voices outside, fearing Zhou Yinfeng might frighten his wife. Wei, it's not a serious injury, He Ting called out, it's just a minor scratch, nothing to worry about. However, upon seeing He Ting's blood-stained shirt, Lu Baiwei's heart raced, and she couldn't hold back her tears. She insisted on lifting He Ting's shirt to examine the wound. Her insistence left He Ting feeling quite uncomfortable. Hurry. Lu Baiwei urged, I am a doctor, there is no distinction between genders in the eyes of a physician. Besides, he was her husband. Very well then. He Ting slowly lifted his shirt, revealing his lean back. As Lu Baiwei examined the wound, her hand brushed against his back, causing He Ting to shiver, wishing they were at home rather than in the county hospital's emergency room. Such a splendid opportunity, yet he felt utterly powerless. Lu Baiwei, consumed with worry for his injury, was on the verge of losing her composure. If she knew the wild thought swirling in his mind, she would surely pinch him hard. It's a bit deep. It will take about a week for the scab to form. With this weather, wounds are prone to infection. You return to the brigade tonight. You'll need to receive an anti-inflammatory injection tomorrow. Lu Baiwei pulled down his shirt. I'll change your dressing tonight. Change his dressing herself. He Ting felt a surge of delight, thinking that perhaps being clawed by a wolf was not such a loss after all. Wei, my wound hurts, He Ting gasped, furrowing his brow as he pulled Lu Baiwei's hand closer, leaning his head against her waist. What about her brother and Zhou Yinfeng? What was he doing? This time, Lu Baiwei truly pinched him. You brought this upon yourself. Who told you to go to the mountains behind my back? I merely wanted to take the chance to visit you while handling the game in the county town. He Ting looked up at her with an expression pleading for forgiveness. Wei, I missed you. God knows how intoxicating it is to gaze into a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes that conceal such sentiments. Faced with such captivating eyes, Lu Baiwei's resolve melted away. She could not bear to utter any words of reproach. This man knew precisely how to use his charm against her. Lu Baiwei's face burned with an intense heat, and she dared not meet his gaze. I was merely worried about you. I know, my wife cares for me the most. Truly, this was enough. Enough indeed. The onlookers, seemingly unfazed, thought nothing of their own lives. Observing He Ting's affectionate behavior with his sister-in-law, Zhou Yinfeng stood in a daze, looking at him as if he had been possessed by a mountain wolf. What on earth? Could it be that Brother Ting had been taken over by the spirit of a wolf cub? Chapter 040. The little girl is married. Seeing the affectionate display between the couple, Tang Yuanliang couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. The way He Ting was playfully acting coy in front of his sister suggested that his injury wasn't too grievous. Realizing that their presence was unwarranted, Tang Yuanliang tugged at Zhou Yinfeng's sleeve. My sister is here keeping him company. We should take our leave. Leave, to where? Zhou Yanfeng was momentarily taken aback, having been forcibly inundated with dog food. Tang Yuanliang retorted, aren't you hungry, let us go eat. This time, Tang Yuanliang had driven a large tractor into the county, laden with their haul, including the wolf that Yi Ting had slain, all buried under a mound of straw in the tractor. With nightfall approaching, he needed to make a trip to the black market to dispose of the game. However, before that, they had to address the matter of dinner. Fortunately, there was a state-run restaurant not far from the hospital. After finishing their meal, Tang Yuanliang ordered a portion of braised pork to be delivered to the hospital. My brother Yuanliang loves meat. He assumes all men share this penchant, regardless of whether you're injured or not. A wounded person should eat light meals. I'll go get you some congee from the hospital cafeteria. That's unnecessary, Wei Wei, I adore braised pork. Yi Ting held on to Lu Baiwei, preventing her from departing. The braised pork from the state-run restaurant smells divine. Wei Wei, let me feed you a bite. Yi Ting picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Lu Baiwei. Knowing Yi Ting's appetite, she realized the small serving of braised pork wouldn't suffice. She pushed his chopsticks away, saying, no thanks, you eat it. I've already eaten. Lu Baiwei explained, today, Brother Shen treated me to dinner, and we had braised pork, along with soy sauce pig trotters. Lu Baiwei couldn't shake the memory of the large pig trotters from the state-run restaurant. The soy sauce pig trotters from the state-run restaurant are truly delicious, full of rich flavor. You need to get another anti-inflammatory injection tomorrow. Let's stay overnight in the county, and I'll get you the pig trotters to enjoy. That's not right, you can't eat soy sauce pig trotters yet. When injured, one should consume lighter fare. Then let's save the pig trotters for when I finish my internship and return to the brigade. By then, your injury should have healed. Yi Ting was oblivious to the discussion of pig trotters. What resonated with him was the grating mention of Brother Shen. Yi Ting furrowed his brow, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Baiwei. Wei Wei, who is Brother Shen? Although Yi Ting was merely inquiring about Brother Shen's identity, Lu Baiwei sensed a hint of jealousy in the atmosphere. The way he looked at her made her feel as if she were a heartless, unfaithful woman. Having spent considerable time with Yi Ting, Lu Baiwei was aware that he often expressed his concerns through his emotions, as evidenced during the last instance when he had assisted Lu Zicheng with bone setting. Realizing that his jealous tendencies had resurfaced, Lu Baiwei couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Shen is the grandson of Director Shen. She shared the story of how she had known Shen Junshan since childhood. Yi Ting thought of an old adage, childhood sweethearts. Lu Baiwei didn't perceive anything amiss as she recounted the connection between the grandfather and grandson, but Yi Ting discerned that Director Shen was attempting to matchmake his grandson with his wife. What an inconsiderate old man, he mused. Why was he eyeing someone else's wife? Clearly, he should never have agreed to let Wei Wei stay in the county hospital dormitory. He ought to have ridden his bicycle daily to escort Wei Wei to her internship, making his presence known to that old mansion. In this manner, Shen would have realized that his daughter-in-law was already taken. Yi Ting had already made a silent resolution. During Wei Wei's internship, he would frequently present himself before Director Shen in the Chinese medicine department. Before Yi Ting could visit the Chinese medicine department, Director Shen unexpectedly came to the emergency room to see him. This incident was related to Shen Junshan. After receiving 2 large wild boars and a wolf from the black market, Shen Junshan had been busy until late. This time, Director Shen did not reprimand him, rather, he appeared quite pleased. Where have you been? Director Shen hummed a tune from a flower drum opera. This time, it's all right, the little girl healed my leg, and you treating her to a movie is certainly justified. You're thinking too much. The black market had delivered 2 sizable creatures, which Shen Junshan personally received. Through this transaction, he had become acquainted with Tang Yuanliang. He had already learned from Tang Yuanliang's lips that the old man of his family had set his sights on a little girl who was now married, and her spouse was the same person who had accompanied Tang Yuanliang to sell wild boar meat before. This time, he had ventured into the mountains and killed a wolf with a single stroke. The little girl marrying such a significant figure left the old man, who was never at rest, attempting to meddle. He was perpetually seeking a bride for his grandson. Perhaps it was necessary for him to encounter a setback before he would finally learn to be at ease. The little girl's brother has come to the county. Her relative is hospitalized in our emergency department. Shen Junshan handed a chicken he had brought back to Director Shen. Take this chicken and stew it. Bring a bowl of chicken soup to her relative in the morning. Ah, his grandson had finally wised up. Director Shen was thrilled. This excitement persisted until the next day when he brought a pot of chicken soup to the hospital emergency department, only to find Lu Baiwei asleep beside Yi Ting, with Yi Ting's hand resting on her back. Director Shen felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Cough, cough. Director Shen cleared his throat emphatically to alert Lu Baiwei of his presence. Groggily, she opened her eyes, awakening Yi Ting in the process. Director Shen regarded the handsome Yi Ting with a hint of hostility. Wei Wei, who is this injured individual related to you? Grandpa Shen, what brings you here? During her internship at the hospital, Lu Baiwei had grown quite familiar with Director Shen. Under his insistence, she had started referring to him as Grandpa. This is my partner, Yi Ting, the kind of partner with whom we have obtained a marriage certificate. Lu Baiwei introduced Yi Ting to Director Shen. She then reciprocated by introducing Yi Ting to Director Shen. Yi Ting, this is Grandpa Shen. I have been interning with him during my time at the hospital. Grandpa Shen is an exceptionally skilled physician and a pillar of the Chinese medicine department at the county hospital. Upon learning of Lu Baiwei's marriage, the unfortunate news struck Director Shen hard. He struggled to maintain his composure, the initial shock washing over him as he realized that this seemingly innocent little girl had quietly obtained a marriage certificate without a word. Yet, he had not inquired about it. How could he have assumed that the little girl was waiting to marry his own grandson? Over the past few days, he had envisioned countless scenarios of Lu Baiwei and his grandson as a perfect match, even believing that their names, derived from traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, signified a divine connection, one named Junqian and the other Baiwei. However, the little girl had married to the revelation of Lu Baiwei's marriage dealt a significant blow to Director Shen. Fortunately, he was a man of experience. He maintained a stern demeanor as he placed the chicken soup on the table. This was prepared by your grandpa Shen for your partner. Drink it while it's hot to nourish your body. Now, we cannot let your partner's hospitalization delay our matters. Tidy up and come help promptly. Director Shen understood that he could not hold Lu Baiwei accountable. His attempts to matchmake her with Shen Junqian had been entirely one-sided. Nevertheless, when faced with Lu Baiwei, he felt a twinge of discomfort, especially after realizing that she had mastered bone-setting techniques from the venerable Tang. Missing out on such a granddaughter-in-law felt like a significant loss. No longer considering her as a potential granddaughter-in-law, Director Shen continued to conduct himself professionally during Lu Baiwei's internship, yet, he still appreciated her talents. As her internship drew to a close, Director Shen contemplated the prospect of recommending her for a position in the Chinese medicine department at the county hospital. Wei, unlike other barefoot doctors whose internships are uniformly arranged, I have allowed you to shadow me for a reason, he confided. I wanted to assess the proficiency of your bone-setting skills learned from your grandfather. In our Chinese medicine department, there is a vacancy in orthopedics. Director Shen proposed to her, if you are interested, I will recommend you to the hospital leadership. Chapter 041. Good-looking men are useless, of course, at first. You can only work as a temporary staff member in our department. Once you obtain the necessary certifications, I will apply for your transition to a permanent position. Director Shen had intentions unbeknownst to Lu Baiwei. Touched by his consideration, stemming from his old acquaintance with her grandfather, Lu Baiwei felt a warmth in her heart. However, she had to decline Director Shen's kind offer. With He Ting's niece and nephew soon to arrive at Shenyang Brigade, she needed to assist He Ting in caring for the two children, making her commute to the county extremely inconvenient. Furthermore, her aspirations did not lie in being a mere temporary worker at a hospital. She yearned for a grander stage. It was the summer of 1975, and the college entrance examinations were set to resume in September of the following year. In her past life, she had suffered due to the lack of a diploma, and now that she had been reborn, she was determined to seize the opportunity presented by the reinstatement of the exams. Working as a barefoot doctor in the brigade would afford her more time to diligently review high school material in preparation for the upcoming examinations in 2 years. Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa Shen, Lu Baiwei regretfully declined. I am married and wish to remain at the brigade as a barefoot doctor. Director Shen believed the girl was ungrateful, letting such a splendid opportunity slip away. He snorted dismissively, you think marrying a handsome man is enough, one must rely on oneself. Little girl, you will come to regret this. With that, Director Shen ceased to engage with her. What a stubborn old man. No wonder Shendage had to constantly placate him. Seeing the resemblance to her grandfather in Shen, Lu Baiwei didn't mind indulging him a bit. Grandpa Shen, the next time my brother goes hunting in the mountains with his girlfriend, I will have them bring you a rabbit. The thought of spicy rabbit heads brought some comfort to the old man. He inquired of Lu Baiwei, can you prepare rabbit dishes? Yes, I can make spicy, fragrant, and soy sauce flavored rabbit heads. My grandfather used to love the spicy rabbit heads I made. What flavors do you enjoy? At least you have a conscience, little girl. Director Shen, with an air of pride, declared, spicy rabbit heads are delicious. I want to simply take advantage of you. I will teach you some of my skills in return. Director Shen was particularly adept at pulse diagnosis, possessing an almost supernatural proficiency. With his ability to perceive even the most subtle symptoms through observation and inquiry, he could detect ailments before they manifested. Coincidentally, Lu Baiwei was not particularly skilled in pulse diagnosis, as her grandfather, Tang Zhongjing, specialized in bone setting. Was Director Shen genuinely inclined to mentor her in this art? Knowledge is never a burden. It would be foolish to disregard such a splendid opportunity. Lu Baiwei readily acquiesced. All right, master, the next time I come to the county, I will prepare some spicy rabbit heads as a token of respect for you. To have an opportunity to stay in the county hospital and yet insist on returning to the brigade as a barefoot doctor. I have never encountered such a lackluster disciple. Director Shen tossed her the certificate for barefoot doctors along with a book on pulse diagnosis, saying, off you go home and figure it out for yourself. Don't expect me to teach you hand in hand. A man with a wife is a treasure. A man without one is as good as a weed. Without Lu Baiwei at home, He Ting found the days quite arduous. Fortunately, the long 15 days finally came to an end. On the day Lu Baiwei completed her internship, He Ting set out early to the county to fetch her. Knowing that Lu Baiwei needed to collect medical supplies and medications to bring back to the brigade, He Ting's bicycle was laden with 2 baskets. While waiting at the hospital entrance and feeling a bit bored, as he still had time before their scheduled meeting, He Ting wandered around a nearby recycling station. Previously, during his time in the capital's courtyard, he had learned the art of scavenging for old items from Grandpa Zhou Yanfeng. At the recycling station, he spotted a chipped bowl, a dirty bottle, and an old pickling jar. He purchased them for 50 cents and stowed them in his basket. While rummaging through the heaps of junk, He Ting felt a twinge of regret for not visiting the recycling station near the hospital earlier, as he had focused solely on trading his game for money. As the time for his meeting with Lu Baiwei drew near, he reluctantly ceased his search and rode his bicycle towards the hospital entrance. Lu Baiwei, having received her supplies, stood at the hospital entrance, lost in thought while holding a snakeskin bag. Wei, what are you looking at? Upon hearing He Ting's call, she turned her head towards the hospital entrance. She had been contemplating something moments ago. She had seen someone hurriedly entering the hospital while carrying a child, and that person bore a striking resemblance to Tang Jingchuan. For a fleeting moment, she almost believed it was her second uncle, Tang Jingchuan, returning from the military. However, since her second uncle had married later in life and had one son and one daughter, her cousins were still unmarried. If it were indeed Tang Jingchuan, why would he be carrying a 3-year-old child to the hospital? It was impossible for him to have such a large granddaughter. It had been 2 years since Lu Baiwei last saw her second uncle after their grandfather's passing. Although the man bore a strong resemblance to him, she dismissed the possibility of it being Tang Jingchuan, who was far away. After sharing her thoughts with He Ting, she concluded, it couldn't have been my second uncle. How could he possibly return from the military so suddenly? The world is full of wonders. Many people bear striking resemblances to one another. He Ting helped her carry the medical equipment and supplies from the hospital and placed them in the basket when Lu Baiwei noticed the items he had salvaged from the recycling station. Did you find this jar at the recycling station? Are you planning to use it to pickle vegetables? Not only for pickling, I noticed this jar has some age to it. I want to take it home and have Zhou Yanfeng take a look at it. He Ting explained that his friendship with Zhou Yanfeng stemmed from her grandfather's work at the glass factory, where he was responsible for receiving goods. For a period, he had developed a fascination with antiques and often visited Zhou Yanfeng's grandfather, which led to Zhou Yanfeng becoming an inseparable companion. Lu Baiwei pushed aside her thoughts of the individual resembling Tang Jingchuan and, upon learning of Zhou Yanfeng's grandfather's occupation, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Due to current policies, antiques and old items were not worth much. However, in a few years, as the economy improved, these items would only increase in value. Having someone responsible for receiving objects at the glass factory was an incredible advantage. She had never realized she was so close to a significant figure. With He Ting uncovering treasures at the recycling station, Lu Baiwei felt her interest piqued. Are there any high school textbooks at the recycling station? She proposed, since it won't take much time, why don't we see if there are any high school textbooks? During this internship at the county hospital, I have come to appreciate how vital it is to acquire more knowledge. Having only completed middle school, the lack of a high school education was a lingering regret for Lu Baiwei after her rebirth. From Zhou Yanfeng, she learned that He Ting had excelled in school. With a ready-made tutor available, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Time was of the essence, with only 2 years remaining. She was determined to swiftly catch up on her high school studies. Chapter 042 My darling, it is not the snake that wants to entangle you. He Ting lamented his failure to thoroughly explore the recycling station for hidden treasures as he readily acquiesced to Lu Baiwei's suggestion, pushing his bicycle toward the nearby scrap collection point. This time, He Ting did not come across any discarded pottery or broken vessels. After all, intact bowls and jars are typically retained for storage rather than carelessly discarded. However, while assisting Lu Baiwei in her search for high school textbooks, he stumbled upon a torn calligraphy book and a painting with a missing corner. His eyes sparkled as he beheld the impressions left by the calligraphy and artwork. The name inscribed on the impressions belonged to a relatively obscure calligrapher, yet He Ting had, fortuitously, spent some time with Grandpa Zhou and had indeed encountered similar rubbings before. If the items he held were authentic, they could be traced back to the Song dynasty. Even if they were mere replicas, they would still fetch a respectable price. He Ting promptly gathered the calligraphy book and artwork along with the high school textbooks discovered by Lu Baiwei and presented them to the elderly gatekeeper at the recycling station. The old man, mistaking the items for mere scraps, did not charge him for them. While the high school textbooks Lu Baiwei uncovered cost a mere 50 cents, the joy of finding such a bargain was beyond words. As the two emerged from the recycling station, they placed their finds into the baskets, unable to conceal the delight radiating from their faces. The items Lu Baiwei collected from the hospital, along with the textbooks and jars, filled both baskets hanging from the back of He Ting's bicycle. On the return journey from the county town to Xiangyang Brigade, Lu Baiwei had no choice but to sit on the front bar of He Ting's bicycle. Lu Baiwei had previously sat on the front bar during a trip to the county town to sell medicinal herbs. That time, after she had called out for Yin Jihad in her sleep, He Ting had maintained a cold demeanor, keeping her at a distance as he circled her. However, this time, with no misunderstandings between them and the beauty that distance had fostered, the couple found themselves drawing closer together. Unbeknownst to her whether it was deliberate or accidental, He Ting often rested his chin on her shoulder, his chest pressing closely against her back, an intoxicating wave of pheromones enveloping them as his face nestled against her neck. Not only her back, but Lu Baiwei felt a fire igniting throughout her body. Unable to resist the urge to push He Ting's face away, with her hand against his cheek, He Ting let out a muffled chuckle as he pedaled the bicycle. Lu Baiwei, irritated, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "Vivi, your face is flushed," He Ting replied in a low voice. "My darling wife looks lovely when she is shy." As He Ting spoke with his forehead resting against her neck, the endearment "my wife" seemed to penetrate her eardrums, sending delightful shivers coursing through her. The last time he had been injured by a wolf, she had cared for him throughout the night in the hospital, and their relationship had advanced rapidly. With He Ting teasing her in this manner, Lu Baiwei found herself genuinely unable to withstand it. Throughout the journey, her mind was abuzz with thoughts. She was now the barefoot doctor of the brigade, and the room outside the clinic needed to be cleared to serve as a consultation room. He Ting's bed also needed to be vacated for future occasions when brigade members might faint and require a place to rest. How could she broach this matter in a manner that seemed natural? After much mental preparation, when it came time to ask Ting to move his bed, Lu Baiwei's inherent modesty rendered her speechless. Upon returning to their cozy abode, Lu Baiwei busied herself setting up the clinic, arranging the medical supplies and equipment she had procured from the hospital into the cabinets. Ting assisted her diligently. As dusk fell, Lu Baiwei prepared dinner for Ting. During her half-month internship at the county hospital, Ting had, following Zhou Yanfan's example, shared meals at Lu Baiwei's third aunt's home. Naturally, her aunt refused to accept payment, and Ting, like Zhou Yanfan, would bring meat to trade for grains. Their home had not seen a proper meal in quite some time. Lu Baiwei planned for a simple dinner of noodles, accompanied by a sauce of scrambled eggs. As the egg sauce was prepared and the noodles boiled, Lu Baiwei instructed Ting to monitor the cooking noodles while she went to the backyard to snip some scallions. With Ting tending to the garden, the backyard vegetable patch had flourished, the seedlings brought from her maternal uncles had thrived, creating a lush and verdant garden. Even Ting, a novice gardener, had taken his cousin Tang Yuanliang's advice and fashioned a fence from several bamboo sticks inserted into the ground. The newly planted bitter melons and bean vines were already climbing the bamboo fence. Lu Baiwei gathered a handful of thriving scallions when a sudden movement startled her. A beautifully patterned snake had emerged from the garden. Upon realizing it was merely a rat snake, Lu Baiwei laughed, feeling no fear whatsoever, and promptly seized the snake by its midsection, swinging it forcefully to the ground. Stunning the snake, she not only contemplated how to prepare it for dinner but also devised a way to broach the subject of Ting moving his bed. Clutching the scallions in one hand and the snake in the other, she passed by the window of her room on her way to the kitchen, tossing the snake inside without hesitation. After disposing of the snake, she returned to the kitchen, still holding the scallions. Ting had already drained the cooked noodles and ladled the egg sauce over them. Lu Baiwei chopped the scallions and sprinkled them atop the fragrant bowls of egg noodles. Just as they had done when they first wed, Ting ventured to the stream to fetch water for Lu Baiwei to bathe. After boiling water for their bath, they each retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Lu Baiwei felt no nostalgia as she closed the door to her room, while Ting's hopeful gaze dimmed, the words he had intended to speak swallowed back. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Ting lay in the outer room, tossing and turning in restless sleep. Just as he finally drifted into a light slumber, a startled cry echoed from Lu Baiwei's room. "Vivi, what happened?" Ting sprang from his bed and rushed into her room. Illuminated by the beam of a flashlight, he discerned a patterned snake coiled around the post of Lu Baiwei's mosquito net, flicking its tongue. Ting grabbed a nearby pole and deftly lifted the snake to the ground, swiftly striking it to silence. "All is well, Vivi, do not be afraid," he reassured her, as Lu Baiwei appeared utterly terrified. Ting wrapped his arms around her, gently stroking her back in a soothing manner. "Do not fear, the snake has been dispatched." Lu Baiwei nestled into his embrace, her head burrowing into his chest, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked up at him. "But I am still frightened," she replied, her body trembling slightly. "That snake was just about to slither into the mosquito net and bite me. I've heard that snakes are notoriously vengeful creatures. Now that you've killed the snake, I won't dream of a dead snake entangling me tonight, will I?" Knowing that Lu Baiwei was soft and fragrant, Ting held her close, feeling her restless movements against him. After accompanying Tang Yuanliang into the mountains on several occasions, Ting was no longer the naive young man who had arrived from the capital. Besides learning the art of hunting, he had encountered various venomous creatures in the mountains and recognized that the snake which had climbed Lu Baiwei's mosquito net post was a harmless rat snake. Tang Yuanliang had informed him that this type of snake was not only non-venomous but also had exceptionally tender meat. Cooking it together with chicken would be absolutely delightful. He had also learned from Tang Yuanliang that not only did Tang Yunling have no fear of snakes, but his wife Lu Baiwei was equally unfazed. Having accompanied her grandfather to gather herbs in her youth, she had learned how to catch snakes for medicinal wine. Seeing Lu Baiwei so frightened by a rat snake, her eyes brimming with tears as she sought solace in his embrace, Ting couldn't help but chuckle softly. He found her earnest attempts to feign fear quite amusing. Chapter 043 Weiwei, your husband's passion is ablaze. Ting's voice was tender as he comforted her. "I will remove the snake and come in to keep you company. Do not be afraid." Lu Baiwei nestled closer to him, shyly responding with a soft sound. As Ting carried the snake away with a pole, Lu Baiwei's heart raced anxiously. She had not anticipated that everything would proceed so smoothly. Ting, seeing her fear of snakes, had taken the initiative to offer his company for the night. What should she do next? Upon hearing Ting place the pole at the corner of the door and the sound of him locking it from the inside, Lu Baiwei felt her palms and soles grow clammy as his footsteps drew ever closer to her bed. Fortunately, Ting seemed genuinely concerned for her well-being, quietly lying beside her after climbing onto the bed. The room was enveloped in silence, the rhythm of their breaths and heartbeats distinctly audible. To break the unspoken tension that hung between them, Lu Baiwei cleared her throat and initiated conversation. "Ting, I learned to take pulses from Director Shen at the county hospital. How about I practice on you?" Ting, striving to suppress his urge to embrace her, was momentarily taken aback by her words. In the darkness, a smirk crept onto his lips, forming a handsome arc. He responded hoarsely, his voice barely above a whisper. Lu Baiwei inched her hand closer to him, slowly grasping his large, calloused palm. His pulse throbbed vigorously, the powerful rhythm almost infectious. Lu Baiwei's heart, which had already raced like a startled deer, now raced even faster. Their hands grew warm and slightly damp where they touched. Unsure of her next move, Lu Baiwei held onto his wrist. Ting, embodying the patience of a hunter, teased her once more. "Weiwei, is there something wrong with my pulse?" "No," she retorted, slightly annoyed at his teasing, her tone tinged with playful reproach. "There is nothing wrong." "There is." His voice, low and gravelly, hinted at an impending revelation. "Weiwei, my passion is ablaze." "Ah? What?" Lu Baiwei thought she had misheard, her heart racing in disarray. Your husband's passion is quite intense. Wei, help me douse the flames, He Ting repeated the phrase hoarsely, and before Lu Baiwei could comprehend, he pulled her towards him with surprising strength, causing her to tumble onto his chest with an involuntary gasp. She was uncertain when she had drifted off to sleep, but the intermittent crowing of a rooster outside roused her. Lu Baiwei felt as though she had been run over by a cart, her body ached as if it had been shattered. Just as she was about to succumb to a light slumber, a searing heat enveloped her once more. Enough was enough. Lu Baiwei regretted provoking him. This man approached everything like a feast, always wanting more. She certainly wouldn't feign fear of snakes, nor would she claim to be practicing pulse-taking in the dark, and now, she found herself having to take his pulse and extinguish his fiery passion. Awakened by the chaos, Lu Baiwei felt a surge of frustration as she pushed aside the face that had come too close to hers, but the owner of that face was as persistent as a serpent. The imbalance of power was evident. Lu Baiwei felt utterly defenseless against He Ting, just as he seemed intent on pursuing her further. A loud knocking echoed from outside. Who could possibly be knocking so early? The sky had brightened, yet the room remained dim, and it was still too early for anyone to be arriving for work. I'll see who it is, He Ting said, having transitioned from merely possessing a marriage certificate to a deeper intimacy with Lu Baiwei, their bond having unknowingly grown closer. He pressed his forehead against hers, realizing that he had perhaps been too forward. He Ting gestured for her to remain still as he made his way to the door. My little uncle truly lives here? Uncle Tang, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? A child's voice came from outside, sounding quite familiar. He Ting opened the door, only to find himself confronted by a resolute face. The man was clad in military attire, a drowsy little girl with rosy cheeks resting on his shoulder. As she lay there, the girl could only see his profile, yet He Ting felt an odd familiarity with the child in his arms. Suddenly, a boy of about 5 years emerged from behind the man, staring at He Ting in disbelief. Little uncle? At that moment, He Ting recognized why the little girl seemed so familiar. The sight of his suddenly appeared nephew, He Yunqi, left even the composed He Ting astonished. Xiaoqi, how did you find your way here? Little uncle, it really is you. We finally found you. The boy clung tightly to He Ting's leg, as though fearing he would vanish at any moment. Initially, the excitement of seeing He Ting faded, replaced by a sudden sense of grievance, and tears welled in his eyes. Woo, mommy and daddy are gone, and my sister is sick. Why was the boy crying? He Ting finally came to his senses, realizing that something must have gone amiss at home. As he had done before, He Ting commanded with authority, no crying, hold back your tears and speak to me properly. Little uncle. While the uncle and nephew exchanged words, the little girl resting on the man's shoulder stirred awake. Upon seeing He Ting, her face lit up with joy as she called out to him in a soft, endearing voice. Unable to contain himself, Tang Jingchuan interjected, let us talk inside. The child is still unwell. Hearing someone call for little uncle amidst the sounds of a child crying, Lu Baiwei began to piece together the situation. Ignoring her aching body, she propped herself up and hastily donned her clothes. Sure enough, as she emerged from the inner room, she was taken aback to see an unexpected face. Second uncle, is that really you? Lu Baiwei exclaimed with surprise. I saw you at the county hospital yesterday. I thought I was mistaken. Yes, I had intended to return to Shenyang Brigade yesterday. Tang Jingchuan greeted his niece warmly, explaining the reason for his visit to the county hospital. Yesterday, Ranan had a severe fever, and we had no choice but to stay overnight at the county guest house. He Ting had already taken the little girl, He Yunran, from Tang Jingchuan's arms and was now conversing with him. As Tang Jingchuan explained, he glanced at the little girl cradled in He Ting's embrace. He Ting understood that Lu Baiwei's second uncle served in the same military unit as his brother. However, he had not expected that the very person entrusted with bringing his niece and nephew to Shenyang Brigade would be Tang Jingchuan, the paternal uncle of his wife. He Ting felt immense gratitude towards Tang Jingchuan for undertaking this journey, and he readily joined Lu Baiwei in calling him uncle. I appreciate you taking the trouble to come here, second uncle. The moment Lu Baiwei appeared, He Yunqi's curious gaze widened as he took in her presence. Beyond mere curiosity, there was a hint of shyness in his eyes as he regarded her. At over 5 years old, He Yunqi was more acutely aware of the abrupt changes in his life compared to his 3-year-old sister. Having left the protective embrace of their parents, he had experienced either malice or indifference from the outside world, rendering him sensitive and cautious. His expression conveyed a silent fear that this new aunt might not take a liking to him. Chapter 044. The nephew-in-law is a henpecked husband. He Yunqi, this little fellow, possesses a proud temperament, reminiscent of his uncle He Ting's indomitable spirit. Before Lu Baiwei, he stands diminutive and delicate, yet his posture is erect, akin to a new recruit awaiting inspection. He Yunran is no different, although the little one appears somewhat listless due to illness. Upon hearing Lu Baiwei's voice, she opens her large, dark, grape-like eyes and leans softly against He Ting's shoulder to gaze at her. However, the little girl lacks her brother He Yunqi's audacity and does not feign strength. Her expression is timid and shy. Both children are strikingly beautiful, particularly He Yunran, the soft and gentle little one, who has melted Lu Baiwei's heart. In her previous life, she regretted not having children until her last breath. Though He Yunqi and He Yunran are not her biological offspring with He Ting, she is now married to him, and they are indeed a family. By rounding it off, his 2 nieces and nephews could be considered as their children. With just one glance, Lu Baiwei has taken a liking to these 2 little ones. Seeing the sparkle in the children's eyes, as if they had unearthed precious herbs on a mountain, He Ting feels a sense of relief. Although he has not yet had the opportunity to communicate with Tang Jingchuan regarding the situation with the old man and his elder brother, the fact that his niece and nephew have been entrusted to Tang Jingchuan for delivery to the Peace Brigade signifies that, for the foreseeable future, these two little ones will live alongside him and Wei Wei. He and Wei Wei do not yet have children of their own, and he feels guilty asking her to help care for his niece and nephew. Fortunately, his Wei Wei is kind and resilient, not harboring any displeasure at the arrival of the two little ones. Wei Wei, these are the children of my elder brother's family. My brother and sister-in-law have entrusted them to the second uncle to bring Xiao Qi and Xiao Ran to the Shangyang Brigade. Lu Baiwei squats down beside He Ting. Little Ran, sensing Lu Baiwei's kindness, shyly stretches out her delicate hand to touch Lu Baiwei's face. Lu Baiwei reciprocates by gently holding the tiny hand, her face glowing with delight as she rubs it against her cheek. The situation in the capital weighs heavily on He Ting's mind. Observing the rapport between Lu Baiwei and Ran Ran, he turns to Tang Jingchuan. Last time I sent a message back to the capital, I informed the old man about my marriage to Wei Wei. I have been awaiting a reply. Recently, I have not received any correspondence from home. What is the situation in the capital? Tang Jingchuan had not anticipated that He Ting would come to the Shangyang Brigade as a youth cadre and actually marry his niece, Lu Baiwei. Due to having served as a guard for He Ting's grandfather and being familiar with He Ting's elder brother and family, Tang Jingchuan is acutely aware of He Ting's character. This young man has always been difficult to manage, yet he thrives in the courtyard, exhibiting a strong sense of individuality. Forcing him to do something against his will is futile. When the old man pushed him to go to the countryside, it was actually because he had learned that He Ting's long-lost mother was living well in the port city. His father had been a romantic, sacrificing himself to protect his wife. The He family is of unblemished lineage. The only potential flaw lies in the identity of the young daughter-in-law. Not only He Ting's grandfather but also his rivals in the capital are aware of the whereabouts of He Ting's mother. The old man had a premonition that his adversaries would exploit this situation, and sending He Ting to the countryside was a means of safeguarding the grandson he valued the most. The marriage contract established between the two families had long been rendered void due to Tang Jingchuan lacking a sister or daughter. The old man in the capital seized this as an excuse to send He Ting to the Shangyang Brigade as a youth cadre. Unexpectedly, the ever-resolute He Ting actually heeded the old man's advice and married his niece. Now that his beloved grandson has settled in the countryside, it is wiser to take the initiative rather than wait for others to act against the He family. The old man decisively applied to go to the northwest to engage in afforestation for the country's benefit, entrusting Tang Jingchuan with the task of bringing the two young children to the Shangyang Brigade to join He Ting. The Qin family has already taken action. Originally, your elder uncle's family was firmly set to be sent to the farm. The next step would be to oust the old man. The old man refuses to play by the rules, unexpectedly applying to go to the northwest for afforestation, leaving the Qin family to strike at air. Tang Jingchuan explains to He Ting, this way, the foundation of the He family is preserved without sustaining serious injuries, and when the policies ease, it will require little effort to return to their former standing. If you had not married Wei Wei, the old man would not have dared to play such a risky game. The person he is most concerned about is you. Knowing that you are living well in the Shangyang Brigade and have established a family with Wei Wei, he entrusted me to bring Xiao Qi and Xiao Ran here. As Tang Jingchuan speaks, he pulls out a savings book from his pocket and hands it to He Ting. Now that you have married Wei Wei, the old man entrusted me to bring you the family assets. He passes the savings book to He Ting. This is something I've been holding onto, and I am finally able to hand it over to you, the rightful owner. The old man said the money is for you to spend as you wish. The funds for raising the children and your wedding are all here. Upon hearing about the family assets, He Ting opens the savings book, seizing the opportunity while teasing Ran Ran. Lu Baiwei leans in to catch a glimpse of the amount, noting the numerous zeros trailing behind the digits. To her astonishment, the sum amounts to over 9,000 yuan, almost reaching 10,000 in this era. 10,000 yuan is equivalent to millions in the future, isn't it? Lu Baiwei is taken aback by such a substantial amount, marveling at the He family's considerable wealth. Naturally, He Ting is accustomed to grand windfalls, and upon receiving this sum, he displays no outward emotion. He glances at the figure and promptly hands the savings book to Lu Baiwei. Wife, you managed this. Tang Jingchuan is momentarily stunned. He did not expect that the seemingly unrestrained individual from the capital's courtyard would turn out to be henpecked in front of his own niece. Without batting an eye, he hands over such a large sum, the savings book firmly placed in Wei Wei's hands. While Tang Jingchuan remains uncertain about the true reasons behind He Ting's marriage to his niece, seeing their harmonious interaction allows him to set his worries aside. As an uncle, he does not mind adding a touch of prosperity. He is determined not to let his niece be looked down upon. Tang Jingchuan immediately pulls out 10 large bills and hands them to Lu Baiwei. Wei Wei, take this as a wedding gift from me to you and He Ting. Second uncle, this is too much. Is it truly necessary to be so generous? It feels as if money is akin to waste paper. Lu Baiwei repeatedly shakes her head in astonishment. Second uncle, this simply cannot be. Offering a large bill as a wedding gift in our brigade is already quite lavish. Tang Jingchuan insists, while Lu Baiwei appears troubled. Previously, I received 6 yuan as wedding gifts from my eldest and third uncles. From you, second uncle, I will only take one large bill. Just take it, this money was saved by me and your aunt. Tang Jingchuan genuinely wishes to bestow a wedding gift upon his niece and is quite insistent. A couple of years ago, when your grandfather passed away, your aunt expressed a desire to bring you to the capital as her daughter, but your biological father caused a great uproar, insisting on bringing you back home. Chapter 045. Auntie is terrifying. A female demon. Your aunt remarked that your biological father is unreliable. Aside from the old Tang family who dotes on their daughters, our community tends to favor the boys at home. Your aunt suspects that you will face grievances upon your return and believes it is wise to set aside a sum for your dowry. What we mean is, if you possess some savings, when you marry, your in-laws will treat you with greater kindness. Your aunt saves a few yuan each month. By now, there is quite a substantial sum for your wedding gifts. Lu Baiwei was left speechless. The old Tang family truly cherishes their daughters. Each of her uncles and aunts strives to think of her well-being. Reflecting on her past life, where she had distanced herself from her uncles and aunts under the influence of Lu Jianghuo and Lu Chunhua, Lu Baiwei felt like a fool. She gratefully accepted her uncle's intentions to save for her dowry. In her heart, she resolved to honor her uncles and aunts as she would her own parents. Initially, when she saw the savings book sent by He Ting from the capital, her heart brimmed with the joy of sudden wealth. Yet, upon receiving the 100 yuan from Tang Jingchuan, she realized that the true treasure flowing through her heart was not the money but the bond of kinship. As she held the heavy 100 yuan, tears welled in her eyes. However, a sudden scream shattered this tender moment. Ah, a snake? The terrified voice belonged to little He Yunqi. After greeting his uncle, He Yunqi had relaxed and found a spot to sit quietly. Being a child, he was restless and, feeling bored, began to kick the nearby table. The table rattled loudly, and he sheepishly turned his head, pretending he was not the culprit. Then he spotted the snake that He Ting had flung out last night. Though He Yunqi was a boy, he was still a young child. Upon seeing the vividly patterned snake, he leapt high from his chair in fright. Oh my goodness, what a huge snake! Uncle, a snake! There's a snake! He Yunqi dashed towards He Ting, burrowing into his embrace like a little cannonball. Don't be afraid, Xiaoqi, it's a dead snake. To reassure him, Lu Baiwei picked up the snake from the ground, proving it was indeed lifeless. But He Yunqi paid no heed to her words. He clung tightly to He Ting's arm, his gaze towards Lu Baiwei tinged with fear. Auntie is so terrifying, she is holding a snake. He resolved never to misbehave in front of his little aunt again. Lu Baiwei had grown up gathering herbs on the mountains with her grandfather, Tang Zhongjing, and playing with snakes. She had no idea the children from the capital could be so frightened of snakes. Little did she know that because she had picked up a dead snake, He Yunqi would decide to behave obediently in her presence from then on. If she were aware of the unintended consequences, she would surely find it amusing. Tang Jingchuan showed great interest in the snake Lu Baiwei held. Good stuff, a snake makes the freshest chicken stew. Very well, then. He Ting can buy a chicken later, and you can stew it for your second uncle today. Lu Baiwei, being considerate, turned to Tang Jingchuan and asked, Second uncle, will you rest here with me, or will you return to your elder brother's place? I'll head back to your elder brother's. It has been 2 years since I last came. I need to discuss a few matters with him. Seeing Lu Baiwei getting along so well with the little one from the capital, Tang Jingchuan felt reassured. As for Yun Ran, who had a slight fever, that was of little concern. Tang Jingchuan knew that Lu Baiwei had inherited her father's medical skills and could easily care for children. Alright then, I'll skin the snake and prepare the chicken. Second uncle, please call your elder brother and third uncle to join us for dinner. After Tang Jingchuan departed, Lu Baiwei became lost in thought while holding the savings book that He Ting had entrusted to her. She pondered whether her rebirth had altered the course of many events, as so much was different from her previous life. For instance, the Yi family was supposed to face calamity. However, because she married He Ting, the venerable elder of the Yi family was at ease with his most cherished grandson. This time, instead of waiting for his adversaries to strike, he took the initiative to lead the family to the northwestern region for reforestation. In this life, the Yi family had not lost their fortune. The elder not only entrusted 2 children to her second uncle, sending them to Xiangyang Brigade, but also brought along a considerable sum in the savings book. She recalled that in her previous life, after He Ting married Lu Jiaojiao, the Yi family fell into misfortune, and He Ting, the young master from the capital, suffered greatly, seemingly lacking in financial resources. Of course, it was also possible that He Ting had not reached the point of utter despair. Perhaps he had discerned the greed of Lu Jiaojiao and her family, choosing not to reveal the money he had saved. Regardless, the specifics no longer mattered. Now that she was married to He Ting, he proved to be a man with whom she could share a life. The more they interacted, the more Lu Baiwei felt he was an ideal husband, even surpassing her expectations. Such a He Ting was someone she ought to cherish deeply. With the Yi family's misfortune, Lu Baiwei had no intention of claiming the money from the capital for herself. The savings she and He Ting had accumulated from selling mountain goods were sufficient, and she intended for this money to serve as the seed capital for the Yi family's revival upon their return from the northwest. Alternatively, she could save a bit more with He Ting, and once she entered university, take advantage of the winds of reform and opening up to buy a courtyard house in the capital. Owning a courtyard house would secure a comfortable life for them, wouldn't it? After all, marrying He Ting meant she would not have to toil as she did in her past life. Unlike Lu Jiaojiao, Lu Baiwei did not feel the burdens of life with the arrival of He Ting's niece and nephew. Instead, she looked forward to nurturing them alongside He Ting. Her second uncle had finally returned to Xiangyang Brigade, and Lu Baiwei planned to prepare snake stew with a chicken, inviting a few uncles over for lunch. During her studies at the county hospital, Tang Yuanliang had accompanied He Ting to the mountains, where they managed to sell 2 wild boars and a wolf, adding to Lu Baiwei's savings. Thinking of how her uncle's children had cared for her and considering her achievement of becoming a barefoot doctor, Lu Baiwei decided to seize the opportunity of her second uncle Tang Jingchuan's visit to create a festive atmosphere. She resolved to make the feast more sumptuous, moving the dinner to the evening. He Ting returned with the chicken, and Lu Baiwei instructed him to invite Zhou Yanfeng from the Youth Point, suggesting they go to the town supply and marketing cooperative after lunch to see if they could purchase some meat. When her elder uncle Tang Jingshan learned that his brother had returned, he acted even faster than Lu Baiwei. The moment he saw Tang Jingchuan, he arranged for her older cousin Tang Yuanshui to head to the town as supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Baiwei mentioned that everyone would gather to eat at the health center in the evening. Tang Jingshan praised her cooking, instructing her to take 2 pounds of meat and have her cousin bring it over. The rabbit they had hunted together with Yiting previously was left at Tang Jinghai's home, and her third uncle had also sent some over through his cousin Tang Yunling. Considering that the vegetables planted by Yiting were still scant, along with the whole cured rabbit, they also sent a basket of vegetables. Additionally, there were several pounds of lochan eel, which Tang Yuanliang had caught in the fields the previous night. Tang Yunling placed the selected items in the kitchen, immediately attracting He Yunqi's curiosity. The little fellow had shed his initial wariness and, growing familiar with Lu Baiwei, began to express himself freely. Pulling his sister He Yun ran over to see the wriggling lochan eel in the bucket. "Brother, there's a snake." He Yun Ran's little face turned pale with fright. Chapter 046, the miniature Yiting is truly adorable. The fear of snakes lingered, causing He Yunqi to take a step back. "Why are there snakes again? Auntie, there are so many snakes in the countryside." He Yunqi gasped, expressing his astonishment. Lu Baiwei explained, "That's not a snake, it's an eel. Eels thrive in mud fields, and their meat is quite delectable." The two little ones were so frightened of snakes that Lu Baiwei contemplated having Yiting plant some snake-repelling herbs beside the fields to prepare herbal sachets for them. "Is that the Yi family's children?" Tang Yunling, a natural with kids, remarked, "These children from the capital are truly charming. Indeed, just look at whose children they are." Lu Baiwei drove a nail into a wooden board, skillfully gutting the eel without noticing the expressions of He Yunqi nearby, nor what wild thoughts were swirling in the little one's mind. While working, she casually remarked, "My husband, Yiting, is so handsome, surely his nieces and nephews must be as well." Did Weiwei just praise him in front of her cousin? Yiting returned from killing a chicken by the stream and, upon hearing Lu Baiwei call him husband, felt a smile creeping onto his lips. In this sweet and tender phase of their marriage, he was oblivious to the terrified gaze of his little nephew He Yunqi as he watched her gut the eel. His eyes were solely on Lu Baiwei. He took over Lu Baiwei's task, saying, "Let me handle this, you can help your cousin with the vegetables." After witnessing the terrifying sight of Lu Baiwei barehandedly dealing with snakes and gutting eels, He Yunqi found the countryside rather intimidating and perceived his aunt as someone not to be trifled with. Now even his uncle seemed formidable. If he caused trouble, would his aunt gut him like that? From now on, he resolved to be obedient. When He Yunqi wore a serious expression, he was as inscrutable as Yiting, leaving others pondering his thoughts. Lu Baiwei was completely unaware that her 5-year-old nephew was quite the imaginative thinker. As she pondered how to interact with the mischievous boy, He Yunqi had already categorized her in his mind as one of the most fearsome types of people, silently vowing to always heed his aunt's words. He must never provoke her anger. He also intended to bring his sister along, ensuring they both behaved and kept out of trouble. In his vivid imagination, He Yunqi convinced himself that he would never eat snakes or eels. They were just too slippery and frightening. However, his resolve was soon shattered. The aroma of Lu Baiwei's chicken stew wafted through the air, mingling with the enticing scent of stir-fried eel with water celery. The fragrances were utterly irresistible, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. As he swallowed hard, he felt dizzy with hunger. To make matters worse, Lu Baiwei, concerned that the children might be hungry, ladled out a bowl of chicken for Ran before serving it. Caring for the children, Lu Baiwei displayed an innate attentiveness. The chicken was tender and falling off the bone, and she carefully deboned it for Ran, who found the eel's flesh devoid of bones, making it quite suitable for a child. Little Ran, oblivious to how the snake became food, opened her mouth eagerly as Lu Baiwei fed her a piece of succulent eel, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Auntie, this is delicious. Isn't it? Then do eat more, Ran." Lu Baiwei smiled as she encouraged her, "Come on, open your mouth for another bite." She enlisted Tang Yunling's help to scoop the chicken meat, feeding it to Ran with care. The little one savored every bite, her eyes closing in bliss as she swayed her small head in satisfaction. He Yunqi understood that his sister only swayed her head when she was enjoying the tastiest of foods. He swallowed hard, feeling envious. "Humph, Auntie, you are biased. You don't like me, only your sister, then I won't let you have any snake. Snakes are so frightening." "Really?" Lu Baiwei teased, picking up a piece of meat. "I was going to give you a taste, but since you don't want it, I'll feed it to your sister instead. Then, I'll try just one bite." The little guy, feeling quite proud, declared, "Uncle said boys mustn't be afraid. They should protect their sisters. I'll taste it for my sister, to see if the snake meat is poisonous or if it's unpleasant." Tang Yunling almost burst into laughter at He Yunqi's earnestness, unable to contain herself. When she opened her mouth to speak, Lu Baiwei shot her a look to silence her. He Yunqi, being sensitive to maintaining his dignity, felt the need to save face. Seeing that Tang Yunling was no longer laughing, he opened his mouth with a proud demeanor, as if granting Lu Baiwei a favor. He Yunqi bore a striking resemblance to Yiting, and Lu Baiwei found the miniature version of Yiting utterly adorable. She couldn't resist teasing him, so she fed him a piece of meat. As he chewed on the tender meat, He Yunqi's eyes widened, and he emitted sounds of enjoyment. "I declare, I will eat all the snakes from now on." "Ha ha ha." Tang Yunling could no longer hold back her laughter, exclaiming, "Weiwei, this little one is a real gem. He's absolutely hilarious. Little Chi, from now on, you can come to Auntie's for snake meals." He Yunqi had thought coming to the countryside would be a hardship. He had overheard many adults discussing how his uncle had endured hardship as a youth. What hardship, it was all about enjoying delicious snakes. He quickly realized how wonderful it was to have an aunt who could cook her, especially since Lu Baiwei had prepared non-spicy stir-fried eel with celery for him and ran, along with a tender loach and egg soup that was bursting with flavor, and delicately stir-fried meat slices. Suddenly, Yunqi understood that life in the countryside was blissful, filled with delectable food. No wonder his uncle refused to return to the capital after coming here as a youth. He made up his mind that he and Ran would stay with Auntie and, like his uncle, never return to the capital. Seeing Lu Baiwei bond so well with the two children moved Ting deeply. During dinner, he poured drinks for several uncles, occasionally casting gentle glances at Lu Baiwei as she fed the children. Ahem, these two children, Tang Jinghe coughed, reminding Ting, nephew-in-law, where are you pouring that drink? This wine is not cheap. Ting, distracted by the sight of Lu Baiwei with the children, inadvertently spilled some wine on the table that he hurriedly tilted the bottle back. Not only the uncles and aunts, but even Lu Baiwei's cousins couldn't suppress their laughter. Tang Jingchuan was thoroughly pleased. The troublesome child from the capital was, without a doubt, the destined nephew-in-law of their Tang family. With the children's bond growing stronger, he could enjoy a few more bowls of rice. Of course, it was also because his niece's cooking was simply exquisite. The chicken soup with loach was exceptionally fresh, and the stir-fried eel with celery and cucumber was a dish his grandfather had perfected. It had been years since he tasted it, and his niece replicated it flawlessly. The spicy stir-fried meat was delightful, with the homegrown peppers bursting with flavor, a stark contrast to what one would find outside. Not to mention the stir-fried rabbit meat, eggplant and green bean casserole, and his favorite stir-fried loofah. Additionally, his niece's bitter melon was prepared better than anyone else's, likely because she heated the pan first, frying out the bitter juices before adding lard, resulting in a dish that was perfectly complemented by the red chili peppers. The entire Tang family was thoroughly satisfied with the meal, while outside, Lu Jiaojiao, enticed by the aroma, could only endure her hunger. Chapter 047 A regret. He harbors a deep hatred for Lu Jiaojiao. During Lu Baiwei's internship in the county town, Lu Jiaojiao approached He Yan at the educated youth site, requesting a recommendation for the barefoot doctor exam along with 5 yuan. An argument erupted between He Yan and her. The scandalous details of this dispute spread through the Shenyang brigade at lightning speed. By the time Lu Jiaojiao returned to her maternal home after the quarrel, her mother-in-law, Shen Guixiang, was already aware. That lunatic Lu Jiaojiao is bound to bring disgrace upon herself, embarrassing our family and tarnishing your reputation, Shen Guixiang scolded her son, Yu Zhihe, in frustration. What on earth were you thinking? I had my sights set on Lu Baiwei, knowing she would be manageable, yet you had to involve Lu Jiaojiao in this mess. Lu Jiaojiao, that shameless creature, has been spoiled by Lu Chunhua. How could her temperament possibly be any better? Look at the chaos she has caused since our marriage. She's practically making a fool of you. Every day without reprimand emboldens her to tarnish your name at the educated youth site. How are we ever to hold our heads high in the Shenyang brigade? While Lu Baiwei has successfully become a barefoot doctor and is interning at the county hospital, what does Lu Jiaojiao have to show for herself? She's nothing but a lazy good-for-nothing, expecting me, her mother-in-law, to cater to her whims without lifting a finger. All she does is stir up trouble outside. If only you had listened to me back then, you could have married a salaried barefoot doctor from the brigade, whose maternal uncle is the brigade leader and whose own uncle holds a position in the military. How could you possibly be so foolish? Shen Guixiang continued her tirade. Yu Zhihe, too, felt a pang of regret. Had he known Lu Jiaojiao's true nature, he would have never married her. The thought of marrying Lu Baiwei, with a wife to support him and his mother, filled him with intense remorse. The more he regretted not marrying Lu Baiwei, the more he loathed Lu Jiaojiao for sullying his reputation. Mom, now is not the time for this, he interjected. Which man could endure such slander? Yu Zhihe wished he could wring Lu Jiaojiao's neck. The rumors in the brigade are rampant, and people are pointing fingers at our doorstep. What are we to do now? What to do? I swear I will flay Lu Jiaojiao alive if it means restoring our family's honor, Shen Guixiang declared with venomous determination. Her son was her lifeblood, and she was now seething with hatred for Lu Jiaojiao. She cunningly suggested, listen to me, my son, this time, you must heed my advice. That shameless creature has returned to her maternal home, hasn't she? Let's take some gifts and bring her back. Yu Zhihe was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Mom, what are you saying? We are going to bring Lu Jiaojiao back with gifts? Why are you in such a hurry? Just listen to your mother. Shen Guixiang's eyes glinted with malice. We must bring her back first. Then we can deal with her as we see fit. Once that shameless girl is in our hands, how we choose to discipline her will be entirely up to us. If she dares to ruin your reputation in the brigade, we will let everyone know that Lu Jiaojiao is nothing but a barren hen. Yu Zhihe perked up. Mom, how do we go about this? Like this, Shen Guixiang whispered plans to Yu Zhihe, and the two of them shared a triumphant laugh. Having made their arrangements, Shen Guixiang was generous this time. She and Yu Zhihe took 2 pounds of flour, a bottle of malted milk, and a can of oranges to Lu Jingguo's home. At that moment, the Lu family was finishing their lunch. Lu Jiaojiao was scooping egg custard when Lu Chunhua struck her hand with chopsticks. The egg custard is for your brother. Fuming, Lu Jiaojiao slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Mom, what am I supposed to eat then? Everything you've ever had was given to Lu Wenhua. In a fit of anger, Lu Jiaojiao shouted at Lu Chunhua, you bore me. Can you not favor Lu Wenhua so much? I am also a piece of flesh that came from you. Lu Jingguo was observing the scene at the table. He was already displeased with Lu Jiaojiao's habit of returning home for free meals. Lu Chunhua berated her, do you have any self-awareness? You think you can compare to Wenhua? You are a burden, how can you compare to Wenhua? All you do is eat, you are married yet still come back to fight with Wenhua over food. It's simply outrageous. Eat some eggplant, have some stir-fried peppers, they go well with rice. Mom, you are being too biased. No wonder my sister doesn't recognize you. This statement struck Lu Jiangua deeply. Lu Jiaojiao, oblivious to her father's expression, continued to complain loudly when Shen Guixiang arrived with Yu Jihe, beaming with a smile. Jiao, really now, you should not just have a spat with Jihe and storm back home. Shen Guixiang, with a smile like a tiger, addressed Lu Chunhua, look at Jiao's temperament. You've spoiled her, she can't bear to hear a word from Jihe without throwing a fit. I, as her mother-in-law, am patient and willing to serve her without taking these matters to heart. Was that even a reasonable thing to say? Lu Chunhua did not buy it for a moment. The injuries on Lu Jiaojiao were no mere pretense. As a mother, Lu Chunhua was not inclined to show Shen Guixiang any kindness. Seizing the initiative, Shen Guixiang placed the items on the table and turned to Lu Jiangua, the head of the household. Dear-in-law, your son had a quarrel with Jiao, and he recognizes his mistake. He himself said he would come to apologize and take Jiao back, even bringing the malted milk that her sister bought as a token of goodwill for you, her father. Here's a bottle of canned oranges, a rare treat. Jihe says they are sweet and that children love them, so he brought it for Wenhua to enjoy. Now that Jiao is married to Jihe, Wenhua is also our Jihe's younger brother, isn't? Our Wenhua has several elder sisters who have married off. In the future, he will be well cared for by Jiao and pampered as their younger brother. Shen Guixiang chattered on, there are also 2 pounds of flour, reserved for making buns for Wenhua. Those who do not strike a smiling face are often silenced. Lu Chunhua found herself at a loss for words. Lu Jiangua was even more satisfied. Lu Wenhua was his lifeblood. Why did he raise daughters? To ensure that they would take care of their younger brother, Lu Wenhua, as they grew older. Despite Yu Jihe's bad habit of roughhousing, his willingness to spend on Wenhua outweighed any concerns. On that basis alone, Lu Jiangua concluded that Yu Jihe was a fine son-in-law. Moreover, if gold bars were truly unearthed from beneath the land of the Yu family, surely Yu Jihe's affection for Wenhua would not diminish Wenhua's share, would it? Receiving the gifts from Shen Guixiang, Lu Jiangua felt a wave of relief wash over him as he began to exercise his authority as the head of the family. Jiao, couples bicker, but they also reconcile. What family doesn't go through this? Lu Jiangua advised Lu Jiao, sometimes even teeth and tongue clash, your mother and I often argue, but we are a married couple, and it all blows over. As a married daughter, you shouldn't linger at your maternal home fighting with your brother over food. It's unbecoming in the eyes of the brigade. Regardless of Lu Chunhua's glances, Lu Jiangua firmly declared, enough is enough. You've had your quarrel, now tidy up and return home with your husband. Chapter 048. Successfully brainwashing oneself. Lu Jiaojiao was left speechless. Was her relationship with Jihe akin to that of teeth and tongue? The mother and son duo had mercilessly beaten her. Lu Jiangwo had once claimed to cherish her the most, even more than Lu Baiwei, who had grown up alongside her. Was this truly how he treated her? Lu Jiaojiao could hardly believe her ears. Dad, Lu Jiangwo nodded, confirming the situation was half settled. Shen Guixiang felt secretly pleased, unwilling to see Lu Jiaojiao's return thwarted after so much effort. She understood that at this juncture, her son's declaration meant more than anything else. Shen Guixiang nudged Jihe, you must say something too. I tell you, I have resolved to make Jiaojiao my daughter-in-law. If you dare to bully her again, I will not spare you. Mom, I was wrong. Jihe suppressed his boundless hatred for Lu Jiaojiao, feigning an innocent demeanor. After you left, my mother beat me, saying I must not mistreat you. I will never treat you that way again. I will cherish you properly. Jihe stepped forward, grasping Lu Jiaojiao's arm. Jiaojiao, come back with me. Let us live our lives well together. Had Jihe truly changed for the better, Shen Guixiang would even strike her own son to ensure he treated Lu Jiaojiao well. Lu Jiaojiao's mind was in a whirl, unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Chunhua also believed that Jihe and his mother had genuinely recognized their mistakes, for Shen Guixiang, notoriously stingy, was willing to bear the cost of bringing gifts to apologize to Lu Jiaojiao, which demonstrated Jihe's resolve to amend his ways. Lu Chunhua nodded in agreement, and in this muddled state, Lu Jiaojiao returned home with Jihe and his mother. What awaited her was a new round of mixed doubles. Shen Guixiang, well prepared, locked the door upon entering and bound Lu Jiaojiao with rope. Eager to vent his frustrations, Jihe ruthlessly kicked Lu Jiaojiao in the abdomen. As she curled up on the ground, clutching her stomach, he continued to deliver heavy blows until she lost consciousness, finally relenting. Beating Lu Jiaojiao, whom he deemed worthless, provided Jihe with a twisted sense of satisfaction. Mom, what do we do now? With Lu Jiaojiao unconscious, Jihe turned to Shen Guixiang for advice. Shen Guixiang cackled with glee, no matter how cunning the wretch, there comes a time when they fall into our hands. The girl is someone we have coaxed back with great difficulty. Of course, we must bind her in that dark room and wait for her to wake up before you attend to her. Remember, you must kick her hard in the belly. Once her abdomen is rendered useless, we will take her to the brigade's health station. Her sister Lu Baiwei will not stand for her, and soon everyone in the brigade will know that Lu Jiaojiao is a hen that lays no eggs. At that point, the entire brigade will understand that you have been wronged, and it is Lu Jiaojiao who is incapable, blaming you for her shortcomings. Lu Jiaojiao felt as if her entire body had been shattered by pain. When she regained consciousness, she found herself confined in a pitch-black room that let in no light. Shen Guixiang and Jihe offered her nothing but thin porridge and water to keep her alive. Each time In Jiha thought of her sullying his reputation at the youth station, he would storm into the room and unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. In just a few days, Lu Jiajiao had been tormented to the point of near madness. During her moments of unconsciousness, she often thought she had returned to the small dark room where she had been shackled in her previous life. The terror of that experience was etched deeply into her soul. Seeing In Jiha, she was certain that she hadn't followed a self-proclaimed truck driver to escape. She had not been trafficked. Instead, she had fought with Lu Baiwei for the chance to marry In Jiha, who, along with his mother Xin Guixiang, had confined her in this dark room to abuse her. Her current suffering was merely a sacrifice for a future of luxury. Refusing to confront the agony, Lu Jiajiao engaged in self-PUA, successfully brainwashing herself. For the sake of her future as a wealthy matron, she knelt on the ground, licking In Jiha's boots and promising to obediently heed his words and never gossip at the youth station again. Allowing Lu Jiajiao to grovel before him provided In Jiha with a perverse amusement. However, Lu Jiajiao had her own support. Her mother Lu Chunhua cared for her, and Lu Jianghua would not allow her to be constantly bullied. Although In Jiha wished to keep her confined indefinitely, he ultimately lacked the courage to do so. Thus, when Lu Baiwei returned from her internship at the county hospital, having nearly reformed Lu Jiajiao into a compliant individual, In Jiha finally released her from the darkroom. During her confinement, Lu Jiajiao could not fathom why she had rushed to marry In Jiha only to endure such misery. In her previous life, Lu Baiwei had married In Jiha without such turmoil between them. In a flash of insight, Lu Jiajiao recalled a question Lu Baiwei had posed when she had provocatively visited the Brigade's health station. How did Lu Baiwei know about In Jiha's shortcomings? Could it be that Lu Baiwei had also been reborn? Eager to uncover the truth and to subtly probe Lu Baiwei during a visit to the health station, Lu Jiajiao detected a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air as she approached the small path outside the health station. It was the mouth-watering scent of stir-fried meat and vegetables. For Lu Jiajiao, having starved in the darkroom for nearly 10 days, this aroma was utterly irresistible. How was it that Lu Baiwei married He Ting and enjoyed such lavish feasts? The last time she saw Lu Baiwei washing pig intestines, and now she was inhaling the scent of stewed chicken soup and stir-fried eel. The fragrance was enough to drive her mad. Lu Jiajiao swallowed hard, practically yearning to dash into the health station and snatch away the food. As she drew closer, she hid outside among the bamboo thickets, observing the bustling activity within the health station. To her astonishment, she spotted several of Lu Baiwei's uncles inside, including her second uncle, who held a position as an officer in the military. Lu Jiajiao feared her second uncle the most. In the past, when she had bullied Lu Baiwei, Tang Jingchuan had shown no mercy, striking her without regard for her gender or her tears. Seeing Tang Jingchuan back and dining at Lu Baiwei's home, Lu Jiajiao dared not enter, choosing instead to remain concealed behind the bamboo, quietly watching. Just then, He Yunqi and He Yunran, having finished their meals, were led outside to play by Tang Yunling. Lu Jiajiao's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the two little ones. Has something happened to the He family? The He family has been sent to a labor farm. That must be why He Ting's niece and nephew are here at Shangyang Brigade. Nothing in this life was the same, and despair washed over Lu Jiajiao. Yet, upon seeing the He siblings, a flicker of hope ignited within her. The question she had intended to ask Lu Baiwei had found their answers, filling her with exhilaration. The He family had undoubtedly been sent to a labor farm. Indeed, she need not seek Lu Baiwei's insights to know that events were unfolding along the trajectory of her previous life. Even though Lu Baiwei had married He Ting, the He family still faced exile. Thus, In Jiha would surely rise to prominence, and she would undoubtedly become the wealthy matron she aspired to be. All she needed to do was endure this most arduous period, and a path of prosperity would await her. Chapter 049. Nanti, you were shameless in her heart. Lu Jiajiao indulged in a flurry of imaginative thoughts, and the pent-up feelings of frustration dissipated entirely. She resolved to obediently heed In Jiha's words from now on. Only by firmly holding on to him could she hope for a good life, one that would surpass the glory of Lu Baiwei. With this determination firmly rooted in her mind, Lu Jiajiao decided not to test Lu Baiwei any longer. As the sun began its descent behind the mountains, it cast a radiant glow upon the stream. In the shallows, small fish darted about. In just one day, He Yunqi had come to accept the new aunt his uncle had married. He resolved to cling to his uncle and aunt, indulging in their company and postponing his return to the capital. The little fellow, with a remarkable ability to adapt, found his playful spirit bubbling forth upon seeing the fish swimming in the creek. He playfully exclaimed to Tang Yunling, "Auntie, I want to go into the river to catch fish." Tang Yunling, a natural leader among children, adhered to no antiquated notions of restraining girls. She could deftly navigate the waters to catch fish or climb mountains to catch snakes. There was nothing she could not do. She was far from being a rigid adult who stifled children's spirits. As He Yunqi prepared to catch fish, Tang Yunling helped him remove his shoes and socks, even rolling up his pant legs with great care, and playfully gave a little pat to his pert backside. "Go on, little rascal, don't worry about getting soaked. If you get dirty, I'll dunk you in the creek, so Wei doesn't have to scrub you down tonight." He and she nearly cheered, wanting to declare Tang Yunling a wonderful person, yet, her playful antics made him shy. Just over 5 years old, he was aware of the concept of modesty. "Auntie, you're so shameless, how embarrassing, humph, don't touch the boys, look at you, so little and yet you know about modesty." He Yunqi's serious expression resembled that of a small Li Ting, which amused her to no end. Unable to resist, Tang Yunling pinched his cheek. "Hana, little Chi, you're so adorable when you're angry." Irritated, He Yunqi swatted at her with his tiny hand. Tang Yunling stepped back, laughing so hard that she could hardly stand upright. He Yunran, oblivious to the commotion, was simply delighted to see her brother agitated, which did not hinder her enjoyment of the moment alongside Tang Yunling. This joyful scene by the stream caught Lu Jiajiao's eye from her concealed vantage point, and she found the little brats insufferable. With Tang Yunling equally irksome, she still remembered the incident when Tang Yunling had chased her with pig dung. Moreover, in her past life, those two little rascals had frequently made life difficult for her in front of He Ting, deepening his disdain for her. Seeing no hope with He Ting, she later ran away with someone else, which indirectly led to her tragic fate of being sold for many years. There is an old saying, when the tiger falls into the plains, it is bullied by the dogs. The Yi family had fallen from grace, and the little rascals were like lost dogs. Had the Yi family still been powerful, she would have dared not act against those two. A glint of malice flashed in Lu Zhaojiao's eyes as a cunning plan took shape in her mind. Ha, those two little rascals from the capital, just wait to be bullied. Upon returning from a family visit, Tang Jingchuan planned to stay at the brigade for several days. After 2 years, his younger brother had finally returned, and as the elder brother, Tang Jingshan felt compelled to host a meal for everyone to gather and celebrate. Lu Bai Wei prepared a feast more lavish than that of the new year, and the following day, she took the two little rascals from the capital to dine at Tang Jingshan's home. After dining at Tang Jingshan's, it would be time to visit Tang Jinghe's home. Little Li Yinqi, with grease at the corners of his mouth, felt he and his sister had never enjoyed such a feast in the capital. He understood now, there was meat to be had in the countryside. The little fellow who had cried upon arrival soon fell in love with his and his sister's life in the countryside and quickly began playing with several children from Lu Bai Wei's cousin's family. After a rather early dinner at Tang Jinghe's home, with the sun just having set, Lu Bai Wei and He Ting prepared to take little He Yinqi back to the brigade's health station. However, the little one was unwilling to leave, throwing a tantrum and rolling on the ground with a few of the little Tang children he had learned to play with. He Xiaoqi, He Ting called out his nickname, giving him a stern look. Only then did He Yinqi relent, rising from the ground and trailing behind He Ting and Lu Bai Wei with a dejected expression. Once outside Tang Jinghe's home, He Yinqi turned to check, ensuring none of his little companions were following him. Satisfied, he turned to He Ting and said, "Uncle, please give me some face. I want to be the boss." The little rascal was simply too amusing. Lu Bai Wei stifled a laugh, seeing how the cheeky little boy could amuse his wife. He Ting finally granted him a favorable expression. "Oh, so you have grand aspirations, do you?" "Of course, a soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Little Qi, who doesn't want to be the boss, is a coward." He Yinqi puffed out his little chest proudly. "Uncle, our He family has no cowards. Is he quite proud?" Then, Lu Bai Wei could hardly contain her laughter. She reached out her mischievous hand to pinch little He Yinqi's cheek. "Little Qi, you are just too adorable." He Yinqi feigned a look of despair, but, considering his little aunt's culinary skills, he chose to endure. After all, his uncle adored his little aunt the most. The little fellow was astute enough to recognize that in the health station's home, his little aunt was the true leader. He Ting carried the sleepy He and ran on his shoulder, while He Yinqi bounced along behind Lu Bai Wei. Lu Chuifeng, who had been waiting at the health station's entrance for quite some time, found the scene before her utterly glaring. Lu Chuifeng was the same person who had encountered He Ting and Lu Bai Wei at the state-run restaurant after they received their marriage certificate. "He Ting, have you really become so close with the country bumpkin?" Seeing Lu Bai Wei walking side by side with He Ting, Lu Chuifeng was furious. She glared at He Ting with the eyes of a heartbroken lover. "How could you forget about Shirshir, who cried her eyes out for you in the capital? You've completely forgotten her for a village girl. What kind of madness was this?" He Ting was thoroughly annoyed. Lu Chuifeng had insisted on coming down to the countryside with him and Zhou Yanfeng, and he found her insufferable. He had even gone so far as to devise a way to send her to the neighboring brigade, yet here she was, barking at his wife. He Ting stepped protectively in front of Lu Bai Wei. "Have you gone mad?" he snapped. "Get lost, go back where you came from." He Ting, you've really changed. It pains me to see it, and I feel for Shirshir. She has been wholeheartedly devoted to you, while you're flirting with another woman." Lu Chuifeng was poised to continue her tirade, but the girl accompanying her, who had come with Lu Chuifeng to the Xiangyang brigade, could no longer bear to listen. He Zhiqing had married a girl from the Xiangyang brigade, and his closest relationship now was with his wife. How could he be accused of being with another woman? The girl had thought Lu Chuifeng seemed somewhat reasonable at first, but now she appeared utterly out of touch. To come onto someone else's turf and insult their wife as a country bumpkin, a village girl. She was a village girl herself. Had she known better, she wouldn't have felt sorry for Lu Zhiqing, leading her here. Seeing Lu Chuifeng prepare to speak again, the girl tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to remember. "Lu Zhiqing, didn't you say you came to deliver a message for your friend?" Chapter 050. How about you punish me tonight? "Oh, by the way, I came to deliver a message." Lu Cuifang glared at He Ting with evident annoyance. "You are treating Shirshir poorly. She harbors such deep feelings for you, yet you are unworthy of receiving the letters she writes." He Ting found himself utterly vexed, feeling entangled with such a neurotic individual. Although young, He Yunqi and He Yunran comprehended that Lu Cuifang was scolding their aunt. Furthermore, during their time in the capital, He Yunqi had been particularly irritated by Lu Cuifang's incessant chatter. With hands on hips, the little one spat in Lu Cuifang's direction, nearly splattering her with saliva. He Ting, it was imperative to correct this little one's bad habit. His uncle frowned in displeasure, while the child stood defiantly, hands on hips. "I spit on the dog." He Yunran, initially huffing in discontent at the insults hurled at her aunt, burst into delighted laughter at her brother's words. "Ah, spit. Spit on the dog, spit on the dog." Lu Cuifang was infuriated. "You two uncultured brats." Lu Bai Wei, who had intended to ignore Lu Cuifang, recalled the incident at the state-run restaurant when she had encountered He Ting while he was obtaining their marriage certificate. She perceived that Lu Cuifang seemed rather dim-witted. If a dog bit her, she couldn't very well bite back, could she? However, while it was tolerable for the dog to bark at her, it was wholly unacceptable to direct that behavior toward the children. "Lu Zhiqing, do you truly believe that my children, Ran and Xiaoqi, lack upbringing? Do you even know how to write the characters for upbringing?" "I obtained a marriage certificate with He Ting, which is legally recognized by the state." You come to my doorstep, acting deranged, claiming another girl is pining for my husband, and insulting my 2 children? Are you not in your right mind, or do you truly have a problem? My husband is already married, but if you truly care for your friend Shershur, is it wise to use her name to entangle yourself with my husband? Wouldn't that tarnish her reputation? Are you certain you are defending your friend? Or are you intent on ruining her name? When you city girls come to our countryside, we expect you to be cultured and educated, contributing to the nation and aiding in the construction of a new rural community. Yet your lack of upbringing and your actions have brought disgrace upon the urban female youth, lowering the overall standard. Lu Baiwei confronted her. Are you certain you wish to continue causing a scene at my doorstep? If so, I wouldn't mind visiting the Hongqi Brigade to consult with your brigade secretary and captain on how to handle a woman of your nature. Lu Baiwei spoke calmly, yet each word struck with precision, leaving Lu Cuifang speechless. She trembled as she pointed at Lu Baiwei, momentarily at a loss for words. Who is lowering the standards? We urban youth are undoubtedly the most knowledgeable and cultured. I won't stoop to your level. Lu Cuifang produced a letter from her pocket and handed it to Yiting. This is a letter from Shershur, entrusted to me for delivery. Please take it. I refuse. Yiting cautioned Lu Cuifang. I will reiterate for the last time, my relationship with Feng Shershur is limited to being neighbors who grew up in the same courtyard. There is nothing more. Whether it is Shershur who asked you to deliver this message or your own idea, I am married to my wife, Lu Baiwei, and I, Yiting, must remain loyal to my marriage, without entanglements with anyone else. Moreover, I am quite satisfied with my wife and have great affection for her. Our marital bond does not permit any interference from outsiders. Yiting warned Lu Cuifang in a cold tone. Should you dare to point at my wife again, prance around at my doorstep under the pretense of delivering messages, I will report you to the Hongqi Brigade and the commune for your lewd behavior, for undermining someone else's marriage. Yiting, she was utterly exasperated. She and Shershur had known Yiting the longest. Yiting claimed to be content with the village girl he married and expressed fondness for his wife. He even threatened to report her for lewdness. Being labeled a lewd person could result in being sent to a labor camp, and in severe cases, even execution. Yiting was utterly ungrateful, entranced by some rural vixen. Left speechless, Lu Cuifang found herself at a disadvantage as Yiting and Lu Baiwei stood on the moral high ground. No matter how she argued, she could not prevail, and feeling frustrated, she began to cry. Yiting, how dare you treat me this way? You have such a cruel heart. I even accompanied you to the countryside. I despise you. I will hate you forever. Throwing the letter to the ground, Lu Cuifang sobbed as she ran away. The girl who had accompanied her looked somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Baiwei finally recognized her as the younger sister of her cousin Tang Yinling's fiancé from the neighboring brigade. Sister Weiwei, I was just guiding her. Had I known she would act this way, I wouldn't have helped her. The young girl nodded apologetically at Lu Baiwei before chasing after the sobbing Lu Cuifang. Lu Baiwei shrugged helplessly and turned to Yiting. Comrade, you are quite something, always flirting and creating a web of romantic entanglements. Before Yiting could respond, Yunqi puffed out his chest and stood beside Lu Baiwei. Auntie, I don't pluck flowers indiscriminately. I only like you and Ran. You will still make me delicious food tomorrow, right? Yiting was thoroughly exasperated, lifting the child aside with one hand. Whether he was right or wrong was inconsequential. What mattered most was appeasing his wife. Yiting, fully aware of the situation, sincerely apologized to Lu Baiwei. Weiwei, I was wrong. Yiting leaned closer and whispered in her ear, how about you punish me tonight? His little niece was still nestled on his shoulder, and she heard everything. How peculiar Uncle's voice sounded. How would Auntie punish him? With wide, curious eyes, Ran looked from Lu Baiwei to Yiting. What kind of impression would this leave on the children? Lu Baiwei was utterly flabbergasted. She disdainfully pushed Yiting away. Go away. Yiting felt that the presence of these 2 little ones in the house was indeed a sweet burden. At the brigade's health station, there were only 2 rooms in total. Now that his wife had become the barefoot doctor of the brigade, the outer room had been converted into a consultation room. With 2 little ones arriving unexpectedly, they could only set up an extra bed in the inner room. Since Yunqi and Yunran had come suddenly, it was too late to prepare a bed for them, so Yiting had to move the outer bed into the inner room. This arrangement allowed Yiting and Lu Baiwei to share a room, though it now included 2 additional little companions. The 2 children, having left the capital and their parents to join the Yangyang Brigade, still lacked a sense of security. Following Lu Baiwei's distribution, she would sleep with Yunran, while Yiting would take care of Yunqi. However, unbeknownst to Yunqi and Yunran, their uncle, having tasted sweetness, climbed into Auntie's bed in the middle of the night. Once Yunqi had fallen asleep, Yiting heard the gentle, sweet sounds of Yunran's slumber from Lu Baiwei's side. He quietly got out of bed and carried the sleeping Ran to his own bed, snuggling her beside her brother, Yunqi. Then, he stealthily climbed onto Lu Baiwei's bed. Chapter 051. Yiting contemplates expelling the little ones from the room. Yiting, what are you making a fuss about? Sensing the warmth pressing against her in the darkness, Lu Baiwei, caught between dreams and reality, felt quite dazed. With little effort, she pushed Yiting aside and murmured, I must tend to Ran, you should return to your own bed. Still muddled from sleep, Lu Baiwei's flailing hand inadvertently landed on his chest, causing Yiting's Adam's apple to bob violently, producing a low groan. He had indeed rolled over, albeit in a rather inappropriate direction. He had positioned himself above Lu Baiwei, pinning her erratic hands to the pillow with his own. Vivi, you're quite fierce. Yiting's warm breath brushed against Lu Baiwei's ear. Did you say you would punish me for my flirtations? Wife, I await your judgment, he added, his drawn-out sounding exceedingly enticing. Lu Baiwei never anticipated that once he had tasted the sweetness of intimacy, he would be insatiable. The presence of 2 children in the room added to her irritation. She shot him a playful glare, then bit down hard on his shoulder in mock anger. His voice deepened further in response, and in the obscurity, his eyes glimmered with a predatory light as he gazed at Lu Baiwei, reminiscent of a wolf fixating on its prey. He leaned in closer, poised to advance further when a soft whimper broke the silence from the nearby bed. Mommy, don't go. The tender, soft voice of He Yunran was clearly audible in the darkness. He Yunchi, upon hearing his sister's cries, awoke with a start. Noticing He Ting's absence beside him, he grew frantic. Uncle, where are you? He called out. Sister is crying. She had another nightmare. She's very scared. Despite being just over 5 years old, He Yunchi displayed the qualities of a devoted older brother. He soothed He Yunran in a quivering voice. Don't be afraid, little sister, I'm here. If you don't cry, I'll ask Auntie to catch you a snake to eat tomorrow. Okay. He Yunran timidly replied, Brother, I need to go potty. Lu Baiwei pushed He Ting with more force this time. He Ting sighed, feeling burdened by the 2 troublesome little ones. Clearly, he owed them a great deal. With no choice but to comply with his wife's demands, He Ting reluctantly rose from the bed. No bedwetting, all right, he called down to the sobbing siblings. Do you need to get up? Yes, uncle, they chorused. It seemed that uncle was a bit displeased. Although He Yunchi didn't fully grasp why his uncle had been sleeping with him only to suddenly seek out Auntie, he responded pitifully, Uncle, sister needs to go too. It was evident that the abrupt departure of their parents to assist the elder in reforestation efforts in the northwest had deeply affected the 2 children. No parent would willingly abandon their offspring if they had the choice. He believed He Ting and his wife had made this decision reluctantly after weighing the consequences. If they were to fall to the depths, not only would the He family lose everything, but even if Xiaoqi and Ranran were safely delivered to Xiangyang Brigade by their maternal uncle, the knowledge of the He family's troubles would lead to their ostracization. During these times, poor social standing invited disdain. In a previous life, when Xiaoqi and Ranran were sent to Xiangyang Brigade and endured scorn for being associated with He Ting, Lu Baiwei had witnessed their suffering on several occasions and had intervened to assist them. In this lifetime, having married He Ting, she felt a strong connection to the 2 children and was determined to protect them diligently. Seeing Ranran in tears tugged at Lu Baiwei's heartstrings, prompting her to climb down from her bed and comfort the little one. As He Yunran inhaled the fragrant scent emanating from Lu Baiwei, she gradually drifted back to sleep, feeling secure beside her. Children are fickle. One moment they cry, the next they laugh. Once they perceived safety, their spirits brightened considerably. Early the next morning, Lu Baiwei rose to prepare porridge, with Xiaoqi and Ranran trailing behind her like eager little shadows, calling Auntie, Auntie. Auntie, what delicious food is in the pot? He Yunchi, small in stature, tugged at Lu Baiwei's clothing, standing on tiptoe to peer into the pot. Having received tender care from Lu Baiwei over the past 2 days, Ranran was no longer feverish and felt quite hungry. She too squeezed in closer, tugging at Lu Baiwei's sleeve. Auntie, I want to eat snake. Lu Baiwei was taken aback. Wasn't the little one afraid of snakes? After tasting snake meat once, she had yet to forget it. The situation left Lu Baiwei both amused and exasperated. While kneading dough, she explained, This morning, Auntie is making fragrant corn porridge for you, and I will also prepare scallion pancakes. How does scallion pancake sound? He Yunran, a fan of eggs, nodded eagerly. Eggs are delicious. Earlier at Tang Jinghai's home, He Yunchi had enjoyed the scallion pancakes made by Lu Baiwei's 3rd aunt, finding them delightful. Scallion pancakes surely contained fragrant scallions, which pleased He Yunchi greatly. At this moment, he feigned innocence. Auntie, I love everything you make. Haha, I am easy to please. Watching the 2 children enjoying their time with his wife more than with him left He Ting speechless. He Yunchi, that little rascal, constantly sought attention in front of Lu Baiwei. What an annoying little fellow. He Ting felt that since He Yunchi had arrived at Xiangyang Brigade, his wife had been entirely focused on the children. Reflecting on last night's episode, he contemplated the idea of expelling the little ones from the room. He Ting broached the subject with Lu Baiwei. Vivi, we should convert the main room into a clinic. It's a bit cramped for the 4 of us to stay in just one room. I'll check with the brigade later to see if we can cut down that patch of bamboo beside the house and have someone build an additional room. Lu Baiwei concurred with the notion of constructing a new room. However, before that, they needed to assemble another bed. The original bed from the main room had been moved to the inner room, and now that the main room had become a clinic, they needed to replace the bed that He Ting had moved. Some patients would require a place to lie down for acupuncture. Lu Baiwei outlined the pressing matters at hand. My cousin's partner is a carpenter, and he is quite skilled. I plan to ride over to the neighboring brigade today to ask him to make a new bed. Additionally, I heard from my 3rd aunt yesterday that my cousin's family is hatching chicks. I want to take the opportunity of going to the neighboring brigade to bring back a couple of chicks to raise. Lu Baiwei glanced at the 2 little shadows trailing behind her. Xiaoqi and Ranran are still growing. Raising our own chicks will ensure they have eggs to eat in the future. Regarding the 2 children, his wife had made arrangements that were crystal clear. In truth, feeling jealous of his niece and nephew was rather childish. Yet, He Yunchi, despite his small stature, was quite clever and adept at charming attention from his wife. Losing out to a little one left He Ting feeling unsettled. Had it not been for the arrival of these 2 little ones at Xiangyang Brigade, his wife would have been focused solely on him. What a pity. Unbeknownst to Lu Baiwei, He Ting, a grown man, was competing with his own niece and nephew for attention centered around the 2 children. Lu Baiwei had also managed to involve He Ting in her plans. In a little while, I will head to the neighboring brigade, and you should go dig up a couple of wild herbs from where we picked the chrysanthemum flowers last time to plant in front and behind our house. With Xiaoqi and Ran around, we must ensure the children are safe from snake bites. Chapter 052 Go find your little fiancé. Thanks to the harmless pine snake, Lu Baiwei and He Tingning have taken their relationship a step further. However, should a bamboo leaf viper intrude next time, it would not be amusing at all. Their house is adjacent to the sunny hillside, so wild senna is to be planted for little Chi Ran as a precaution against snakes. Arranging for Yi Ting to dig up the wild senna the next day to take the children, Lu Baiwei had breakfast early and rode her bicycle to visit her third uncle's home to find Tang Yunling. Tang Yunling was diligently washing clothes by the river when a stone struck her back. Which little rascal did that? Assuming it was some mischievous child throwing stones at her, Tang Yunling was furious. She dropped her pestle and stood up abruptly, hands on her hips, glaring in the direction of the offender. It was Zhou Yanfeng, squatting by the creek, observing her laundry. Zhou Yanfeng, are you daring enough to throw stones at me? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Tang Yunling threatened angrily, you're not allowed to eat at my house anymore. Zhou Yanfeng felt utterly wronged, more so than Doi. Being threatened with a ban on meals at her home was something he never expected. He defended himself, miss, do take a look at what I threw at you. Tang Yunling discovered a large white rabbit milk candy nestled in the grass by the blue stone slabs near the creek. She wiped her wet hands on her clothes, unwrapped the candy, and popped it into her mouth. If you're generous enough to give candy, why sneak around like a thief? When Lu Baiwei arrived at her third uncle's doorstep, she found Zhou Yanfeng helping Tang Yunling wring out a quilt, each twisting one end, resulting in a large, braided mass of quilt that was dripping with water. Sister, come with me to the neighboring brigade to see your fiancé. I need to make a bed. Lu Baiwei dismounted her bicycle on tiptoe, calling for Tang Yunling to accompany her to the adjacent brigade. Zhou Yanfeng's expression darkened, he abruptly let go of his end of the quilt. Fortunately, Tang Yunling was quick-witted and swiftly lifted her end, expertly sliding the quilt onto a bamboo pole, her movements as smooth as flowing water. Zhou Yanfeng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Letting go so suddenly nearly ruined my quilt. Whereas the candy, hand it over. Tang Yunling pretended to kick him, raising her chin in a haughty manner, you're punished to get candies for Weiwei. As she demanded candy from him, Zhou Yanfeng actually complied. He pulled out a handful of milk candies from his pocket, giving half to Tang Yunling and half to Lu Baiwei, such a rare treat as white rabbit milk candy, and he produced a whole handful? Lu Baiwei perceived something amiss between Zhou Yanfeng and her cousin. Under Lu Baiwei's scrutinizing gaze, Zhou Yanfeng appeared guilty. He turned his pocket inside out, displaying it to Lu Baiwei, sister-in-law, look, it's truly gone. It's getting late. Quickly go to the neighboring brigade to meet your little fiancé. This remark was directed at Tang Yunling, laced with disdain. After saying this, he grabbed the hoe he had tossed on the ground and walked away without a backward glance. Tang Yunling, infuriated, stamped her foot. Weiwei, look at his attitude. He nearly made me wash a quilt for nothing, and I'm punishing him to fetch us some candies, yet he still looks displeased, speaking in that sarcastic tone. Honestly, he carries himself like a wealthy young master. Why did you call me to the neighboring brigade? What did I do to provoke him? He is giving us the cold shoulder. Last time, to save him, Yi Ting was clawed by a wolf in the mountains. Or Zhou Yanfeng, who usually listens to Yi Ting, claimed he would stand by him no matter what. Look at him acting so arrogantly, I'll have my brother-in-law Yi Ting deal with him later. As Lu Baiwei pedaled her bicycle toward the neighboring brigade, Tang Yunling sat on the back, grumbling incessantly, her words all about vying with Zhou Yanfeng, lamenting his reluctance to fetch a candy. Her cousin seemed to have missed the point entirely. Zhou Yanfeng had always been generous. To score a meal at her third aunt's house, he would buy all sorts of treats, even chocolates that could only be found in the friendship store of the capital. A few white rabbit milk candies were hardly anything to him. It was peculiar how her cousin became meek and soft-spoken around the carpenter from the neighboring village, almost as if afraid to startle him. Yet, when around Zhou Yanfeng, she seemed to be at war, as if trying to strike a flame from flint. They indeed made a pair of delightful adversaries. Lu Baiwei rode her bicycle out of Shenyang Brigade and took a shortcut onto the small road leading to Hongqi Brigade, while her cousin continued to rant about Zhou Yanfeng, determined to keep the tirade going until she joined in the scolding. Lu Baiwei found it amusing and quickly changed the subject. Sister, I have something to tell you. Zhao Yongsan's sister came to my house yesterday. Zhao Yongsan was Tang Yunling's fiancé from the neighboring brigade. His grandfather was renowned for his carpentry skills, having passed them down to his eldest grandson, regardless of the circumstances. Possessing such skills ensured a steady livelihood. Since her cousin married into Hongqi Brigade's second aunt's family, they lived close to the Zhao family, leading Tang Yunling to grow up playing with Zhao Yongsan. They were childhood sweethearts. Knowing the Zhao family well, her third uncle, Tang Jinghe, didn't aspire for wealth for his children, he merely wished for them to live peacefully and contentedly. Tang Yunling willingly agreed to the engagement, and her parents consented to her betrothal to the Zhao family. Ordinarily, after engagement, the couple should hasten to obtain a marriage certificate. However, her third uncle and aunt were reluctant to part with their daughter, wishing to keep her for another year, so they agreed with the Zhao family to wait until after the new year for the couple to formalize their marriage. Tang Yunling got along well with Zhao Yongsan's sister, so upon hearing Lu Baiwei mention her fiancé's sister, her attention was immediately captivated. What was Tian doing at your house? Why didn't she come to play with me? Lu Baiwei recounted the incident involving Lu Cuifang delivering a letter to Yi Ting's childhood friend, Feng Shishir. Tang Yunling, fiercely protective of Lu Baiwei, was incensed upon hearing this. Is Lu Suifang out of her mind? You're already married to Yiting, legally, you are his rightful spouse, yet she comes to insult you as a country bumpkin. What is so special about being a young intellectual from a big city? Why look down on others? Vivi, you are still too accommodating. Not if I had been there, I would have smacked her to make her realize what a country girl truly is. Look at how different Yiting and Zhou Yanfeng are, despite both being from the capital. Enough. How did the conversation circle back to Zhou Yanfeng? This time, she refrained from scolding him, who had been the one to mention Zhou Yanfeng all along. Lu Baiwei felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, as Tang Yunling continued speaking, she returned to the main topic. As for Tian, why would she bring such a person to your house to cause trouble? Lu Baiwei explained, she didn't know Lu Cuifan was there to stir up trouble. Zhao Tian did clarify before leaving. Tang Yunling was fiercely protective. There were only two categories of those who belonged to her and those who did not. Zhao Tian would eventually be her sister-in-law, thus she categorized her as one of her own. As one of her own, she should not cause her sister any distress. Tang Yunling responded, in that case, while I'm visiting today, I'll tell Tian to keep her distance from Lu Cuifang. Chapter 053. The carpenter's fiancé no longer wants her. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear, and indeed it is an ironclad truth. Lu Baiwei had just been recounting to her cousin Tang Yunling about Zhao Tiantian's visit to Xiangyang Brigade yesterday when she unexpectedly spotted Zhao Tian amidst the bustling crowd of workers at Hongqi Brigade. Clearly, Zhao Tian had also recognized Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling, who were riding their bicycles from a distance. She waved energetically and called out, Sister Lingling, Sister Weiwei, what brings you to our brigade today? Zhao Tian felt rather intimidated by her future sister-in-law, Tang Yunling. The young girl had returned home from Xiangyang Brigade yesterday, too apprehensive to speak up, fearing that her brother would learn of her guiding Lu Cuifang to Lu Baiwei's home. After all, Weiwei was a relative of her future sister-in-law. Had she known that Lu Cuifang was seeking to cause trouble for Lu Baiwei at Xiangyang Brigade, she would have never led her there for the sake of merely 2 milk candies. Despite her enthusiastic greeting, Zhao Tian felt a pang of guilt. We're heading to your house to ask your brother for a bed. Among the large group of women and educated youth working in the bean fields at Hongqi Brigade, Lu Baiwei noticed Zhao Tian and, to her dismay, Lu Cuifang, who had sought to provoke her the previous day. She pointed out to her cousin Tang Yunling who Lu Cuifang was, implying that Lu Cuifang was rather dim-witted and that they should avoid her, but Tang Yunling was not one to be trifled with. Determined to support her cousin Weiwei and reclaim her dignity, she jumped off the back of the bicycle and deliberately spoke loudly to Zhao Tian. My brother-in-law's children have come from the capital. Weiwei is newly married to my brother-in-law, and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to share a bed with 2 children. Hence, we are going to your home to ask your brother for a bed, so the children can learn to sleep on their own. Did she really need to be so detailed? Lu Baiwei nearly buried her face in her hands. Lu Cuifang, working in the fields, overheard Tang Yunling's comment about Lu Baiwei sharing a bed with Yiting, and her heart ignited with anger. Wasn't Shishir still waiting for Yiting in the capital? How could he truly be rolling around with a country girl from Xiangyang Brigade? Originally, Lu Cuifang had extracted from Zhao Tian that Yiting's marriage to Lu Baiwei was due to an arrangement made by their grandfathers. On her way back from Xiangyang Brigade, she consoled herself with the thought that Yiting was merely pretending to marry Lu Baiwei to spare his grandfather's feelings. Yiting was not someone easily manipulated. How could he sacrifice his happiness for a childhood betrothal? Upon hearing that Lu Baiwei had indeed secured Yiting, Lu Cuifang was nearly driven to confront her. Taking a deep breath, she realized she could not afford to lose face in front of the people of Hongqi Brigade. Who would be so shameless as to boast about sharing a bed with someone? This village girl, married to Yiting, must be doing it on purpose. Assuming she had uncovered the truth, Lu Cuifang rolled her eyes at Lu Baiwei in disdain. Did you come here deliberately to make me back down? Are you hoping I'll tell Shishir not to wait for Yiting any longer? I didn't expect that a simple country girl like you would be so cunning. No wonder Shishir fell short against you. Tang Yunling had been waiting for Lu Cuifang to lose her composure and now, at last, she could seize the opportunity to strike back. Always going on about Shishir, are you out of your mind? Lu Cuifang, is it? You truly are a devoted daughter. One might think that Feng Shishir is your mother. Lu Cuifang was taken aback, completely flabbergasted, but Tang Yunling was not one to be interrupted. Once she began, no one else had a chance to speak. She unleashed a barrage of words at Lu Cuifang. My cousin Weiwei and Yiting have obtained a marriage certificate. You come before Weiwei, claiming that your friend Feng Shishir is waiting for my brother-in-law in the capital, attempting to drive a wedge between them. Are you out of your mind? If your friend truly longed for my brother-in-law, why isn't she down here in the countryside with him? So, it turns out that liking someone is merely a matter of words, without any need to share hardships together? Lu Cuifang was rendered speechless. She wanted to argue that she had accompanied Yiting to the countryside, but if she said that, her secret regarding Feng Shishir's proximity to Yiting would be exposed. Tang Yunling seemed to anticipate her thoughts. She was unconcerned about whether Lu Cuifang would lose face in front of the people of Hongqi Brigade. My brother-in-law has made it clear that aside from being neighbors who grew up in the same courtyard, he has no relationship with your friend Feng Shishir. It appears you cannot comprehend human speech, insisting that she desires my brother-in-law and is waiting for him in the capital. You are using your friend's name to tarnish her reputation while trying to get close to my brother-in-law. Isn't it you who was secretly longing for him? Oh, so that's the kind of scheme you were harboring. No wonder you've been barking like a dog in front of my cousin Wei Wei. With her secrets laid bare, Tang Yunling unleashed her full fury, attracting the attention of the workers from Hongqi Brigade. Lu Cuifang felt utterly humiliated. Gone was the boldness she had displayed in front of Lu Baiwei. Now, she was reduced to tears, feeling wronged. You are speaking nonsense, you are slandering me. Lu Cuifang cried, wiping her tears with her sleeve. The one who had bullied Wei Wei was now the one being bullied until she cried. Tang Yunling felt a surge of satisfaction. Just as she was preparing to press her advantage, a young man carrying a piece of wood called out to her from the slope. Lingling, you've come. Upon seeing the young man smiling at her while hoisting the wood, Tang Yunling could no longer focus on her quarrel with Lu Cuifang. She abandoned her and joyfully waved at her fiancé Zhao Yongsun. Xiaosun, I brought my sister to ask for a bed. Zhao Yongsun glanced at the tearful Lu Cuifang and nodded at Lu Baiwei as a greeting. Let us head to my house now. All right. Tang Yunling cheerfully ran toward him, offering to help carry the wood. Each time Lu Baiwei's cousin saw Zhao Yongsun, she eagerly volunteered to help him, regardless of whether carrying wood was a task meant for Men. Lu Baiwei had grown accustomed to this dynamic and followed behind, pushing her bicycle. With their secrets exposed, how could Lu Cuifang still use Feng Shishir's name to meet Yi Ting? Lu Cuifang glared resentfully as they walked away, wiping her tears away with her sleeve. She inquired of Zhao Tiantian, who was working alongside her. Tiantian, who was that sharp-tongued person? She seems quite familiar with your brother. Indeed, her sister-in-law had a strong aversion to Lu Cuifang. After all, what business did Lu Cuifang have in seeking trouble for Lu Baiwei? Her sister-in-law was not the type to tolerate such behavior. Tang Yunling was someone Zhao Tiantian also disliked. Wanting to avoid Lu Cuifang, she felt too shy to engage in conversation with her. As she pulled weeds from the bean field, Zhao Tiantian replied coldly, my sister-in-law. She is engaged to my brother and will be marrying him after the new year. Don't blame my sister-in-law for speaking ill of you. Your actions yesterday were inappropriate. You claimed to be going to my cousin Wei Wei's house, and I kindly offered to guide you, yet you ended up seeking trouble. Zhao Tiantian was quite displeased. By seeking trouble with my future sister-in-law's relatives, you're making it difficult for me once she enters the family. So that sharp-tongued woman was a relative of the village girl. Accusing her of vying for Yi Ting, ha, how amusing, wasn't she quite the talkative one? Just wait until her carpenter fiancé no longer wants her, let us see if she still holds her head high. Chapter 054. Ensnared by a deranged woman, Lu Cuifang was not easily swayed. She was already plotting her revenge against Tang Yunling, who had humiliated her in front of the team. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiantian, with her innocent disposition, remained blissfully unaware. When Zhao Tiantian commented on her, Lu Cuifang chose not to retaliate. Instead, she pulled a candy from her pocket and handed it to Zhao Tiantian. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Zhao Tiantian replied, I don't want this. Despite her words, the allure of the sweet treat proved irresistible, and she swallowed nervously. Take it, I believe you are right, Tiantian. I was mistaken about yesterday's incident, Lu Cuifang said with a forced smile. This candy is my way of apologizing. Well, my brother always says that recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them makes one a good comrade. Zhao Tiantian clutched the candy, her expression filled with concern. You won't cause any trouble for my sister Wei Wei, will you? Not at all. Your sister-in-law is quite formidable, I wouldn't dare. Lu Cuifang assured her, and Zhao Tiantian remained oblivious to the underlying tension. My sister-in-law is quite eloquent, she chuckled innocently. She speaks her mind, but she is a good person. Don't hold it against her. I won't, Lu Cuifang replied earnestly. Tiantian, you are my first friend since arriving at Hongqi Brigade, we must continue to enjoy each other's company. Once your sister-in-law joins Hongqi Brigade, we will see each other frequently, and I won't make things difficult for you. After work, you must take me to your home so that I can apologize to your sister-in-law. Tang Yunling, accompanied by Lu Baiwei, arrived to assemble furniture. Zhao Yongsun's mother had invited them for a meal, as had Tang Yunling's aunt. However, Lu Baiwei, preoccupied with her two children, declined both invitations, stating they needed to return home to prepare lunch for Yi Ting and the little ones. Lu Baiwei intended to create not just one bed, but also two cabinets, as having more children necessitated more storage. After catching 4 chicks at Tang Yunling's aunt's house and discussing the dimensions of the new furniture with Zhao Yongsun, Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling hurried back, while Zhao Tiantian returned with Lu Cuifang. Sister Ling, Lu Ziking is here to apologize to Sister Wei Wei. Tang Yunling was known for her formidable fighting skills. In her youth, she had defended Zhao Yongsun and his siblings, remaining undefeated in Hongqi Brigade. Upon seeing Tang Yunling, Zhao Tiantian felt a pang of fear. Noticing Tang Yunling's displeased expression, she hurriedly explained that they had come to apologize to Lu Baiwei. Lu Cuifang appeared oddly disoriented, as if under some spell. She bowed sincerely to Lu Baiwei, saying, Lu Baiwei, I apologize, I should not have insulted you as a country bumpkin. As someone who has come to the countryside, I ought to respect the local young women and refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. Tiantian and I are good friends, and comrade Zhao Yongsun has assisted me. I should not have spoken in such a manner, as it also disrespects Tiantian. Lu Cuifang glanced at Zhao Yongsun, who was busy stripping wood, her face a mask of guilt. I also should not have presumptuously defended my friend Feng Shishir by causing trouble for you and Yi Ting. Allow me to clarify. I have no romantic intentions towards Yi Ting, it was merely that Shishir was quite close to him, often walking to school together. It seems unfair that Yi Ting would marry so swiftly. I felt a pang of injustice for Shishir. Let us not dwell on that matter. Lu Cuifang, fearful of incurring Tang Yunling's wrath again, continued, after your reprimand yesterday, and hearing Tiantian's future sister-in-law echo similar sentiments, I finally realized my grave mistake. I will no longer seek trouble from the Shangyang Brigade. Comrade Lu Baiwei, I sincerely apologize for my wrongful actions yesterday. Will you find it in your heart to forgive me? Lu Cuifang spoke in one breath, her gaze earnest as she awaited Lu Baiwei's response. Where had she been all this time? Tang Yunling was prepared to retort further. Lu Cuifang appeared terrified, casting a pitiful glance toward Zhao Yongsan for assistance. Zhao Yongsan paused his work, smiling ingratiatingly at Tang Yunling. Lingling, please give her a chance. Lu Ziqing has acknowledged her mistake. Indeed, Lu Ziqing is not ungrateful, she always thinks of our Tian whenever there is something good. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Yongsan's mother had emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of tea, offering it to Lu Cuifang with a polite smile. Lu Ziqing, please have some tea. I still owe you thanks for teaching Tian and my Yongsan how to read. Zhao Yongsan's mother spoke warmly. Lu Ziqing, as someone from the city, with knowledge and education, I hope you can continue to teach Tian and Yongsan. Auntie, you are too kind. Lu Baiwei was eager to return to Shangyang Brigade, and Tang Yunling was disinclined to continue sparring with Lu Cuifang. With a huff, she hopped onto the back of Lu Baiwei's bicycle. As Lu Baiwei pedaled down the small path leading from Hongqi Brigade, Tang Yunling remarked, Weiwei, people like Lu Cuifang deserve criticism. After a good scolding, she behaves herself and comes to apologize to you. However, something felt amiss. With her keen observational skills, Lu Baiwei sensed an odd shift in the dynamics. It was rare for someone to change their stance so readily. Moreover, Zhao Yongsan's mother seemed excessively warm towards Lu Cuifang. The bond between Lu Cuifang and Zhao Tian was understandable given her tutoring, but shouldn't Zhao Yongsan, who was already betrothed, maintain a respectful distance from the female intellectuals in the brigade? Earlier, her cousin had confronted Lu Cuifang in front of the brigade, seemingly catching Zhao Yongsan off guard, yet that very exclamation appeared to have provided Lu Cuifang with an escape. Just moments ago at Zhao Yongsan's home, Lu Cuifang had apologized to her, casting a pitiful gaze at Zhao Yongsan, who then interceded on her behalf, requesting his cousin to show Lu Cuifang some leniency. No, Zhao Yongsan was her cousin's fiancé, why should he request his cousin to be lenient towards a female intellectual? At that moment, Lu Baiwei hadn't thought much of it, but upon reflection, everything felt amiss. Sister, don't you think Zhao Yongsan and Lu Cuifang are too familiar with each other? Lu Baiwei voiced her concerns. Zhao Yongsan, having been betrothed to you, should avoid close contact with other women. No way, Weiwei, are you suggesting that Zhao Yongsan and Lu Cuifang are romantically involved? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Do you think everyone is as desirable as he Ting? Zhao Yongsan is merely a humble carpenter. His family conditions are quite average in Hongqi Brigade. I could settle for him, and his mother previously remarked how fortunate they felt. Moreover, he is someone I have protected since childhood. When he was bullied, I stood up for him, teaching those kids in the brigade a lesson. I care for him deeply. How could he possibly be swayed by a woman like Lu Cuifang, who is clearly unhinged? If he were, that would be quite disappointing. I, Tang Yunling, possess discernment far superior to that. Chapter 055. With a resounding slap, Lu Baiwei felt otherwise. The reason Zhao Yongsan and his sister were perpetually bullied stemmed from their father's early demise and their mother's struggle as a widow, raising them alone, making them vulnerable to mistreatment. Lu Baiwei recalled from her previous life that her cousin had married into the Zhao family, but the relationship with her mother-in-law was fraught with tension. In truth, Zhao Yongsan's mother was quite amiable and gentle, generally easy to get along with. Yet, her penchant for petty gains and her tendency to favor some while belittling others made her cousin, a straightforward person, quite displeased. It was through Zhao Yongsan's mediation that the conflicts between the two women did not escalate further. Reflecting on her past life, although she had grown distant from several uncles' families, she had heard during her visits that Zhao Yongsan had prospered through his carpentry skills and had begun to indulge in frivolous pursuits with his newfound wealth. Whispers among the townsfolk suggested that her cousin often confronted people at the furniture factory in the county and had even clashed with women associated with Zhao Yongsan. Having returned to this life, Lu Baiwei was so preoccupied with her own household that she nearly overlooked Zhao Yongsan's questionable character. Wishing to shield her cousin from misfortune, despite knowing it might be bothersome, Lu Baiwei could not help but voice her concerns. Perhaps Zhao Yongsan had no such intentions. Lu Cuifang is not to be trusted. Look at me and he Ting. We are a legitimate couple with a marriage certificate. If she dares to stir trouble at my home, it reflects either her poor character or her lack of intelligence. Regardless, associating closely with someone of such dubious intellect, you should be on your guard. Lu Baiwei cautioned Tang Yunling, you attended junior high with me, you can read well. Why would Zhao Yongsan seek to learn from you, his betrothed, when he could approach Lu Cuifang, an acquaintance at best? Think about it, does that not make sense? Despite not taking it to heart, Tang Yunling ultimately leaned towards her sister's advice. Alright, I'll have my aunt keep an eye out. After all, Zhao Yongsan lives next door to her. Seeing Tang Yunling acquiesce, Lu Baiwei released a sigh of relief and pedaled her bicycle faster. As she neared her cousin's home, she felt relieved to have finally returned before lunchtime, having lingered at Hongqi Brigade for so long. She needed to hurry home to prepare a meal. The two little ones must not go hungry, especially He Yunqi, who, despite being just over 5, had an insatiable appetite, capable of consuming half the portion of an adult. While Lu Baiwei was lost in thought about He Yunqi, she suddenly heard her third aunt's furious voice. Are you seeking death, daring to strike a child on our Tang family's territory? Who had been struck? Lu Baiwei dismounted her bicycle, handing it to her cousin Tang Yunling, and hurried into the crowd. She spotted He Yunqi among several little Tang siblings, a large handprint glaring on his face. Lu Baiwei's anger flared. Who did this? Upon seeing Lu Baiwei, He Yunqi found his anchor. The little one rushed over, tears welling in his eyes as he clung to Lu Baiwei's leg. The younger Tang siblings pointed accusingly at the child being led by Lu Jiaojiao, reporting the transgression. He bullying, he called Xiaoqi an orphan. He even threw stones at Xiaoqi. Yes, he shameless. When he couldn't beat Xiaoqi, he cried. A wicked woman helped him strike Xiaoqi. Lu Baiwei recognized the child Lu Jiaojiao was holding. It was the second child from Yin Jiha's elder sister's family. At 7 or 8 years of age, he was still being led around by Lu Jiaojiao, although the younger Tang siblings were quick to report that Yin Jiha's sister's child was the bully. Lu Baiwei, understanding the nuances from their scattered accounts, pieced together the situation. The child from Yin Jiha's family had insulted her Xiaoqi, calling him an orphan. Naturally, He Yunqi, feeling wronged, retaliated alongside the younger Tang siblings, leading to a scuffle. Lu Jiaojiao intervened, striking He Yunqi. While Lu Baiwei acknowledged that the child from Yin Jiha's family was in the wrong, she felt the situation was not dire until Lu Jiaojiao, an adult, also resorted to violence against a child. That was intolerable. Lu Jiaojiao, what kind of adult bullies a child? Don't think today's incident will end quietly. When it came to Xiaoqi, Lu Baiwei was no longer gentle or harmless. She glared at Lu Jiaojiao with fierce determination. Lu Jiaojiao, prepared for confrontation, showed no fear. If it doesn't end quietly, so be it. Who is afraid of whom? Indeed, my little June said the Yi family's brat is an orphan. Whereas the falsehood in that? If he had parents, would he be sent to the countryside to live with his uncle and aunt? My little June said nothing wrong. Your child is indeed an orphan. Lu Jiaojiao's eyes gleamed with malice, reveling in her words, when Lu Baiwei raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. The sound echoed, leaving a vivid red mark on Lu Jiaojiao's cheek. At that moment, He Ting, assisting at Tang Jingshan's home, arrived with several uncles, along with many team members returning from work. A glint of malice flashed in Lu Jiaojiao's eyes as she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. She shouted loudly, "Help, the military officer's niece is bullying me." What is so great about having an uncle in the military? Everyone, come see this. This is no way to treat someone. Lu Jiaojiao rolled on the ground, while the child from Yin Jiha's family wailed. Among those who arrived with He Ting were Lu Baiwei's 3 uncles and a man who looked like a cadre. Hearing Lu Jiaojiao's shrill cries, Tang Jingchuan pushed through the crowd, frowning. What is going on? What are you all causing a ruckus for? Tang Jingchuan, who held a strong aversion for Lu Jiangui's stepdaughter Lu Jiaojiao, instinctively protected Lu Baiwei. My Weiwei would never strike anyone. She has never one to resort to violence. I did hit her. Lu Baiwei interjected. Tang Jingchuan was taken aback, the cadre accompanying him grimaced, seemingly unable to contain his laughter at Tang Jingchuan's bewilderment. Clearly, Lu Jiaojiao was not the only one to recognize the cadre. Having seen him during a previous report, she knew he wielded considerable influence in the commune. Upon learning of her child's altercation, Yin Jiha's elder sister rushed over, also recognizing him. Previously, when Yin Jiha was nearly accused of being a delinquent, they had sought this cadre's help. With the child bearing bruises and marks from the recent scuffle, Yin Jiha's elder sister was incensed. Comrade Qian, someone from Xianyang Brigade is abusing their power. Please uphold justice. Weiwei. Tang Jingchuan had yet to recover from the shock of Lu Baiwei striking someone. However, he felt if his niece did lash out, it must have been provoked. Regardless, he believed his niece was in the right. In front of his old classmates, he was unconcerned about losing face. His only worry was for Lu Baiwei. What could have occurred to incite such a reaction from his gentle niece? Chapter 056. Sister, the family you married into is composed of scoundrels. She deserves it. In front of Yin Ji and her elder sister, Lu Baiwei stood her ground without a hint of hesitation. Lu Jiaojiao, an adult, is meddling in a childless fight and slapped my little Qi. What a tiny child, and she left a mark on her face. What of it if I hit her? Bullying even children, she shows no regard for humanity. I find my slap to be rather lenient. You are mistaken. It was your Tang family's children who ganged up on mine. Just look at the bruises on my son. Yin Ji and her sister tugged at their child, displaying the injuries for the collective assembly and the cadre Qian to see. She defended her sister-in-law, stating, Jiaojiao is only concerned for my son. As an aunt, she cannot bear to see her own child being struck. With Yin Ji and her sister backing her, Lu Jiaojiao basked in her triumph, even feigning tears for effect. Lu Jiaojiao was merely using Yin Ji and her sister as pawns, a fool, yet one with some sense. Nevertheless, Lu Baiwei knew the Yin family better than anyone else. Since Lu Jiaojiao was instigating Yin Ji and her sister to defend her, Lu Baiwei would sow discord in return, driving a deeper wedge into the already fragile relationship between Yin Ji and her brother and sister-in-law. Lu Baiwei emphasized the crux of the matter. The reason for the children's altercation stems from your childless insults towards my little Qi, calling him a child abandoned by his parents, even throwing stones at him. My little Qi has only just arrived at the brigade a few days ago. Hasn't he? Your child also just joined today? Lu Baiwei pressed Yin Ji's elder sister. How would he know my child is parentless? Yin Ji's elder sister's demeanor shifted as the realization dawned upon her that she had fallen for Lu Jiaojiao's ploy from fervently defending Lu Jiaojiao. Her eyes now glared with anger towards her. Lu Baiwei seized the opportunity to further unveil Lu Jiaojiao's true nature. You dote on your brother, and it is not wrong to protect your sister-in-law. However, sometimes you must also be wary, lest your child be led astray. How did my sister end up marrying your brother? Lu Baiwei retorted. Do you believe such a person can instill good values in your child? Yin Ji's elder sister fell silent. She had sent her children to Shenyang Brigade due to her mother-in-law's illness, as she had to work while caring for her. Despite knowing that her mother, Shin Guixiang, had offered to look after the children, it was merely a pretext to exploit the situation for financial gain from her brother. Given the shameful events surrounding Yingji's wedding, she resolved to forgive Shin Guixiang once more. However, Lu Baiwei's reminder struck her with clarity, and trusting her children to Shin Guixiang and Lu Jiajiao posed a genuine risk of ruining them. To speak ill of others' children as parentless was indeed a lesson imparted by Lu Jiajiao. Her own child had been harmed, and now Lu Jiajiao dared to weep and demand her support as an elder sister. Truly, blood is thicker than water. With a scheming mother like Shin Guixiang, Lu Jiajiao was no better. Ting's elder sister remained silent, furiously glaring at Lu Jiajiao, indicating that she would settle the score upon returning home. With a mother like Shin Guixiang, she wished for her children to avoid the same path, emphasizing the importance of their character. Unbeknownst to Lu Jiajiao, she had stepped on a landmine with Yingji's elder sister and had thoroughly offended her. With Yingji's elder sister temporarily out of play, Lu Baiwei took the reins. I have done nothing wrong, so what if I told Xiao Jun that the family's child is parentless? His parents were sent to the farms. Is he not just a child without parents? Which child with parents would be living with their uncle and aunt? Initially, the two little ones had arrived at Shenyang Brigade, drawing a crowd eager to see what children from the big city looked like. Little Chi, with his adorable visage, won over the hearts of the villagers. However, spurred by Lu Jiajiao's remarks, the villagers quickly realized, indeed, what child lives with their uncle and aunt? Surely, these two children must have come from troubled homes. In these times, being of poor background was a significant stigma, and the simple folk of Shenyang Brigade began to distance themselves from the two children. A throng of kids who had been playing with the Tang siblings now withdrew, their faces betraying their disdain. Lu Jiajiao had orchestrated this scene, eagerly awaiting this moment. She intended for the two little ones to be shunned by the villagers, and for Lu Baiwei and He Ting to share in the disdain, all while dragging the Tang family into the mire. What of Tang Jinghao being the brigade leader? His family's poor standing would still render them insignificant. Look everyone, a child of poor background has come to Shenyang Brigade to cause trouble. Lu Jiajiao declared with glee, turning to Lu Baiwei, sister, you made a poor choice, you married into a family of bad elements, from the old to the young, all scoundrels. Lu Baiwei was left speechless, her hand itched, yearning to slap Lu Jiajiao once more. She could not endure Lu Jiajiao's taunts regarding He Ting and anyone associated with him. Since the thought had crossed her mind, she resolved to act upon it. Just as Lu Jiajiao rose from the ground, Lu Baiwei summoned her strength and delivered a resounding slap, sending Lu Jiajiao sprawling once more. Lu Baiwei, have you lost your mind? You married a scoundrel and still dare to hit people? Are you not relying on your uncle's influence to bully others? Lu Jiajiao, clutching her face in rage, shouted to the onlookers, Cadre Qian, you must arrest this scoundrel Lu Baiwei. She has an uncle as the brigade leader backing her, and another in the military protecting her. She is nothing but a bandit and a bully. She bullies the villagers in the brigade and often resorts to violence. The lively spectacle for her old classmate Tang Jingchuan had quickly turned sour. With her name now in the spotlight, Cadre Chen had no choice but to intervene. Comrade, who informed you that the Yi family are scoundrels? Cadre Chen's expression turned grave. Spreading rumors and slandering others will land you in trouble. No, Lu Jiajiao exclaimed in disbelief. How could Cadre Chen also side with Yi Ting and Lu Baiwei? Before the crowd, could it be that their goodwill towards the Tang family was so blatant? She reported them as scoundrels and was met with a warning. Lu Jiajiao was enraged. Suddenly, it hit her, pointing at Cadre Chen and Tang Jingchuan. She exclaimed, So you are all in cahoots, comrade. One may indulge in gluttony, but one must not speak carelessly. Cadre Chen's demeanor grew even more severe. I am here at Shenyang Brigade to deliver the household registration transfer certificates for He Yunqi and He Yunran from the capital. If the Yi family were truly scoundrels, our organization would not have consented to their transfer to Shenyang Brigade. The Yi family voluntarily applied to plant trees in the northwest, contributing to the nation. Our organization approved the request for Yi Ting's niece and nephew to relocate to Shenyang Brigade. Cadre Qian sternly warned Lu Jiajiao, comrade, your accusations against the educated youth Yi Ting, whose family contributes to the nation, are exceedingly vile. With your baseless insinuations, I suspect ulterior motives. You will accompany me to the commune for an investigation shortly. Lu Jiajiao stood in stunned silence. How could this be? How was it so different from her previous life? Chapter 057 I have no uncle, nor could I marry my aunt in a previous life. The Yi family was exiled to a remote agricultural commune in the South China Sea, where the living conditions were exceedingly harsh. They suffered from the local climate and contracted dysentery, with my grandfather nearly losing his life on that desolate island. For the sake of his family, He Ting lived frugally, barely providing enough sustenance for himself and her, with every spare penny spent on medicine and food sent back home. The poor diet was one thing, but He Ting's demeanor was cold and aloof, treating her with a disdain colder than that reserved for a stranger. Being married to Yi Ting was stifling. It was far less comfortable than living with her own family. A man in the county, claiming to be a truck driver, treated her with kindness, often bringing her egg cakes, which ultimately led her to run away with him. Fearing that the cadre from the commune might truly come to apprehend her for an investigation, Lu Jiajiao abandoned even her brother-in-law and his mother, rolling away from the crowd and escaping. The rumors Lu Jiajiao spread were detrimental to her classmate's niece. The cadre produced a household registration transfer certificate from a brown paper bag, explaining to the gathered members of the commune, dear residents of Shenyang Brigade, when He Yunqi and He Yunran applied for their household registration transfer, they provided proper documentation. The documentation clearly states that the Yi family has applied to move to the northwest to contribute to the nation through afforestation, and with no one to care for the two children, they temporarily transferred their registration to their uncle and aunt. I assure you, the Yi family are certainly not malefactors. Our organization welcomes reports from the brigade members. The leadership of the commune confirmed that there were records on file, thus, it was evident that the He family could not possibly be deemed as wrongdoers, and He Jiqing was unquestionably innocent. I always said, how could the family of He Jiqing be comprised of wrongdoers? They had no obligation to come to the countryside as educated youth. They came to contribute to the construction of our new rural society, that Lu Jiaojiao stole Wei Wei's fiancé and constantly stirs up trouble. Indeed, she cannot stand to see Wei Wei doing well. She doesn't spare even the 2 children of the He family. What kind of woman behaves like this? Those acquainted with the eldest sister of the Yin family directly warned her, Wei, your sister-in-law is not of good character, it's best not to let your children be raised by her side, lest they turn awry. Indeed, you know what your mother is like. Remember how chaotic it was during your brother's wedding? Strangely enough, despite Shen Guixiang's nature, her daughters held quite sound morals. The eldest sister of the Yin family was not one to favor family over fairness. She had grown weary of her mother's incessant crying and melodrama, constantly pressuring her to extract resources from her husband's household to support her brother. This situation left her unable to lift her head high within her own home. Although her son had been struck, upon discerning the truth of the matter, she did not blame Lu Baiwei. Instead, she harbored resentment towards Lu Jiaojiao, who had incited her son to misbehave, resolving that her son could not be raised in Xiangyang Brigade. Furthermore, to curtail her mother Shen Guixiang's ever-growing demands, she determined to cease her involvement with her brother and sister-in-law altogether. After all, it was they, her sisters, who had chosen Lu Baiwei for their brother Jiha, and Yue felt that their judgment had indeed been sound. The children raised by the old Tang family were commendable in character, fiercely protective even of their husband's nieces and nephews. Upon learning the circumstances, the eldest sister of the Yin family smiled, burying any grudges. She bore no ill will towards Lu Baiwei, nodding in apology before departing with her own son. Lu Baiwei possessed a gentle disposition, rarely losing her temper. It was precisely this quality that made Tang Jingchuan immediately believe that his Weiwei would never resort to violence. He Ting was also quite taken aback, surprised that his wife felt such sympathy for He Yunqi. After He Yunqi was struck, she had delivered 2 resounding slaps to Lu Jiaojiao. Only under the assurance of his wife's safety did he refrain from intervening in the quarrel, otherwise, he would have descended into the fray much earlier. As the crowd began to disperse, he approached Lu Baiwei, asking softly, Weiwei, did that hurt your hand? He Yunqi remained silent, pondering his own predicament. Was he merely a foundling of the He family? His face still stung from the blows dealt by that wicked woman, while his uncle expressed concern for the perpetrator, showing no regard for his own suffering. With injured eyes, the little one gazed up at his uncle, eliciting laughter from Lu Baiwei's uncles and the cadre. Tang Jingchuan jested, my Weiwei is quite accomplished, she has learned to strike. He Ting, you ought to treat Weiwei well. She has a gentle temperament and is rarely one to anger, let alone strike. She truly considers little Qi Ran as her own child. Upon seeing him harmed, she was incensed and retaliated against that insufferable sister of hers. Half-jokingly, Tang Jingchuan added, if you dare mistreat Weiwei in the future, my brothers and I will not stand idly by. Before He Ting could respond, young He Yunqi interjected, if he is unkind to my aunt, I will expel him. I will cast him out of the He family. Puffing out his chest like a little adult, He Yunqi declared, we, the He family, must treat our wives with respect. If he is unkind to my aunt, I shall marry her when I grow up. Why was He Yunqi always the center of attention? In his attempts to endear himself to Weiwei, He Ting felt that He Yunqi was shameless, even more so than he himself. That wretched child was incredibly bothersome, as if heaven had sent him as a punishment. Lu Baiwei's uncles roared with laughter, raising their thumbs in approval of He Yunqi's ambition, while the adults and children of the Tang family erupted with mirth. He Ting was thoroughly exasperated with his little nephew, who obstructed his view of his wife. He Ting pushed him aside, exclaiming, why are you always in the way, go away. Humph, having a wife makes you so impressive. He Yunqi huffily relinquished Lu Baiwei and latched onto the laughing Tang Yunling. Alas, if only I were not so young and my uncle so old, I would have married my aunt. Auntie, may I marry you? You are still unmarried. Tang Yunling was nearly in stitches. Ever since little He Yunqi arrived at Xiangyang Brigade, each day had been filled with amusement. Tang Yunling reached out with a playful hand to pinch little He Yunqi's cheek. You are so adorable. If Weiwei were not married, your uncle would have no chance. Come, give auntie a smile, I shall marry you soon. Yue took the child back to the Yin family, intending to return to the county. Shen Guixiang was flustered. Yue, why so suddenly want to take little June back to the county? Previously, during Yin Jiha's wedding, she had hidden her eldest daughter, who had returned with pork, causing quite the uproar among relatives. Yue had declared that she would no longer support her mother and would not bring anything back home without little June. How could she extract money from Yue? Seizing the opportunity while Yue's mother-in-law was hospitalized, she had gone to the county, pleading and coaxing, promising to amend her miserly ways. Reluctantly, Yue had to agree to send the child back to her maternal home, intending to bring him back once school resumed. The grandson was a result of her own efforts, yet her daughter Yue was resolute in her silence about taking him away. Shen Guixiang would not allow it. Chapter 058 Lu Jiaojiao, that wretched creature, has met her demise. Shen Guixiang intercepted. Yue, you must clarify your intentions. Why do you suddenly wish to take Xiaojun away? Your mother-in-law is still hospitalized. If you do not leave Xiaojun with me, how can you go to work and earn a living? Without an income, how can one contribute to the family? Shen Guixiang firmly believed that retaining Xiaojun was the only way to extract money from her daughter. She set aside all demands for the moment, planning instead to leverage Xiaojun's return for financial gain. When Yue came to retrieve him for school, her schemes were audacious. Even if the heavens themselves intervened, she would not permit Yue to take Xiao Jun back to the county. Qin Guishan had the audacity to question her, which ignited Yue's fury. Why do you think I want to take Xiao Jun away? Perhaps you should inquire of your esteemed daughter-in-law what she has done. After being slapped twice by Lu Baiwei, Lu Jiaojiao had locked herself in her room to tend to her wounds. Qin Guishan kicked the door with fervor. Speak, Lu Jiaojiao, what mischief have you been up to? Mother, I have done nothing, it is my sister who bullies others. Lu Jiaojiao stubbornly denied any wrongdoing. She was terrified of Qin Guishan, or rather, she feared the combined wrath of Qin Guishan and Yin Jiha. Ever since marrying into the Yin family, her injuries had never fully healed. If not for the hope that Yin Jiha would eventually prosper, allowing her to live a life of luxury, she would not endure the daily beatings. Liu Jiaojiao cleverly evaded the crucial details, while Yin Yue stood outside, sneering. So you think you can feign innocence? Why did Xiao Jun get into a fight? Was it not you who incited him to insult the children from the He family, claiming they were orphans? What child could be so easily insulted? It was merely my Xiao Jun who clashed with the Tang family as child. You married my brother, I gifted you a Meiwa watch, and my sisters and I pooled money for your dowry, and this is how you repay me? Ah. Sister Yue, I never saw the Meiwa watch. How much was the dowry? Mother never handed it to me. At that time, Qin Guishan had refused to allow Yin Jiha to marry her. It was only after she threatened to escalate the matter to the commune that Yin Jiha, fearing the repercussions of being labeled a scoundrel, finally agreed to marry her. Naturally, the promises made by his sisters had vanished by then. Thus, Lu Jiaojiao was utterly unaware that the situation had escalated to this extent, and that her sisters had indeed contributed to the dowry, with the eldest even purchasing the Meiwa watch. She had not seen a trace of either the money or the watch. Upon learning from Yin Yue about the watch and the dowry, Lu Jiaojiao cast a suspicious glance at Qin Guishan, considering her propensity for deceitful schemes. In a swift move, Qin Guishan seized the initiative. After Yue let slip too much information, she retaliated with a slap to Lu Jiaojiao's face. You vile creature, instigating Xiao Jun to provoke others? Are you not courting disaster for him? My son married you, and our Yin family has truly fallen into misfortune. Look how the Tang family dotes on their niece. The very first day Xiao Jun visited, you allowed him to be beaten. Just wait and see if I do not punish you for this. Yin Yue had reached her limit. This maternal family, this mother, this sister-in-law, felt like an affliction she could not shake off. Removing them would be painful, yet keeping them would be fatal. These burdens clung to her as if they were inescapable. Contemplating the future, with not only Qin Guishan and Yin Jiha attempting to siphon money from her, but also an unreliable sister-in-law who could cause further chaos, she concluded that severing ties with this family might be for the best. She knew her mother's temperament all too well. This time, she refused to remain silent, seizing the opportunity to confront her. Mother, is it true that the dowry and the Meiwa watch we collected for my sister-in-law were never delivered to Jiha and Jiaojiao? The last time you concealed meat during the wedding debacle left us all embarrassed before relatives and friends. You promised never to engage in such petty and miserly behavior again. You sweet-talked Xiao Jun into visiting your home, claiming it would be delightful. Ah, so you put on a fade in public while scheming behind my back? What sins did we commit in our past lives to deserve a mother like you? Mother, I have truly had enough. I am utterly disappointed in you. From now on, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my mother. This is the last time I return to Shenyang Brigade with Xiao Jun. Do not come to the county looking for me again, nor shall I return to Shenyang Brigade. Pretend as if I were never your daughter. Yin Yue, who had always been obedient to Qin Guishan, erupted in a fit of anger. Once a docile person ignites in rage, they become formidable. Qin Guishan was taken aback by this unprecedented outburst from Yue. Seizing the moment while her mother was still in shock, Wei gathered a change of clothes and took Xiao Jun's hand. Let us go, Xiao Jun. You shall have no grandmother from now on. It is your mother who has wronged you, nearly sending you into the jaws of danger. We are leaving, back to the county. Before Qin Guishan could comprehend the situation, Yue, in a dramatic flourish, pulled Xiao Jun and stormed off. Qin Guishan attempted to intervene, but upon witnessing Yue's fierce determination, she realized it would attract the attention of the entire brigade. Meanwhile, Yin Jiha, who had been slacking off at work, strolled home lazily, just in time to brush past his sister and nephew. He called out, Sister, why are you leaving without eating? Didn't we agree to let Xiao Jun stay with me for a few days? Yin Yue ignored him, hurrying away with Xiao Jun in tow. Yin Jiha grasped Qin Guishan, eager to pursue his sister. Mother, what is going on? Who is she angry with? Who else could it be but your precious wife? Qin Guishan seethed with resentment towards Lu Jiaojiao for driving away her source of income. She embellished the tale. Your wife incited Xiao Jun to fight with the Tang family as children. Those Tang children are united and have been trained in martial arts by their elders. What is Lu Jiaojiao scheming? She is endangering my grandson. Qin Guishan's face twisted with malice. My son, marrying such a woman has truly brought misfortune upon our family. What should we do about her incessant troublemaking? Yin Jiha shrugged indifferently, believing he could coax his sister back next time. Did he not have the ability to manage his own brother? However, since the wedding, his sisters had seemed reluctant to bring food back from their family, leaving him deprived of meat for quite some time. He could not tolerate Lu Jiaojiao's antics that denied him food. Mother, do not be angry. You ought to discipline her properly, give her a beating and lock her in a darkroom for a few days. Lu Jiaojiao dreaded confinement to a darkroom, as it would resurrect nightmares of her past life. In a moment of desperation, Lu Zhaojiao climbed onto the windowsill. The windows of the Yin household were unlike those of ordinary homes, although they were constructed for servants during the family's prosperous days. The height of the sill was designed to deter theft. Yin Ji had kicked the door furiously, causing Lu Zhaojiao to lose her balance on the windowsill and fall heavily to the ground. Ah! A scream echoed, followed by silence. Shin Guixiang rushed outside, discovering Lu Zhaojiao lying in a pool of blood. Ziha, come quickly. That wretched Lu Zhaojiao has fallen to her death. Chapter 059 Lu Zhaojiao's tears threatened to run dry. I must see. Should someone truly perish from this fall, Lu Jiangmo and his wife would undoubtedly seek retribution. Lu Zhaojiao lay unconscious on the ground, and Yin Jiha reached out to check her breath. Mom, there's still a pulse. Quickly, take her to the brigade's clinic. In fulfilling a trust, one must act with loyalty. The Yi family had entrusted their two little ones to Tang Jingchuan, who was to bring them to Xiangyang Brigade. Tang Jingchuan, known for his reliability, had delayed his return to the army for two reasons. Firstly, he wished to spend a few extra days with his family after 2 years apart, and secondly, he had acquaintances in the commune who could assist in processing the household registration for the children. The cadre, Chen, came to deliver the household registration transfer documents for the two little ones. Tang Jingchuan asked He Ting to express gratitude at his home. He Ting suggested that He Yunqi and He Yunran play with Tang's children, unaware that Lu Zhaojiao was secretly watching over the little ones, which led to this uproar. Cadre Chen was a former classmate of Tang Jingchuan and had done a great favor for his niece by helping out. Tang Jingchuan invited Cadre Chen to stay for dinner. Lu Baiwei's aunt had prepared a meal, suggesting that it would be unnecessary for her to return home to cook, and she could simply dine with the children at her own home. Meanwhile, Lu Baiwei was having dinner at her uncle Tang Jingshan's house when a brigade member rushed in, exclaiming, Weiwei, hurry back, your sister Lu Zhaojiao has fallen and is bleeding profusely. She's at the brigade's clinic receiving treatment. The amount of blood is terrifying. I wonder if she's alive. Lu Baiwei, though reluctant to involve herself with matters concerning Lu Zhaojiao, felt obligated to fulfill her duties as the brigade's barefoot doctor. Despite her inner resistance, she abandoned her half-finished meal and hurried back to the clinic. What happened to her? Lu Zhaojiao's condition was alarming. Her face and head were covered in blood, and she had been carried in on a piece of door panel by Shin Guixiang and Yin Jiha. Meeting Lu Baiwei's inquiring gaze, Yin Jiha looked guilty. He genuinely feared that Lu Zhaojiao might not survive. If that were the case, Lu Jiangmo and Lu Chunhua would certainly seek vengeance. She fell from the windowsill. It was her own doing. Lu Baiwei asked, but why was she climbing the windowsill in the first place? She insisted on it. She wanted to climb up there. Shin Guixiang, displaying impatience, interjected, enough with the questions. Just treat her. The commotion surrounding Lu Zhaojiao's fall had attracted quite a crowd at the brigade's clinic. Fearing that Lu Baiwei's inquiries might reveal the truth about her involvement with Yin Jiha in the altercation, Shin Guixiang urged Lu Baiwei to focus on treating Lu Zhaojiao. Lu Baiwei's few questions stemmed from her suspicion that Lu Zhaojiao's fall was no mere accident, hinting at deeper issues. She couldn't comprehend what heinous act Lu Zhaojiao had committed to warrant such frequent beatings from Shin Guixiang and her son. In her previous life, after marrying Yin Jiha, despite Shin Guixiang's difficult nature, Yin Jiha's shortcomings in certain aspects led to Shin Guixiang refraining from physical confrontations, possibly due to the profits Lu Baiwei brought in from the black market. Many elements of this life diverged sharply from her past experiences. Intrigued by the discrepancies, Lu Baiwei posed a few more questions. Each person has their own fate, and all that transpired was a consequence of Lu Zhaojiao's own making. As the brigade's barefoot doctor, Lu Baiwei intended only to fulfill her duty to heal. With Shin Guixiang not allowing further inquiries and Yin Jiha appearing guilty, Lu Baiwei decided against pressing the matter any further. She methodically took out her silver needles, administered a few to halt the bleeding, clean the wounds, and then applied a powder to stop the bleeding and alleviate pain. Once this was accomplished, Lu Zhaojiao slowly regained consciousness. Her awareness was still hazy, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, yet Lu Baiwei felt no sympathy for her plight. Well, she is awake now. My role here is merely to rouse her, clean her wounds, and stop the bleeding. Whether or not she has sustained any brain injuries will require further examination at the commune hospital. Lu Baiwei put away her needles, adopting an official tone. For the treatment and medication administered, the cost is 2 yuan and 40 cents. Before you transport her to the commune hospital, you must settle the payment first. As long as she was awake, that was sufficient. As for the expenses incurred for further treatment at the commune, that was another matter entirely. It was absolutely out of the question. Shin Guixiang, showing no concern for Lu Zhaojiao's well-being, began to haggle over the medical fees in front of the brigade members. She is your sister. How can you charge for her treatment? Is this how a sister behaves? To expect Shin Guixiang to part with money was akin to asking for her life. Moreover, Lu Baiwei's demand for over 2 yuan could buy several pounds of meat. Shen Guixiang was indignant. Are you trying to evade payment? Lu Baiwei, resolute, refused to engage in further banter with someone so obstinate. Are you certain you won't pay? Lu Baiwei retorted, very well, then I shall deduct it from your family's work points. What? How can you do this? Your sister comes to you for treatment, and you still demand payment. Upon hearing that her work points would be docked, Shin Guixiang exploded with anger. Lu Baiwei would not relent. The brigade's clinic is a collective property, not my personal practice. All the medicines, instruments, and even my services as a barefoot doctor belong to the brigade. Thus, every penny I earn from treating patients must be submitted to the brigade. To receive treatment without payment constitutes a debt to collective property, and I can have the brigade deducted from your family's work points. Do you have an issue with that? Before the gathered brigade members, Lu Baiwei challenged Xin Guixiang, or do you wish to default on the collective's account? Lu Baiwei's arguments were sound, leaving Xin Guixiang speechless. Defaulting on collective property would lead to criticism and education from the brigade. Xin Guixiang feigned indifference. Who would default on collective accounts? I don't have any money on me, you will need to cover it for now. It was not about defaulting on collective accounts. It was about shirking her own responsibility. In her previous life, Xin Guixiang had frequently taken advantage of such situations. Lu Baiwei scoffed. Very well, I will note this down. I will ensure that the brigade's accounting office adds interest to your outstanding medical fees. What? Interest too? Xin Guixiang realized the severity of the loss. Initially, she claimed to have no money when she arrived at the clinic, but now she begrudgingly pulled out cash to pay for Lu Jiaojiao's medical expenses. Though Lu Jiaojiao had awakened, her head was still pounding, and she longed for Xin Guixiang and Yin Jiha to swiftly transport her to the town's commune hospital. Yet, Xin Guixiang, over a mere 2 yuan and 40 cents, continued to bicker with Lu Baiwei, utterly unwilling to pay. This overwhelming situation left Lu Jiaojiao devastated, her tears flowing freely. Chapter 060 Stabbing with Scissors. Who dares to marry? This was not all. As Lu Jiaojiao lay among the crowd gathered to witness the commotion, her heart turned to ashes upon spotting her younger brother, Lu Wenhua. Rather than displaying any concern for his sister sprawled on the wooden plank, Lu Wenhua's eyes darted about like a thief's, indifferent to her plight. When he finally noticed that Xin Guixiang had produced the medical fees, he appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, offering her not a single glance before he slipped away through the throng. Lu Jiaojiao's understanding of her mother, Lu Chunhua, and her stepfather, Lu Jiangwo, led her to conclude that their interest in Lu Wenhua's inquiry regarding her injury was not out of concern, but rather a fear of the financial burden her medical treatment would impose. In the midst of such a ruckus, with so many members of the community gathered at the entrance, it was telling that Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua were conspicuously absent. It was unfathomable that her own mother, upon learning her daughter had nearly suffered a fatal injury, would not even bother to inquire about her condition, seemingly paralyzed by the prospect of medical expenses. It was likely that once Lu Wenhua returned with the news that the cost had already been covered by their grandmother, Xin Guixiang, only then would her mother, who professed to care for her, make an appearance. Lu Baiwei, her sister, was no different. Despite their familial bond, she had called her sister for so many years, yet here she was, allowing Lu Jiaojiao to lie there like a corpse, the crowd's gaze fixed upon her, refusing to front even a penny for her medical fees. However, none of these revelations filled Lu Jiaojiao with despair as much as the presence of Yin Jia. The very reason for her current state was due to the terror instilled in her by him. It was his forceful knocking at the door that had driven her to escape through the window in desperation. As her husband, Yin Jia displayed no concern for her well-being. From the moment she opened her eyes, his gaze was fixated on her sister, Lu Baiwei. While her sister engaged in a dispute with their grandmother over the medical expenses, Yin Jiha's entranced stare lingered on Lu Baiwei as if bewitched. If his heart belonged to Lu Baiwei, then why had he once so easily succumbed to her allure? How ironic. As she was carried out of the health center, Lu Jiaojiao lay on the makeshift stretcher, tears streaming down her cheeks in heartache. As the crowd dispersed, He Ting entered with Tang Jingchuan and the cadre Chen. Midway through her meal, Lu Baiwei had slipped away, and with Lu Jiaojiao injured, He Ting, recalling the scheming individuals from Lu Baiwei's maternal family, hastily finished his meal and returned to the health center, worried that Lu Baiwei might suffer as a result of their machinations. Tang Jingchuan, having nearly finished his meal as well, accompanied He Ting. The thought of Lu Jiangwo's new wife, who had maliciously orchestrated Lu Jiaojiao's attempts to usurp the marriage between Lu Baiwei and He Ting, filled Tang Jingchuan with ire. What sort of person hesitates to pay a mere 2 yuan for medical expenses, he exclaimed. Whoever marries into such a family is bound to suffer. Cadre Qian, a pragmatic community official, was well aware that every brigade faced issues of unpaid medical fees to the health center. Lu Baiwei's method of dealing with delinquent collective payments sparked an epiphany within him. Why not apply the principle of interest calculation to confront those deliberately withholding payments? Unpaid fees could accrue interest and be deducted from year-end work points. After all, accumulating work points was essential for exchanging for food, was it not? Lu Baiwei's approach to outmaneuvering Xin Guixiang had opened up a new avenue for managing the community. Old Tang, you must admit, your niece's strategy for handling those who intentionally default on collective property is quite effective. I had previously hesitated to address this, but upon my return, I shall implement this policy. Anyone who defaults on collective property for a year will owe a specified amount of interest. Let us see who dares to defy the collective. What a splendid idea. I must return to the commune promptly to put this into action, Cadre Qian declared, ready to take action. He waved goodbye to Tang Jingchuan, saying, I must leave now. Tomorrow when you return to the army, I will see you off to the county seat. After resolving the household registration issues for He Yunqi and He Yunran and spending a few days with family, Tang Jingchuan resolved to return to the army as soon as possible. The following day, Cadre Qian arrived at Shangyang Brigade to escort Tang Jingchuan to the county seat. Only then did Lu Baiwei return to the brigade health center, where she encountered Lu Jiangwo. At that moment, Lu Baiwei was busy sorting through the coarse cloth that He Ting had purchased for her during their wedding. Together with Tang Yunling, she planned to sew simple garments for the two little ones. It was not that she was unwilling to use finer fabric, rather, it was because He Yunqi, having recently adapted to local customs, had already learned to roll around in the mud with the local children. Thus, she thought it prudent to craft durable clothing from the coarse cloth that could withstand such play. As Lu Baiwei marked the fabric with chalk, a heavy cough echoed at the doorway of the health center. Weiwei, you have truly disappointed your father, Lu Jiangwo declared as he strode into the room with his hands clasped behind his back. I heard from your brother yesterday that you refused to cover Jiaojiao's medical expenses. He confronted her with a fierce demeanor, as if seeking to reprimand her. Though Zhao Zhao may not be your biological sister, she was raised in my presence and has called me father, as well as referring to you as sister for so many years. Even if the bones are fractured, the ligaments remain connected. How can you neglect her well-being? What sort of person was he? While Lu Baiwei remained focused on her task, Tang Yunling could no longer contain herself. Oh, uncle, have you truly cared for her well-being? She slammed the scissors she was holding onto the table. Yesterday, I saw Lu Wenhua come to gawk at the scene. Did he not inform you that his sister had been severely injured? Even if the bones are broken and the ligaments connected, how come you, who are called father by her, have not offered to help with her medical expenses? You may not care, but what of her own mother? Why has she not even come to check on her? Tang Yunling waved the scissors playfully in her hand. You, who profess to love Lu Jiaojiao so dearly, and her own mother, are both neglecting her, yet here you are, demanding that my Weiwei cover the medical fees? Uncle, how can you be so shameless? Lu Jiangwo was left speechless, his finger trembling as he pointed at Tang Yunling. You, what of it? Tang Yunling's scissors suddenly slipped from her grasp, almost striking Lu Jiangwo in the face, startling him. My apologies, it slipped from my hand. She innocently picked up the scissors from the ground. Uncle, why do you not take your leave? Does my Weiwei need to invite you to stay for dinner? How infuriating, Lu Jiangwo's heart raced as he nearly dodged the scissors. He had always feared Tang Jingchuan, and upon learning that Tang Jingchuan had already left Shenyang Brigade, he only then dared to approach the health center. In all his calculations, he had not anticipated the presence of Tang Yunling. Why was it that the girls from the Tang family were so fierce, recklessly wielding scissors, who would dare to marry into such a family? Yet, he dared not voice this thought aloud. Weiwei, I came to the health center to inquire if Jiajiao's injury was indeed inflicted by the Yin family? Chapter 61 A Dog Eat Dog World. Adding fuel to the fire, Lu Jiangwo softened his tone as he spoke to Lu Baiwei, standing at a considerable distance from Tang Yunling. How would I know? I only concern myself with treating illnesses. Lu Baiwei finished marking the measurements on the cloth and glanced up at him. It seemed she was about to speak but hesitated, finally saying, in any case, she gets beaten every few days. Indeed, it's evident that it was Xin Guixiang and Yin Jiha who did this to her. Ahem, by the way, I still want to ask, if Zhao Zhao doesn't go to the commune hospital for a checkup, will her mind deteriorate? Yes, she might end up becoming a fool. Lu Baiwei's face showed impatience. Didn't I say yesterday that we must hurry to the commune hospital? Upon hearing this response, Lu Jiangwo appeared quite pleased and had no intention of lingering at the health station any longer. He donned a sympathetic expression for Lu Jiaojiao. That's simply one do, my well-behaved daughter marrying Yin Jiha and ending up like this is unacceptable. This matter cannot be brushed aside. Lu Jiangwo's sudden inquiry regarding Lu Baiwei's reluctance to pay for medical expenses left him bewildered, and he departed just as mysteriously. Tang Yunling was perplexed. What is he really up to? Honestly, Weiwei, your father is incredibly biased. He truly cares for Lu Jiaojiao. If it were you who had suffered a head injury, he wouldn't have rushed over in such a state. Tang Yunling defended Lu Baiwei. Lu Baiwei scoffed dismissively. Do you truly believe he cares for Lu Jiaojiao? If he genuinely cared for her, when Lu Jiaojiao was brought to the brigade health station, bleeding profusely, neither he nor Lu Chunhua would have hesitated to cover the medical expenses, yet they didn't even bother to check on her. My father only has eyes for Lu Wenhua. Lu Baiwei understood Lu Jiangwo all too well. She had spent a lifetime deciphering his character. He showed no affection for any daughter but only for Lu Wenhua, who could carry on the family line. Those unaware might think that their dilapidated home harbored an imperial throne waiting to be inherited. Lu Baiwei laid bare his intentions. Just wait and see, when he inquires about Lu Jiaojiao's injury, it will be to conspire with Lu Chunhua to make a scene at the Yin family attempting to extract some benefit from Xin Guixiang and Yin Jiha. Before long, he will head to the Yin household, urging Lu Chunhua to confront Xin Guixiang. Tang Yunling, relishing chaos, particularly enjoyed watching fights, especially between Lu Chunhua and Xin Guixiang, whom she deemed akin to dogs fighting each other. Watching such squabbles was the most thrilling. Then I shall cease assisting you with your tailoring. I must pay a visit to the Yin family. As Tang Yunling left the brigade health station, she shot a conspiratorial glance at Lu Baiwei. On the vast ocean, where fierce winds gather dark clouds, let the storm rage even more ferociously. I shall return shortly to help you with your tailoring. I am just going to stoke the flames. In truth, Lu Chunhua did care for her daughter, but upon hearing that Lu Jiaojiao had sustained a head injury, she was about to rush to the brigade health station when Lu Jiangwo stopped her. Lu Jiangwo, what is your intention? Lu Chunhua was furious. My Jiaojiao has been injured so badly, and it's likely that it was Xin Guixiang and that black-hearted son of hers who did this. Last time you accepted a bottle of malted milk and 2 pounds of white flour from the Yin family, allowing Jiaojiao to return with Yin Jiha. I have yet to settle that score with you. Weren't you the one who said Yin Jiha had changed and allowed Zhao Zhao to go back with him? How could she have ended up like this if you hadn't meddled? Lu Chunhua was incensed. Clearly, if it's not your own flesh and blood, you don't care. This time, I will not heed your words. I am going to support Zhao Zhao. The remark about not being her own flesh and blood struck a nerve with Lu Jiangwo. He had entrusted his biological daughter to the Tang family to raise, while Lu Zhao Zhao, whom Lu Chunhua brought up, had grown up before him. Compared to his feelings for Lu Baiwei, he believed he had been quite devoted to Lu Zhaozhao, yet, Lu Chunhua's harsh words struck deeply. Lu Zhangwo's expression darkened. If you wish to throw money at medical expenses, be my guest. You should take a look at how much money we actually have. Does Wenhua's schooling come without cost? Will your son not require money when he grows up to marry? Mentioning Lu Wenhua hit Lu Chunhua where it hurt. Though she was concerned for her daughter Lu Zhaozhao, her affection paled in comparison to that for Lu Wenhua, who could eventually marry and carry on the family name, providing for her in her old age. A married daughter is like spilled water. Moreover, Lu Zhaozhao's illicit rendezvous with Yin Jiha not only deprived her of a wedding gift but also embroiled Lu Baiwei, who was already a thorn in their side. Presently, Lu Baiwei was a formidable opponent, backed by several troublesome uncles, not to mention the formidable Li Ting. He had made it clear that if they dared to cause a ruckus at the health station again, he would personally deal with Lu Wenhua. At this moment, Lu Zhaozhao was the only one who could salvage any benefits for Wenhua. With only a meager amount of money in the household, Lu Chunhua fell silent, turning her back on Lu Zhangwo, yet she dared not go to the health station herself. Instead, she sent Lu Wenhua to check whether Xin Guixiang had covered the medical expenses. When Lu Wenhua returned, saying that Xin Guixiang had indeed paid, Lu Chunhua sighed in relief for her daughter, only to hear the news that Xin Guixiang and her son had left the brigade health station without taking Lu Zhaozhao to the commune hospital, instead carrying her straight back home. That stingy, black-hearted Xin Guixiang. What will we do if my Zhaozhao's mind is affected? Lu Chunhua could no longer contain her agitation and began to vent to Lu Zhangwo first thing in the morning. Lu Zhangwo said he would inquire at the health station, ensuring they were prepared before causing a scene at the Yin household, so that the brigade would support their side. As soon as Lu Zhangwo departed the health station, the ever-curious Tang Yunling followed closely behind. Observing Lu Zhangwo enter his home, she peeked around the well towards the Lu family direction when Zhou Yanfeng, carrying a bucket of water, spotted her. Zhou Yanfeng threw a piece of candy at Tang Yunling. What are you sneaking around for? Zhou Yanfeng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Stop throwing candy at me. In those days, having a piece of white rabbit creamy candy was a rarity. Every girl in the Shangyang brigade would wish to have someone throw candy at them. Only Tang Yunling would curse and then deftly pick up the candy, unwrap it, and pop it into her mouth. Chewing on the white rabbit candy, she saw Lu Zhangwo pulling Lu Chunhua out the door towards the Yin family and quickly grabbed Zhou Yanfeng, who was carrying the bucket, to hide behind the large apricot tree by the well. What are you keeping an eye on my sister-in-law's family for? Shoo, don't say a word. Lu Zhangwo and Lu Chunhua didn't notice them as they marched angrily towards the Yin household. Tang Yunling's eyes gleamed with excitement as she commanded Zhou Yanfeng, stop fetching water for now. There is a spectacle to behold. Weiwei's stepmother is bound to clash with that tough Xin Guixiang. Tang Yunling tugged at Zhou Yanfeng's water bucket, beckoning him to join her and witnessing the commotion. As she had pulled Zhou Yanfeng behind the tree, they were quite close together. Zhou Yanfeng remained silent for a while, genuinely intimidated by Tang Yunling's penchant for drama. With a look of disdain, Zhou Yanfeng remarked, wherever there is a commotion, there you are. Nonsense. I am practically inseparable from Yi Ting, my trusty ally. Tang Yunling shot him a glare. Don't you want to see those who bully Weiwei tear each other apart? Let me put it this way. Are you going or not? Chapter 062 Ahem, you were born to be used by me. If Zhou Yanfeng dared to refuse, the next words from the Tang family's matriarch would be, then don't bother coming to my house for dinner. How could he possibly decline? Zhou Yanfeng hastily set down the yoke and bucket, trotting after her. Of course, I'm going. Wait for me. Lu Zhaozhao had suffered a head injury. Yesterday, the brigade health station was bustling, yet neither Lu Zhangwo nor Lu Chunhua could be seen. The villagers whispered behind their backs, accusing the couple of being heartless, fearing the rumors regarding medical expenses. At this moment, Lu Zhangwo led Lu Chunhua, storming towards the Yin family, and the scent of melons wafted through the air, causing a stir among the villagers. Those familiar with Lu Chunhua had already stopped her to inquire. Chunhua, are you going to the Yin family to see Zhaozhao? Indeed, my Zhaozhao is suffering. Lu Chunhua immediately fell into her role, wiping away tears with her sleeve. That Xin Guixiang and Yin Jiha, those two black-hearted individuals. I had a perfectly good daughter who married into the Yin family, and she gets beaten by those two every few days. This time, my Zhaozhao is even more pitiful. She was beaten to the point of having her head burst open. What? Lu Zhaozhao was covered in blood yesterday, and it wasn't he from a fall. She had been beaten by Xin Guixiang and Yin Jiha? Once this news broke, the villagers were taken aback. How cruel could they be to inflict such injuries? A woman who had detained Lu Chunhua questioned skeptically, Chunhua, this can't be true, can it? I've never heard of Xin Guixiang being violent, another added. Yin Jiha seems like such an honest fellow. Lu Zhangwo spat in frustration, exclaiming, bah. Yin Jiha honest, my Zhaozhao has been deceived by him. He's too ruthless. Zhaozhao gets beaten every few days. Last time, she returned to her mother's house in the dead of night. Xin Guixiang brought Yin Jiha over to our home to apologize to Zhaozhao, claiming they would never hit her again, and we, moved by compassion, agreed to let Zhaozhao return with him. And now, not long after, he has beaten her head open again. Lu Zhangwo clutched his chest, appearing anxious. I went to the health station to ask Weiwei. Zhaozhao's injuries are severe. If we don't take her to the commune hospital soon, she will surely become an imbecile. Hearing that her daughter Lu Zhaozhao might become an imbecile, Lu Chunhua burst into tears. My Zhaozhao, such a good girl, has suffered so much after marrying into the Yin family. When I heard yesterday that Jiao had been beaten again, I felt such regret. I despised myself for not being ruthless enough the last time I believed Jia's lies. I panicked and collapsed without consciousness. Today, my husband Lu was only feeling better after getting medicine from the health station, and now I must go to the Yin family to support my Jiao. If Xin Guixiang and Yin Jia do not take my Jiao to the commune hospital, I will file a complaint against them for their brutal actions, and I will also report Yin Jia to the County Women's Federation. It was no wonder that yesterday at the health station, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua were nowhere to be seen. It turned out that Lu Chunhua had fainted upon hearing of her daughter's head injury. No, it wasn't merely a fall that caused Lu Jiao's injury, she had been brutally beaten. Lu Chunhua must have been overwhelmed with anger and worry, leading to her fainting. The woman who had been holding Lu Chunhua back now regarded the couple with sympathy, expressing her willingness to accompany them to the Yin family, to help persuade Xin Guixiang and Yin Jia to promptly take Jiao to the commune hospital. Yet, many others merely wished to observe the spectacle. This simply would not do. A confrontation was inevitable. Tang Yunling pulled Zhou Yanfeng into the throng heading towards the Yin family, and upon hearing someone question Lu Chunhua about the claims that Jiao had indeed been beaten by Yin Jia and his mother, she nudged Zhou Yanfeng with her elbow. Under Tang Yunling's intimidating glare, Zhou Yanfeng realized he had no choice but to stoke the flames. Yin Jia really does hit people. When Lu Jiao returned to the youth point to confront He Yan, she trembled and fled when He Yan merely asked if her injuries were caused by Xin Guixiang and Yin Jia. As Zhou Yanfeng spoke, other youths following to witness the spectacle echoed his sentiments. She must have been terrified of her mother-in-law and husband. I heard from He Yan that Lu Jiao is indeed afraid of Yin Jia. It's said that Yin Jia is inadequate in that regard, and resorts to violence against Lu Jiao frequently. As several youths discussed this, the villagers joined in, animatedly speculating that Yin Jia must be venting his frustrations by beating Lu Jiao. Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua, walking ahead, were astonished that the youths led by Zhou Yanfeng would speak up for their daughter. However, none of this mattered anymore, for Lu Chunhua had found a new angle to leverage. Yin Jia's inadequacy. Thus, upon reaching the Yin household, she not only firmly asserted that Lu Jiao had been beaten by Xin Guixiang and Yin Jia, but she also vociferously accused Yin Jia of deceiving Lu Jiao into marriage and physically abusing her. How could Xin Guixiang tolerate such a claim against her son? She lunged at Lu Chunhua, scratching her face. In an instant, the two women became entangled, grappling on the ground, pulling each other's hair and tearing at each other's clothes, leaving blood marks on their skin. The scene was quite the spectacle. The entrance to the Yin household was surrounded by layers of onlookers, some cheering on the fight while others attempted to mediate, creating quite a commotion. Having successfully added fuel to the fire, Tang Yunling stepped aside, waving Zhou Yanfeng away. Xiao Fengzi, step back. Zhou Yanfeng finally grasped Tang Yunling's true intention in dragging him along for the spectacle. Tang Yunling, so I'm merely your summon pawn? With a tortured expression, Zhou Yanfeng lamented, once, I, Zhou, was the belle of the capital. Now, I'm a rural youth, reduced to being your gossiping tool. Is this truly easy for me? Last time, He Ting took a hit for you, you vowed to stand by him, and now that you are helping your brother-in-law's wife, why must you complain? Speak, what's wrong with me using you? Tang Yunling retorted, kicking him lightly. You were born to be used by me. Ahem. What audacious words! Zhou Yanfeng's face flushed crimson, and he didn't even react to the pain from her kick. He weakly protested, you fierce tigress, who would dare to marry you? What did you say? Tang Yunling placed her hands on her hips, daring him to repeat himself. Instantly cowed, Zhou Yanfeng muttered, it's nothing. Xin Guixiang was adamant about not spending money to take Lu Jiao to the commune hospital, while Lu Chunhua and Lu Jiangwo caused a ruckus at the Yin household for several days. In the end, Lu Chunhua rallied her siblings and relatives to join in a collective confrontation at the Yin residence. Tang Yunling indulged in a thrilling spectacle, claiming to assist Lu Baiwei with her sewing, having been absent for days, fully engrossed in the drama. Once Lu Jiao was taken to the commune hospital, she finally found the time to visit. Chapter 063. She resembled a vixen. He Ting had the bamboo grove beside the health clinic designated as residential land and called upon several of Lu Baiwei's cousins to assist in cutting bamboo and marking the foundation. Zhou Yanfeng was also present at the health clinic to lend a hand. Upon seeing Tang Yunling's arrival, Zhou Yanfeng took out a large white rabbit milk candy and tossed it at her. After being hit multiple times, Tang Yunling had developed a conditioned reflex. She swiftly reached out and caught the candy deftly in her hand. Have you finished enjoying the commotion? Yes. With a look that conveyed her approval, Tang Yunling dashed into the kitchen to find Lu Baiwei. Why, have the clothes been tailored yet? Lu Baiwei was washing vegetables, and as Tang Yunling chewed on the candy, she entered the kitchen. I finally have some time today to help you with the tailoring. By the time you show up to help, the daylilies will have wilted. The person who promised to assist with the tailoring had vanished for days. Lu Baiwei chuckled helplessly, with just those two outfits, I finished them long ago. Today, I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy meat and have little Chiron sent to your home for your third aunt to look after. Haven't you seen little Chiron in her new clothes? Oh, I went to the Yin family to enjoy the festivities after breakfast. Tang Yunling animatedly reported the conclusion of the feud between Xin Guixiang and Lu Chunhua. Early this morning, your stepmother's brothers and sisters came to our brigade, and Lu Chunhua led them to confront the Yin family. That person, Xin Guixiang, was no match for the few aunts of Lu Jiao. She was beaten to the point of crying for her father and mother, with no breath left to spare. Now, not only did Yin Jia agree to take Lu Jiao to the commune hospital for treatment, he also took out an additional 10 yuan to apologize to your father and stepmother. Tang Yunling commented, if they had taken Lu Jiaojiao to the commune hospital earlier, there would have been no issue at all. Now they have to suffer a beating. Tang Yunling relished the misfortune. The Yin mother and son truly deserve a good reprimanding. It's utterly ridiculous to have all three of them taken to the hospital for treatment. That 10 yuan from Yin Jihe was not easily obtained, otherwise, Xin Guoxian would not have gained her notorious reputation. Based on Lu Baiwei's understanding of Xin Guoxian, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua had undoubtedly offended her gravely this time. Lu Baiwei could foresee that once Xin Guoxian and her son returned from the commune hospital, there would be further disputes between the two families, ensuring that the Yangxiang brigade would remain lively for some time. This was fortuitous, the conflict would benefit her as a bystander, the health clinic would enjoy a period of peace and quiet. Having anticipated this outcome, Lu Baiwei inquired of Tang Yunling, Xin Guoxiang's maternal family cannot be relied upon. Didn't Yin Jihe's brothers-in-law come to support her? No, but Xin Guoxiang did call upon the brigade to help find her sons-in-law to come to our brigade. It's strange, her daughters usually rush over when there is a call from their maternal home, yet this time none of them came. Even Yin Jihe's elder sister who works at the county supply and marketing cooperative didn't intervene in this matter. What could be the reason? Yin Jihe's sisters had long endured Xin Guoxiang's antics of crying, causing scenes, and even threatening self-harm, compelling them to scrape together resources from their own families to support Yin Jihe. They were merely waiting for an opportunity, a chance to extricate themselves from Xin Guoxiang and her son. Lu Jiaojiao's recent mischief with Yin Jihe's elder sister's child provided such an opportunity. Of course, knowing Xin Guoxiang's temperament, she must have done something else to provoke Yin Jihe's elder sister beyond endurance. Thus, with her departure from the Yangxiang brigade, it would be a long time before she would concern herself with Xin Guoxiang and her son again. The other sisters would surely follow suit. This was the reason Xin Guoxiang was unable to summon her sons-in-law this time. After all, no son-in-law could tolerate a relentless mother-in-law pressuring his wife to support her family. Why, at a crucial moment, Yin Jihe's brothers-in-law are still unreliable. Tang Yunling concluded, so I say, a married daughter must be supported by her maternal family to avoid being bullied. Rest assured, our Tang family's daughters will not be wronged. You and I have the backing of the old Tang family. Somehow, Tang Yunling extended the happenings surrounding Lu Jiaojiao to herself, even mentioning Zhao Yongsan. Why, with the Tang family's influence as a protective shield, Zhao Yongsan wouldn't dare to wrong me. He cannot escape my grasp. Lu Baiwei was not so sure. In her past life, after Zhao Yongsan gained a reputation, he had dallied with numerous women, even engaging in a lengthy affair with a widow from the county town. Her cousin, Tang Yunling, did not wish to see another woman benefit from her misfortunes, adamantly refusing to marry him and stirring up troubles every few days. Even if the old Tang family wished to support her, they could at most lend a hand in the county town to give Zhao Yongsan a beating. Yet, Zhao Yongsan, unrepentant and wielding economic power, would be difficult for her cousin to divorce. Last time, when she went to the neighboring brigade and Zhao Yongsan spoke up for Lu Cuifang, Lu Baiwei had been reminiscing about the past, gradually piecing together every detail related to Tang Yunling. Zhao Yongsan's flirtations with Lu Cuifang seemed to have gone unnoticed by her cousin, given her carefree nature. Lu Baiwei wished for nothing more than to prevent Tang Yunling from falling into the same trap with Zhao Yongsan. She needed to find an excuse to visit the neighboring brigade, asking her cousin and aunt for assistance in keeping an eye on the Zhao family. Sister, do you think Zhao Yongsan has finished making the bed? Lu Baiwei invited Tang Yunling to accompany her to the neighboring brigade. The previous bed brought in was too narrow. He Ting and little Chiron couldn't turn around while sleeping. Little Chiron has been kicking him in her sleep, and I've noticed he hasn't rested well these past few days. After dinner, I'd like you to accompany me to the neighboring brigade to see if Zhao Yongsan's bed is ready. Tang Yunling was also eager to visit her fiancé in the neighboring brigade and nodded in agreement. That works. Making a bed takes just a week or so, as Zhao Yongsan said he'd expedited, so we might be able to bring the new bed back today. Casting a glance at Yi Ting, who was marking the foundation outside, Tang Yunling nudged Lu Baiwei with her elbow. My brother-in-law is quite handsome. You wouldn't want anything to disrupt your romantic evening with him, would you? Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Baiwei flushed crimson, shooting her a reproachful glance. Look at that mouth of yours. You're not even married yet. I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run by the riverside of Hongqi Brigade. Lu Cuifang, with a bamboo basket in hand, gracefully strolled along the bank in her colorful skirt, leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake, a striking figure indeed. The young men working in the fields whistled at her. The ants working alongside Tang Yunling's second aunt, Yi Hongmei, scoffed at the sight. What a person, prancing around like a vixen, working in the fields while dressed so flamboyantly. Intentionally exposing her legs. Doesn't she know who she is dressing for? One of the ants elbowed Yi Hongmei. She has been frequenting Zhao Yongsan's home these days. It's no wonder your Lingling scolded her last time. She hardly resembles a respectable person. Yi Hongmei shared her disdain for Lu Cuifang as well. This young educated woman from the city carried herself with an air of superiority, often tossing around terms like country bumpkin, never deigning to look others in the eye. Chapter 064. The widowed neighbor's intricate schemes. Such an innocent young girl, oblivious to the fact that her sharp tongue has offended everyone around her, only those drooling fools, akin to flies attracted to filth, seem to whistle at her incessantly. This girl, lacking any sense of shame, misinterprets their intentions as admiration rather than disdain. Meanwhile, the neighbor, Tian from the Zhao family, inexplicably desires to associate with her, drawn by novelty. Yi Hongmei, disinclined to gossip, observes as Lu Cuifang crosses the riverbank, while young men laboring in the fields whistle and some even lean down to catch a glimpse beneath her skirt. This scene prompts Yi Hongmei to shake her head in disapproval. This girl is so naive. If she continues to act so brazenly, trouble is bound to ensue. I must inform Tian's mother to keep her daughter away from Lu Jiqing. You, with your misguided kindness, replies the aunt conversing with Yi Hongmei, her gaze piercingly perceptive. They look down upon us country folk, casually referring to us as village girls, as if the girls in our brigade are less than human, while Lu Jiqing, hailing from the city, considers herself superior. Have you considered what Lu Jiqing, with her lofty airs, hopes to gain by mingling with Zhao Tian? Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't be surprised if your nephew-in-law ends up lost to her. Yi Hongmei pauses in her weeding, lifting her head in disbelief. Surely, that cannot be. Well, if you believe it cannot, then it cannot. I've already told you, that widowed neighbor of yours is full of tricks. I advised you to keep your distance, yet you refuse to listen, even going so far as to suggest your niece to Zhao Yongsan. Just wait, and you'll find yourself sold for a handful of coins. While Yi Hongmei discusses Lu Cuifang with the aunt, Lu Cuifang and Zhao Tian are busy cutting grass on the riverbank. Suddenly, Lu Cuifang cries out, Tian, I've cut my hand. Oh dear, what a large gash. Lu Jiqing, don't move, let me apply some herbal remedy. Zhao Tian plucks a handful of grass from the riverbank, chews it, and then slaps the chewed pulp onto Lu Cuifang's wound. What nonsense, the remnants of that chewed grass are filthy. How could she apply that to her hand? Lu Cuifang, disgusted, attempts to shake off the herbal mess as Zhao Tian holds her hand steady. Don't move. This herbal remedy stops bleeding effectively. It's what Lingling taught me, claiming that Wei Wei learned it from her grandfather. Look, your wound has stopped bleeding. It works wonders. Isn't it simply the grass pulp that has clogged the wound? With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Cuifang whimpers, Tian, but the herbal residue still hurts. This place is close to your home. Do you have any hemostatic medicine? Of course, Zhao Tian's family has hemostatic medicine. Zhao Yongsan, being a carpenter, often encounters cuts and scrapes as Zhao Tian glances at the half-cut pig grass in the basket, while Lu Cuifang pulls out a piece of candy from her pocket and hands it to Zhao Tian. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tian nods in agreement. Alright then, I'll return to cut the pig grass later. Having only cut a few handfuls of pig grass, Lu Cuifang follows Zhao Tian home. As they walk up the path beside the fields, the aunt working in the field signals to Yi Hongmei with a knowing look, her expression mirroring the sentiment of just as I suspected. Yi Hongmei feels uneasy. In broad daylight, could Lu Jiqing truly be following Tian home to flirt with Zhao Yongsan? Surely, a city-bred youth would not deign to look at a mere peasant. Yet, Lu Jiqing has indeed been spending more time with the Zhao siblings lately, and Tian's mother boasts of her, claiming that the city-bred youth looks down on everyone, save for her daughter, teaching Zhao Yongsan and his sister to read. What nonsense, engaged to Lingling, and here she is, teaching a girl to read. Yi Hongmei hesitates, contemplating whether to visit the Zhao household, when the sound of a bicycle bell draws near. Lu Baiwei arrives, carrying Tang Yunling. Tang Yunling hops off the back of the bicycle and greets Yi Hongmei. Aunt, what are you looking at? You didn't see me come. Oh, Lingling, you're here. Delighted to see her niece, Yi Hongmei reflects on the unfolding drama. The connection between her Lingling and Zhao Yongsan was initiated by her, with the intention of keeping them close for mutual support. If Tian's mother has ulterior motives with Zhao Yongsan, it would surely jeopardize her beloved Lingling. Regardless of whether Zhao Yongsan and Lu Cuifang share a genuine friendship or if there are deeper entanglements, the situation must be clarified. Lingling, Wei Wei, you've arrived just in time. Zhao Yongsan has finished making the bed for Wei Wei. Yesterday, Tian's mother mentioned that a coat of tongue oil would allow it to be brought back. Yi Hongmei gestures for Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling to wait while she washes her hands by the creek, wiping them dry on her clothes. I wonder if the tongue oil has dried. I'll accompany you to his house to take a look. That sounds wonderful, Tang Yunling agrees, then asks Yi Hongmei, Aunt, am I taking up your time? Not at all, I'll finish my task and just grab a cup of water on the way home. Upon hearing that Yi Hongmei intends to take Tang Yunling and Lu Baiwei to the Zhao household, the aunt beams with enthusiasm. Hongmei, I'll join you for a cup of water too. The weather is scorching, and Zhao Yongsan, shirtless, is busy planing wood in the main room, as Zhao Tian leads Lu Cuifang to the door. Brother. Do you have any hemostatic ointment left? Lu Jiqing has cut her hand? As they step into the Zhao household, Lu Cuifang, seeing Zhao Yongsan without a shirt, turns away in embarrassment, covering her face. Zhao Yongsan, noticing her reaction, smirks mischievously without intending to dress. He strides over to examine Lu Cuifang's injury. Where are you hurt? Let me see. Zhao Yongsan stands too close, his bare skin almost brushing against hers, causing Lu Cuifang to shy away, unable to meet his gaze. Zhao Tian observes this and finds her brother's behavior inappropriate. Brother, put on a shirt first, you're scaring Lu Jiqing. Oh, I didn't notice, it's hot, and I'm used to working without a shirt. Zhao Yongsan releases his grip on Lu Cuifang and heads to the inner room to put on a shirt and fetch the ointment. In the kitchen, Zhao Yongsan's mother hears the commotion as Zhao Tian brings Lu Cuifang over with a warm smile. She steps out. Lu Jiqing, you've come at just the right time. I made some mung bean soup for Yongsan and Tian to cool them down from the heat. It's chilling in the water tank, you should have a bowl. Zhao Yongsan's mother hands Lu Cuifang a bowl of mung bean soup. The soup is icy to the touch in the sweltering heat, and as Zhao Yongsan goes to retrieve the ointment, Lu Cuifang quickly gulps down a bowl of the refreshing, sweet soup. Zhao Tian inquires from the side, Mom, what about mine? Yours is in the kitchen, but you need to borrow some sugar first, we run out. Zhou Xiaohong instructs Zhao Tian, go next door and borrow half a cup of sugar. I need to get the ointment for Lu Jiqing first. Let your brother fetch the ointment for Lu Jiqing. Zhao Tian takes an empty enamel cup to borrow some sugar from next door. Zhao Yongsan's mother, Zhou Xiaohong, calls into the house, Yongsan, have you found the ointment? I've found it, Mom, you can let Lu Jiqing in. Chapter 065 of My affection for you, Tang Yunling, is a sign of my blindness. Zhao Yongsan called Lu Cuifang to come to his room to apply ointment, but Lu Cuifang hesitated to move. As a young woman, how could she possibly enter a man's quarters? Lu Jiqing, your wound is bleeding again, hurry and come inside to apply the ointment, Zhao Yongsan's mother urged, turning to take the empty bowl back to the kitchen. Reflecting on the grievances suffered at the hands of Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling, she contemplated whether she could exact some form of revenge in this instance. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Cuifang steeled herself and stepped into Zhao Yongsan's room. Zhao Yongsan, why are you still without a shirt? Upon seeing him bare-chested, Lu Cuifang felt her cheeks flush instantly. I was looking for ointment for you and didn't have time to dress, he replied. Noticing Lu Cuifang lingering hesitantly at the doorway, a look of wariness on her face, Zhao Yongsan scooped up a dollop of ointment and boldly grasped her hand. The proximity of a bare man, coupled with the scent emanating from him, left Lu Cuifang feeling somewhat weak in the knees. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of agitation surged within her. As Zhao Yongsan applied the ointment in circular motions on her hand, Lu Cuifang found her breath becoming uneven. Ouch, Zhao Yongsan, that hurts, she exclaimed. To be fair, despite Lu Cuifang's tendency to offend many with her ignorance, she was undeniably attractive, with a figure that was both slender where it needed to be and curvaceous where it should be. Although her features were not particularly striking, her status as an urban youth from a big city endowed her with a fair complexion, surpassing that of the local girls from Hongqi Brigade. As the saying goes, a fair complexion conceals 3 flaws. Moreover, Lu Cuifang was not unattractive. Her delicate cry of pain sent Zhao Yongsan's heart racing. Does it hurt? Let me blow on it for you. He offered. As he pretended to blow on her wound, their lips nearly touched, and the tingling sensation from his hand sent a shiver coursing through Lu Cuifang. She was bewildered as to why she felt so sensitive towards a man she regarded as a mere rustic. Suddenly, she perceived the man so close to her as exuding a scent akin to poison, rendering her weak and powerless. Whether Zhao Yongsan intended it or not, his breath brushed against her palm as he blew on her wound, causing her legs to weaken, and she could no longer maintain her balance. Just as she was about to fall, Zhao Yongsan caught her around the waist. Lu Jiqing, what is wrong? You let go of me. Lu Cuifang attempted to scold him, but the words that escaped her lips sounded more like playful banter. As she gazed into Zhao Yongsan's eyes, which sparkled with a strange light, she found herself pushing against his chest, as if scratching an itch. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian was borrowing sugar from Aunt Tang Yunling next door, while Yi Hongmei's door remained tightly shut. Just as she intended to head home with her enamel bowl, Yi Hongmei appeared, leading Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling down the slope. Sister Lingling, Sister Weiwei, you're here. Zhao Tian trotted over to greet them, waving her bowl. You come at the right time. My mother has made a pot of mung bean soup, but we run out of sugar, so I came to borrow some from Aunt Hongmei. Sister Weiwei's new bed is ready. Come to my house for a bowl of chilled mung bean soup. Initially, Yi Hongmei had been skeptical of the gossip spread by the auntie she worked with, but now she was convinced. Just a few days ago, she had gone to the supply and marketing cooperative with Zhao Yongsan's mother to purchase sugar. They were told there was no sugar left, and now they were borrowing from her, which raised her suspicions. Originally, she had planned to take Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling to Zhao Yongsan's house first, then return home with her fellow worker for a drink, but she changed her mind and decided to take Zhao Tian home to fetch the sugar. After dividing half a bowl of sugar with Zhao Tian, she called out to her, Tian, wait a moment, let us go to your house together. I want to see the new bed Weiwei made. Yi Hongmei exchanged glances with her aunt, who had just finished a drink of water, and led Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling through the back door to Zhao Yongsan's house. The room occupied by Zhao Yongsan was located towards the back. In truth, the commotion caused by the group had already reached Zhao Yongsan's mother, who heard the noise but did not intend to alert her son, as she had her own plans. Thus, when Zhao Tian and the others stepped through the back door, they heard the unmistakable sounds of reluctance and desire from within. Zhao Yongsan, you're hurting me. Lu Jiqing, you're truly beautiful. The moment you arrived in our brigade, I was smitten that you're a phoenix from the big city, while Lingling here is just a country hen. Zhao Tian's instinct was to call out to Zhao Yongsan, but it was already too late. Tang Yunling kicked open the door to Zhao Yongsan's room, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the two entwined figures. Without waiting for Zhao Yongsan to react, Tang Yunling swept in like a gust of wind, pulling Zhao Yongsan down to the ground and delivering a fierce kick. Lu Jiqing is beautiful, is she? You think I'm unsightly? She is a phoenix from the big city, while I am merely a country hen. To hell with your country hen. When you were a child, you cried like a dog, trailing behind me, asking for my protection. Why didn't you call me a country hen then? Why don't you let Lu Cuifang, that golden phoenix, protect you? If I hadn't asked my aunt to support your family, you and your mother would have been bullied to death in Hongqi Brigade. Didn't you say that your mother would be grateful to marry me, thinking she had struck gold, now that she could climb the social ladder, and yet you call me a country hen? With that, Tang Yunling kicked Zhao Yongsan as if he were a dog, straddling him and delivering punches aimed squarely at his face. Zhao Yongsan, howling in agony, covered his face, but it was no use. Tang Yunling continued to rain down blows. You think I'm a mutt? Have you taken a good look at yourself? My affection for you, Tang Yunling, is a sign of my blindness. All these years, my genuine feelings have been wasted on a dog. Hearing her son's increasingly desperate cries, Zhao Yongsen's mother was utterly horrified and rushed into the room to confront Tang Yunling. Let go of my son. Unfortunately, before she could intervene, Lu Baiwei tripped her, causing Zhao Yongsen's mother to stumble and fall to the ground in a most undignified manner. Yi Hongmei finally grasped the situation. The uproar caused by Zhao Yongsen and Lu Cuifang was impossible to ignore. How could Zhou Xiaohong remain oblivious? Now she could hear that Ling Ling was the one delivering the blows. The unfolding reality left no room for misunderstanding. Lu Cuifang was a city youth from Beijing, rumored to come from a well-off family, while Zhou Xiaohong was merely seeking a better deal. But wait, Zhou Xiaohong was merely playing both sides, looking at the pot while eating from the bowl. On one hand, she wanted Zhao Yongsen to be engaged to her daughter Ling Ling, while simultaneously eyeing the incoming Lu Jiqing. If Zhao Yongsen and Lu Jiqing were to become an item, she would have no qualms about discarding her own daughter. Her plans were crumbling before her eyes, and just next door, Zhou Xiaohong dared to engage in such disgraceful matchmaking for her son. This woman could not be allowed to go unpunished. As Lu Baiwei tripped Zhao Yongsen's mother, Yi Hongmei lunged at her, delivering punches and kicks. How dare you look at the pot while eating from the bowl? Chapter 66. The old woman's schemes. Look at my brother-in-law, the captain of the Xiangyang Brigade, and how your son shamelessly clings to my Lingling, insisting he must marry her. Now that my Lingling is engaged to your son, you gaze at Lu Cuifang, who hails from a big city, with her family accustomed to fine provisions, harboring ulterior motives. You wretched old hag, what do you take my Lingling for? You wept and knelt, pleading with me to promise Lingling to Zhao Yongsen, claiming she was your favored daughter-in-law, and this is how you treat her? The mere thought of marrying her niece off to such a family filled Yi Hongmei with regret so profound it felt as though her insides were twisted in anguish. She was furious beyond measure. Zhao Yongsen's mother, feeling guilty, was no match for Yi Hongmei's wrath. Naturally, with Tang Yunling's prowess, even if Zhao Yongsen had some strength from his carpentry work, he stood no chance against her. He curled his hands around his head to shield his face, yet still received a barrage of punches from Tang Yunling, leaving him bruised and battered. In no time, Zhao Yongsen and his mother were reduced to wails of despair. Stop hitting. Please, just stop. If you don't cease, you might end up killing someone. Zhao Tiantian was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point, yet, as the daughter of the Zhao family, witnessing her brother and mother being so brutally beaten was unbearable. Observing that neither Tang Yunling nor Yi Hongmei showed any signs of relenting, she feared for her family's lives. Please, stop. If you don't, I will report this to the brigade. From the moment Lu Baiwei entered the room, aside from tripping Zhao Yongsen's mother, she remained vigilant against Lu Cuifang's potential escape. The crux of the matter was that Lu Cuifang lay on the ground, dazed and bewildered, her consciousness clouded. The uproar created by Zhao Yongsen and Lu Cuifang in his house was impossible for his mother, who was not at home, to miss. It was evident that she anticipated her son's relationship with Lu Cuifang would solidify. Seeing Lu Cuifang still in a stupor, Lu Baiwei suspected that Zhao Yongsen's mother was not only pleased but had also meddled in some other capacity. The old woman truly possessed cunning. No wonder she remained silent amidst the commotion, as if calculating their involvement, wishing for the situation to escalate further. Little did she know that Lu Cuifang harbored feelings for He Ting. The disappointment awaiting her and her son was inevitable. A feeling that her cousin had been wronged, Lu Baiwei believed that Zhao Yongsen deserved a far more severe punishment than the few blows he had just received. With a cold huff, she echoed Zhao Tiantian's words. Very well, then let us report it. If you don't report, I intend to do so myself. Lu Baiwei turned to the eager aunt by her side, who was itching to join in the beating of Zhao Yongsen's mother. Aunt, Zhao Yongsen is engaged, yet he still engages in inappropriate relations with the female educated youth from the brigade. This is nothing short of hooliganism. I kindly ask you to make a trip to the brigade and summon the secretary and captain. Hooliganism is punishable by law. Zhao Yongsen was terrified, nearly wetting himself. Yet, the aunt seemed eager for chaos to ensue. Unable to be restrained, she dashed out. Zhao Yongsen was frantic. No, please don't. Unfortunately for him, he was met with a heavy punch from Tang Yunling, which seemed to misalign his nose. With Zhao Yongsen beaten to the point of breathlessness, Tang Yunling finally released some pent-up frustration. With her strength, she could easily inflict serious harm if she desired. Lu Baiwei retrieved a length of rope used for bundling firewood. Lingling, don't injure your hands. Bind him up first, and we will wait for the brigade personnel to arrive. Thanks to her frequent hunting trips with her brothers, Tang Yunling deftly tied him up as if he were a wild boar. She even bound Zhao Yongsen alongside the disheveled Lu Cuifang. Throughout this, Zhao Tiantian continuously pleaded for mercy, but her words fell on deaf ears. Sister Lingling, my brother made a mistake. Please forgive him this once. He must have been confused. Before Tang Yunling could soften her heart, Lu Baiwei interrupted. If the man you marry were to cavort with another woman, would you still think he was merely confused? Your brother has already been seen kissing Lu Cuifang. With such a commotion in the house, do you think your mother is unaware? Lu Baiwei reminded her. Consider this. When you brought Lu Cuifang home, why did your mother send you to Aunt Hongmei's for sugar? No way, could her mother have had a hand in this? Despite her brother being engaged to Lingling, did her mother still wish for him to pursue Lu Cuifang? Lu Baiwei felt the girl was naively simple-minded, unable to discern the gravity of the situation. Had she not spent so much time with Lu Cuifang, things would not have spiraled to this extent. Lu Baiwei, irritated with her, added, your brother's potential relationship with Lu Cuifang is largely due to your encouragement. You frequently brought Lu Cuifang to your home. At this, Zhao Tiantian fell utterly silent, her face pale. Overcome with guilt, she could barely lift her head. The Red Flag Brigade's office was not far from Zhao Yongsan's home. The aunt, tasked with fetching help for Yi Hongmei, rode Lu Baiwei's bicycle. Before reaching the brigade office, she encountered the brigade captain and secretary who were directing labor. With a loud voice, the aunt not only summoned the brigade officials but also attracted a crowd eager to witness the unfolding drama at the Zhao household. I always thought Lu, the educated youth, was rather self-important. Why was she always mingling with Zhao Tian? Turns out, she had her eyes on the brother. In broad daylight, how shameless, she's tarnishing our brigade's reputation. Have you seen Lu Tsueifang's flirtatious demeanor? She's been enticing all the unmarried young men in our brigade. Zhou Xiaohong has been bragging about her son marrying a girl whose father is the captain of the Shenyang Brigade. Now look, Zhao Yongsan has been caught in a scandal with the educated youth. Fear not being caught. Even if she isn't the captain's daughter-in-law, there's still the educated girl from the capital. I heard that Lu Tsueifang's family is well off. Zhou Xiaohong must have hoped her son could climb the social ladder. Now that Lu Tsueifang and Zhao Yongsan have crossed that line, when she returns to the city, he can follow her to enjoy the finer things. The brigade secretary felt embarrassed, having been caught in such a predicament by a girl from a neighboring brigade, especially since Tang Yunling's father was their competitor. The secretary of the Red Flag Brigade, Yang, cleared his throat. Zhou Xiaohong, how do you intend to handle this situation? As the townsfolk had speculated, Zhao Yongsan's mother appeared unfazed, believing everything was as she had predicted. Zhou Xiaohong lowered her head. Alas, it has come to this. My Yongsan used to spend time with Lingling, thinking he was fond of her, thus he became engaged, but upon meeting Lu Tsueifang, he realized what true love is. All I can say is I am sorry to Lingling. Zhou Xiaohong sighed. My Yongsan will take responsibility for Lu Tsueifang. Yang, the secretary of the Red Flag Brigade, did not wish to escalate the situation further. He turned to Yi Hongmei. Hongmei, considering your people have been harmed, what do you think we should do about this matter? Chapter 067I. Report Zhao Yongsan's misconduct. Zhao Yongsan must be discarded. Engaged yet engaging in frivolous relationships, how could Lingling expect to lead a blissful life if she were to marry him? A mere beating would undoubtedly be insufficient. I shall summon the members of the Lao Tang family to deliver further retribution. Since cohabitation is no longer feasible, I must advocate for Lingling's best interests. My brother-in-law's family has only one daughter, Lingling, who has been cherished and nurtured. She is not a pawn to be trifled with. Yi Hongmei laid forth her demands. Weiwei has 2 wooden cabinets and a bed that Zhao's family has promised. I shall have them removed, and Zhao's family must compensate us with 200 yuan. 200 yuan, why not just rob them? My Zhao Yongsan has betrothed himself to Tang Yunling and has already given 18 yuan as a betrothal gift. Yi Hongmei, resolute in her stance, declared, very well, I shall send someone to summon my brother-in-law from the neighboring brigade. Your family has treated Lingling poorly, and when the Lao Tang family arrives, let us see how you will handle the situation. The members of the Lao Tang family from the Shenyang Brigade were united in purpose. Half of the brigade bore the surname Tang. When it came to standing up for one of their own, a considerable number would rally to their aid. Zhao Yongsan's mother had initially recognized this, believing that a widow with an orphan child would struggle to find her footing and was eager to connect with the Lao Tang family through marriage. At the time, Tang Yunling was considered a highly advantageous match. However, now, that very advantage would backfire on her and Zhao Yongsan. Should the Lao Tang family be provoked, 200 yuan would hardly suffice. Their home would certainly be reduced to rubble. Reluctantly, Zhou Xiaohong acquiesced to Yi Hongmei's demands. Fine, 200 it is. Gritting her teeth, she added, but a written agreement must be drawn up, stipulating that you are not to come to my home seeking trouble in the future. Agreed, let us settle this matter. Zhao Yongsan's mother grimaced as she penned an IOU for 200 yuan, noting that upon receipt of the money, the Tang family was prohibited from causing any disturbances at her home. Turning her gaze to the bound Zhao Yongsan and Lu Tsueifang, Secretary Yang felt a headache coming on. Enough of this commotion, you must ensure that your Zhao Yongsan and Lu Ziqing hasten their marriage preparations. Secretary Yang sought to mitigate the damage as much as possible. With the IOU secured, it appeared that the matter was nearing its conclusion. Lu Baiwei interjected, wait. Is the matter truly settled? Have you consulted the parties involved? Tang Yunling was equally incensed. However, there was no doubt that Zhao Yongsan was no longer an option. Securing the 200 yuan would also save Lu Baiwei from spending on furniture. Though her anger remained simmering beneath the surface, upon hearing Lu Baiwei intervene, she mistakenly assumed that the party in question was herself and was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by what scheme Weiwei had in mind. Nonetheless, she firmly supported her Weiwei, especially since it was Weiwei who had suggested that Zhao Yongsan and Lu Tsueifang were entangled in some sort of scandal. I trust Weiwei, Tang Yunling declared. Secretary Yang appeared astonished. Lingling, is 200 yuan insufficient? The Zhao family cannot offer any more. Setting aside the Zhao family's compensation, our Lao Tang family will certainly seek retribution from the Zhao family later. Lu Baiwei regarded Zhao Yongsan's mother, who wore a look of smug satisfaction, a smirk curling at her lips. How pleased she must be. Soon, her triumph would turn to ashes. When I refer to the party involved, I mean Lu Tsueifang. Did you not notice that Lu Tsueifang has been in a daze? Lu Baiwei's reminder caused everyone to glance over, and indeed, they found Lu Tsueifang looking bewildered, her body writhing uncomfortably in her bindings. Her demeanor was overly provocative, drawing the attention of the onlookers. As Secretary Yang attempted to mediate, Lu Baiwei had discreetly sent a relative to rummage through the kitchen. The relative soon returned with a half bucket of cold water, which Lu Baiwei seized, disregarding Zhao Yongsen's mother's protests, and poured the entire contents over Lu Cuifang. The icy water cascaded down, jolting Lu Cuifang into greater awareness. What is happening? Where am I? Her voice rose in alarm, reminiscent of a cat's cry, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Seemingly infuriated by Lu Baiwei's actions, she glared menacingly at her. You and Zhao Yongsen are together, and now everyone from the brigade has come to catch you in the act. Caught in the act? The very mention sent chills down Lu Cuifang's spine. That's not true. Zhao Yongsen's mother gave me a bowl of mung bean soup, and I felt feverish and disoriented. How could she marry a peasant? She had only feigned interest in Zhao Yongsen to manipulate him into believing he had a chance at her affection, all while intending to discard Tang Yunling. This was her way of avenging herself against Tang Yunling and Lu Baiwei, yet, in her scheming against Zhao Yongsen, she had become ensnared in her own trap and now lucid, Lu Cuifang realized she had been deceived. Yes, it was that bowl of mung bean soup that had been the source of her confusion. Zhao Yongsen's mother drugged me with the mung bean soup. When he touched me, I resisted and pushed him away. He wouldn't listen to me. This could not end without consequence. She could not let it all go to waste. Zhou Xiaohong panicked at Lu Cuifang's allegations of being drugged. You're talking nonsense. You were the one who seduced my son. Zhao Yongsen is already engaged to Tang Yunling, and you inserted yourself into the situation. You, a so-called educated youth, look down upon our family, yet you still come to meddle with my son, all because you want to get close to him. You're only interested in my son because of his good looks and have ulterior motives. The members of the Hongqi Brigade found Zhao Yongsen's mother's words to be quite reasonable. Moreover, the insinuations of Lu Cuifang's condescension certainly resonated with the community, inciting a chorus of agreement among the villagers. Exactly, if you look down on us country folk, why bother associating with Taidan? Shameless seductress, trying to steal someone else's fiancé. This kind of immoral woman tarnishes our brigade's reputation and should be taken to the brigade's threshing floor for public criticism. At this time, public criticism meant binding someone to a wooden platform at the brigade's threshing floor, where they would be subjected to spitting and ridicule by the crowd. Such humiliation was far worse than death. Lu Cuifang had witnessed this once before, and it had left her plagued by nightmares for nights on end. Pale with fear, she adamantly declared, I swear, it was Zhao Yongsen's mother who drugged me in the mung bean soup. I had no intention of seducing him. My family consumes rationed goods, both my parents are officials, I would never demean myself by pursuing a country bumpkin. I will go to the commune and report Zhao Yongsen's misconduct. Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling had come to the Hongqi Brigade to check on the furniture arrangements, and after being absent for so long, Ting grew anxious. He feared something had happened to his wife and rode over on a bicycle borrowed from Tang Jinghe to find her. Tang Yunling had been so preoccupied searching for her fiancé that she could hardly bear to return to the brigade. Zhou Yanfeng was equally curious to see what kind of man could withstand a woman as formidable as Tang Yunling. He insisted on accompanying Ting to find out. Chapter 068, marrying a man like me. As Ting and Zhou Yanfeng arrived, the grand spectacle had just concluded, and the crowd of onlookers had yet to disperse. What had transpired? Ting and Zhou Yanfeng hastily parked their bicycles and squeezed into the throng. Tang Yunling, oblivious to the unfolding drama, had not shed a tear while confronting Zhao Yongsen, but upon seeing Zhou Yanfeng and Ting push through the crowd, her tears cascaded forth. It's all your fault. You keep saying I won't find a husband, and now I truly have no one who wants me. Noticing Lu Cuifang and Zhao Yongsen tied together, Zhou Yanfeng deduced the situation. As Tang Yunling wept uncontrollably, he refrained from arguing with her this time. Who says you won't find a husband? Zhou Yanfeng consoled her, if no one wants you, then I shall marry you. Regrettably, Tang Yunling only heard part of his words, catching only the jarring declaration of being unwanted. Enraged, she cried even harder, kicking Zhou Yanfeng. Are you out of your mind? How dare you say no one wants me? Zhou Yanfeng remained silent, genuinely meaning what he said. Unfortunately, Tang Yunling was not one to comprehend straightforward speech. Observing her in such distress, he resigned himself to allowing her to vent her frustration through her kicks. The interaction between Zhou Yanfeng and Tang Yunling did not escape Zhao Yongsen's notice, and he felt a pang of regret. In truth, he had been regretting it for quite some time. The moment Lu Cuifang had doused him with a bucket of cold water, accusing him of force and belittling him as a mud-legged man, Zhao Yongsen had felt remorseful. He had indeed employed some underhanded tactics, but it was futile to attempt to control a slippery situation when initially, Lu Cuifang had sought his help with furniture, refusing to pay, claiming she would teach him to read in exchange for his labor, and had drawn close to him. In recent days, she had been using the pretext of searching for Tian to linger in his presence. Lu Cuifang's intentions were transparent, yet she was a cunning woman, always speaking in vague terms that left him bewildered. Zhao Yongsen, you are a fine man, but alas, you have a fiancée. If you did not, I would consider introducing you to someone. Zhao Yongsen, your craftsmanship is remarkable, whoever marries you will live a life of comfort. He had merely entertained the notion of marrying Lu Cuifang, hoping to secure a future of stability. However, he had already pledged to Tang Yunling and dared not pursue further. Since Lu Cuifang had suggested marrying him would be a blessing, he resolved to ensure she received that blessing. After consulting with his mother, they decided to take decisive action to solidify the situation. Indeed, Lu Cuifang had consumed the medicated mung bean soup, but she had entered his room of her own volition, fully aware that he was shirtless, and she did not leave. Was this not indicative of her willingness? Thinking Lu Chuifang was merely playing hard to get, he had acted upon his desires. However, upon awakening, she disavowed any responsibility, berating him as a mud-legged man and accusing him of coercion. After all that had transpired, did she not care for her own dignity? This woman would rather endure the whispers of others than allow the matter to be settled, leaving Zhao Yongsan feeling utterly defeated. With Lu Chuifang untouched and Tang Yinling gone, it was truly a case of chickens flying and eggs breaking. Reflecting on Tang Yinling's kindness, having protected him since childhood, secretly slipping him food, and being fierce in front of others yet timid around him, Zhao Yongsan found himself consumed by regret. "Yunling!" he called out to her. Tang Yinling considered turning back, but Zhou Yanfeng found Zhao Yongsan's bare torso quite unsightly. He blocked her view, saying, "Don't look, be careful or you'll get splinters in your eyes." "Who wants to look at him? I'm regretting not kicking him where it hurts to ensure he can't procreate. Best to incapacitate him altogether." Zhou Yanfeng could only sigh in exasperation. If he were to cease his philandering, could that truly be guaranteed? The crowd of spectators remained gathered, their interest unabated. Liu Baiwei nearly covered her face in disbelief. Her cousin truly dared to say anything. She called out to Yiting, just in time. "Today we need to move 2 cabinets and a bed back from now on." Yunling 1T have to associate with Zhao Yong Sr. Having informed her family about Zhao Yongsan's proposal, Yi Hongmei was consumed by guilt. "I will ask your uncle to gather some help." As for the 200 yuan Zhao Yongsan's family owed to Tang Yunling, Lu Baiwei was not in a hurry to collect. This matter ultimately required the decision of her third uncle, Tang Jinghe, on behalf of Tang Yunling. Given her cousin's protective nature, the Zhao family could not easily dismiss the issue with a mere 200 yuan. Lu Baiwei's cousin had appeared quite composed in front of Zhao Yongsan's mother, while Zhou Xiaohong believed all women could be easily manipulated, certain that once things were set in motion, her cousin would inevitably return to the brigade in tears. Then, in a bid to preserve her reputation, Lu Chuifang would likely obtain a marriage certificate with her son. However, neither her cousin nor Lu Chuifang was someone Zhou Xiaohong could easily control. Without her uncle needing to make a trip to the Red Flag Brigade, she was convinced that soon Zhao Yongsan's mother would come knocking on the Tang family's door with the money. Thanks to the assistance of the aunt who had worked alongside Yi Hongmei, Lu Baiwei had managed to seize the initiative in this matter. Lu Baiwei turned to Yiting and asked, "Do you have any spare change?" "I do." Yiting replied, pulling out the pocket money Lu Baiwei had given him. Lu Baiwei counted out 3 yuan and handed it to the aunt beside her, saying, "Thank you for your help today, this is a token of appreciation." The aunt, who had been on good terms with Yi Hongmei, accepted the money without hesitation. Overwhelmed by Yiting's presence, she continued to praise, "Wei Wei, is this the man you are marrying? This young man is truly impressive. You won't find anyone as handsome within 10 miles. Marrying a man like this, just gazing at him daily fills one with vigor." She chattered on, "I think Yunling should marry an educated youth. The lad who came with your man is quite decent and far more attractive than Zhao Yong. Senator, given Yunling's qualities, why would you want to leap into the fire that is the Zhao family? Zhou Xiaohong is not a good person. She once tried to steal my man when we were younger. Yunling escaping the Zhao family's fire pit is indeed a stroke of good fortune." It turned out this aunt harbored a grudge against Zhao Yongsan's mother, explaining her eagerness to stir the pot. Earlier, when she had spoken with Yi Hongmei, Lu Baiwei had overheard everything. It was she who had insisted on bringing Yi Hongmei back to see the situation. Upon witnessing Zhao Tian lead Lu Chuifang to their home, it had proven to be quite a delightful surprise. Having received 3 yuan from Lu Baiwei and seeing her rival gain nothing, the aunt felt elated and called upon her husband to assist in moving the furniture. With the help of those summoned by Yi Hongmei, there was no need for Yiting and Zhou Yanfeng to lift a finger. The furniture was loaded onto a wooden cart. Yiting rode his bicycle ahead, guiding the way while Yi Hongmei's husband pushed the cart laden with furniture behind. Since their arrival in the brigade, Yiting and Lu Baiwei had not spent a moment alone together. He treasured the time spent in solitude with his beloved Wei Wei, asking, "Wei Wei, what did that aunt just say?" "Which aunt?" Lu Baiwei was about to inquire if he meant the one who had been friendly with Yi Hongmei. Yiting, pedaling his bicycle, responded, "She said marrying a man like me would invigorate one just by looking at him every day." "Is that true, Wei Wei?" Chapter 069 Wei Wei, let us have 2 little ones. Lu Baiwei realized that Yiting was merely teasing her. This man was becoming increasingly frivolous. She pinched his waist playfully, exclaiming, "Are you trying to get us in trouble? Aunt Hongmei's husband might hear you." "Then I might as well be doomed." Yiting replied with a playful tone, "A married man mustn't share a bed with his wife. It could be fatal. Wei Wei, just the sight of you invigorates me every day." Lu Baiwei was taken aback. Was this truly the same Yiting who had once been so aloof and unattainable? She pinched him again, saying, "Say that again." Yiting chuckled softly, "When the wife gives an order, how can I dare disobey? Well, hear us what I say, the bed is ready. Once the house is built, let little Chiron stay in one room while we occupy another. You are quite fond of little Chiron, which shows your affection for children. Wei Wei, let us have 2 little ones of our own." It didn't matter that the house wasn't finished. The new bed was sufficient. Since the little one arrived at Shangyang Brigade, Yiting, as the uncle, had been suffering. After tasting the joys of familial life just once, he now craved more. With an additional bed in the house, he and Wei Wei could sneak away to the main room at night, avoiding the 2 little ones. Yiting's plans were sound, but he hadn't anticipated that Tang Yunling would cling to Lu Baiwei. The ferocity with which she confronted Jia Yongsun proved just how much she cared. Emotions nurtured since childhood cannot simply be discarded. Jia Yongsun's betrayal left Tang Yunling heartbroken. When Zhou Yanfeng brought her back to the clinic, Tang Yunling wept in Lu Baiwei's arms. Weiwei, I feel so miserable. I want to stay at the clinic and sleep with you tonight. He Ting was at a loss, just as he envisioned a quiet night with Weiwei. Another presence, Tang Yunling, had emerged. How could they, as newlyweds, find time alone together? This was not a sustainable situation. His Weiwei could not be monopolized by others. Noticing the worry in Zhou Yanfeng's eyes as he glanced at Tang Yunling, He Ting placed a hand on his shoulder. Come with me to the Bamboo Grove Foundation. I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Yanfeng hesitated, wanting to comfort Tang Yunling but fearing her unpredictable temper. He followed He Ting outside. What do you want to discuss, Brother Ting? If you like her, then pursue her. He Ting stated plainly. Zhou Yanfeng felt somewhat embarrassed. How did you figure that out? To be honest, it wasn't my intention. I just found Tang Yunling pitiable and wanted to console her. Zhou Yanfeng was still trying to justify himself, reluctant to admit how quickly he had fallen for Tang Yunling. He Ting shook his head in disbelief. Everyone can see your intentions. You're always showering her with affection. It's as if you think the other brothers are dead. Every day you're together, and even Aunt San has discreetly asked me if you have feelings for Tang Yunling. Really? Is it that obvious? Zhou Yanfeng felt flustered, awkwardly inquiring, what does Aunt San mean? She believes Tang Yunling has committed too early and suggested that her intended should be you instead, stating that the ideal son-in-law for the Tang family is someone like you. Though he found Tang Yunling special, Zhou Yanfeng was still too bashful to pursue her. However, upon hearing He Ting's words, he felt a surge of motivation. Is what you said true, Brother Ting? There was no way Aunt San would express a preference for Zhou Yanfeng as a son-in-law. The Tang family was not prone to fickleness. Since Tang Yunling had already committed to someone else, she would not entertain thoughts of Zhou Yanfeng, yet, for the sake of his own aspirations, He Ting nodded earnestly. Zhou Yanfeng felt invigorated. Then I shall ignore Tang Yunling, such a difficult woman. Won't find a husband easily. Well, I shall reluctantly suffer on behalf of the other gentlemen. Sounds great. He Ting clapped him on the shoulder. Go endure your struggles sooner rather than later. Don't worry, Brother Ting. I will take action first thing in the morning. Tomorrow morning? Very well, he would endure one more night. Unfortunately, He Ting had overestimated Zhou Yanfeng's resolve. His thought process was quite unorthodox, opting to conquer the Tang family first. He Ting anticipated Zhou Yanfeng making a move on Tang Yunling, but the next day, he arrived in the county with gifts for the men of the Tang family, including cigarettes and liquor, as well as snowflower cream for Aunt San and the two sisters-in-law. He even brought candy for the little Tangs and divided a package sent from the capital, distributing half of its contents to the Tang family. The Tang family was not inclined to accept such a bounty from him. Thus, Zhou Yanfeng's initial plans were thwarted as he found himself at the brigade clinic with a bag full of offerings. The brigade leader said I was attempting to lead him into a principal error. Aunt San also insisted I couldn't accept these gifts, stating that it was difficult for me to come so far from home to serve as a youth in Shenyang Brigade, and that I should feel free to ask for anything I desire, just like you and Yuan Liang. But I mustn't be extravagant, showing up with an armful of gifts. Zhou Yanfeng wore a rueful expression. Brother Ting, when you married my sister-in-law, you simply went to the county to propose with a grand gesture. He glanced towards Tang Yunling, who was teasing little Qi inside. I would indeed like to make a grand proposal, but I fear it might frighten the Tang family. After all, the incident with Jia Yongsun had only just settled. Zhou Yanfeng pondered that he couldn't simply approach the Tang family and declare his intentions regarding their daughter. Yesterday, as he drove Tang Yunling back to the brigade, she had remained completely silent, her usual fierceness absent. No matter how he tried to engage her, she seemed disinterested. Was Jia Yongsun truly so remarkable that she couldn't forget him? Zhou Yanfeng felt a pang of discontent. Encouraged by He Ting to pursue Tang Yunling, he believed he should give her time to heal before displacing Jia Yongsun in her affections. Before that, he needed to establish a good rapport with the Tang family, ensuring their support for his pursuit of Tang Yunling. However, despite his apparent intentions, the brigade leader's aunt misconstrued his motives, assuming he was merely trying to curry favor with the Tang family. She insisted on not allowing him to be so forward, effectively ushering him out of the house. Zhou Yanfeng sought He Ting's counsel. Brother Ting, I need your guidance in this matter. He Ting was at a loss. Was this what he meant by action? It was less impressive than what little He Yunqi had accomplished. He Ting led Zhou Yanfeng into the main room, where the sweet voice of little Qi could be heard. Auntie's braids for my sister are truly lovely. Auntie is amazing. Little Qi was shamelessly flattering, his cheeks unblinking as he praised. Auntie, you can do everything: braid hair, catch snakes, and cook delicious food. If I were a big boy, I would marry Auntie right away. Chapter 070. You've been rejected, my dear. Let me show you some sympathy. However, I am still young, so it doesn't matter. Auntie, you can wait for me. When I grow up, I will marry you. Little He imitated his sister, Ran, with a lisp. He sweetly asked, Auntie, you will wait for me, won't you? Tang Yunling was amused and chuckled. She playfully tapped He Yunqi's forehead with her finger, pretending to be angry to tease him. I would never marry you. Just yesterday, you said I was the second prettiest in the Shenyang team, just a tad less attractive than your aunt. If I'm not the most beautiful in your heart, why should I marry you, you fickle little rascal? He Yunqi sighed in frustration. Oh, Auntie, why don't you understand me? Little Qi is so heartbroken. In the presence of others, one must bow their head. I'll let you in on a secret. Here, my little aunt is the boss. If I don't say she is the prettiest, my uncle will kick us out of the health station. We're competing with him for my aunt, and he gets so angry. Little he wore a mature expression, glancing around as if fearing eavesdroppers, and whispered to Tang Yunling. Auntie, my little aunt isn't indeed beautiful, but honestly, you are just a smidgen prettier. In little Chi's heart, you are the most beautiful. He Ting, having watched his nephew grow up, was entirely aware of little he's nature. As soon as the little one wiggled his bottom, He Ting knew what was coming. Though he spoke in a hushed tone to Tang Yunling, He Ting could read his lips. Seeing that Tang Yunling, who should have been upset, was instead laughing, he understood what the little rascal was saying in his heart. Tang Yunling was the most beautiful. After all, back in the capital, the little one's mother and sister-in-law loved to play this game. Zhou Yanfeng was utterly astounded by little he's antics. He Ting shot him a look, as if to say, did you learn anything? Hand over the goods. What? Zhou Yanfeng was still dazed, not quite comprehending. He Ting felt he could not rely on Zhou Yanfeng. Tang Yunling, having been amused by the little one, posed a greater threat than her persistent flirtation with his wife, Wei Wei. The little rascal clung to him and Wei Wei like a stubborn adhesive, leaving them no chance for solitude throughout the night. Zhou Yanfeng couldn't even compare to his little nephew, and He Ting shot him a disdainful glance. Aren't you supposed to let me decide? Oh. Zhou Yanfeng finally reacted and hurriedly handed over the items. He Ting directly carried a bag of goods into the house and tossed it to Tang Yunling. Zhou Yanfeng wants to cheer you up. He specifically went to the county town to buy this. Open it and take a look. For me? Tang Yunling wore an expression of disbelief, doubting Zhou Yanfeng's good intentions. Caught off guard by He Ting's straightforwardness, she turned to him, and Zhou Yanfeng felt his ears burn. Don't get the wrong idea. Zhou Yanfeng feigned nonchalance, rubbing his hands together in an overly confident manner. We received a package at home, so I went to the county to collect it and bought this on the side. You know, I'm not short on money. You've been dumped, so I'm showing you some sympathy. Although Tang Yunling feigned disbelief towards Zhou Yanfeng's kindness, a soft gleam flickered in her eyes. When she opened the package, she cast Zhou Yanfeng a glance, as if to say, brother, you truly have a sense of loyalty. Upon hearing the harsh words about her being rejected, she leaped up in a fury and kicked Zhou Yanfeng. Zhou Yanfeng, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. You're driving me crazy. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Tackling Zhou Yanfeng to the ground, Tang Yunling unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. This fortunate turn of events delighted the little ones. He Yunchi and He Yunran, the two little rascals, stuffed their mouths with candy and chocolate, gleefully watching the spectacle unfold. Wah, Auntie is so formidable. Wah, is Auntie riding a tiger? Auntie, you can do it. He Yunran cheered while He Yunchi reveled in the chaos. Auntie, aim for the vital spots, hit his face and crooked his nose. Auntie, attack his lower half. Auntie, put in a bit more effort. He Ting could only watch in silence. Whenever Tang Yunling and Zhou Yanfeng tangled together, the situation spiraled out of control. Moreover, there were two little ones stoking the flames nearby. Eventually, He Ting, unable to bear the sight of Zhou Yanfeng getting too badly beaten, pulled the sugar-chewing, cheering little Chi out of the health station. Let go, let go. I need to grab some more candy and chocolate to find little Tang. I want to give little Tang some sweets. I want to be their leader. He Ting gave little Chi's bottom a light slap, and the little rascal quieted down, silently trailing behind He Ting like a little shadow as they headed to the Tang residence. Little He, with candy in his pocket, believed his dream of becoming a leader would soon come true. However, upon arriving at the Tang house, before he could even take out the candy, He Ting unceremoniously handed him over to Tang Yuanyang. This little rascal will go to school with you tomorrow, cousin. You take care of him. Several little Tangs surrounded the table, diligently writing, and eagerly winked at him. He Yunchi, sensing something amiss, attempted to crawl under the table to escape, only to be caught by Tang Yuanyang by the collar. As brothers, we needn't speak such pleasantries. You mentioned he learned to count and read in the capital. That shouldn't be a problem. I'll take him to school tomorrow. He can stay at my home today, and I'll have him practice writing with the older boys. School begins soon. He needs to focus. Tang Yuanyang waved them away. You go back to your house to build. Don't worry about Xiao Qi, I've got him covered. Little Chi not only inherited his aunt's sweet tongue but also his brother's military vigilance. Ever since the two little rascals arrived in Shenyang, He Ting had attempted to sneak his wife Wei Wei out in the middle of the night, but every time there was the slightest disturbance, little Chi was always the first to awaken. One could say that the little one was a stumbling block in their marital bliss. Now that this obstacle had been handed over to Tang Yuanyang, He Ting felt an exhilarating sense of relief, humming a tune from a movie he had seen and taking a shortcut past the Yin family's door. The Yin family's location was somewhat remote. Aside from those wanting to take a shortcut to the health station, there were usually few passers-by at this hour. He Ting wasn't sure if it was just a trick of the light, but as he approached the Yin residence, he noticed a figure darting past and slipping into the house. The last time, Lu Jiangmo and Lu Chunhua had brought people to beat up Xin Guoxiang and her son, the two had gone to the commune, and Lu Jiajiu had been taken to the commune hospital for treatment. The family had suffered considerable injuries and likely remained in the commune hospital, not yet returned to Shenyang, who could have slipped into the Yin house. As He Ting got closer, he saw the door shut tightly, suggesting that no one had visited. He distinctly saw a familiar shadow flitting past in broad daylight. Could it be a ghost? Chapter 071. His wife took the initiative, rewarding him. Yiting did not pay much heed to the shadow that flitted into the Yin household. It was only upon returning to the brigade's health clinic that he overheard Lu Baiwei conversing with a visiting aunt seeking medical attention. Weiwei, please use the silver needles to treat my foot properly. The aunt, a neighbor of Secretary Lu's family, exclaimed in pain, addressing Lu Baiwei. A few days ago, I twisted my ankle. I thought some medicinal oil would suffice, but eventually, I was urged to come to the clinic to see you. I insisted it wasn't necessary. Oh dear, the pain is getting worse. Look at this swelling. Even my mischievous little Shirtu is calling me lame grandma. If I don't come to you for a few needles, my foot will be rendered useless. Lu Baiwei had inherited the true art of bone setting from her grandfather, Tang Zhongjing. For a sprained and dislocated ankle, merely realigning it and applying some medicinal oil would have sufficed. However, since the aunt delayed her visit to the clinic, the situation had worsened, and her leg was now significantly swollen. With a swift motion, Lu Baiwei grasped the aunt's foot, twisting and lifting it. As the aunt's cries subsided, she expertly inserted the silver needles at the ankle. All done. I've administered a few needles to reduce the swelling and alleviate the pain. When I remove them shortly, it won't hurt as much. It is already less painful. The aunt praised Lu Baiwei, giving her a thumbs up for her mastery of Tang Zhongjing's techniques. The needles needed to stay in for 15 minutes to half an hour, during which the aunt engaged Lu Baiwei in light conversation. Weiwei, this time your stepmother brought her family to confront Xin Guixiang, and they really gave her and her son a beating. Xin Guixiang has been at the commune hospital for several days and hasn't returned to the brigade. Under such circumstances, one would expect a feud to arise. Has Xin Guixiang suddenly changed her ways? She even allowed your father and stepmother to help guard the house. Impossible, Lu Baiwei replied. When Lu Jiaojiao came to the clinic for treatment, the medical fee was 2 yuan and 40 cents, definitely something Xin Guixiang would balk at paying. Lu Chunhua not only brought her family to beat them senseless but also extorted a full 10 yuan from her. Given Xin Guixiang's notorious stinginess, there is no way she would allow Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua to assist in guarding the house. Lu Baiwei expressed her disbelief. Weiwei, you still don't believe me? I witnessed it with my own eyes. At the slope near the Yin family, my family has a few plots of vegetable land. The other day, while I was weeding late, I stumbled upon your father and stepmother sneaking into the back door of the Yin house. Xin Guixiang and her family hadn't yet returned from the commune hospital. What were your parents doing there if not keeping watch over their home? With the two families at odds, your father and stepmother still helping them guard their home, are they hoping that Jiaojiao and Yin Jihao will reconcile? Speaking of which, your father truly shows an unparalleled bias. The Yin family has treated Lu Jiaojiao so poorly, yet he still helps them. Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua would never guard someone else's home. Lu Baiwei found the situation perplexing, connecting the dots to Lu Jiaojiao's recent boastfulness after her rendezvous with Yin Jihao, where she claimed the Yin family buried gold beneath their land. Lu Baiwei began to grasp the underlying motives. Why was Lu Jiangwo, such a selfish man, suddenly so concerned about Lu Jiaojiao? He even sent Lu Chunhua to her family for reinforcements, resulting in Xin Guixiang and Yin Jihao being beaten nearly to death. It was all for the sake of that gold buried beneath the Yin family's land. After treating the aunt, prescribing medicine, and sending her on her way, Lu Baiwei seized Yiting's arm. Yiting, let us sneak over to the Yin family tonight. Her grip was firm, filled with an urgent desire, her eyes shining as they met his. Had Weiwei come to the same conclusion as him? This thought exhilarated Yiting that he nearly divulged that the troublesome little brat, He Xiaopeng, had been sent away to the Tang family. Tang Yunling and Ranran were deep sleepers. In truth, they needn't have ventured far. They could have shared the main room at home. This fleeting thought barely registered in his mind when Yiting quickly realized that Lu Baiwei's intentions for visiting the Yin household were not aligned with his. Look at him, reduced to this by that little rascal. Thankfully, he kept that fleeting thought to himself, otherwise, Weiwei would surely tease him mercilessly. For Yiting, simply being alone with Lu Baiwei was gratifying. He acquiesced to her request. Alright, in these times, with little entertainment available and only a few households in the brigade possessing radios, the quiet of Xiangyang Brigade's night was further accentuated by the sounds of cicadas and frogs after 9 o'clock. Lu Baiwei and Yiting carried a flashlight, but wary of alarming any onlookers, they refrained from turning it on, instead relying on the faint moonlight as they stealthily approached the Yin household. Yiting longed to hold Lu Baiwei's hand as they walked side by side. However, the narrow path leading to the Yin family's valley was too constricted. The winding trail could only accommodate one person. If they walked side by side, they would either be pushed into the underbrush or risk tumbling down the slope. Reluctantly, Yiting took the lead, guiding the way. As they tread carefully, Lu Baiwei accidentally bumped into his back, her hand instinctively grasping his waist. Weiwei's hands were slender and delicate, perfectly suited for administering silver needle treatments, yet, they held a certain enchantment. Merely resting upon his waist ignited a fire within Yiting, causing him to halt intermittently, bringing her almost flush against his back. Yet, this alone was not enough for him. Once certain experiences are tasted, it becomes increasingly difficult to restrain one's desires. As the path ahead darkened, Yiting stumbled, nearly toppling off the edge. Lu Baiwei lost her balance, and Yiting swiftly turned, wrapping an arm around her waist, his grip firm. He then leaned down with a startled gasp that almost escaped. Lu Baiwei's lips was silenced by his kiss. The gentle evening breeze was intoxicatingly soft, enveloping them in a tender embrace. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and it was only when Lu Baiwei felt herself on the brink of collapse that Yiting reluctantly released her. Weiwei, once more, absolutely not. Her protests fell on deaf ears. Regardless of how Lu Baiwei squirmed, Yiting's hand remained firmly at her waist, deepening his kiss. Only when Lu Baiwei struggled for breath did Yiting finally relent, albeit reluctantly. Weiwei, I truly wish to. What are you doing? Lu Baiwei pinched him firmly on the waist. You're practically an uncle now. How can you still be so impudent? Yiting let out a muffled grunt in response. With you, I find it impossible to act with decorum. To keep the horse running, one must feed it. Lu Baiwei tiptoed up to him, playfully pecking his cheek. Let us not lose sight of the main objective. His wife had taken the initiative, igniting a fervor within He Ting. Just as he was about to press further, Lu Baiwei teased him, once we finish our business, I'll reward you later. Releasing his hand, she skillfully slipped out of his embrace. He Ting marveled at how adept his wife was. To ensure her initiative in rewarding him, he knew he had to focus on the task at hand. Leading the way, he guided Lu Baiwei closer to the Yin household. Chapter 072. What happened? There are two scapegoats. As they distanced themselves from the Yin residence, a soft glow emanated from the window. It was not the flickering light of an oil lamp, but rather a steady beam reminiscent of a flashlight. He Ting treaded lightly, guiding Lu Baiwei as they crept towards the window, where they distinctly overheard familiar voices inside. Lu Chunhua was inquiring, Jianhua, have you found anything? From beneath the bed, Lu Jiangwo emerged, shaking his head. No, nothing at all. Lu Chunhua, perplexed, waved her flashlight. If it's not hidden in Shen Guoxiang's room, where could it possibly be? She suggested. We searched every corner of the Yin household, even the hidden compartments behind the cabinets, yet we uncovered nothing. Logically, the space under the bed is the best place to conceal items. Why is there nothing there? Before departing from the health station, Lu Baiwei had informed He Ting that Lu Jiajie was eager to marry Yin Jihe because he had privately disclosed to her that gold bars were buried beneath the Yin family's property. He Ting dismissed this as nonsense, reasoning that if gold truly lay beneath the Yin residence, it would have been unearthed during the family's troubles. He had been at the brigade long enough to hear that the Yins were once large landowners, but they had donated their possessions and moved into the servants' quarters before the incident, which led the brigade to categorize them as wealthy farmers due to the absence of valuable belongings. The Yins had prudently avoided risk by donating their items beforehand. Even if there were indeed gold bars buried, Yin Jihe would not be foolish enough to boast about it. It was merely Lu Baiwei's insistence to sneak a peek at the commotion that prompted him to accompany her to the Yin house, hoping for a moment of solitude with her, away from the two pesky children. What He Ting was unaware of was that Lu Jiajie had been reborn. Certainly, Yin Jihe was not foolish enough to announce the existence of gold. In fact, neither Shen Guoxiang nor Yin Jihe were aware of it. In her previous life, after the land was redistributed, Lu Baiwei had partnered with Yin Jihe in business, earning money to renovate the Yin family home, which was when they discovered a small box of gold bars buried beneath the toilet, left there by Yin Jihe's father before his death. As Lu Baiwei and He Ting crouched beneath the window, the two inside had already reached a consensus. Having searched the Yin residence in the dark for several days, Lu Chunhua had grown bold enough to scour the premises even in daylight, emboldened by the fact that Shen Guoxiang's family had yet to return to Xiangyang Brigade. Frustrated by their lack of success, she proposed to Lu Jiangwo, I believe Shen Guoxiang must have hidden the gold bars beneath the bed. With nothing found there, the only possibility is that the gold is indeed buried underneath. Old Lu, let us move the bed and dig underneath. Lu Chunhua encouraged Lu Jiangwo, I refuse to believe we can't find something worthwhile under the bed. Shen Guoxiang stuffed everything beneath it. Lu Chunhua shone her flashlight as Lu Jiangwo cleared the disarray beneath the bed, becoming covered in dust, which even entered his mouth. After a few coughs, he spat out the dust. Having ventured into the Yin residence at night, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua were emboldened to dig a few holes in the courtyard, thanks to the earlier efforts of Lu Jiajie in search of gold. The soil was loose, allowing them to dig without drawing attention. They dared not disturb the interior, knowing that Shen Guoxiang would surely notice if she returned. They had already scoured every conceivable spot in the Yin household, with the most likely hiding place for the gold being under Shen Guoxiang's bed. After all, Lu Jiajie had mentioned that the gold was buried underground. Seeing the pile of miscellaneous items unearthed from beneath the bed, Lu Jiangwo, motivated by the prospect of wealth, thought boldly that even if they did dig under Shen Guoxiang's bed, they could simply replace the bed and shove the items back without a trace. Unless Shen Guoxiang took it into her head to inspect beneath the bed, they would remain undiscovered. Driven by the allure of immense fortune, Lu Jiangwo resolved, very well, we shall dig under the bed. He called to Lu Chunhua, come, help me lift this bed and move it aside. He Ting, embracing Lu Baiwei, crouched beneath the window. After a prolonged period, their legs grew numb, and He Ting opted to sit down, using Lu Baiwei's legs as a makeshift seat. Leaning against his shoulder and wrapping her arms around his neck, Lu Baiwei's gaze became distant and scattered in the moonlight, struggling to contain her breaths. After some time, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua finally succumbed to fatigue. Chunhua, we found nothing. Exhausted from digging beneath the bed at such an hour, Lu Jiangwo panted heavily. Lu Chunhua's face fell in disappointment. How could there be nothing under the bed? Where could the items be hidden? Or firmly convinced that gold bars were buried beneath the Yin residence, particularly under Shen Guoxiang's bed, Lu Chunhua remained unsatisfied despite their fruitless efforts. Old Lu, let us dig a little deeper. I am certain we will find something. Observing Lu Jiangwo's near exhaustion, Lu Chunhua compromised, let us call it a night and return earlier tomorrow to dig. I've heard from someone at the commune that Jia Jiao will be in the hospital for a few more days. Shen Guoxiang is taking advantage of Jia Jiao's stay to cling to her second daughter with Yin Jihe. They are being doted upon by their in-laws, and as long as Jia Jiao remains in the hospital, Shen Guoxiang and her son have no intention of returning home. We'll dig again tomorrow night, and regardless of whether we find anything, we'll cover up the holes. Lu Chunhua persuaded Lu Jiangwo, unbeknownst to anyone, we can place everything back under the bed. As long as Shen Guoxiang doesn't decide to look, we will not be discovered. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. After several days of digging at the Yin residence, Lu Jiangwo's courage had grown significantly. He agreed to Lu Chunhua. Alright, we'll dig one more time tomorrow. If we don't find anything, we'll stop. As the night deepened, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua quietly slipped away from the Yin household, their voices fading into the distance. Lu Baiwei and He Ting emerged from their hiding place in the firewood pile earlier. When Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua were inside, they had been restless, making it risky for them to remain hidden. Adjusting her slightly disheveled attire, Lu Baiwei pinched He Ting in frustration. Tell me, if there truly are gold bars buried beneath the Yin residence, where would Yin Jiha and his father have buried them? Despite being pinched by his wife, He Ting found himself unable to be angry. Instead, he chuckled softly in the night. Since Lu Baiwei believed in the absurd notion of gold being buried beneath the Yin residence, he diligently assisted her in reasoning. If I were Yin Jiha's father, I would bury it in an unexpected place. He Ting hypothesized, a location that others would deem filthy and would not dare to disturb. Neither Lu Jiangwo nor Lu Chunhua were driven by greed to dig recklessly in the Yin household. Even Lu Baiwei, aware of the potential for gold, would not dare covet the Yin family's possessions, and yet, something had transpired, leaving two individuals to bear the consequences. After all, even the aunt visiting the health station had seen Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua sneaking into the Yin residence under the cover of darkness. Chapter 073. Alright, Auntie tells the bad guy to get lost in her past life. Lu Baiwei married Yin Jiha, who was lacking in certain aspects. However, Xin Guoxiang took the initiative and spread rumors that Lu Baiwei could not conceive, branding her as a hen that could not lay eggs. Not only did she act first, but Xin Guoxiang also exploited the status of Yin Jiha's second sister-in-law's uncle, a community cadre, to bribe the doctors at the commune hospital, thereby solidifying the claims of Lu Baiwei's infertility. Lu Baiwei attempted to retaliate, but with the doctor from the commune hospital as a witness, no one believed her. After tarnishing her reputation, Xin Guoxiang continued to manipulate her, forcing her to accompany Yin Jiha to the black market for profit. Had it not been for her relationship with Xin Junqian, Yin Jiha would never have made his first fortune, and later, as he rose to prominence, her strategies behind the scenes were indispensable. Before heading to Port City to inherit the family fortune, she met an untimely and mysterious demise. Upon her rebirth, Lu Baiwei constantly replayed the events in her mind. The doctors had assured her that the growth within her was benign and posed no life-threatening risks. How could she have died on the operating table? She harbored a vague suspicion that her death was somehow linked to Yin Jihid. It could be said that the Yin family owed her far too much. As she unearthed the treasures buried beneath the Yin family estate, Lu Baiwei felt no pangs of guilt whatsoever. Almost immediately after He Ting finished speaking, Lu Baiwei chimed in. You are absolutely right. We should consider the places that have been buried. What if we dig open the Yin family's latrine to take a look? Digging a latrine, He Ting was taken aback. Wei, this is merely my conjecture. However, I trust your conjecture, Lu Baiwei said, adopting a tactic she learned from Yi Xiaoyu. She wrapped her arm around He Ting's and nuzzled against him. In my heart, you are the most formidable, He Ting. I believe whatever you say. He Ting's expression contorted in the dim light of night. The usually decisive He Ting was now stammering. Are we really going to dig? Of course. Lu Baiwei replied earnestly, continuing to flatter him as he Yunqi would. Zhou Yanfeng mentioned that you have read many books. I believe in your deductions. Darling, I have faith in your judgment. Who could resist being called darling? In the darkness, He Ting gazed at his little wife, whose eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. He Ting surrendered to her whims, digging a latrine. Why not? Fortunately, the Yin family's latrine was not a pit of filth but rather a large earthenware jar topped with two wooden planks. Lu Baiwei provided him with a flashlight as He Ting held his breath and began to excavate the soil around the jar, eventually moving it aside to dig deeper. To their astonishment, they unearthed a locked iron box. After clearing away the grime, He Ting smashed the lock with a shovel, and the beam of the flashlight illuminated a dazzling array of gold bars inside. He was utterly stunned. As newlyweds, they were in the throes of passion, and He Ting found himself unable to resist Lu Baiwei's affectionate insistence on calling him the best. Which man could withstand such adoration? Thus, He Ting resigned himself to her playful antics. Even when they unearthed the iron box and sensed that it contained valuable treasures, he remained skeptical that the Yin family had buried a chest of gold. Yet, the box now lay open before them, indeed filled with neatly stacked gold bars. Wei, I'll bury this jar back and we should leave the Yin family quickly. Lu Baiwei, undeterred by the mess, pinched her nose and guarded the box they had unearthed. No need to restore it. Someone else can take the blame. The one who would take the blame, naturally, referred to Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua. The jar was simply too foul. He Ting found wisdom in his wife's words. He merely repositioned the jar, carelessly filled in the surrounding soil, and placed the wooden planks back atop it, carrying the box as he and Lu Baiwei departed the Yin family's latrine. The couple proceeded with caution, exiting the Yin residence without turning on the flashlight, making their way back to the Brigade's clinic. As the excitement of unearthing gold bars waned, Lu Baiwei became drowsy and stifled a yawn. He Ting, feeling sorry for her having followed him through the night, decided to hide the box and count their spoils later. Let us conceal the box for now and inspect it later. To be prudent, He Ting thought better of bringing the box back home. Their new house was still under construction, and the loose earth would not raise any suspicions. He swung the hoe, digging a hole in the area where the foundation had been laid, and buried the box. He even planned to leave the box untouched for the time being. After all, the clinic belonged to the brigade, and once it was set up as a consultation room, no one would suspect anything. He and Lu Baiwei were not in need of money. He had applied for the foundation of 3 new rooms for them in the brigade. By burying the box beneath the new house, once it was built, they could close the door and do as they pleased without attracting attention. In their own home, they could dig and explore freely, and the box containing the gold bars would be theirs to examine it just before dawn. After washing up, Lu Baiwei dared not return to the inner room, fearing it would disturb Tang Yunling and Ran Ran, so she climbed onto the new bedding in He Ting's main room to snuggle in. The two were utterly exhausted after their night of antics and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the morning, Lu Baiwei awakened to an irritating tickle. Something was burrowing into her neck, causing a wave of tingling sensations. Upon opening her eyes, she found Ran Ran perched beside her pillow, blowing gently on her neck and scratching her. Seeing Lu Baiwei awake, the little one blinked her big, watery eyes, pouting in distress. Auntie is mean. I don't want Ran Ran anymore. Lu Baiwei felt her heart melt at the sight of the little darling's morning antics. For a moment, she forgot they were sleeping in the main room. She reached out to embrace her, planting a kiss on her cheek. Nonsense. Ran Ran is so adorable, how could Auntie not want Ran Ran? Auntie likes Ran Ran the most. Oomph, you're lying. Little Ran Ran pouted, pointing at He Ting's hand resting on Lu Baiwei's waist. Auntie ran away and climbed onto Uncle's bed. She was still half asleep. Lu Baiwei sensed something amiss upon feeling the warmth at her waist. She followed Ran Ran's finger and her face flushed crimson. Had she just been caught? Even more infuriating was the fact that the culprit not only showed no shame but also lay there chuckling at being awakened. What a wicked sense of humor. Lu Baiwei comforted little Ran Ran. I was captured by a bad person. I don't like him. Lu Baiwei leaned closer to the little one. Auntie likes Ran Ran the most. Really? Little Ran Ran gazed up with her bright, sparkling eyes, probing further. Do you like me more than Uncle? Yes, Auntie likes Ran Ran the most, not Uncle. Lu Baiwei repeatedly affirmed her fondness, and little Ran Ran was satisfied, affectionately wrapping her arms around Lu Baiwei's neck. Then Auntie must keep a close watch on Ran Ran. I don't want to be taken by the bad person. The bad person in Lu Baiwei's words had no intention of getting up. His hand tightened around her waist, and he leaned in closer from behind. She pushed him away and reassured little Ran Ran. All right, Auntie tells the bad person to get lost. What a calamity. Tang Yunling in the inner room could no longer bear to listen. Chapter 074. Love fills the bottomless pit of the maternal home. You return to your mother's house in the dead of night. Lu Baiwei stealthily climbed into the bed of He Ting. As dawn broke, Tang Yunling awoke. Reluctant to rise, she considered instructing Xiao Ranzi to call Wei Wei and He Ting to get up, thinking it might alleviate the awkwardness. However, to her dismay, she was inundated with an overwhelming abundance of affection, akin to a mouthful of dog food sufficient to satiate her yet being forcefully crammed into her mouth, threatening to choke her. Her sojourn at Wei Wei's was intended for healing, a remedy for the wounds inflicted by Jia Yongxin's betrayal, yet, rather than mending her old wounds, she found herself burdened with new ones. Have you two had enough? Look outside, the sun is already bright. My brother and his crew will soon arrive to assist with the foundation work. Are you planning to keep the door of the infirmary shut all day? At the entrance of the state-run restaurant in town, Qin Guixiang's second daughter, Yi Ping, stood face to face with her husband, wearing a forlorn expression. Fetch me a few large meat buns. I'll take them to our mother and brother at the hospital. Yi Ping extended her hand towards her husband. Do you have any meat coupons on you? If you have meat coupons, hand them over. I'll swing by the supply and marketing cooperative later to see if I can procure some meat. Yi Ping quietly explained to her husband. Mother said Jiha's wife needs nourishing soup to recover swiftly. Yi Ping's husband worked as a chef at the state-run restaurant ever since his mother-in-law had been hospitalized due to an injury. His tranquil days had vanished. His mother-in-law constantly clamored for meat, demanding the large meat buns from the restaurant. Despite his position as a chef, he found it increasingly challenging to satisfy the insatiable appetites of his wife's family. Moreover, his peculiar mother-in-law's appetite seemed to grow larger by the day, incessantly insisting on meat. With a dark expression, Yi Ping's husband replied, there are no coupons left. Can't you borrow a meat coupon from a colleague? Yi Ping pleaded. If we had supported Jiha back at Shenyang Brigade, this wouldn't have escalated to such an extent. It is all our fault for not returning to Shenyang Brigade, which led to my mother being injured. At that moment, Yi Ping's husband felt a pang of anxiety. With his elder sister, Yi, setting a precedent, he decided to stand firm this time. When the Shenyang Brigade called for their assistance, he pretended to be oblivious to the matter. Initially, when his mother-in-law had just been admitted to the hospital, she had insisted on their constant attendance, and his wife had expressed her annoyance towards her family. Yet, in just a few days, guilt had seeped in, and she began to shoulder the blame for their injuries. You borrowed 2 pounds of meat coupons and Haven Tea returned them. Where am I to find more? Yi Ping's husband retorted. That is your brother's wife, not mine. I still have to serve her meat daily. It's not like that. As her husband grew increasingly irritated, Yi Ping softly defended herself. I'm doing this for the family. Once my sister-in-law recovers, I can finally send Mother and Jiha back to Shenyang Brigade. Her husband interrupted. You said the same yesterday. You asked to borrow meat coupons, claiming it was for your mother and Jiha's last meal. I see that as long as there is meat and someone to serve it, their family's injuries will never heal. His wife was admirable in many respects, yet her overly timid nature often shielded her family. Unfortunately, her maternal home was a bottomless pit that could never be filled. After a few days attending to the hospital, Yi Ping's husband, Chen Fugui, simmered with frustration. What kind of family demands meat every day? I am just a small chef. Your mother shouts for meat daily. We have cadres in the family, yet they don't dare to visit the cooperative for meat every day. I'll say this once. Don't blame me for being unfaithful to our marital vows. If you care so much for your family, return to them. It's not like that. Qin Guixiang constantly wielded filial piety against her, threatening to create a scene at the state-run restaurant if she didn't receive meat. Yi Ping, fearing her husband might lose his job over the commotion, hastily sought to appease her in-laws so they could return to Shenyang Brigade sooner. She was doing this for the family. Why couldn't he understand her? Tears welled in Yi Ping's eyes, and just as she was about to say something, two young intellectuals from the state-run restaurant passed by. Lin, did the Yin family really get robbed? One inquired. Is there any doubt? The other chimed in. Aunt next door saw someone sneaking into the Yin household while she was late returning from meeting her plot. Oh, Yin's wife is hospitalized after injuring her head. Should we report this? Are you foolish? Why didn't the aunt help report it? Their conversation was vivid and detailed, as though they had witnessed the event firsthand. The young intellectual who had suggested reporting the incident, upon hearing his companion's reminder, seemed to recall Shin Guoxiang's disposition and promptly shook his head, adopting a demeanor of disinterest. Clearly, he feared being implicated and refrained from mentioning the matter again. The speaker's casual remarks struck a chord with Yi Ping's husband, who felt an immense sense of relief upon hearing them. He exchanged glances with his wife and stepped into the state-run restaurant, retrieving a few meat buns he had set aside. Yi Ping, take these buns to the hospital for our mother. Yi Ping's husband instructed. Mother's superficial wounds have nearly healed. She should return home quickly with the second daughter and son-in-law attending to her, indulging her with good food. Shin Guoxiang felt no compulsion to leave the hospital. She and Jiha had been severely beaten by Lu Chunhua's family, yet their injuries were not severe enough to cause lasting damage. A couple of superficial wounds would see them discharged in just 2 days. Desiring to savor the large meat buns daily, Shin Guoxiang stubbornly insisted on remaining in the hospital, claiming various aches and pains. As she bit into a fragrant meat bun and heard Yi Ping mention a robbery at home, her eyes darted suspiciously, entirely disbelieving her daughter's claims. Yi Ping, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you're being quite unfilial. If Lu Jiao's mother had come knocking, if you and your husband had been willing to lend a hand at Shenyang Brigade, Jiha and I wouldn't have been beaten like this. I raised you with such care, finding you a husband who works as a chef at the state-run restaurant. Now that you're living in comfort, you seem to have forgotten the sacrifices of this mother. Now that you've had a few meat buns and meals of meat, you're suddenly concerned about sending us back to Shenyang Brigade. As her mother berated her for being unfilial, tears brimmed in Yi Ping's eyes, her gaze reddened. Anxiously, she exclaimed, Mother, the two young intellectuals from the state-run restaurant spoke convincingly. You must consider how many people you and Jiha have offended at the brigade. If her maternal family were to lose something, given her mother's temperament, she would likely seek compensation from her daughters afterward. Yi Ping gently urged, regardless of whether this matter is true or not, please return home and see if there has been a burglary, and if you're still in pain, you can go back to the hospital for medicine. After some contemplation, Shin Guoxiang agreed. If her daughter dared to deceive her, she would certainly claim to have lingering pains, suggesting that there might be internal injuries that the doctor had missed. By that time, she could return to the commune, lie in the hospital, and request meat from her son-in-law, who worked as a chef at the state-run restaurant. Alright then, Jiha will stay at the hospital to care for your sister-in-law while I return home for a visit. Chapter 075. Is Auntie going to climb Uncle Joe's bed? Jiha certainly would not take care of Lu Jiaozhou, especially after Lu Chunhua burst in, claiming his inadequacies in that regard. The glances from his peers in the team were laden with unspoken implications, and he wished nothing more than for Lu Jiaozhou to perish. It was merely an excuse for her to demand meat while recuperating that allowed him to indulge in a sumptuous meat bun. In the presence of his elder sister, Yi Ping, he begrudgingly shared half of the bun with Lu Jiaozhou, but when she was absent, he wouldn't even spare her a crumb. Yi Ping was well aware that her brother's injury had clearly healed, and she recognized that Shin Guoxiang was intentionally making excuses for her brother to look after his sister-in-law, hoping to cling to their household while continuing to demand meat. Helplessly ensnared by her mother's manipulations, she found herself with no recourse. After much persuasion, Shin Guoxiang finally agreed to visit the Shenyang Brigade, bringing a sigh of relief to Yi Ping. Since her family of 3 had been admitted to the hospital, her husband quarreled with her, and her mother-in-law mocked her, while the children complained that she favored her uncle over them. Having successfully persuaded Shin Guoxiang to leave the hospital, Yi Ping secretly hoped that her family would indeed face some misfortune, allowing her a few days of peace. As soon as she vehemently claimed that thieves had invaded their home, Shin Guoxiang seized the opportunity to return to the Shenyang Brigade while the team members were away at work. Tang Yunling, playing by the stream with Ran Ran, noticed her but thought little of it. Having been disheartened by Zhao Yongsan's betrayal, she lost her appetite for gossip. After all, she herself was the largest spectacle. Unbeknownst to her, while she hid at Weiwei's, the team had been discussing her fiancé Zhao Yongsan's infidelity, and the scandal had left her father, Tang Jinghe, unable to hold his head high before others. Glancing at Shin Guoxiang, who stealthily crept home like a thief, Tang Yunling was momentarily overcome with tears while sitting on a stone by the stream, her feet splashing in the water. Though Tang Yunling possessed a fiery spirit, she pretended to be unconcerned about the situation with Zhao Yongsan, yet, the affection she had nurtured since childhood was not something one could simply discard. When alone, she could not help but shed tears, having soaked her pillow with silent sobs upon returning from the Hongqi Brigade. Auntie, don't cry, here, I have flowers for you, Ran Ran chimed, breaking her reverie. She was astonished that such a small child could gather a handful of flowers by the stream. The little one gazed at her with eyes clearer than the water, using her sweet voice to comfort her. Tang Yunling nearly wept anew, seeing Zhou Yanfeng squatting on the riverbank, worry etched on his face. She quickly stifled her tears, feigning nonchalance. Aren't you going to help your brother Tingsheng with his work? She asked. Ha, just loafing about, Zhou Yanfeng replied, unfazed by her tone. He pointed in the direction of the Yin family. Care to see some excitement? She herself was the greatest source of excitement, and Tang Yunling had become sensitive to the mere mention of the word. She chose not to respond. Isn't it just Shin Guixiang returning from the commune hospital? Hardly a spectacle, she retorted with disdain. If Shin Guixiang were to fight with Wei Wei's stepmother, then we might witness some real drama. Zhou Yanfeng inquired, what if Shin Guixiang comes back to catch thieves? Then she'd be catching my sister-in-law as father and stepmother, both of whom are the real thieves. Zhou Yanfeng was already aware of the situation. Since Zhao Yongxin's betrayal, Tang Yunling had been quietly weeping in the shadows. His sister had confided that each morning, Tang Yunling's pillow was soaked with tears. Despite her heartache, she put on a facade of indifference, unwilling to appear foolish before him. Her inherent penchant for drama was impossible to quell. Only the team's excitement could distract her from the troubling events surrounding Zhao Yongxin. Upon hearing about Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua's thievery, her interest was piqued. Let us go take a look, she exclaimed. With Ran Ran in tow, Tang Yunling sprang from the stone and crouched by the stream to console the little one. I'll take you to see the excitement with Uncle Zhou. You must be good and silent, alright? Okay. Ran Ran nodded obediently. Auntie, don't cry, I will be good. Zhou Yanfeng observed them with interest. Tang Yunling kissed Ran Ran's cheek. Who says Auntie is crying? A bit of sand must have gotten in her eyes. Underestimating Shin Guixiang's temperament, Tang Yunling anticipated that upon discovering thieves in her home, she would cause a ruckus, alerting everyone in the brigade. As they crouched beneath the slope of the Yin family's hill, they saw Shin Guixiang enter her home, only to emerge shortly, heading towards the brigade office. Tang Yunling shot Zhou Yanfeng a glance. Didn't you say she would cause a scene? That woman can indeed keep her composure, Zhou Yanfeng replied, surprised. Turns out my sister was right. She intends to report the theft to the militia, seeking restitution from the thieves. The reason Lu Baiwei was confident that Shin Guixiang would not raise an alarm about the theft was that after Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua left the Yin household, they had left a mess in her room, with items strewn about. Initially skeptical about the theft, upon discovering her bed had been moved and a hole dug beneath it, Shin Guixiang had considered raising a hue and cry. However, after rummaging through the house and finding nothing missing, she stumbled upon a yoke that did not belong to her, marked with the character Lu. Certainly, Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua would not leave their yoke behind in Shin Guixiang's home. The yoke had actually been taken by He Ting, who had instructed Zhou Yanfeng to retrieve it from the Lu household. Shin Guixiang surmised that she might know this thief. Of the unfilled hole beneath her bed indicated an intent to continue digging. Curious, she resolved to discover what this familiar burglar sought in her home. This time, Shin Guixiang swallowed her indignation and refrained from alerting anyone about the theft. Instead, she discreetly approached the brigade office to find Gong Minbing. Zhou Yanfeng and Tang Yunling hid in the shadows, observing as Shin Guixiang conferred with Gong Minbing. Shall I come to fetch you this evening to witness the excitement? Zhou Yanfeng proposed to Tang Yunling, his invitation reminiscent of a young man courting a girl to the cinema. Regardless, visions of Zhao Yongxin and Lu Cuifang together filled her mind, robbing her of sleep. Tang Yunling, feeling uncomfortable, directed her gaze to Ran Ran. She replied affirmatively to Zhou Yanfeng, playfully teasing Ran Ran. Ran Ran, would you like to accompany Auntie to catch the thieves tonight? Ran Ran glanced between Tang Yunling and Zhou Yanfeng, pondering, would Auntie also be climbing Uncle Zhou's bed? Alas, Auntie weeps, and Uncle Zhou comforts her. The little one shook her head adorably. Ran Ran will sleep and grow taller. Tang Yunling recalled the morning's events, where she had been fed a dose of dog food. The thought of sending little Ran Ran off to Lu Baiwei to see He Ting's embarrassment brought a smile to her face. You are such a good child, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on Ran Ran's cheek. Then Ran Ran shall sleep with your little aunt, while Auntie goes to catch the thieves tonight. Chapter 076, Only I Dare to Marry You. Let us just make do. Tang Yunling mused to herself, as Zhou Yanfeng called her to watch the thief-catching event that evening, his tone reminiscent of a young man inviting a girl to the cinema. It was not merely her illusion. After helping Lu Baiwei wash the dishes, Tang Yunling emerged from the kitchen, only to find Zhou Yanfeng returning to the youth station, freshly washed and looking quite dapper in a smart cotton shirt, his hair neatly combed as if he were indeed heading out to a film. She felt an indescribable awkwardness at the sight. Zhou Yanfeng gazed at her with an expectant look, as if silently querying whether he appeared handsome. Unable to meet his eyes, Tang Yunling turned her face away to converse with Lu Baiwei. Why, if I come back late, you mean leave the door open for me? I'll be staying at home tonight. Having ingested a mouthful of dog food, Tang Yunling felt that, due to Zhao Yongxin's affair, it was somewhat inappropriate to disrupt the newlywed couple, He Ting and Lu Baiwei, at the health station. Since her family adored her, she planned to revel in the festivities before returning home. To knock on the door, Tang Yunling resided at the brigade health station, often weeping in silence. He Ting believed that for him and Baiwei to enjoy a peaceful life, Zhou Yanfeng must secure Tang Yunling's affection sooner rather than later. He Ting clapped Zhou Yanfeng on the shoulder, saying, Come out, I need to discuss something with you. Oh, alright. Zhou Yanfeng followed He Ting outside, whispering for quite a while near the bamboo grove before returning to call Tang Yunling to accompany him to the Yin family's place. He Ting's lips curled in a slight smile, indicating his good mood. Lu Baiwei inquired, What did you and Zhou Yanfeng discuss? Children are prone to fatigue. After dinner, Ranan's little head bobbed as she nearly toppled from her chair due to sleepiness. He Ting carried Ran into the inner room, allowing her to rest. Finally, they were in their own world. He Ting wrapped his arms around Lu Baiwei, stating, I told Zhou Yanfeng about your fear of snakes. How could I be afraid of snakes? Lu Baiwei immediately realized that He Ting referred to that night after returning from the county hospital. She was furious and pinched He Ting sharply on the waist, exclaiming, How could you share such? He Ting felt quite helpless as Zhou Yanfeng's concern for Tang Yunling often twisted his words. He was, after all, a man who couldn't secure a wife through his own merits. For the happiness of himself and Baiwei, he felt compelled to assist his good friend. He soothed his wife, saying, Why, I didn't go into detail, I merely mentioned that you were afraid of snakes. Could she really maintain the pretense of being afraid of snakes? He Ting deliberately emphasized the words with a chuckle. Lu Baiwei, both embarrassed and irritated, retorted, You still dare to say a narrow path leading from the brigade health station to the Yin family home was barely wide enough for one person. As Zhou Yanfeng led Tang Yunling to turn onto the small road, a cough broke the silence of the darkness, causing Zhou Yanfeng to instinctively pull Tang Yunling into the thicket by the roadside. Sure enough, a moment later, they spotted two shadowy figures stealthily making their way along the path to the inn residence. Isn't it too brazen for Wei Wei's father and stepmother? Tang Yunling exclaimed, it's barely dusk, and the brigade hasn't settled down for the night yet. These two are quite impatient indeed, Zhou Yanfeng replied. Ting Guo's wife mentioned that they've been digging at the inn house for several days, and even the aunt visiting the health station is aware of it. Zhou Yanfeng guided Tang Yunling out of the bamboo thicket, saying, Wealth emboldens people. My sister-in-law, before marrying Tingo, once claimed that after Lu Jiaozhou and Yin Jia had their tryst in the haystack, she shouted that there was gold buried beneath the Yin family's land. Tang Yunling suddenly understood, no wonder she was so eager to marry He Ting, constantly seeking him at the youth station. Your brother must have found her utterly vexing, avoiding her during the film screenings at the brigade. Later, when she had her affair with Yin Jia, I found it puzzling. It turns out she had been deceived by him. Tang Yunling was unaware that Lu Jiaozhou had been reborn. If the Yin family truly had gold bars buried, with Xin Guixiang's temperament, she would have long since exchanged them for a lavish lifestyle, rather than needing to coax her married daughters to support their maternal family. Tang Yunling dismissed the notion of gold bars being buried at the Yin residence, deeming Lu Jiaozhou foolish for being duped by Yin Jia. More ludicrous was the fact that her friend Wei Wei's father and stepmother genuinely believed it. Lu Chunhua even called for a beating of Xin Guixiang and her son, sending their family to the commune hospital, then seizing the opportunity to dig and rummage through the Yin family home while no one was around. While Tang Yunling envisioned the thrilling moment when Xin Guixiang arrived with Gong Minbing to apprehend Lu Chunhua and her husband, Zhou Yanfeng was already lost in his thoughts. As he pulled Tang Yunling into the bamboo thicket, he grasped her hand. Even as they emerged from the bamboo, he had yet to release her grip, and she did not pull away either. Despite Tang Yunling's fierce demeanor, her hand felt surprisingly soft in his grasp. As he held her hand, Zhou Yanfeng felt as though he was floating along the path approaching the narrow path to the Yin family south side road, which allowed passage for only one person. Tang Yunling attempted to retract her hand, prompting Zhou Yanfeng to panic. His mind was filled with He Ting's words. In truth, He Ting instructed him on how to approach Tang Yunling. He had merely mentioned Lu Baiwei's feigned fear of snakes, which inadvertently inspired Zhou Yanfeng. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the grass by the path startled Zhou Yanfeng, causing him to jump in fright. There is snake. Zhou Yanfeng truly feared snakes, instinctively leaning towards Tang Yunling. As they both stumbled down the slope, Tang Yunling, in a reflexive action, wrapped her arms around Zhou Yanfeng's waist to steady him. Zhou Yanfeng was left speechless. Had he truly just been lifted by a woman? Your strength is remarkable. He blurted out, unable to contain his surprise. Instinctively, he followed with, which man would dare to marry you? In truth, he had intended to say, Tang Yunling, only I dare to marry you. Otherwise, let us just make do together. However, before he could utter the words, Tang Yunling's arm slipped from his waist. With the sudden loss of support, Zhou Yanfeng nearly tumbled to the ground in a clumsy heap. As he regained his footing, still clutching her hand, Tang Yunling delivered a swift kick. Go to hell. Without concern for whether the slope below was muddy, Tang Yunling abandoned him, veering onto the path leading to the Yin family home. By the time Zhou Yanfeng, now covered in mud, pulled himself up from the shrubs at the slope's edge to chase after Tang Yunling, they had already arrived at the entrance of the Yin residence. They were far too late. Xin Guixiang had already brought Gong Minbing to lie in wait, capturing Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua as they attempted to sneak into the house. Tang Yunling, disregarding any disdain for Zhou Yanfeng, hastily pulled him into the thicket by the roadside. Moments later, Gong Minbing, wielding a flashlight, led a group to bind Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua into a bundle, dragging them past their hiding spot and heading towards the brigade office. Having failed to witness the capturing of the thieves, Tang Yunling unleashed her pent-up frustration upon Zhou Yanfeng. It's your fault. We didn't see anything. The new house's foundation had been completed, and construction progressed swiftly. Tang Yuanliang had summoned a dozen or so members from the Tang family to lend a hand, while Zhou Yanfeng brought along a few from the youth station. In a single day, the walls had risen taller than a person. Lu Baiwei, holding Ranan, watched as He Ting and the others built the house when a familiar voice called out from behind her. Why, your new house is going up so high. The voice belonged to Lu Chunhua, who stood behind Lu Baiwei, her eyes greedily fixed on the newly constructed walls, accompanied by the sneaky and furtive Lu Wenhua. Chapter 077. And mother, help. My brother-in-law wants to kill me. Lu Chunhua's arrival at the brigade's health clinic was entirely anticipated by Lu Baiwei, accompanied by Lu Jiangwo. They had been digging under Xin Guixiang's bed with a hoe, intending to continue their excavation, only to be caught red-handed by Gong Minbing and his men. The couple was detained at the brigade's health clinic for an entire night. Considering that Lu Wenhua required care and Xin Guixiang adamantly insisted that something had been stolen, demanding 100 yuan in compensation, the brigade convened a meeting and decided to release Lu Chunhua temporarily to raise the money. It was obvious without much thought that Lu Chunhua had come seeking financial assistance. Indeed, her eyes gleamed as she surveyed the newly constructed wall before addressing Lu Baiwei. Wei, I have something to discuss with you. You and Yi Ting must be quite wealthy with your new house, right? After ushering Lu Baiwei into the main room, Lu Chunhua wiped away her tears with her sleeve. You know your father has been taken to the brigade's health clinic, don't you? Gong Minbing is demanding 100 yuan for his release. I truly cannot think of any other way and must turn to you. Lu Baiwei inquired, what exactly did he do to get captured by Gong Minbing? Xin Guixiang has falsely accused your father of theft. Lu Chunhua attempted to elaborate further, but Lu Baiwei pointed towards the door. Lu Chunhua was taken aback. What do you mean? The door is over there, and not a single word you say is true. Lu Baiwei insisted on sending her away. I'm busy with the construction of our new house and have no time to listen to your nonsense. Hoping to extract money from Lu Baiwei, Lu Chunhua grew anxious. I say, is that enough? Jiao Jiao mentioned that there are gold bars buried beneath the Injia land. Your father and I thought, since we didn't provide you with a dowry when you married, we could use the gold to compensate you and your sister. Furthermore, once Wenhua grows up and wishes to marry, he will also need money. If our family becomes wealthy, we won't trouble you two older sisters. With a mask of sincerity, Lu Chunhua declared, Weiwei, your father and I only wish the best for you and your sister. What audacity, to play the victim. To extract a few coins from her, she could say anything. Lu Baiwei was nearly reduced to laughter by her sheer nerve. Aunt, I believe your words. Expecting cold retorts from Lu Baiwei, Lu Chunhua was taken aback by her response. Truly a fool, easily deceived with sweet words, confident she could manipulate Lu Baiwei, Lu Chunhua felt elated. Then quickly hand over the money. Shen Guixiang demands 100 yuan, and I only have 5 yuan here. You just need to make up the rest. How could Lu Baiwei possibly give her any money? Amused by Lu Chuanhua's shamelessness, she replied, Aunt, when I said I believe you, I meant I believe you wish for Lu Wenhua to marry well and go to Injia to steal gold. Beyond that, I do not believe a single word. I never said I would give you any money. You and Lu Jiangwo went to their home to steal. Why would I pay to redeem someone? If I were to pay, it would appear as though I were complicit with you. Therefore, to clear my name, not only can I not provide you with that money, but I must also report your theft at Injia to the authorities. So Shen Guixiang had agreed to the 100 yuan without reporting the incident? Was Lu Baiwei truly going to expose this to the police? You. Lu Chunhua was livid, trembling as she pointed at Lu Baiwei. How can you be so heartless? Lu Jiangwo is your father. Indeed, he is my father, who married you and abandoned me to be raised by the Tang family, neglecting me for all these years. Now that my grandfather has passed, he wishes to take me back to live in a thatched house, hoping to profit from a dowry. Everything belongs to Lu Wenhua and Lu Jiao Jiao, while you expect to drain my resources to support your son Lu Wenhua. If you cannot afford to raise him, do not have him. To steal and raise Lu Wenhua, how dare you come here seeking money for his release? When force did not work, Lu Chunhua attempted a softer approach. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, ready to put on a dramatic display. At that moment, a cry rang out from the doorway as Ting dragged in Lu Wenhua, who resembled a dead dog. Mom, help, my brother-in-law wants to kill me. Ting had a tight grip around Lu Wenhua's neck, dragging him into the room as Lu Wenhua gasped for breath, rolling his eyes like a dog. Lu Chunhua screamed and rushed forward, but Ting skillfully evaded her grasp, even winking at Lu Baiwei, suppressing her laughter. Lu Baiwei asked Ting, what happened here? He sneaked into the kitchen to steal meat and even took candy from Ran. Ting held up a handful of candy. He started with needles as a child and will progress to gold as he grows. He is your brother, and I will ensure he learns his lesson. I'll take him to the brigade and hand him over to Gong Minbing for some proper criticism. The brigade's criticism and education involved calling the villagers to the threshing ground and binding the offender on a high platform to receive public scorn. This would mean the entire brigade would learn of Lu Wenhua's thievery, branding him with a notorious reputation. With Lu Jiangwo still detained, the scandal surrounding Lu Wenhua would spread throughout the brigade. How could he ever live this down? Despair washed over Lu Chunhua as she lunged at Ting. While he dodged her again, she called out to the coughing Lu Wenhua, Wenhua, run. The sensation of being choked, facing potential death, was terrifying. Lu Wenhua, ignoring Lu Chunhua, bolted from the room. Ting chuckled darkly, run, the monk can escape, but not the temple. As long as he remains in Xiangyang Brigade, I will teach him every day as his brother-in-law. Lu Wenhua was Lu Chunhua's Achilles heel, her very lifeline. Ting had deftly seized her vulnerability, fearing for Lu Wenhua's life in Ting's hands. Lu Chunhua's desire to extort money from Lu Baiwei evaporated. Lu Baiwei struggled to suppress her laughter. Indeed, children need proper guidance. I'll have my brother and his comrades from the youth corps keep an eye on your brother. Lu Chunhua understood all too well what keeping an eye entailed. With Ting already so merciless, along with the Tang family's brutal crew and the several youth from Zhou's corps, Lu Wenhua's life was in grave danger. No, Lu Baiwei. This way you treat your brother, and you and your husband will face retribution. Lu Chunhua's sharp cry pierced the air, and she no longer mentioned obtaining money from Lu Baiwei as she stormed out of the brigade's health clinic, furious. Unable to extract funds from Lu Baiwei, Lu Chunhua had no choice but to withdraw the money she had saved for Lu Wenhua's marriage and reached a settlement with Shen Guixiang. After this incident, Lu Jiao Jiao found herself in a precarious position. Both Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua blamed her for being deceived by Injia, asserting that there were no gold bars buried beneath Injia. The trouble was stirred up by Lu Jiao Jiao's own entanglement with the thieves. Shen Guixiang and her son also grew resentful of her, ultimately abandoning her at the hospital. In the end, it was Yin Yueping who could not bear to watch any longer and pooled together money to cover the medical expenses. By the time Lu Jiao Jiao returned from the commune hospital to the brigade, Lu Baiwei and Ting's new house had been constructed, and on the day of laying the beams and tiles, a celebration was held at the brigade's health clinic. Chapter 078. Would you like to eat rabbit droppings? Lu Jiao Jiao was returned to the brigade by Yin Yueping. As Yin Yueping headed back to her family home, she had to pass by the brigade's health clinic. It's been a while since I last visited the brigade. Which family has built a new house beside the bamboo grove at the clinic? The newly erected structure, still made of red bricks, stood tall adjacent to the health clinic. With autumn now upon them, a gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo thicket, and the 3 red brick houses harmonized beautifully with the verdant mountains and swaying bamboo shadows. In front lay a lush green rice field, its ears of grain swaying, while a narrow path meandered along the stream, stretching into the distance. The only red brick house in the brigade exuded an indescribable air of affluence. Yin Yuping was curious about whose new house it was, but Lu Zhaojiao could not provide an answer. She had only spent about 10 days in the commune hospital, during which a new house had been constructed at the health clinic. The building was already at the beam-raising stage, and once the tiles were on, it would be ready for habitation. While Lu Zhaojiao envied the fortunate family who could afford such a lavish dwelling, Yin Yuping noticed Lu Baiwei and Tang Yinling by the stream, butchering rabbits and scraping pig bristles. Initially, it was Yin Yuping who had suggested that Yin Jihe marry Lu Baiwei compared to her elder sister, Yin Yui, who married early. Yin Yuping had married later, having essentially watched Lu Baiwei and Tang Yinling grow up. When her brother sought a partner, she and her sister, Yin Yui, had chosen Lu Baiwei for him. However, unexpectedly, Lu Zhaojiao had emerged and snatched away that union. Before her marriage, Yin Yuping had played with Tang Yinling and Lu Baiwei, and although Lu Baiwei did not become her sister-in-law, it did not diminish her fondness for her. During the hospitalization of her family of 3, Yin Yuping had been distressed over a meat ticket. Lu Baiwei and Tang Yinling were busy skinning rabbits and preparing an entire corner of pork, which left her wide-eyed with envy. Wei Wei, Ling Ling, where did you get so much meat? It's you, Sister Yuping. Tang Yinling greeted her, saying, the rabbits were caught from the mountain using traps, and the pork was procured through acquaintances from the county slaughterhouse. Acquiring this pork is no easy feat. It requires numerous meat tickets. Thankfully, my brother-in-law is a sent-down youth from the capital, and his family has sent considerable money, allowing us to use all the saved meat tickets to acquire this much pork. Noticing Lu Zhaojiao trailing behind Yin Yuping with her head bandaged, Tang Yinling grew increasingly animated. It's simply a necessity. When hosting a gathering at home, one must have decent meat dishes. We can always save up more tickets after using these. That leg of pork must weigh several dozen jin. It was not only Yin Yuping who felt envious. Lu Zhaojiao, hiding behind Yin Yuping's bicycle, was salivating with longing. Yin Jihe was utterly insufferable. During her hospitalization, he and Shingu Ixiang had taken advantage of her situation to ask Yin Yuping for meat. When she was present, they would share a couple of pieces with her. However, if she were absent, all the meat would vanish into Shingu Ixiang and Yin Jihe's mouths, leaving her with nothing but the scent of meat. As an injured person, it was unbearable to witness Shingu Ixiang and her son feasting while she experienced such deprivation. Reflecting on her fate of marrying Yin Jihe and ending up in such a predicament, Lu Zhaojiao felt tears dry up from her eyes, but there was worse to come. Shingu Xiang and Yin Jihe had abandoned her in the hospital, and now, returning to Shenyang Brigade, she once again saw Lu Baiwei and Tang Yinling enjoying their meat, and it was even more abundant. Lu Zhaojiao could only desperately convince herself not to feel envious, repeatedly telling herself that Lu Baiwei having meat to eat was inconsequential. In the future, she would become a wealthy lady, living a life of luxury that Lu Baiwei could not even imagine. Finally managing to comfort herself, she intended to urge Yin Yuping to leave quickly. However, Yin Yuping curiously asked Tang Yinling, Ling Ling, was this trio of rooms at the Brigade Health Clinic originally built by your family? It's no wonder, then. Only your family, the Tangs, has the means to construct red brick houses. No, not at all. Tang Yinling, glancing at the evasive Lu Zhaojiao, interjected on behalf of Lu Baiwei. It was built by Wei Wei's family. Who could have imagined my brother-in-law to be so capable? Tang Yinling delighted in pricking at Lu Zhaojiao's heart. Moreover, the person asking was none other than Yin Jihe and her sister. See, you all lack vision, she thought, wishing to announce to the world that Lu Baiwei had married well and that she and Yin Yuping could converse quite amiably. My brother-in-law dotes on Wei Wei. He didn't want her cramped in those 2 rooms at the Brigade Health Clinic, so he sought land from the brigade to build these 3 new rooms. Sister Yuping, today there is plenty of meat. Why don't you come to the health clinic later for Wei Wei's gathering? As Yin Yuping considered that Lu Baiwei and Lu Zhaojiao were sisters, and that their families were related, it dawned on her that with Lu Baiwei's family hosting a gathering for their new house, her family members should indeed offer a red envelope. Yin Yuping was inclined to agree. Lu Zhaojiao felt utterly mortified. She urged Yin Yuping, Sister Yuping, my head is starting to hurt again. All right then. Yin Yuping waved goodbye to Lu Baiwei and Tang Yinling. Wei Wei, Ling Ling, we'll be on our way. You didn't see how desperately Lu Zhaojiao wished to find a hole to hide in, Tang Yinling remarked, her actions of scraping pig bristles becoming even more nimble as she aimed to provoke Lu Zhaojiao further. Wei Wei, she didn't pester for pork this time. Last time she even demanded to eat your pig offal. I fed her pig droppings. Tang Yinling triumphantly hummed a little tune. If she causes a fuss again, I'll feed her rabbit droppings, ha. Lu Baiwei, feigning exasperation with Tang Yinling, nonetheless smiled at her cousin's cheerfulness. After cleaning the rabbit, she rinsed it in the stream to wash away the blood. Suddenly, Lu Baiwei turned to Tang Yinling and said, Cousin, you're truly delightful this way. You should always remain like this. Always in such a joyful spirit. Tang Yinling had quietly cried during the stillness of the night, and Lu Baiwei worried for her while washing her pillowcase. She even began to question whether she had acted wrongly by interfering in her relationship with Zhao Yong Sr. Yet, enduring prolonged pain is worse than a brief one. Only a swift cut could remove the tumor that was Zhao Yongsan, allowing her cousin to remain perpetually cheerful, living as a carefree daughter of the Tang family. In recent days, Tang Yinling hadn't smiled at all. However, by teasing Lu Zhaojiao, her cousin's happiness reassured Lu Baiwei for a moment. Tang Yinling was taken aback by Lu Baiwei's words, realizing that her cousin had begun to heal, able to listen to her words. Taking advantage of the moment while they washed rabbits and scraped pig bristles by the stream, Lu Baiwei shared heartfelt words with her. Sister, look at Lu Zhao's current predicament. Lu Baiwei reminded her, actually, not being able to marry Zhao Yongsan is a blessing in disguise. If you had been pregnant and then discovered his true nature, wouldn't that be a fate worse than Lu Zhao's? Even though Lu Zhao calls me sister, I find it hard to relate to her. In my heart, you are my only sister. Lu Baiwei spoke with sincerity. I have never regarded you as merely a cousin. I see you as my own sister. Sister, I hope you remain happy for all your days. Chapter 079 Lingling, forgive me, I am marrying you Vivi. Upon hearing Lu Baiwei's words, Tang Yunling found it difficult to maintain her facade of strength any longer. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented, I am unwilling to accept this, I have treated him so well, yet he harbors such thoughts. However, I have come to a realization over the past few days. Vivi, you are right. If I were to marry Zhao Yongsan, and he were to entangle himself with someone like Lu Jiqing or Li Jiqing, I would have no outlet for my grievances. Given my temperament, I would rather drag him down with me than seek a divorce. Lu Baiwei interjected, therefore, it is better to cut losses in a timely manner than to suffer the consequences of a true loss. Sister, your good days have yet to arrive. Lu Baiwei affectionately nudged her shoulder. My sister is the luckiest. After leaving Zhao Yongsan, the road ahead will be smooth indeed. Leaving Zhao Yongsan paves the way for a brighter future. I will never again allow Zhao Yongsan to cause my dear Vivi to worry, nor will I let my parents and brother be burdened by concern. The bold and spirited Tang Yunling had returned, declaring, Vivi, from this day forth, I shall banish Zhao Yongsan from my mind. In my world, he shall no longer exist. That's the spirit, Lu Baiwei praised, raising her thumb. My cousin is truly remarkable. After simmering some rabbit meat, I'll reward you with a bowl to enjoy with Xiaoranzi. Determined to expel Zhao Yongsan from her life, Tang Yunling resolved to erase him from her heart entirely. Meanwhile, having been extricated from the Red Flag Brigade by Zhou Xiaohong, Zhao Yongsan was filled with regret so profound it felt as if his insides were turning blue. Mother, have we repaid the 200 yuan owed to Lingling's family? Not yet. Zhou Xiaohong exerted all her efforts to please Secretary Yang throughout the night, ultimately preventing the brigade from sending Zhao Yongsan to the commune. For days, she had been on edge, fearing that Zhao Yongsan would be charged with a crime that could ruin his life. Now, she also regretted losing Tang Yunling as a prospective daughter-in-law, realizing that she had gained nothing from Lu Jiqing. I have been preoccupied with getting you out of the brigade office. How could I have the leisure to worry about repaying that 200 yuan to the Tang family? It was a complete disaster. Zhou Xiaohong sighed, the Tang family is quite ruthless. Just look at Lingling's cousin. She appears taciturn but is incredibly perceptive. If she hadn't tripped me up and drenched Lu Jiqing with water, you and Lu Jiqing would have been married by now. Given the nature of the Tang family, they should have already come to our door to wreak havoc. The fact that we haven't seen anyone in days surely means they are plotting something big. Zhou Xiaohong was deeply worried. Tang Jingha is the head of the Shenyang Brigade. He wouldn't report us to the commune, would he? A wave of fear washed over Zhou Xiaohong, and Zhao Yongsan broke out in a cold sweat. Mother, let us not frighten ourselves. As Zhao Yongsan proposed, while I was detained in the brigade office, I overheard Secretary Yang mention that Lingling's cousin has completed their house. They are holding a housewarming celebration in the coming days. You should go to the commune bank and withdraw our savings. If it's not enough, ask Grandpa for a little more to make up the 200, and I'll make a trip to the Shenyang Brigade. Also, let us prepare a 2 yuan red envelope for the housewarming gift. Up until now, Tang Jingha had remained silent, and Zhou Xiaohong was certain he was waiting for the right moment to strike. Having finally managed to get Zhao Yongsan out of the brigade office, she feared that if Tang Jingha reported them to the police, her son's life would be ruined. At this point, money was of no concern. Preserving her son's life was the priority. Zhao Yongsan's suggestion provided her with a new perspective. Son, do you intend to seek Lingling's forgiveness? Zhou Xiaohong exclaimed, slapping her thigh, that's right, if we give the money, we give it. Considering how much the Tang family cherishes their daughter, once Lingling marries over, that 200 yuan will surely become part of her dowry when she returns to our home. Just wait, I'll go get the money right now. Zhou Xiaohong retrieved all the savings from their home and persuaded Zhao Yongsan's grandfather to part with the funeral fund, finally gathering the 200 yuan owed to the Tang family. Thinking of how this money would eventually serve as dowry when Tang Yunling married over, she no longer felt any remorse and readily handed the money to Zhao Yongsan, generously including a 3 yuan red envelope for him to take to Lu Baiwei's housewarming celebration. As the mother and son plotted their bright future, Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling had already put the prepared rabbit and pork into the pot to stew. The pork for the housewarming feast had been procured by Tang Yuanliang, who had gone into the mountains with Yi Ting to secure a large pig. One pig was ample for the occasion. Following tradition, Yi Ting and Tang Yuanliang sent the meat to the county for Shinjunxian to process in the black market. Having visited Shinjunxian at the county, even Director Shin was aware that they were building a new home, prompting him to send word that he would be coming to the Shenyang Brigade for the housewarming celebration. Lu Baiwei had been eager to prepare spicy rabbit heads for Director Shin. After receiving a treasured book on pulse diagnosis from him, she had initially been caught off guard when Xiao Qi and Xiaoranzi arrived at the Shenyang Brigade, leaving her no time to study the material or focus on her high school studies. Recently, with the construction of the house keeping her extremely busy, she only found time to flip through the pulse diagnosis book and realized that Director Shin had shared something truly invaluable with her. Such immense gratitude could never be repaid. No matter how many servings of spicy rabbit heads she prepared. Upon learning that Director Shin would be visiting the brigade, she was determined to prepare the spicy rabbit heads for him. Stewed rabbit, braised pork, boiled fish, and marinated pig's head. 4 substantial dishes. This housewarming celebration would not only include Lu Baiwei's uncles but also relatives from the Tang family and acquaintances from the youth station who had helped with the house construction. Unlike previous gatherings of just family, this time, having 4 substantial dishes was more than sufficient, with the rest being side dishes. The remaining pork offal would be saved for their family dinner later. As for the rabbit heads, they would all be transformed into spicy rabbit heads for Director Shin to take back to the county after the meal. Director Shin was Lu Baiwei's mentor, and Yi Ting ensured that he and Shin Junshen were seated at the head table alongside Lu Baiwei's uncles, Secretary Lu, and the finance officer from the commune. With an insatiable appetite, Director Shin was delighted by the 4 substantial dishes presented at the table, noting not only their generous portions but also their enticing aroma and presentation. He felt it was the perfect meal for a housewarming celebration. Last time, Vivi claimed her cooking skills were exceptional, and I was skeptical. Yi Ting called everyone to eat, and Director Shin eagerly picked up his chopsticks, unable to contain his enthusiasm. This meal is making my mouth water. Let us all dig in. Just as Tang Jinghe and the others were about to serve Director Shin and the finance officer some rabbit meat, an irate voice echoed from the entrance. What are you doing here? Seeing Zhao Yongsan standing at the doorway of the health clinic, Tang Jinghe furrowed his brow as he set down his chopsticks and addressed Director Shin and the others. Please continue eating. I'll check on the situation. Zhao Yongsan had chosen to attend the housewarming celebration hosted by Lu Baiwei at the Shenyang Brigade, believing that it would be inappropriate to turn away someone who came with good intentions, especially since he had brought a red envelope. Chapter 080 I am Lingling's fiancé. Grateful for your decision not to marry. Zhao Yongsan's plan was rather astute, yet Tang Yunling was not one to tolerate such provocations. Yi Ting and Lu Baiwei would not support Tang Yunling in ruining the occasion for the sake of appearances. Lingling, please do not be upset. I have come to partake in the housewarming feast at your cousin's place, and I also brought the 200 yuan compensation for your family. Zhao Yongsan stated. If the Zhao family were genuinely sincere about compensating, they would have visited earlier. Instead, Zhao Yongsan chose to present himself at Weiwei's housewarming, confident that she would refrain from causing a scene. After all, the Tang family held a respectable position within the Shenyang Brigade. She could not allow Zhao Yongsan to disrupt Weiwei's celebration, nor could the Tang family afford to lose face in front of a room full of guests. Tang Yunling did not wish to escalate matters either. She accepted the 20 large bills Zhao Yongsan offered. Very well, I have received the money, and I consider our accounts settled. She dismissed him, saying, there is no need for you to stay for the housewarming. We are not closely related, take your red envelope and leave. Unfortunately for her, Zhao Yongsan had come prepared and had no intention of letting matters rest. Sensing the eyes of the assembled guests upon them, he became emboldened. With a reddened gaze, he implored, Lingling, why are you so heartless as to drive me away? Our bond, forged since childhood, cannot simply be dismissed. He continued, the incident with Lu Jiqing was a colossal misunderstanding. Lu Jiqing frequently visited my home under the pretense of seeing Tian, and on that day, she shamelessly threw herself at me, only to be caught by your family. Nothing untoward transpired between us. This was already known among the Tang family and several of the educated youth, so it elicited no surprise. However, it did astonish Director Shin and the other officials present, who momentarily forgot their hearty meal, gaping in disbelief. At a critical moment, Zhou Yanfeng set down his chopsticks, approached Tang Yunling, and wrapped an arm around her. Who is this? Is he not the scoundrel from Hongqi Brigade who drugged Lu Jiqing? Zhou Yanfeng raised an eyebrow, addressing Zhao Yongsan. So, you weren't taken to the police station by your brigade, you're here to harass Lingling? We, as educated youth, must bravely report issues to the commune. Before Lu Jiqing came to the countryside, she shared a courtyard with me and Yi Ting. The matter of her being drugged is something we, as educated youth, should collectively report to the commune, don't you think? Upon Zhou Yanfeng's declaration, several of the educated youth who had assisted Yi Ting in building houses voiced their agreement. Indeed, we should unite as educated youth. After we finish our meal, let us go to the commune to report this. The behavior of using force against female educated youth is utterly reprehensible. He should be charged with the crime of being a rogue. Having failed to gain favor with Lu Jiqing, he now dares to harass our sister-in-law. What audacity! Upon hearing the educated youth's intention to report the issue to the commune, Zhao Yongsan panicked. The fact that they referred to Tang Yunling as sister-in-law further shocked him. He had intended to kneel and plead with Tang Yunling for reconciliation, thinking she would not dare to confront him during Weiwei's housewarming, only to find himself thoroughly undermined by Zhou Yanfeng's intervention. Zhao Yongsan's complexion turned pale as he questioned Tang Yunling. Who is he? Come, let me introduce you. Whether Zhao Yongsan liked it or not, Zhou Yanfeng seized his hand with a firm grip. Zhao Yongsan winced in pain as Zhou Yanfeng proclaimed, I am Zhou Yanfeng, an educated youth from the capital, and Tang Yunling's new fiancé. Comrade Zhao Yongsan, I thank you for drugging Lu Jiqing, which allowed my Lingling to see your true nature. Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity to approach her. I have admired her for a long time, and your disgraceful actions have afforded me this chance. Zhou Yanfeng vigorously shook his hand, adding, Zhao Yongsan, I appreciate your decision not to marry her. How could Zhao Yongsan accept this? The moment Tang Yunling left him, she was being pursued by an educated youth from the capital. This youth hailed from the same place as Lu Tsuifang, indicating that he came from a family with a solid background. With Zhou Yanfeng firmly gripping him, Zhao Yongsan grimaced in pain and shouted, Tang Yunling, you shameless wretch, have you been involved with him all along? What a hypocritical accusation, could he truly turn the tables? Perhaps Tang Yunling had once held a flicker of hope for Zhao Yongsan, feeling a twinge of regret over their engagement, yet, upon hearing Zhao Yongsan accuse her of shamelessness and infidelity, her disappointment in him deepened. Years of affection were rendered meaningless, the last remnants of her sentiment vanished. Embodying a philosophy of action over words, Tang Yunling prepared to deliver a swift kick to send him flying. At that critical juncture, Tang Jinghe intervened. Zhao Yongsan, you once played the role of a respectable man, and I, Tang Jinghe, believed you to be honorable, yet, after the scandal with Lu Jiqing, you dare to besmirch Lingling's reputation? Zhou, the educated youth, is correct. I thank you for your decision not to marry. Had it not been for your reckless behavior, my Lingling would have leapt into the fire of the Zhao family. Tang Jinghe stepped forward, patting Zhou Yanfeng on the shoulder. If you have set your sights on Lingling, I accept you as a son-in-law. What? Was this not a mere performance? Tang Yunling was taken aback. Zhou Yanfeng's face flushed crimson, clearly uncomfortable, yet, as the brigade leader, Tang Jinghe commanded respect. He turned to Zhao Yongsan, will you leave on your own, or shall I report you to the police and have them escort you out? I will leave then. Zhao Yongsan, utterly humiliated, could no longer muster the courage to propose reconciliation to Tang Yunling. Defeated, he slunk away, disappearing from the entrance of the brigade's clinic. Tang Jinghe treated the situation as if nothing had transpired and called out to everyone, let us continue our meal, it was merely a minor interruption and everyone, help yourselves to the meat, today we have plenty. Seated at the table was a cadre from the commune, and he oversaw all such matters. However, Tang Jinghe did not mention the incident involving Tang Yunling and Zhao Yongsan, even as the cadre cast him several inquisitive glances, yet, both Tang Jinghe and He Ting, along with Lu Baiwei, understood that, given the cadre's serious and responsible demeanor, the matter would certainly be investigated upon their return to the commune. After all, issues concerning educated youth, especially involving coercion, required vigilance. Traditionally, the Tang family was not one to suffer in silence. As everyone finished their meal and shared in the excitement of touring the new house, Lu Baiwei pulled Tang Jinghe aside, inquiring, Third uncle, are we really letting the matter between Lingling and Zhao Yongsan rest? What else should we do? Tang Jinghe countered, should we, as the Tang family, storm in and beat them up? Currently, Zhao Yongsan and Lingling's affair places the Zhao family at a disadvantage. The Tang family is formidable, resorting to violence is not the way to handle such matters. There were myriad ways to deal with Zhao Yongsan. Tang Jinghe glanced at the cadre conversing with Director Shin and continued, Baiwei, resorting to physical altercations is a resolution for trivial matters. The Tang family prefers to employ other methods to resolve significant issues. Chapter 081 Silly Pig, you might as well be foolish. Lu Baiwei understood, this was precisely why her third uncle had made a special trip to the commune to summon the money cadre to the brigade for a celebratory feast. As for the affair between Zhao Yongsan and Tang Yunling, her third uncle was now perched atop the moral high ground. What did it matter that the branch secretary of the Hongqi brigade wanted to protect someone? Tang Jinghe didn't even need to lodge a complaint at the commune to ensure that the money cadre was thoroughly informed about the happenings in the Hongqi brigade. The matter between her cousin and Zhao Yongsan was far from over. Zhao Yongsan had now lost both his wife and his troops. He would first dutifully deliver the 200 yuan in compensation to the Xiangyang brigade, only to await a looming prison sentence. Tang Yuanliang arranged for someone to select an auspicious time for Lu Baiwei and He Ting to erect the beam. Once the chosen time arrived, Tang Yuanliang led the group to raise the beam and set off a string of firecrackers. Following that was the highlight of tossing candies and peanuts. Tang Yuanliang and He Ting, with baskets in hand, scattered sweets from the rooftop, while the women and children from the brigade gathered below to collect the treats. Zhou Yanfeng, Tang Yunling, a few little Tang children, and He Xiaopeng called up to them from below, throw them here, throw them here. Tang Yuanlian was particularly fond of his sister, and seeing the little Tang children and He Xiaopeng eagerly watching, he tossed down a handful of the largest candies in their direction. As a crowd surged forward, He Ting quickly threw a handful of candies and peanuts in the opposite direction, ensuring that no one trampled over his little nephew, who was scrambling amidst the throng. Despite his grievances, He Ting still held a soft spot for the bothersome He Yunqi. Zhou Yanfeng collected a generous handful of candies, sharing half with the little Qi and the small Tang children, while stuffing the other half into Tang Yunling's hands, keeping only a single candy for himself. With his pockets brimming with sweets, Tang Yunling felt a weight in her heart, especially since this person had come to her aid today. Noticing that little Qi had several small Tang children safeguarding him, Tang Yunling called out to Zhou Yanfeng, come here, I have something to ask you. Tang Yunling chose a quiet spot, retreating into the bamboo grove beside the new house. Zhou Yanfeng followed her into the grove. The bamboo thicket isolated them from the external clamor, leaving only the two of them in solitude. Zhou Yanfeng felt anxious, fidgeting with his hands, though he feigned calmness. Tang Yunling, I know what you want to ask. I cannot bear to see you being bullied. Tang Yunling was momentarily speechless. Previously, Zhou Yanfeng would often shower her with candies, and she had simply assumed he had an abundance of them. Today, with Zhao Yongsan's arrival, Zhou Yanfeng had shattered that superficial layer, and now, having completely banished Zhao Yongsan from her heart, she regarded Zhou Yanfeng with the eyes of a woman observing a man who seemed to have always surrounded her. Though Tang Yunling was fierce and had her brothers to protect her, she needed no one to shield her. However, hearing Zhou Yanfeng declare that he could not stand to see her mistreated warmed her heart as a girl. Caught off guard, she found herself at a loss for words. Usually so talkative, she fell into silence. Her silence led Zhou Yanfeng to misinterpret her feelings. Assuming her reluctance, disappointment washed over him. The joy he felt from Tang Jinghe's acknowledgement was doused by Tang Yunling's indifference. With an air of nonchalance, he declared, I simply cannot bear to see you bullied. I was merely teasing your fiancé. Let me tell you, we're just putting on a performance between us, so don't take it to heart. I'm afraid you might actually develop feelings for such a handsome guy like me. Look at what Zhao Yongsan has done. He's given the brigade something to gossip about, leaving both you and your father with no face. I've eaten so many meals at your place, let us pretend we're dating, so people will know that without Zhao Yongsan, Tang Yunling is still sought after and can marry off, sparing us from their whispers. Tang Yunling was left speechless. This foolish pig always found ways to provoke her. She felt a flicker of emotion, akin to that of a girl, but Zhou Yanfeng's incessant banter about her not being able to marry stung. Little did he realize that due to her strong and domineering nature, she had often been told throughout her life that she would never find a husband. Thus, Zhao Yongsen's persistent pursuit only made her cherish it all the more. When Zhou Yanfeng remarked that she wouldn't be able to marry, Tang Yunling felt warmth one moment and indignation the next. In a fit of anger, she kicked him, exclaiming, "Silly pig, you might as well be foolish." After kicking Zhou Yanfeng, Tang Yunling stormed out of the bamboo grove, her fury propelling her forward. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Even if she was unwilling, was he not helping her out? Tang Jinghe had already acknowledged him as a son-in-law. Why did she kick him and then refuse to acknowledge him? Zhou Yanfeng felt wronged. Clutching his injured knee, he chased after Tang Yunling. "Hey, don't turn your back on me. Where have I been foolish?" Director Shin and his grandson had finished their celebratory feast and witnessed the auspicious beam-raising and candy-throwing ceremony before needing to return to the county town. Lu Baiwei retrieved the spicy rabbit heads she had prepared for Director Shin. "This time, I made 6 rabbits for the feast, and 2 of them I turned into whole spicy rabbits. The remaining 6 heads are made into spicy rabbit heads for you to savor at your leisure." Director Shin truly had a penchant for such delicacies. After a hearty meal of 4 substantial dishes, he was salivating at the mere scent of the spicy rabbit heads. With a proud demeanor, he accepted the 2 plump rabbits and 6 rabbit heads. "Teaching you the pulse diagnosis technique has proven somewhat useful. You ought to be more filial in the future." Shin Junqian could no longer bear to watch and shot a disdainful glance at Director Shin. "Are you missing a meal or something? If you want to eat what Weiwei has prepared, just say so. There is no need for all these excuses. What do you know? If you keep talking, I might just take this girl as my apprentice, and then you'll have to address her as your superior." Shin Junqian felt his grandfather was being too harsh. He intervened. "You better not. I'm her brother. Teaching Weiwei pulse diagnosis is fine, but you can't formally accept her as a disciple. Otherwise, the hierarchy would become chaotic." Listening to the playful banter between Shin Junqian and his grandfather, Lu Baiwei struggled to suppress her laughter. The money cadre still wanted to exchange a few words with Director Shin, and Lu Baiwei had an idea she wished to discuss with Shin Junqian. "If our brigade were to raise rabbits and process them into spicy rabbit dishes, could you help us find a market for them, Shingo?" This notion had sprouted from the large number of rabbits that He Ting and Tang Yuanliang had gathered from the mountains. He Ting fully supported her decision, mentioning that the gold unearthed from the Yin family, if not for the untimely circumstances, should have been handed over to the state. This fund could be utilized to develop the brigade's economy. Lu Baiwei's proposal sparked a glimmer of interest in Shin Junqian's eyes. "Don't even mention processing them into rabbit dishes. I can arrange for fresh meat rabbits to be supplied to the large factory kitchens, and we can even handle the proper paperwork." Shin Junqian made a firm promise. "Your idea is brilliant. Rabbits breed rapidly, and if we master the techniques for raising them, it could alleviate many factories' meat supply issues. Weiwei, your brigade should boldly pursue this. I'll ensure the market is secured." Rabbits caught in the mountains were not easy to raise in captivity. Professional guidance was indeed necessary for rabbit farming. He Ting offered to assist Lu Baiwei with this issue, while Shin Junqian assured her he could manage the market. Gradually, Lu Baiwei's idea began to take shape in her mind. Once the guests had been seen off, she called over Tang Jinghe and Secretary Lu to share her thoughts on raising rabbits in the brigade. Chapter 082. He can escape this hellish abyss. There is no need to worry about the specialized skills required for rabbit farming. When He Ting and his group of educated youth came to the countryside, they were accompanied by professors from the agricultural university, who were also sent to our county. If our team decides to officially raise rabbits, we can find a way to request those 2 professors through the commune and the county to assist us. As for the sales channels for the rabbits, my brother Shin is well acquainted with the procurement departments of various factories in the county and can help our team find buyers." Unlike He Ting and the other educated youth who volunteered to come to the countryside, those 2 professors were not easily accepted by the team. Most of them were sent to assist with cattle farming. Utilizing their technical expertise to aid the Shangyang team in rabbit farming would indeed be a practical application of their knowledge, truly embodying the directive from above to build a new rural community. Secretary Lu, Tang Jinghe, found this approach feasible. Moreover, with Director Shin's grandson assisting in finding sales in the county, the rabbit farming venture appeared promising. The Hongqi team, known for its pig farming expertise, consistently overshadowed their team. Despite Secretary Lu Tang Jinghe's efforts, he could not compete with the Hongqi team. "This plan is viable, but our team may not have enough funds to build the rabbit shed. We'll need to approach the commune for financial assistance and see if we can secure a bank loan." The gold obtained from the Yin family was not easily accessible. However, it could be utilized in another manner to support the team's development. Both Secretary Lu and Tang Jinghe agreed, and Lu Baiwei proposed, "First, let us bring the professors over, then based on their professional advice, we can construct the rabbit shed and purchase breeding rabbits. As for the funding for rabbit farming, if we cannot secure sufficient funds from the bank, the team could consider raising money through shareholding. I married into the He family, which is quite wealthy. We can invest part of it to support the team's development." Secretary Lu raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of the old Tang family, such awareness." "Excellent." Secretary Lu slapped his thigh. "We need the youth to take charge. Let us call Li Ting and Zhou, and have them assist in drafting a plan. Tomorrow morning, old Tang and I will head to the commune to seek approval for our team's rabbit farming initiative." The Gaofeng commune was nestled in the most remote mountainous area of the county. It was still thanks to Shin Junxian's connections that they found their way to the Jianzhizhai team. Jianzhizhai was surrounded by mountains, with conditions exceedingly harsh. The area designated for cattle farming was tucked away in a muddy corner, and as they followed the team leader through the muck, they finally spotted the cattle shed nestled in a hollow. Outside the shed, they could hear pained groans emanating from within. Clearly, the individuals inside were aware of the commotion outside. Professor Chen, emaciated and gaunt from hunger, emerged from the shed, his expression wary and cold as he surveyed He Ting and his group. "Who are you looking for?" It seemed the relationship between the village team leader and Professor Chen and his wife was quite strained. Even when the team leader visited, Professor Chen did not offer a warm welcome. Fortunately, He Ting had conversed with Professor Chen during their train journey to the countryside, and to alleviate his wariness, He Ting spoke up, "Comrade Chen 1, it's me, Xiao Yi." Professor Chen looked at He Ting with confusion. Zhou Yanfeng quickly interjected, "Comrade, you had an in-depth conversation with Brother 1 on the train before." He Ting, with his striking appearance, and Zhou Yanfeng's chatter helped jog Professor Chen's memory. He finally recognized He Ting as the young man he had spoken to so passionately on the train. Professor Chen nodded. "Ah, it's you, Xiao Yi. What brings you to Jianzhizhai?" Seeing a familiar face, Professor Chen relaxed his guard but appeared embarrassed. "As you can see, the conditions here are rather poor, and I have nothing to offer you. My wife has a broken leg and is bedridden." Lu Baiwei sensed that Professor Chen's mention of a broken leg might conceal deeper issues, as he hesitated slightly while speaking. To break the ice, Lu Baiwei offered, "How about I take a look at your wife's injury?" Professor Chen frowned, exhibiting signs of concern, even casting a glance at the team leader. He Ting quickly clarified, "My partner is a barefoot doctor, she can set bones and should be able to help your wife." Perhaps the circumstances of Professor Chen and his wife were dire. They were evidently apprehensive about seeking help for fear of retribution. He Ting then candidly stated their purpose. "The Shangyang team has decided to raise rabbits, and the county has informed us that you possess expertise in this area. They intend to transfer you and your wife from Jianzhizhai. This is the transfer order from the county." He Ting inquired, "May I take my partner inside to examine your wife's injury now?" "What?" He could escape this hellish abyss of Jianzhizhai. The surprise was overwhelming. Professor Chen was filled with joy. No longer would he have to worry about retaliation from the villagers. He warmly welcomed Lu Baiwei and He Ting. "The shed is too cramped to accommodate so many people. You and your partner should come in." Professor Chen's wife, Mrs. Zhou Yueying, indeed had a broken leg. The people of Jianzhizhai were quite insular, and they had endured a harrowing experience during their time there, often targeted by others. Mrs. Zhou Yueying had sustained her injury while foraging in the mountains due to extreme hunger. She had been chased down a slope by a man with his face covered. Had it not been for Professor Chen's timely intervention, wielding a cow dung rake to drive the assailant away, she would have faced dire consequences. Previously, their belongings brought from Beijing had been stolen during a break-in at the shed. Just when the couple felt utterly despondent, He Ting arrived. Hearing Lu Baiwei mention that his wife's leg could be treated, Professor Chen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. "Yueying and I will pack our things and go with you to the Shangyang team." Lu Baiwei reassured them, "Your wife's leg is not as dire as it seems. I've treated injuries much worse than hers, and my grandfather has experience in this. Once she recovers, she won't have a limp. I'm confident I can heal her." We rode our bicycles to the team. He Ting will carry her out of this hollow and let her sit on the back of the bicycle to leave Jianzhizhai. I'll give her some acupuncture to alleviate the pain first. Fortunately, Lu Baiwei had developed the habit of carrying silver needles wherever she went, and they would prove useful now. After administering the acupuncture to relieve Mrs. Zhou's pain, Professor Chen gathered their belongings, with Shin Junxian and Zhou Yanfeng assisting with the items. However, Professor Chen insisted on carrying Mrs. Zhou himself. He Ting understood that Professor Chen was on high alert, fearing any rumors that might arise, and thus he offered the meat buns he had purchased in the county to help tide him over. Starved, Professor Chen could no longer maintain his composure. He and his wife, Mrs. Zhou Yueying, devoured several meat buns hungrily, regaining some strength before he carried her out of the shed where they had lived for several months. Only after they left Jianzhizhai and boarded a tractor at the Gaofeng commune did Professor Chen and his wife feel as though they had truly come back to life. Chapter 083, Regret over not marrying Lu Baiwei. The place at Jianzi village is truly sinister. The people in our team managed to sneak into the shed and steal our possessions, yet they remain undeterred. Several times, there have been attempts on Yueying's life. When I reported this to the party secretary, he showed no concern whatsoever. Professor Chen 1, a grown man, had tears streaming down his face as he clasped He Ting's hand. "Young brother, your timely arrival has rescued my wife and me from a sea of suffering. We shall forever be grateful for your kindness." What have they been driven to endure? Zhou Yanfeng, feeling sympathy for Professor Chen and his wife, could not help but offer reassurance. "Chen, rest assured, Shangyang Brigade is a place filled with warmth. They would never treat you and your wife so harshly. My sister-in-law's uncle is the brigade leader, and with both me and brother Ting around, we will look out for one another. As long as Ting and I have food, you will not go hungry." From the expressions of He Ting and Zhou Yanfeng, it was evident that their experience as educated youth was far less harsh than that of Jianzi village. He Ting nodded in affirmation of Zhou Yanfeng's words, bringing a sense of relief to Professor Chen and his wife. Zhou Yueying even praised Lu Baiwei, saying, "Little He's partner is quite skilled in medicine. After her few injections, my leg is far less painful. Do not underestimate my sister-in-law, a barefoot doctor. She apprenticed under the director of the traditional medicine department at the county hospital, who was also Shin Ji's grandfather. Her maternal grandfather was an esteemed traditional Chinese doctor, specializing in bone setting. I am certain she can heal your leg. Zhou Yanfeng boasted about Lu Baiwei, even bringing Shen Junxian's grandfather into the conversation. Shen Junxian interrupted, my grandfather merely taught my sister to take pulses, he did not accept her as an apprentice. Do not spread such rumors, or I will have to call my sister Master Aunt. Shen Junxian corrected Zhou Yanfeng, prompting laughter from Chen Wen and Zhou Yueying, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Once again, the couple felt as though they had emerged into the light of day, filled with hope for life in Xiangyang Brigade. In truth, Secretary Lu and Comrade Tang were just in upright, showing no disdain for Professor Chen and Zhou Yueying due to their backgrounds. To demonstrate their goodwill, they did not convert the abandoned pigsty into a dormitory. Instead, due to Zhou Yueying's leg injury requiring treatment, they arranged for Lu Baiwei and He Ting to vacate the inner room of the brigade's health station for the couple to reside in. They also shared meals with He Ting and Lu Baiwei's family, enjoying a life where meat was a regular occurrence, leading Professor Chen and Zhou Yueying to feel as though they had fallen into a nest of fortune. During Zhou Yueying's recovery, she learned that Lu Baiwei was studying high school subjects and voluntarily took on the task of teaching her. Simultaneously, they transformed the brigade's pigsty into a rabbit hutch, with Professor Chen's plans progressing vigorously. Our brigade previously attempted to establish a pig farm, but suffered significant losses due to swine fever. Meanwhile, the pig farm and adjacent Hongqi brigade is thriving. Not long after, Secretary Lu and Captain Tang are now trying to start a rabbit farm, seemingly ignoring the lessons learned from the earlier pig farm project. Do you think this rabbit farm can be established? The brigade intended to repurpose the abandoned pig farm into a rabbit hutch, offering 8 work points a day, with only 1 spot available per family. The men of the brigade, hauling bricks to construct the rabbit hutch, gathered to chat, avoiding those from the Tang family. Hearing doubts about the decision to build the rabbit hutch, a brigade member close to the Tang family, while carrying a load of bricks, chimed in. This time is different. Secretary Lu and Captain Tang are well prepared. That Chen when living at the health station, he is a professor from the agricultural university in the capital. Secretary Tang exerted considerable effort to bring him here from Gaofeng Commune. The pig farm and Hongqi brigade succeeded because they had skilled pig farmers. Now our brigade has experts in rabbit farming. This rabbit farm is bound to succeed. Someone chimed in with a question, our brigade is impoverished. Where will the funds for the rabbit farm come from? Secretary Lu and Captain Tang secured a loan from the bank. For the remaining funds, they are employing a shareholding method. Lu Baiwei's husband is an educated youth from the city, aware and insightful. Generously, he and Zhou Zhio contributed 2,000 yuan to support our brigade's rabbit farm initiative. Lu Baiwei's husband is also acquainted with Professor Chen, so Secretary Lu and Captain Tang entrusted the rabbit farm project to him and Lu Zicheng. Members of the brigade responded, Lu Baiwei chose well. He Ting is a fine young man, humble despite his city background, diligent in his work. He Ting is commendable, and Lu Baiwei brings good fortune. Look at how blissfully the young couple lives. First, Lu Baiwei became a barefoot doctor, and now the health station is constructing 3 red brick houses. Now, the rabbit farm project is assigned to He Ting, and in the future, the couple will both earn wages from the brigade. Yin Jiha, who rarely worked and often slacked off in the fields, earned barely a few work points in a year. Now, he was begrudgingly handing bricks to build the rabbit hutch, his hands sore and raw. The bricklayers worked faster than him, and he felt utterly despised. Hearing the brigade members constantly discussing He Ting and Lu Baiwei, he felt a pang of jealousy. If it weren't for Lu Baiwei having an uncle as the brigade leader, would the rabbit farm project have been assigned to He Ting? He could not help but think that if he had married Lu Baiwei instead of He Ting, they both could have received wages from the brigade, avoiding the need to toil in the fields or suffer under the sun while hauling bricks. Instead, he could have been like He Ting, casually overseeing the project with blueprints in hand. Time and again, he regretted being lured by Lu Jiao and getting entangled with her. Yin Jiha lamented marrying Lu Jiao, while Shen Guixiang regretted having such a daughter-in-law. After lying in the commune hospital for 10 days, Lu Jiao returned home, still complaining of headaches, hiding away in her room and expecting her mother-in-law to cater to her needs. The mess in her room was all caused by Lu Jiao's antics. She had told Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua that her family buried gold, attracting 2 thieves to their doorstep. What a foolish idea. Did she not know if her family truly had gold? If there were indeed treasure, she would have dug it up long ago to enjoy a life of luxury, rather than waiting for outsiders to unearth it. However, she did not come away empty-handed. She successfully extracted 100 yuan from Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua, more than compensating for the previous loss of 10 yuan, effectively earning an additional 90. With her second daughter, Yinhua Ping, covering the expenses for her hospital stay, Shen Guixiang found herself with a bit of financial freedom. As the brigade transformed the abandoned pigsty into a rabbit hutch, her son Jiha toiled hard to earn work points, and Shen Guixiang found herself craving meat. She dug out her last remaining meat ration coupons, contemplating a trip to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if she could buy some meat to nourish herself and her son. Leaving Lu Jiao, who was lying in bed groaning in pain, Shen Guixiang set off with the money and coupons to the cooperative. Fortunately for Shen Guixiang, the supply and marketing cooperative had just procured a pig from Hongqi brigade and was slaughtering it on site. A throng of people was clamoring for meat. Give me a pound of pork, I want this cut, and that one. Chapter 084 Finding a new daughter-in-law for my son. With glistening eyes fixated on the succulent meat, Shen Guixiang elbowed her way through the crowd, successfully seizing the plumpest piece. The thought of the rich flavors of braised pork made her gulp audibly. As she finally emerged from the throng, she collided with her second son-in-law, Chen Fugui, who was at the supply and marketing cooperative for procurement. Noticing the sparkle in Shin Guishan's eyes, he suspected she was up to something. Yin Yueping's husband spoke first. Mother, wouldn't you save that piece of meat for Hao Hai? Hao Hai was Yin Yueping's son and Shin Guishan's grandson. He eagerly reached out for the meat in her hands, a warm smile on his face. I heard from Lu's son that the Lu family had to compensate 100 yuan for the theft incident. Mother, you must have come to repay Yueping for the medical expenses she advanced at the commune hospital. Hao Hai has been talking about his grandmother all morning, and here you are at the supply and marketing cooperative to get him some meat, he continued. Shin Guishan, hoping to extract some benefits from her son-in-law, felt a surge of frustration as he attempted to snatch the meat from her grasp. She stepped back, her expression icy. Who says this meat is meant for Hao Hai? The brigade is constructing a rabbit shed, and your brother can earn 8 work points a day. I'm here to get a piece of meat to nourish him, and you too should be mindful of that. Truly unfilial. Shin Guishan shot back, her face stern. It's getting late. I must return to the brigade to cook. With that, she left her son-in-law behind and exited the commune without a backward glance. Once outside the commune, she berated Lu Zicheng, the son of the village secretary, who was waiting by his tractor. Hearing Shin Guishan muttering curses about him, he poked his head out from the driver's seat. Aunt, who are you cursing? Cursing, she nearly blurted out a retort, but upon seeing Lu Zicheng perched on the tractor, she suddenly felt the fatigue of her long walk and decided to hitch a ride back to the brigade. Her demeanor softened. Oh, Zicheng, I didn't even notice you there. Our brigade has been busy building a rabbit shed. My Zhao has gone to earn work points, and I thought to get some meat to help him regain his strength. What a coincidence to find you waiting here, she said. Lu Zicheng nodded in response. Yes, I'm waiting for someone. Shin Guishan, ever familiar, climbed onto the tractor. Who are you waiting for? It's getting late. I'm waiting for the educated youth assigned to our brigade by the commune. As he spoke, he noticed Shin Guishan had already climbed aboard and hastily urged her to disembark. Aunt, what are you doing? This tractor is here to pick up the educated youth, and there's not enough room with all the cargo. You need to get down, soon it will be filled with educated youth, he added just as a group of young people emerged from the cooperative, carrying their belongings. At the forefront was a strikingly beautiful young woman whose fair complexion and charming features captivated not only Lu Zicheng but also Shin Guishan, who couldn't help but stare at the girl, dressed in a crisp cotton shirt beneath a stylish checkered jacket, stood out among the local villagers, exuding an elegance that was impossible to ignore. Originally, the tractor's purpose was to transport goods back to the brigade, but with the additional luggage from the educated youth and a few others hitching a ride, it was already cramped. The sudden addition of Shin Guishan on the tractor did not sit well with the young people. Comrade Lu, who is this? One of the educated youth inquired. She's our brigade's aunt. With everyone already aboard, he felt it was inappropriate to push her off, despite the grumbling from the others. There's simply no room, they protested. Oh dear, the newly arrived educated youth dared to express disdain towards her? Shin Guishan's hands went to her hips, ready to confront them. Fortunately, the attractive young woman intervened. Alright, it shouldn't be too far from the commune to the brigade, let's all squeeze in, she suggested. Now that was more like it. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a sensible disposition. Shin Guishan scoffed. I haven't complained about you newcomers, yet you dare to look down on me? You'll soon know what hardship feels like, she retorted. As tensions flared on both sides, the same charming young woman stepped forward to mediate. She pulled out some white rabbit candy, distributing one to each person, even offering one to Shin Guishan. The sweet treat silenced her. Ah, this girl is delightful, beautiful and generous, Shin Guishan remarked, even as she privately deemed the young woman foolish for sharing such expensive candy, which was a rarity in their village. Usually, only the wealthy could afford such luxuries. In her mind, she began to calculate the potential benefits of having her son, Yin Zhao, marry this well-to-do young woman. Shin Guishan had long harbored dissatisfaction with Lu Jiaojiu as her daughter-in-law, and now she was more determined than ever to find a replacement. Indeed, I know the educated youth you mentioned, the one named Ting. He couldn't endure the hardships of rural life and married the niece of our brigade leader. Now he no longer has to toil in the fields for work points. Instead, he manages our brigade's rabbit farm. Chapter 085. This young lady approaches Ting upon hearing the confirmation from Shin Guishan that Ting was indeed married. Feng Shishir was filled with indignation. No wonder he had not responded to her letters. She was furious, exclaiming, as educated youth sent to the countryside for development, we are here to endure hardship and toil. How could Ting marry the daughter of the brigade leader merely to evade labor? His actions are utterly inappropriate. To endure hardship and toil, indeed, that sounds splendid. Once he secures such a stunning daughter-in-law, her family's Jiha would no longer need to toil in the fields. Someone else would shoulder the burden of labor. Shen Guishan raised her thumb in praise of Feng Shishir, saying, young lady, you truly possess awareness. Lu Zicheng could no longer bear to listen. Upon first laying eyes on Feng Shishir, he had felt a fleeting attraction. However, after hearing her conversation with Shin Guishan, he had already judged her to be a fool, undeserving of such beauty. Moreover, it seemed this young lady had set her sights on Ting. That simply would not do. Although he had harbored feelings for Weiwei for quite some time, Weiwei was already married to Ting, was she not? Thus, he could not allow anyone to disrupt their marital bond. Lu Zicheng was eager to visit the rabbit factory, but before that, he intended to stop by the brigade's health center to inform Lu Baiwei of the news. Consequently, he drove the tractor to the brigade office, delegating the responsibility of arranging accommodations for the educated youth to his father. Dad, the educated youth arriving in our brigade are all here. Please arrange for them to be taken to the designated area. After issuing his instructions, Lu Zicheng leapt off the tractor, stating, I need to head to the rabbit factory. Hey, hey, hey. Lu Zicheng, are you the party secretary or am I? Are you giving orders to your father now? Don't leave. Upon Professor Chen Zhouyueying's arrival at the brigade, Lu Baiwei had already successfully reattached Zhouyueying's leg. Renowned for the Tang family's hereditary bone-setting techniques, Zhou Yueying, who was initially told that recovery would take months, found herself able to stand within less than half a month, with Lu Baiwei assisting her with a few tentative steps. Weiwei, your family's ancestral bone-setting technique is remarkable. I thought it would take months before I could stand on my leg again. The Tang family's bone-setting technique had been passed down through generations, traditionally taught only to males. However, Lu Baiwei, with her steady demeanor, proved to be an exceptional candidate for medicine. Tang Zhongjing adored his granddaughter. When she expressed a desire to learn, he obliged. After all, in this new era, it was acceptable to disregard archaic customs. Fearing that his daughter might struggle to find her footing after losing his own, he imparted the art of bone-setting to her. In response to Zhou Yueying's praise, Lu Baiwei modestly shook her head. This is nothing. The medicinal herbs gathered at this time of year lack potency. The best materials for treating injuries are harvested during the Dragon Boat Festival. During that time, even the commonly found bone-setting herbs are far more effective than those gathered at other times. It appeared that the timing of herb collection was indeed significant. Zhou Yueying grasped Lu Baiwei's point. The Dragon Boat Festival marked the peak of yang energy in the year, making any herbs collected then naturally more potent. Just as Lu Baiwei helped Zhou Yueying take a few more steps and seated her down, Lu Zicheng arrived. Since Yi Ting had married Lu Baiwei, Lu Zicheng had ceased to speak to her casually, maintaining a respectful distance under the guidance of the party secretary. When Lu Zicheng unexpectedly visited, Lu Baiwei assumed he had sustained an injury. She anxiously inquired, Zicheng, is something wrong? No issue, Lu Zicheng bluntly replied, you have a problem. After saying this, he glanced at Zhou Yueying seated on the bamboo chair, indicating that there were matters best left unsaid. Lu Baiwei introduced, this is Professor Chen's wife. We are all on the same side, so feel free to speak. Well then, I shall speak. Our brigade has received more educated youth. I was at the commune today to welcome them, and I heard that the most striking young lady among them hails from the capital and previously lived in the same compound as Yi Ting. I believe she has her sights set on Yi Ting, so I thought it prudent to inform you. An educated youth from the same compound as Yi Ting. Lu Baiwei immediately thought of someone. She asked Lu Zicheng, what is that young lady's name? Feng Shishir. Could it be the very Feng Shishir, whom Lu Cuifang had mentioned as being infatuated with Yi Ting, had also come to the Shenyang brigade? Previously, Lu Baiwei had assumed Lu Cuifang harbored feelings for Yi Ting herself, fabricating tales to defend Feng Shishir, but now, with Feng Shishir genuinely in Shenyang, Lu Baiwei had to reconsider. Lu Cuifang's words were indeed true, and Feng Shishir was truly fixated on Yi Ting. Otherwise, why would she endure such harsh conditions to come to the brigade? While Lu Baiwei trusted Yi Ting, the mere presence of Lu Cuifang had already been quite bothersome. This Feng Shishir seemed to be a potentially dangerous arrival. Fortunately, Lu Zicheng had warned her, otherwise, she might have been caught off guard when Feng Shishir came knocking. I understand the situation now, Zicheng. As Lu Zicheng took his leave, he cautioned Lu Baiwei, just don't tell Yi Ting that I informed you. I now work alongside him managing the brigade's rabbit factory, and our paths cross frequently. I have no intention of undermining your marital relationship, I merely wish to protect you from potential harm. Lu Baiwei interjected, I know you well, you are not that kind of person. Her words conveyed her belief in Lu Zicheng's integrity, and hearing this, he departed the brigade health center with a sense of satisfaction. Once Zhou Yueying observed that he had left, she smiled at Lu Baiwei. Weiwei, the people in your brigade are quite amusing. The folks here are very genuine, unlike those from the Jianzi village brigade. With Feng Shishir's sudden arrival in Shenyang, Lu Baiwei recognized that her life with Yi Ting would not be tranquil, yet, she had not anticipated Feng Shishir's arrival would come so swiftly. As the construction of the rabbit hutches concluded, Feng Shishir, elegantly adorned, intercepted Yi Ting at the entrance of the brigade health center before the departing team members. Yi Ting, accompanied by Professor Chen, heard a whistle and, upon glancing ahead, was met with the sight of Feng Shishir, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him. Intending to turn away, Yi Ting was halted by Feng Shishir's voice. Yi Ting, I have come to the Shenyang brigade for you. I heard from Fangfang that you married in the Shenyang brigade. I thought she was merely spinning tales. Feng Shishir, with soft sobs and trembling shoulders, replied, it was only upon arriving at the Shenyang brigade that I discovered the truth of the matter. This charming young lady seeking out Yi Ting naturally sparked intrigue, but her words further muddied the waters of their relationship. Zhou Yanfeng, still taken aback by Feng Shishir's appearance in Shenyang, quickly stepped forward to defend Yi Ting, saying, Feng Shishir, what is wrong with you? How could it be said that you came to the countryside for brother Ting? Yi Ting has no relations with you apart from sharing the same courtyard. Your baseless claims imply a connection that does not exist. Are you here to harm brother Ting? Chapter 086, well, I punish you to kneel on the washboard. I did not mean that. Yi Ting, that was not my intention. Feng Shishir's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quivering with indignation. I never anticipated that Yi Ting would truly marry in the countryside. It was a moment of overwhelming difficulty to accept. Who cares whether you accept it or not? Apart from fearing that Tang Yunling might weep, Zhou Yanfeng felt no trepidation regarding any other woman's tears. He retorted to Feng Shishir, my brother Ting is neither your father nor your mother. Does he need to write to you in the capital for approval before marrying? Feng Shishir struggled to hold back her tears. What should I do now that I've gone to the countryside? Yi Ting, at the youth commune, several people are crammed into a single room, and I had no clue the conditions were so harsh. I heard you built 3 new rooms after marrying in the teen, could I possibly rent a room from you? Yi Ting resolutely declined. No. Is it that your wife disagrees? Feng Shishir sobbed sorrowfully, I merely wish to rent a room, and I would pay her the rent. If you fear that she may not agree, I can speak to her. Feng Shishir's sudden arrival in the countryside elicited He Ting's sympathy. However, he could not allow another woman to intrude upon his marital life with Wei Wei out of pity. Everyone is an adult, each person must take responsibility for their choices. It is not that she disagrees. I disagree. He Ting's face turned cold, I will not permit unrelated outsiders into my home with my wife. Whoa, He Ting, you are being too excessive. Her refusal stung, especially the remark branding her as an unrelated outsider. After all, she had grown up in a large courtyard in the capital, and He Ting had even helped chase away bad people during her childhood. How could he treat her this way now? Feng Shishir was driven to tears. Her beauty was striking, particularly when she cried, with a delicate and tender appearance that stirred a protective instinct in others. The young men in the team had never encountered anyone like her, and they were utterly captivated. He Ziking, it is not easy for her to come all the way to our brigade. You ought to speak gently to the young lady. Little girl, please do not cry out if you wish to rent a room. Come see my house, I can free up an empty room. My house is also available. I can vacate my own room for you to stay, and I will sleep in the woodshed. Having already viewed Feng Shishir as prey, Xin Guoxiang kept a watchful eye on the youth commune. While keeping an eye on Feng Shishir at the commune, Xin Guoxiang stealthily followed her around. Upon hearing that Feng Shishir wanted to rent a room, several others rushed to seize the opportunity, and Xin Guoxiang suddenly emerged from nowhere. Shishir, why not come to my house to rent a room? My place is spacious. Moreover, my son is married, and there are no single young men at home, so it would avoid any awkwardness. Amidst the throng of competitors, Xin Guoxiang presented her advantages. My house is the closest to the brigade's health clinic. Is that true? Auntie, how many empty rooms do you have? Feng Shishir's interest was piqued. May I visit your home? Of course, right now. Xin Guoxiang's enthusiasm was extraordinary. We are fated to meet. I got to know you on the tractor ride back to the brigade from the commune. If you take a liking to my house, I will make the rent a bit cheaper. In front of the many young men in the team, Xin Guoxiang led Feng Shishir to her home. Zhou Yanfeng remarked, the sun must be rising in the west. In the end, it is Xin Guoxiang who saves your brother Teng. Zhou Yanfeng pondered, Xin Guoxiang must be up to no good. If Feng Shishir rents a room from her, it is like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Brother Ting, are you truly letting Feng Shishir go to her house? After all, they come from the same place. At this moment, the commotion at the brigade's health clinic caught Lu Baiwei's attention, and she emerged from the inner room to observe He Ting. Ah, now he has provoked his wife. He Ting threw a remark at Zhou Yanfeng, you can manage your own affairs. Yet he could not intervene. What if that woman, Tang Yunling, misunderstood? She had been hurt before and was particularly sensitive. It was a hard-won opportunity that Tang Jinghe recognized him as a son-in-law. He could not afford to have any issues with Tang Yunling. Then when she returns to the youth commune, I will remind her. If she does not listen, then there is nothing I can do. Zhou Yanfeng exchanged a few words with He Ting before catching up with Tang Yuanliang, heading to Tang Jinghe's home for a meal. Lu Baiwei smiled at He Ting, it is quite lively here. It is my fault for attracting too much attention. He Ting entwined his fingers with Lu Baiwei's. Wei, you can punish me tonight. Then I will make you kneel on the washboard. Lu Baiwei shot him a playful glare. He Ting feigned grievance. Wife, it is not that kind of punishment. The Yin family had a rich heritage. Although Xin Guoxiang and Yin Jihhe currently resided in a house originally built for the long-term workers, it was still constructed of fine bricks. The house had some years on it, but a brick house was undoubtedly superior to the mud houses at the youth commune. Furthermore, it had a definite advantage. Among the entire Shenyang brigade, Yin Jianshan's location was indeed the closest to the brigade's health clinic. Moreover, with Xin Guoxiang's unparalleled hospitality, having cleaned the empty room in advance and generously prepared braised pork for Feng Shishir's meal, Feng Shishir ultimately decided to move in and rent a room from Xin Guoxiang. Auntie, it is too late today. I will come over to live tomorrow. The rent is 2 yuan a month, starting from tomorrow. Xin Guoxiang readily agreed. You are too polite, my dear. Having a knowledgeable and cultured youth like you willing to stay at my house is a blessing from my ancestors. Jihhe, don't just stand there. It is getting dark. Take Feng Ziking back to the commune. Although Feng Shishir was indeed beautiful, Yin Jihhe felt outmatched initially. When Lu Jiaojiao showed interest in him, he had hidden in the haystack, realizing that he might not be up to par, wanting to test himself with Lu Jiaojiao. However, he never anticipated that he would fall into her trap. Yin Jihhe was mesmerized by Feng Shishir, momentarily bewildered by his mother's intentions, yet, a beautiful woman was indeed a delightful sight. Perhaps because Feng Ziking would pay rent to his family, 2 yuan could buy quite a bit of meat. With the prospect of enjoying meat, Yin Jihhe was also very warm towards her. Feng Ziking, I will grab a flashlight and escort you back to the commune. Feng Shishir remained immersed in the warmth of Xin Guoxiang and her son, feeling as though she had encountered kind-hearted people upon arriving at the Shenyang brigade. She expressed her gratitude. Brotherine, thank you for your trouble. It is no trouble at all. Thanks to Xin Guoxiang's prior warning to Lu Jiaojiao not to create trouble, Lu Jiaojiao had been suppressing her feelings. Furthermore, seeing that there was meat to be eaten, she focused on her meal and did not undermine Xin Guoxiang. Once the people left, Lu Jiaojiao, having eaten her fill, questioned her mother, Mom, why are you letting a young woman stay at our house? What do you mean? Of course, the intention was to find a wealthy daughter-in-law for her son Jihhe. However, she could not disclose this to the foolish Lu Jiaojiao, lest Lu Chunhua and Lu Jiangwo come to stir up trouble, ruining her plans. Having extorted 100 yuan from Lu Chunhua and Lu Jiangwo, they were likely still seething. Chapter 087 As Sister Weiwei, I have come to the countryside for brother He Ting. What does that mean? Of course, it's to rent a house for Feng Jiqing at the price of 2 yuan. Just think about it, Feng Jiqing comes from the same place as He Ting and Zhou Yanfeng, and they are all from the capital, which is affluent. 2 yuan a month for rent, how much meat can that buy? Indeed. Lu Jiaojiao was still unwilling to accept it, but there's no need to feed her meat is so expensive. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. You have no idea how many people are eager to have Feng Jiqing rent a house. I cook meat to let her have meals, and look, isn't Feng Jiqing willing to rent from my family now? Do you think I care about that 2 yuan? It's all for you, you lazy bum. You've been lying in the commune hospital for over 10 days, returning home to do nothing but complain about headaches. Doesn't treating your head injury cost money? It was time for the team to realize that it was not Lu Jiaojiao who was incapable, but her son In Jiha. Xin Guoxiang had made up her mind, and uncharacteristically treated Lu Jiaojiao with kindness. Jiaojiao, if you've injured your head, you won't be able to accomplish anything. Is our family supposed to wait for a breath of fresh air? How about this? Tomorrow I will take you to the clinic to see what's going on with your head? Lu Jiaojiao was actually fine, there was nothing wrong with her. However, she had to pretend, otherwise, Xin Guoxiang would command her like a workhorse and would easily blame her for the troubles involving Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua coming to dig for gold. She truly despised Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua now. They only cared about Lu Wenhua. If they had any regard for her, they wouldn't quietly come to the Yin family to dig for gold, showing no consideration for her livelihood. Mom, why waste that money? My head will heal eventually. Enough. If you're sick, you need treatment. Xin Guoxiang decided. It's settled then, when Feng Jiqing moves in tomorrow, we'll go to the clinic to see your sister. When Xin Guoxiang wanted to please someone, she knew how to do it. With the example of Lu Baiwei marrying He Ting and living a flourishing life in front of her, Xin Guoxiang used all her wits to curry favor with Feng Shishir. Knowing that Feng Shishir came to the Shangyang Brigade for He Ting, she had just helped Feng Shishir move from the youth point to her home, smiling as she spoke to her. Shishir, I'm taking my daughter-in-law to the brigade clinic for a checkup. You stay at home for a while, I will come back to cook for you. Feng Shishir's reason for coming to the Shangyang Brigade and blocking He Ting at the clinic was to sow discord for Lu Baiwei. Given her past relationship with He Ting in the capital, she was confident that He Ting would not refuse her request to share a rental house. What woman could tolerate having a delicate unmarried girl around? Lu Baiwei would certainly object. This way, she could smoothly cast aspersions on Lu Baiwei in front of He Ting, portraying her as narrow-minded. So what if He Ting was married? With her beauty and their shared roots, Feng Shishir was certain she could provoke a rift between He Ting and Lu Baiwei. Was it really so difficult to break apart a couple that had been forced together by their grandparents? However, to her surprise, He Ting did not take the bait, defending that woman fiercely, which infuriated Feng Shishir to no end. She hadn't even confronted Lu Baiwei, and yet He Ting's defense was unprecedented. In the capital, she had always had the upper hand. Upon hearing that Xin Guoxiang was taking Lu Jiaojiao to the clinic, Feng Shishir became invigorated. She wanted to see what kind of woman He Ting had married, to whom he was so devoted. A mere country girl, how could she be worthy of He Ting? The newly arrived youth were granted 2 days off, and Feng Shishir immediately followed Xin Guoxiang and Lu Jiaojiao. I'll go with you to the brigade clinic. I need to buy a box of mosquito-repellent ointment. In Feng Shishir's mind, the women from the countryside were dark and robust. She assumed Lu Baiwei would be no different. To her surprise, although Lu Baiwei was a country girl, her skin was as fair as hers, and since marrying He Ting, she had enjoyed good nutrition, and her complexion was radiant, her features exquisite. Though she might not be as striking, she was certainly pleasant to the eye, becoming more attractive the longer one looked. You must be Sister Weiwei. I grew up in the same compound as He Ting in the capital. Brother He often took me along when we were young. Feng Shishir smiled sweetly, as if casually mentioning, in our big compound, we used to joke that one day I would share a bed with Brother He, as we were bound to become family. He Ting really is something. He gets married in the countryside and doesn't even write to inform me. I was worried about Brother He enduring hardship in the countryside, so I came alone. It seemed she said nothing, yet every word drew a connection between her and He Ting. Zhou Yueying frowned on Lu Baiwei's behalf, feeling that Feng Shishir was not to be underestimated. She was also concerned that Lu Baiwei might take this girl's words to heart, but Lu Baiwei remained composed. After checking Lu Jiaojiao's wound and applying medicine, she calmly replied, Do you think I am living a hard life with He Ting? Having moved into a 3-story red brick house, and with 2 rooms available at the clinic, He Ting and Lu Baiwei, along with their 2 children, formed a household of 4. He Ting was living quite comfortably. It was she who had come to endure hardship in the countryside. Not hard. Feng Shishir replied dryly, but it can't be compared to our life in the big compound. Sister Weiwei, you don't know, before He Ting's grandfather went to the northwest to plant trees, he was a high-ranking official, living in a standalone house in our compound. My family also lived in an apartment. The conditions in the countryside can't compare to those in the capital. Zhou Yueying felt like exploding on Lu Baiwei's behalf. Lu Baiwei smiled serenely. She asked Feng Shishir, so what brought you to the countryside? I came because I couldn't stop worrying about Brother He. How could this woman not see through her? Only she was being bullied at the brigade clinic, and that was why she sought to provoke He Ting. Feng Shishir felt she needed to be a bit more assertive, feigning realization that she had spoken too much. She apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Sister Weiwei, I got too excited upon seeing you." "Am I talking too much? If I said anything wrong, please don't take it to heart. My relationship with brother he is purely that of a platonic brother-sister bond. If it were any other time, Xin Guixian would have relished Lu Baiwei's discomfort. But this time, she was preoccupied. This Feng Jiqing had chattered away, failing to suppress Lu Baiwei, while she herself was the one bouncing around, and it was starting to irritate her. "Feng Jiqing, please wait to speak with Dr. Lu, let her give my daughter-in-law a thorough examination first." Xin Guixian suddenly transformed into a concerned mother-in-law, breaking from her usual demeanor to discuss Lu Jiaojiao's condition with Lu Baiwei. "Dr. Jiaojiao has a headache and keeps complaining of stomach pain. I'm worried she might have sustained a head injury, and her internal organs could be affected. It has been troubling her without improvement. Just look at how anxious I am." Xin Guixian proactively suggested, "You take her into the inner room for a checkup on her stomach." Chapter 088. Am I to understand that you take great delight in my current state? Calling her Dr. Has Xin Guixian mistakenly taken the wrong medication today, suddenly transforming into a caring mother-in-law towards Lu Jiaojiao? Lu Baiwei cast a peculiar glance in her direction. Xin Guixian promptly extracted a wad of cash from her pocket, exclaiming, "I brought Jiaojiao to the clinic for a checkup today, and I have the funds to cover the medical expenses. Rest assured, I will pay for any treatment necessary. I am not like Lu Jiangwo or Lu Chunhua, heartless parents. I, Xin Guixian, hold my daughter-in-law in the highest regard." Yet, Feng Shishir remained oblivious to Xin Guixian's true nature. She interjected, "Auntie, your affection for your daughter-in-law is evident. Whoever marries your son will certainly be fortunate." "Oh, spare me, the last person to claim that marrying Zhao Yongsan would bring good fortune was Lu Cuifang, who nearly achieved that illusion." Lu Baiwei thought it fitting that someone who could mingle with Lu Cuifang would possess such muddled reasoning, allowing Xin Guixian to exploit her while counting the profits. Since they insisted on having her examine Lu Jiaojiao's abdomen, she might as well comply. It was her duty as a barefoot doctor, and she was curious to uncover Xin Guixian's ulterior motives. When Lu Baiwei ushered Lu Jiaojiao into the inner room and requested her to lift her clothing for examination, the true intent of Xin Guixian became apparent. Initially, Lu Jiaojiao was reluctant to reveal her skin, avoiding Lu Baiwei's gaze. It was only after Lu Baiwei spoke with an exasperated tone, "I am a doctor, I will not gossip about your privacy," that Lu Jiaojiao begrudgingly lifted her garments, exposing her abdomen to Lu Baiwei. Upon seeing the extensive bruising, Lu Baiwei was taken aback. Tears of humiliation streamed down Lu Jiaojiao's face. "Are you satisfied now that I've been beaten to this extent?" Lu Jiaojiao's voice quivered with emotion. "Xin Guixian and Yin Jiha are utterly inhumane. They locked me in a dark room and relentlessly kicked my stomach. I writhed in agony on the floor, and for half a month afterward, I bled profusely. When they abandoned me at the commune hospital, I discreetly consulted a gynecologist, who informed me that my abdomen was severely injured and that I would never conceive again." Lu Baiwei gasped in shock. Based on her understanding of Xin Guixiang and Yin Jiha, she could immediately surmise their cruel motives towards Lu Jiaojiao. Xin Guixiang intended to render Lu Jiaojiao barren, thereby diverting any suspicion regarding Yin Jiha's inadequacies. She sought to ensure that the one incapable of bearing children would not be her son, but rather Lu Jiaojiao. In a previous life, they had tarnished her reputation. In this life, Xin Guixiang's malice was directed at Lu Jiaojiao. However, this time the brutality was amplified, as they had damaged Lu Jiaojiao's womb, ensuring she would never conceive, while simultaneously disseminating her disgraceful reputation. "You must report the abuse you suffered at the hands of that mother-son duo to the Women's Federation at the commune." Although Lu Jiaojiao was Lu Chuanhua's half-sister, Lu Baiwei had little desire to intervene in her fate. Yet, as a woman, she felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Jiaojiao and could only offer this piece of advice. It was unfortunate that Lu Jiaojiao's mind was clouded, leaving her unable to grasp the gravity of her situation. "Lu Baiwei, this is all your fault. I ended up marrying Yin Jiha because of you. Given my current state, you must be quite pleased, aren't you?" Lu Jiaojiao's eyes glimmered with resentment. "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions to have me report my mother-in-law and Yin Jiha to the Women's Federation. You wish to thwart my chances of becoming a wealthy lady, to keep me perpetually beneath you." It was futile to reason with a fool. Truly, she was insufferable. Lu Baiwei had no desire to engage further. "Suit yourself. I can only assure you that I will not spread the word about your injuries." "You had better not," Lu Jiaojiao hissed venomously. "If I descend into hell, I shall drag you down with me. An ignorant insect cannot converse with ice." It was no wonder that Lu Jiaojiao had been deceived by someone masquerading as a truck driver in her past life. With her mindset, she would struggle to find happiness with anyone. Lu Baiwei had no more words to exchange with her, compelling Lu Jiaojiao to lower her garments, leading her out of the inner room. Xin Guixiang awaited them in the main hall, and upon seeing Lu Baiwei escorting Lu Jiaojiao out, she approached with an air of calculated triumph. She was convinced that given the animosity between Lu Baiwei and Lu Jiaojiao, the latter's inability to conceive would inevitably be revealed. "Dr. Has my Jiaojiao's stomach indeed been injured?" "Yes, there are some external injuries." To her surprise, Lu Baiwei did not acquiesce to Xin Guixiang's expectations. Xin Guixiang signaled discreetly, yet Lu Baiwei maintained her stance. "As for whether there is internal damage, I cannot ascertain. This is merely a small clinic. You must take her to a larger hospital for a thorough examination." How could Lu Baiwei ever assist Lu Jiaojiao? It was simply inconceivable. Shouldn't she be wishing for Lu Jiaojiao's demise? Not receiving the desired response, Shin Guixiang's anger flared. What sort of doctor are you, that the county hospital's director Shin holds you in regard yet you cannot even determine the condition of a stomach? Shin Guixiang blamed Lu Baiwei for her lack of medical skill, which delighted Feng Shishir. She chimed in, Auntie, please do not hold it against Sister Weiwei. She is not a licensed physician, merely an inexperienced barefoot doctor. She may handle minor ailments, but for internal injuries, one must seek a larger hospital. Feng Shishir offered a suggestion. Why not take Sister Jiao Jiao to the commune hospital for an examination? Shen Guixiang, unwilling to concede, replied, very well, we shall go to the commune hospital tomorrow. Upon hearing they would go to the commune hospital, Lu Jiao Jiao's face turned ashen. She found Feng Shishir insufferable. With irritation, Lu Jiao Jiao retorted, what business is it of yours? I refuse to go, I am not ill. Fuming, Lu Jiao Jiao stormed out of the brigade clinic, leaving Feng Shishir bewildered. Shin Guixiang begrudgingly paid Lu Jiao Jiao's medical fees, feigning the demeanor of a caring mother-in-law while sighing, Shishir, do not take offense at my Jiao Jiao, she was spoiled by her mother when at her family home and has a rather difficult temperament. Unlike you, a knowledgeable youth from the big city, who is understanding and reasonable. Flattered by the compliment, Feng Shishir nodded, Auntie, I bear her no ill will. Jiao Jiao, too. Such a wonderful mother-in-law, and she fails to appreciate it. Feng Shishir's words were utterly nauseating. Shin Guixiang led her away from the brigade clinic, and Feng Shishir remarked that she would return to visit Lu Baiwei, prompting Lu Baiwei to feel a wave of revulsion, nearly choking back bile, her eyes brimming with tears as she fought to suppress the feeling of sickness. Feng Shishir spoke in a condescending tone, quite off-putting. Was it truly that Lu Baiwei reacted so strongly, or had the recent examination of Lu Jiao Jiao left her feeling ill? Zhou Yueying observed her with concern, moving to the table to pour her a bowl of water. What has caused such a strong reaction? Have a sip of water to soothe yourself. I'm fine, perhaps I simply caught a chill last night. Now that they had moved into a new home, Ran and Xiao Qi had their own room, while the couple shared a space. He Ting was perpetually indiscriminate in his passions, and perhaps the excessive sweating at night had left her feeling unwell. Chapter 089 Lu Jiao Jiao cannot conceive, but Lu Baiwei is pregnant as late autumn approached. The night breeze wafted through the window, bringing with it a chill. However, Zhou Yuing felt that Lu Baiwei did not seem to be suffering from a cold. It is often said that a healer cannot heal themselves. He Tian and Weiwei, the newlyweds, shared such a deep bond. Could it be that she was pregnant without her own awareness? Both He Tian and Lu Baiwei had not only rescued her from the mire of her troubles but also helped her mend her leg. Now, she was imparting high school knowledge to Weiwei, effectively becoming her half-mentor. Though some relationships may be brief, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity, and even short interactions can forge profound connections. Zhou Yuing worried incessantly for Lu Baiwei, contemplating whether she should speak to He Tian about her persistent nausea and retching, lest it be a sign of pregnancy. Lu Jiao Jiao vehemently opposed going to the commune hospital for an examination. Shin Guixiang could not help but wonder if Lu Baiwei had perhaps let slip something in front of Lu Jiao Jiao. Choosing to assist Lu Jiao Jiao, she truly could not fathom how the two sisters, who were at odds with each other, could reconcile. Given their previous altercations, how could Lu Baiwei act with such kindness and help Lu Jiao Jiao? No, it must not be. With the naive Feng Jiqing now residing in their home, she could not allow this golden opportunity to slip away due to the nuisance that was Lu Jiao Jiao. Only by swiftly sidelining Lu Jiao Jiao could her son marry the foolish girl from the capital. With a steely resolve, Shin Guixiang discreetly added a bit of medication to the food she served Lu Jiao Jiao, the dish prepared with pork lard. Lu Jiao Jiao, taken aback by her mother-in-law's sudden concern, began to doubt her previous judgments, believing that Shin Guixiang had indeed changed for the better. However, mere moments after finishing the fragrant meal, Lu Jiao Jiao's heavy eyelids drooped, and she collapsed onto the bed. Jiao Jiao, what is wrong with you? Quick, someone come. Jiao Jiao has fainted, we must take her to the hospital. Not only did Shin Guixiang instruct Feng Shishir to call for a tractor to transport Lu Jiao Jiao to the hospital, but she also asked her to summon He Yan, who had previously clashed with Lu Jiao Jiao, to accompany them to the commune hospital. He Yan, looking to avoid work, was easily persuaded by the promise of meat buns. Whose family is this? The abdomen has been kicked like this. The on-call doctor at the commune hospital stormed out of the examination room, visibly enraged upon inspecting Lu Jiao Jiao's bruised abdomen. Doctor, she was not kicked, Shin Guixiang explained. She fell from the windowsill and landed on a rock. Previously, she had a head injury and stayed in the hospital for half a month. Her family was unaware that she had also injured her abdomen. Feng Shishir chimed in, supporting Shin Guixiang's narrative. Doctor, you are mistaken. My aunt treats her daughter-in-law exceptionally well, how could she kick her? The doctor, now uncertain, pondered how such extensive, scattered bruises could result from a fall. Never mind, she would focus on treating the injury. The damage to her abdomen has resulted in an injury to the uterus, preventing her from conceiving. If you had brought her in sooner, I might have been able to treat her effectively. Given the current state, she may never conceive again. You must prepare yourself psychologically. What, she cannot conceive? My poor daughter-in-law, why is your fate so cruel? Shin Guixiang lamented in the hospital corridor, beating her thighs and wailing, presenting herself as the world's most caring mother-in-law. Were it not for He Yan's presence, who knew that Lu Jiao Jiao had suffered a dual onslaught from the two of them, one might have almost believed Shin Guixiang's facade of benevolence. Ha, she had suspected that a miserly person like Shen Guixiang would suddenly behave so generously, inviting her to the hospital and treating her to 2 large meat buns. Clearly, having spent considerable time in the commune, He Yan was far more astute than the naive Feng Sure. She quickly deduced Shen Guixiang's ulterior motives. However, she was a person who harbored grudges. She had not forgotten the incident when Lu Jiao had come to the youth point to extort her, embarrassing her in the process. She had no qualms about adding fuel to the fire while Lu Jiao was in dire straits. Thus, when Lu Jiao finally regained consciousness in the hospital, having received a meager thank you of 1 yuan and a few meat buns from Shen Guixiang, He Yan returned to the youth point to inform everyone of Lu Jiao's inability to conceive due to damage to her uterus. Aside from a few new young intellectuals arriving in Xiangyang Brigade and the ongoing construction of the rabbit hut, there had been little new gossip in the brigade for days. However, the news of Lu Jiao's condition swiftly spread throughout the entire brigade like wildfire. No wonder Lu Jiao has been shouting everywhere that Yin Jihe is incapable. It turns out she herself is the one with issues, using him as a scapegoat. Yin Jihe is truly a fool. Why abandon such a wonderful girl like Wei Wei for a hen that cannot lay eggs, only to turn around and sully Yin Jihe's name? I suspect Lu Jiao intentionally sought out He Yan at the youth point to provoke her. Otherwise, how would the brigade know about Yin Jihe's supposed inadequacies? Lu Jiao is shameless enough to vie for Wei Wei's affection. What can she do? It wouldn't surprise me if she deliberately introduced He Yan to the county hospital to become a barefoot doctor, only for rumors about Yin Jihe's shortcomings to circulate afterward. She first pretended to help He Yan become a barefoot doctor, luring her to her home, and when He Yan failed to qualify, she provocatively confronted her at the youth point. It must be said, when one harbors disdain for another, their thoughts can become wildly divergent. The brigade members, filled with animosity, wove together various threads of conjecture, arriving at the conclusion that everything was part of Lu Jiao's insidious scheme. Well then, by the time Lu Jiao returned from the commune hospital, the brigade was already rife with the rumor that she was a hen that could not lay eggs. After Shen Guixiang had brought Lu Jiao to the health center for an examination, Lu Baiwei had been experiencing persistent nausea, and her monthly cycle had also been delayed for a considerable time. Lu Baiwei knew with near certainty that she was likely pregnant. After lulling Ran to sleep at night, He Tian wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning in closer, his breath unsteady as he prepared to take their intimacy further. Lu Baiwei placed her hand against his chest. He Tian, I crave candied chestnuts. He Tian was taken aback. Why would Wei Wei be craving candied chestnuts at this moment? The rabbit hut was nearly finished, and in a couple of days, it would be complete. Over the past few days, while working together on the rabbit hut, He Tian had learned from the knowledgeable Tang Yuan Liang that late autumn was the season for chestnuts to ripen. The rice in the fields had turned golden, signaling the time for harvest. Late autumn was indeed the season of reaping. In previous years, during the lull before the rice harvest, the members of Xiangyang Brigade would organize excursions into the mountains to forage for wild goods. Naturally, chestnut gathering was the main event. The collected chestnuts not only satisfied the children's cravings but could also be used in soups and porridge. Preserving a good supply of dried chestnuts could fill hungry bellies. Cousin Tang Yuan Liang had mentioned that chestnut gathering was the most lively occasion, and he intended to take He Tian and Zhou Yanfeng, young intellectuals from the city, into the mountains for an eye-opening experience. With her family, Wei Wei, there were not just 2 children at home. He Tian also wished to embrace local customs, gathering more wild goods to satisfy their appetites, and had already promised Tang Yuan Liang that they would venture into the mountains together in a few days. Chapter 090. A daughter-in-law like this is unacceptable. What could possibly be the meaning behind Wei Wei's sudden craving for candied chestnuts? Is there some deeper significance? When Wei Wei mentioned eating chestnuts, was she truly referring to the act of consuming them? He Tian responded, alright, in a few days, I will accompany my cousin into the mountains to gather some chestnuts. Wei Wei, could you possibly focus? Eni Xiao wished to interrupt, and in a moment of frustration, He Ting bit her neck. A slight sting radiated from his teeth pressing against her skin, and Lu Baiwei knew she would bear a mark by morning. What would happen if the keen-eyed Zhou Yuing spotted it? Are you a dog? Lu Baiwei retaliated fiercely, pinching him at the waist, her voice laced with languid petulance. I want to eat candied chestnuts, and I also crave chicken with chestnuts. What was going on with his Wei Wei? Why was she so preoccupied with food at this hour? Very well, I will bring back a few wild chickens with my cousin and prepare you a chestnut chicken soup. Whatever you wish to eat, my dear wife, I shall procure for you. He Ting, feeling provoked by her pinches, rubbed his stubble against her delicate cheek. His voice husky, he murmured, is it now my turn to indulge? Typically, at this hour, Lu Baiwei would feign reluctance, yet this time, her hand remained firmly against his chest, rejecting him. You cannot eat. He Ting assertively grasped her flailing hand. Why cannot I eat? Lu Baiwei guided his hand downward, resting it on her abdomen. You are going to be a father. There is a little one growing inside me. His initial reaction conjured images of a wailing child, a cacophony of small ones encircling him and Lu Baiwei, their cries echoing in the air. His beloved wife would be preoccupied with the children, leaving him to feel a fleeting pang of disappointment, swiftly replaced by a burgeoning sense of responsibility. He was to become a father? Wei Wei was carrying his child. A wave of exhilaration surged through him, like a tide crashing upon the shore. Fearing for the well-being of their unborn child, he rolled over to lie beside Lu Baiwei, his hand still resting on her belly, his head nestled against her neck. When did this happen? A couple of days ago, I felt a bit nauseous, and I suspected I might be pregnant, but I dared not confirm it until now. He Ting finally comprehended why Wei Wei had been so fixated on food today. It was the little one inside her yearning for sustenance. Though surprised by the rapid arrival of this child, he felt a profound affection for his wife. His Weiwei's desire for candied chestnuts must be fulfilled. The rabbit shed is nearly complete. I'll have Lu Zichang and Professor Chen oversee it for a couple of days. Tomorrow, I will call my cousin to the mountains for chestnuts. Xin Guixiang, embodying the ideal mother-in-law, once again abandoned Lu Jiaojiao at the hospital after a dramatic display of tears. The hospital staff, acquainted with Yin Yuping's husband, refused to cover Lu Jiaojiao's medical expenses, forcing them to seek help from the state-run restaurant. Yin Yuping's husband, overwhelmed by the situation, found it unbearable, recalling how he had previously covered Lu Jiaojiao's medical bills. Once more, even if he were merely a humble chef at a state-run restaurant, the financial strain from Xin Guixiang's antics was unbearable. After all, he had believed he had discovered a way to deal with his peculiar mother-in-law when he had bought meat at the commune. Yet now, with Xin Guixiang having extorted 100 yuan from Lu Jiaojiao's family, he had hoped for a quieter life, only for reality to deliver a harsh blow. Ultimately, he could not lose face in front of acquaintances. Chen Fugui begrudgingly paid Lu Jiaojiao's medical fees, while his wife, Yin Yuping, escorted her back to Xiangyang Brigade. The incessant turmoil left him wondering what his mother-in-law truly intended. Did she intend to completely disregard their well-being? When Yin Yuping and her husband returned Lu Jiaojiao to Xiangyang Brigade, it coincided with mealtime. The Yin family table featured a bowl of spicy stir-fried meat, a bowl of steamed egg, a dish of pork lard eggplant, and a plate of stir-fried green beans. And additionally, Feng Shishir requested soup, and Xin Guixiang prepared a scallion and egg soup for her. Upon witnessing the Yin family's meal, Yin Yuping's husband darkened in countenance. Xin Guixiang consistently extracted money from their household, and they hadn't enjoyed meat in weeks. Meanwhile, the indolent Xin Guixiang and her son-in-law, Yin Ji, seemed to be living quite well. Yin Yuping's husband scoffed, "The food looks quite good, it seems you can eat meat every day." As soon as Xin Guixiang spotted her second daughter and son-in-law arriving, she divided the bowl of spicy stir-fried meat between Feng Shishir and Yin Ji. The meat was purchased by the educated youth Feng. Ji and I are merely benefiting from her generosity, Xin Guixiang boasted proudly. And now, Yin Yuping's husband realized Xin Guixiang's ulterior motives. So, they had a well-educated youth from the capital residing with them. It was no surprise that her appearance was appealing and easy to manipulate. His mother-in-law was clearly attempting to set up Yin Ji with someone else, intending to cast Lu Jiaojiao aside. The educated youth from the capital, possessing such beauty, was a rare find. Having worked at a state-run restaurant, Yin Yuping's husband had encountered many educated youth, but few matched Feng Shishir's beauty. Furthermore, she hailed from a significant place, likely possessing a formidable background. As for Yin Ji, he was a mere wastrel. His mother-in-law was truly audacious to contemplate such a match. When the inevitable disaster occurred, it would fall upon them, their daughters and sons-in-law, to clean up the mess. Yin Yuping's husband bluntly stated, "You really dare to dream, mother, one should eat according to one's means." At the dining table, the three members of the Yin family appeared as a cohesive unit, while Lu Jiaojiao, as Yin Ji's wife, felt like an outsider. With Yin Yuping and her husband frowning, Lu Jiaojiao cast a furious glare at Feng Shishir. Feng Shishir perceived Xin Guixiang as a kind-hearted individual, wondering why her daughter-in-law and son-in-law were so fierce and difficult to deal with. Moreover, she found Yin Yuping's husband's remarks peculiar. When he mentioned eating according to one's means, he directed his gaze toward her. Having taken up residence in the Yin household, she had not neglected to pay rent. All she sought was Xin Guixiang's assistance in preparing a dish. Was that too much to ask? Treated so unfriendly, Feng Shishir's expression soured. Fearing that her plans would be disrupted by Yin Yuping and her husband, Xin Guixiang called out to her daughter and son-in-law, "Enough of the long faces during a visit home. It's as if I owe you money. You haven't had lunch, have you? There's some leftover rice in the pot, I'll fry you both a couple of eggs." Although Xin Guixiang's offer to fry them eggs stemmed from her fear of her plans being thwarted, Yin Yuping's husband still found it unusual. After all, his wife often returned home with nothing substantial. Whenever there was something tasty, it was always reserved for Yin Ji. The daughters and sons-in-law returning home typically left empty-handed. Xin Guixiang's gesture of frying eggs for them was akin to the sun rising in the west. Indeed, as soon as the couple had devoured the fragrant fried eggs without fully chewing them, Xin Guixiang made her demands known. "You have seen the situation. Ji has been plagued with misfortune since marrying Lu Jiaojiao. Lu Jiaojiao frequently stirs up trouble with her family, and while we are away, she even steals from our home. A daughter-in-law like this is simply unacceptable." Xin Guixiang reprimanded the couple. "If you possess even a modicum of conscience, summon your sisters to return to the brigade and take charge," sending Lu Jiaojiao back to her family. Chapter 091. Yin Jiha wishes to divorce, Lu Baiwei causes her trouble. Yin Yuping was initially bewildered, unsure of her mother's intentions. Xin Guixiang's meaning was all too clear. She understood, almost choking on a mouthful of egg. Yin Yuping exclaimed, "Mother, have you lost your mind? Are you suggesting that Jiha should divorce Lu Jiaojiao? It's a tremendous hassle for Jiha to find a wife. Once he divorces Lu Jiaojiao, he can forget about marrying again," Xin Guixiang retorted, visibly irate. "Can't you wish for even a little good for your brother? Are you that disdainful of him? Once he parts ways with Lu Jiaojiao, I am confident my brother will find a good match," Xin Guixiang said, her pride unmistakable. "After all, we have someone suitable right at home. Feng Jiqing is naive yet affluent. Look how generous she is. Having just arrived in the commune, she has already cooked meat for me twice, asking me to prepare it for her." "So that's your plan, mother?" Yin Yuping was taken aback. "You are quite bold in your thinking. Jiaojiao's maternal family is not to be trifled with. Do you really wish to live in turmoil? They are still seething over the incident where you extorted 100 yuan from them," she continued. That's why I need you sisters to support your brother. Xin Guoxiang was resolute in her desire to rid herself of Lu Jiaozhou and to ensure that Yin Jiha and Feng Shishir's relationship would bear fruit. As for whether that relationship could blossom, naturally, she had her methods. Once the clothes came off in a closed room, it would be impossible for Feng Shishir to refuse marriage. Xin Guoxiang proposed, tomorrow, you should go to the county and fetch your sister and brother-in-law. Bring them to Xiangyang Brigade, along with your sisters from the neighboring commune. They must come and pressure the Lu family into agreeing to the divorce. If Lu Chunhua calls her family to cause a scene, you are to send them packing, she warned. Otherwise, you need not set foot in my house again. I will pretend I never bore such ungrateful children. Yin Yueping's husband, Zhen Fugui, already loathed the thought of such a family. If not for his good relationship with Yin Yueping and the existence of their child, he would have wanted nothing to do with them. To deny them, what a delightful prospect. Before Yin Yueping could speak, Zhen Fugui interjected, very well, from now on, if you have any issues with Yin Jiha, it is none of my or Yueping's concern. Continuing to involve his wife with her family would only lead to disaster. He pulled her aside, saying, come, my dear, from now on, do not return to your family. Zhen Fugui, you are a wretched man, utterly lacking in upbringing, she retorted. You are sowing discord between me and my mother, and likewise between the siblings. Xin Guoxiang threatened him, if you dare not support Jiha, I will create a scene at the state-run restaurant, claiming you and your wife are unfilial. Let us see if you can keep your job as a chef then. Mother, please don't do this, Yin Yueping pleaded, desperation gripping her heart as their entire family relied on her husband's meager salary. Her maternal family felt like an insurmountable burden, one that could not be shed. Yin Yueping's husband remained silent. Lu Jiaozhou returned to Xiangyang Brigade in silence, having been escorted back by Yin Yueping and her husband. At the village creek, she encountered several women washing clothes. They huddled together, whispering and glancing at her from time to time. As she passed by young intellectuals and commune members on their way to work, she could feel their disdainful stares. From the cold glances of the villagers, Lu Jiaozhou sensed a tide of malice directed at her. She strained to listen and even overheard them likening her to a barren hen. The term barren hen struck her deeply, as if something within her mind had detonated, leaving her head buzzing. How could news of her supposed infertility have spread so swiftly within just a few days? Lu Baiwei had promised her silence. How could she betray the trust? This was truly a matter of life and death for her. Unsure if the gossip had originated from a yen at the intellectual station, Lu Jiaozhou, fueled by anger, resolved to confront Lu Baiwei at the health station. Upon returning home, she was utterly ignored by Xin Guoxiang, leading her to sense an impending disaster. Indeed, while hiding beneath the kitchen windowsill, she overheard Xin Guoxiang instructing Yin Jiha and his wife to summon several daughters to support him in his quest to divorce, intending to sever ties with him. While in the hospital, Lu Jiaozhou had presumed that Xin Guoxiang's uproar was merely a ploy to shift blame onto her, blaming her for Yin Jiha's shortcomings. After a quarrel with Yen, she had inadvertently spread the rumor of Yin Jiha's impotence, which had caused resentment from him and his mother. Now, having eavesdropped on Xin Guoxiang's conversation with Yin Yueping, Lu Jiaozhou finally realized that Xin Guoxiang had always aimed to tarnish her reputation and orchestrate her divorce from Yin Jiha. Feeling as though she had plunged into an ice cavern, Lu Jiaozhou had chosen to marry Yin Jiha because she hoped to endure his poverty, anticipating the day he would rise to prosperity so she could enjoy a life of luxury as his wife. If he remained unsuccessful, she could simply divorce him. What, then, would all the suffering she had endured since marrying into the Yin family amount to? Overwhelmed by despair, Lu Jiaozhou hurriedly left the Yin household, planning to seek support from Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua. Halfway there, she recalled that Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua had neglected her well-being, having gone to steal wealth from the Yin family. If not for their greed, Xin Guoxiang would not have harbored such intentions to see her divorced from Yin Jiha. It was all Lu Jiangwo and Lu Chunhua's doing. Stuck on the path leading from the brigade health station to her family home, she found herself unable to move, fully aware that Lu Jiangwo regarded her merely as a means to support Lu Wenhua. Her own mother shared the same sentiment. In matters concerning Lu Wenhua, she was less than a blade of grass in Lu Chunhua's eyes. Feeling utterly abandoned, Lu Jiaozhou was engulfed by despair. In her moment of hopelessness, she thought of Lu Baiwei, recalling how she had suggested reporting to the Women's Federation at the commune about Xin Guoxiang and Yin Jiha's abuse. Why hadn't she heeded Lu Baiwei's advice then? Had she done so, she would not be burdened with the reputation of a barren hen now. Even if she were indeed unable to bear children, the villagers would have sympathized with her, understanding that her condition was a result of Xin Guoxiang and Yin Jiha's actions, thus sparing her from their ridicule and slander. That's right, she needed to inquire why Lu Baiwei had shown her sympathy that day and advised her to report the abuse, only to turn around and betray her later. She was determined to confront Lu Baiwei and demand to know the reason for her spite. Lu Jiaozhou resolved not to return to her family but to seek out Lu Baiwei at the brigade health station. Strangely, despite their strained relationship, the mere thought of Lu Baiwei infused her with newfound strength, dispelling her confusion. At the brigade health station, Lu Baiwei had already finished her lunch and was busy making candied chestnuts with Ting. Little ones, Yunqi and Ranran, were hopping around her. Indeed, although Yunqi was not yet 6, his intelligence shone through. Having received an early education in the capital, he had already become a proud first-grade student. After all, whether one released a single sheep or a flock, it was still livestock. Tang Yuanyang, who taught at the elementary school, had taken Yunqi and several other young Tang family members under his wing. Chapter 092, Aunt, I will always acknowledge you as my leader during the weekend. The young lad Yunqi, longing for his sister and his beloved aunt, finally returned to his home near the brigade's health clinic. His aunt, who dotes on him the most, immediately prepared candied chestnuts as soon as he arrived. As the chestnuts sizzled in the pot, He-Yunchi eagerly jumped around, almost leaping onto the stove. Stay away, don't bump into your aunt's belly, He-Ting admonished as he pulled the boy back. Unwilling to back down, He-Yunchi protested, I want to eat candied chestnuts. What is wrong with Aunt Belly? Brother is so silly. Little Ran made a face at him, saying, Aunt Belly has a little brother inside. He-Yunchi was bewildered. Am I going to be an older brother? Realizing that Aunt Lu Baiwei was expecting a baby boy, He-Yunchi felt a twinge of disappointment, fearing he might lose her affection. However, having a little brother, could he possibly become the eldest? The other little ones often remarked that he was the youngest and thus unfit to be the leader. This thought brought him joy, and he clung to Lu Baiwei, asking, Aunt, when the little brother is born, can I be the leader? Indeed, you can be the leader, Lu Baiwei replied with a smile, packing the roasted chestnuts into a paper bag made of cowhide. This bag is for you and Ran, save it for later, and you must peel the chestnuts to feed your sister. He-Yunchi nodded vigorously, showing his willingness to obey. Lu Baiwei continued to assign him tasks. This bag, please take it to Aunt Yueying for her to enjoy. Alright, Aunt, I promise to complete the task. He-Yunchi seemed suddenly grown up, like a little gentleman, as he carried the small basket to deliver the chestnuts to Aunt Yueying's house. The little fellow ran swiftly and returned in a short while, his palms open to reveal a few pieces of candy. He gave 2 to Ran, 2 to Lu Baiwei, and kept none for himself or for the little brother in Aunt Belly. He declared, our little Chi has grown up, showing the demeanor of an older brother, Lu Baiwei remarked, returning the candy to him. However, the little brother cannot have candy just yet. Wait until he comes out from Aunt's belly, and then you can share the sweets with him. Alright, He-Yunchi obediently nodded. Lu Baiwei then handed him a large bag of chestnuts. Take your sister to Aunt Yunling's house to play, and share this bag of chestnuts with the other little ones. If there is something delicious, they will acknowledge you as the leader today. He-Yunchi held a peculiar obsession with being the leader. With enthusiasm, he replied, okay, Aunt, I'll be the leader of the little ones, and you shall be my leader. Aunt, I will always acknowledge you as my leader. What sweet words you speak. Little Ran made a face at her brother, and Lu Baiwei playfully pinched his cheek. Off you go, take your sister to play. The one destined to be a leader walked with pride. He-Yunchi puffed out his little chest, carrying the chestnuts and calling to Ran, let us go, brother will hold your hand. He-Yunchi, like a small adult, led his sister to find the other little ones. Meanwhile, He-Ting helped Lu Baiwei scoop the remaining chestnuts from the pot and guided her to sit down on a chair. Have you grown tired from all this busyness? He-Ting reached out to touch her belly. Lu Baiwei chuckled, how can you feel anything so soon? The baby in my belly is still only the size of a grain of rice. Ever since he learned of her pregnancy, He-Ting treated her as if she were fragile, constantly worried about her well-being, even supporting her while she walked. Lu Baiwei found it both amusing and heartwarming. His concern indicated how much he cared for her. To maintain a harmonious marriage, it was essential to cherish each other's feelings. Today marked the return of the Brigade's breeding rabbits, and Lu Ziqing and Zhou Yanfeng, responsible for purchasing them, had yet to return from the commune. He-Ting was not in a hurry to head to the rabbit farm. Lu Baiwei seized the opportunity to prompt him, then you can peel some chestnuts for me. My baby says he wants to eat candied chestnuts, she added. It was rare for her to express a craving, and as soon as the chestnuts were out of the pot, He-Ting was eager to peel them for her. Noticing they were still hot, he let them cool first. The chestnuts were initially cut open before frying. Complying with Lu Baiwei's request, He-Ting peeled several for her, and when no one was around, he began to feed her directly. Isn't this unnecessary? Lu Baiwei felt a bit shy. I can do it myself. As she reached for the peeled chestnuts, He-Ting insisted on feeding them to her. My son says he wants to eat the chestnuts fed by his father. He-Ting said this with a broad smile. When he smiled, he truly appeared radiant, enchanted. Lu Baiwei playfully rubbed his face. How do you know it's a son? A daughter would be even better, charming like little Ran. He-Ting affectionately leaned closer to Lu Baiwei. Wei, I would prefer a daughter, regardless of whether it's a son or a daughter. As long as it's ours, I will cherish it. He-Ting pondered as He-Yunchi took Ran to the Tang family with the chestnuts. With no one around, the newlywed couple enjoyed their intimate moments together, oblivious to the pair of eyes peering in from outside the window during the midday sun. This observer was Lu Jiao. Upon nearing the Brigade's health clinic, the famished Lu Jiao caught a whiff of the fragrant candied chestnuts. Tempted by the sweet aroma, she found herself drawn to Lu Baiwei's new home, hiding in the nearby bamboo grove to peek into the kitchen. Seeing little Chi and Ran emerge with a paper bag, she surmised it must contain the candied chestnuts. She was ravenous. If not for fearing to disturb He-Ting and Lu Baiwei, she would have been tempted to snatch some for herself. Once little Chi and Ran had left, she stealthily approached the kitchen window, finding a spot hidden from He-Ting and Lu Baiwei's view. Lurking outside to spy out, He-Ting was feeding Lu Baiwei chestnuts. This scene was too striking. The man smiling at Lu Baiwei, his gaze filled with adoration as he fed her, was actually He-Ting. Wasn't he always known for his cold demeanor and lack of smiles? Witnessing how He-Ting and Lu Baiwei interacted, Lu Jiao realized that affectionate couples could indeed be like this, reflecting on her own relationship with Jiha, which had soured to the point of animosity, and with Xin Guixiang urging Jiha to divorce her, Lu Jiao felt as though she had swallowed a bitter herb. What left her even more despondent was the revelation of Lu Baiwei's pregnancy from the shameless banter between He-Ting and Lu Baiwei. How could Lu Baiwei be pregnant? Wasn't she supposed to be unable to bear children? No, that couldn't be right. It was Jiha who was incapable. Lu Baiwei could conceive now that she was married to He-Ting. All along, it was Jiha who had been unable to father children, and now there was one more person to add to her plight. He-Ting had even said, Wei, no matter whether it's a son or a daughter, I will cherish it. Lu Jiao felt a pang of bitterness. In their brigade, people favored sons over daughters. Both Xin Guixiang and Lu Jiangwo, as well as Lu Chunhua, were of that mindset. Yet He-Ting declared, Wei, as long as it is born of you, I will cherish it. Was it because he loved Lu Baiwei that he would treasure whatever she bore, be it a son or a daughter? Why was the one who gained He Ting's affection not her? Chapter 093 Visitors from the county town and the trouble they stirred. In truth, Lu Jiajiu was acutely aware that with Lu Baiwei's character, having agreed not to disseminate the news of her ruined womb, she was unlikely to change her mind at the last moment. As she stormed towards the health clinic, she contemplated that the individual most likely to spread the word about her inability to conceive was He Yan, someone with whom she had a long-standing grudge. It could also be Feng Shishir, who was renting a room in her house. Originally, she could have let go of her resentment towards Lu Baiwei. However, at this moment, her hatred was palpable. Despite having been reborn, Lu Baiwei still led a life more fortunate than her own. She was unable to conceive, while Lu Baiwei had successfully become pregnant. Even though Lu Baiwei had done nothing to warrant such a comparison, the team would inevitably juxtapose her with Lu Baiwei, especially now that Lu Baiwei was expecting a child. Her own misfortune would be magnified, and the label of being a barren hen would echo even louder. Xin Guoxian would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to devise every possible means to force her to divorce Yin Jiha. No, she could not allow herself to be divorced. If that happened, she would lose everything. Her choice of Yin Jiha would render all her prior suffering a mere joke. In a state of utter despair, when her situation drove her to the brink of madness, a singular voice resonated in her mind, one that echoed from her previous visit to the health clinic, where Lu Baiwei had urged her to report to the Women's Federation. She could not allow Xin Guoxiang to evict her. It was imperative that she stood her ground. Since Xin Guoxiang had deliberately tarnished her reputation and had torn their facade, she resolved to approach the Women's Federation to inform the team that she was indeed capable of bearing children, and that her womb had been harmed by Xin Guoxiang and Yin Jiha. She would seek the Federation's intervention to safeguard her rights and prevent Xin Guoxiang from casting her out. Only by maintaining her marriage with Yin Jiha could she aspire to become a well-to-do matron, residing in lavish homes and driving luxury cars. Resolute, Lu Jiajiu rubbed her growling stomach and stumbled out of the health clinic, veering onto the main road leading to the commune. Lu Ziqing and Zhou Yanfeng accompanied Professor Chen to a neighboring county to procure breeding rabbits and did not return that day. He Ting, however, was unperturbed, for he had instructed Zhou Yanfeng to deliver a message to Shen Junxian, requesting his assistance. As anticipated, the rabbit breeding facility was quite distant, and the following day, Shen Junxian arrived at the Shenyang Brigade aboard a tractor, accompanied by several individuals who had come to purchase breeding rabbits, along with officials concerned about the rabbit farming initiative. Thanks to Comrade Shen's assistance, we were able to procure this batch of breeding rabbits from the neighboring county. Professor Chen explained the arduous process of acquiring the rabbits. The neighboring county's rabbit farm had been reluctant to sell, even at a premium price. At a critical juncture, it was Shin Juinxian's connections that enabled the deal to materialize, and the rabbits were purchased at standard market rates. The finance official expressed gratitude on behalf of Lu Ji's secretary, Tang Jinghe, saying, "Comrade Xiao Shun, the establishment of the Shenyang Brigade's rabbit farm owes much to your efforts. I've heard from team leader Tang that you have connections in the county. Might you also assist in securing a market for the meat rabbits?" In that era, there was no shortage of demand for meat. However, if the Shenyang Brigade were to engage in large-scale rabbit farming, they would require stable partnerships. Securing a market for rabbit meat in large factory canteens would certainly yield better prices. Shin Junxian indeed had such connections. I know a few procurement officers in the kitchens of major factories in the county. I have already inquired whether they would be interested in purchasing rabbit meat if it becomes available. Two of them have expressed a willingness to collaborate. Once the breeding rabbits give birth, it will take several months to reach market weight. By then, I can help explore additional sales avenues. The finance official raised his thumb in approval, encouraging Lu Ji's secretary Tang Jinghe, with Comrade Xiao Shen assisting in finding markets and Comrade Chen providing technical support. Your brigade can proceed with confidence. The commune will provide the utmost support. While the details of rabbit farming were being discussed, Gong Minbing rushed in, seeking out the rabbit farm. Lu Ji's secretary, team leader Tang, trouble is brewing. The Women's Federation from the county has sent representatives and wants you to go to the brigade to clarify the situation. What? The County Women's Federation has arrived. Typically, they would first contact the commune regarding any matters. Why had they bypassed the commune and come directly to the Shenyang Brigade? Initially, the acquisition of breeding rabbits was a fortuitous event, but upon hearing about the arrival of the Women's Federation, the finance official frowned in displeasure. What issues are you facing in the brigade? Why haven't you communicated any problems to the commune? Lu Ji's secretary Tang Jinghe was utterly unaware that Xin Guoxiang and Lu Jiajiu had caused a ruckus. They were equally bewildered. Had they not noticed the finance official's presence and shouted recklessly, what on earth had transpired? They all turned their questioning gazes toward Gong Minbing. Gong Minbing, unaware of the finance official's presence, only realized his error after speaking. All eyes were upon him, and he had no choice but to relay the truth. Lu Jiajiu reported to the County Women's Federation, claiming that Yin Jiha and Xin Guoxiang had mistreated her, locking her in a dark room and damaging her womb, rendering her unable to conceive. Xin Guoxiang intends to summon several daughters-in-law to back her up and force her into a divorce with Yin Jiha. To harm someone's womb, rendering them unable to conceive, and then to coerce a divorce, how malicious must one be? It had recently come to light that there were whispers within the brigade, suggesting Lu Jiajiu was incapable of bearing children, a mere barren hen. Upon hearing such idle gossip, Tang Jinghe and Lu Ji's secretary had already sternly reprimanded those spreading rumors. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a deeper intrigue simmered beneath the surface. Lu Ji's secretary Tang Jinghe hastily acknowledged the oversight. Finance official, we were entirely unaware of this situation. Once we ascertain the facts, if it turns out that Yin Jiha and his mother have indeed harmed her womb, we will take serious measures. Is it merely a matter of punishing the Yin family? The neighboring Hongqi brigade had recently been embroiled in a scandal involving the coercion of female intellectuals, and that issue remained unresolved, and now, the Xiangyang brigade faced a similarly egregious incident? Each brigade seemed to be embroiled in chaos. The commune's primary focus ought to be on development, striving to ensure a better life for all members of the collective, rather than being preoccupied with such disheartening matters. The finance official's expression turned cold. Let us proceed to the brigade to receive the County Women's Federation representatives and understand the situation. Why had Lu Jiajiao directly brought the County Women's Federation representatives to the Xiangyang brigade? The matter traced back to her departure from the health clinic, where she sought to lodge a complaint with the Women's Federation. Starving, she found herself face to face with Yin Yueping's husband, who worked as an official at the commune. She thought to herself that this was not good. With relatives of the Yin family within the commune, they would undoubtedly side with them in any dispute. Thus, Lu Jiajiao resolutely decided to escalate her complaint to the County Women's Federation. Recently, the Federation had been planning to publish a report detailing their work outcomes. The case of someone having their womb harmed, causing them to be unable to conceive, and then being further slandered was indeed heinous and highly illustrative. The Federation resolved to utilize this incident as a cautionary tale, not only welcoming Lu Jiajiao's complaint but also providing her with support in terms of accommodation and sustenance. Consequently, Lu Jiajiao, having filled her belly and rested well in the county, arrived at the Xiangyang brigade accompanied by representatives from the County Women's Federation. Chapter 094I. Will not divorce. Lu Jiajiao has changed her mind with someone backing her. Lu Jiajiao grew bolder. At the village health station, before the Women's Federation comrades and the cadre Qian and Secretary Lu, she wept bitterly, like a pear blossom drenched in rain. My mother-in-law, Yin Jiha, is inhuman. They locked me in a small dark room, denied me food, and kicked my belly daily. I have lost so much blood, and they even beat me on the head and discarded me in the hospital, leaving me unattended. Everyone in the team can testify to this. A few days ago, a group of educated youth came to our team, one of whom is named Feng Shishir. She is exceptionally beautiful, hailing from the capital, and possesses wealth that allows her to buy meat for my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law has rented out a room in my house to her and even wants her to marry Yin Jiha, pressuring me to divorce him. What? Has the Hongqi brigade just reported an incident of assaulting female educated youth? Is someone in the Xiangyang brigade plotting against the female educated youth from the capital? If another incident like this occurs, it could blow up to the county, jeopardizing his position as a commune cadre. Cadre Qian was furious and explained to the Women's Federation representatives, Comrade Lu Jiajiao has not sought justice from the brigade secretary or the brigade leader, nor has she reported the situation to our commune. Our commune will impose strict penalties for such criminal acts against female comrades. Cadre Qian declared, as the commune secretary, our commune will fully cooperate with the work of the Women's Federation. Representing the commune, Cadre Qian articulated his stance. Then, in front of several comrades from the Women's Federation, he issued directives to Secretary Lu Tangjinghe. Regarding the accommodation of educated youth in villagers' homes, numerous disputes and issues have arisen. Your brigade must improve the housing situation for educated youth. From now on, it is prohibited for educated youth to stay in villagers' homes. Let us propose to the commune to see if we can allocate land for educated youth who wish to live separately and provide certain preferential policies. The issue concerning Zhao Yongsan from the Hongqi brigade had already drawn attention during Cadre Qian's previous visit for a meal. Currently, Zhao Yongsan has been detained by the police and is temporarily held at the commune. However, a new problem arose with educated youth Lu Tsuifang, who suddenly changed her mind and decided not to report Zhao Yongsan. The commune police are still deliberating how to handle this matter. Tang Jinghe also realized that if another female educated youth faced a similar issue, both commune and brigade cadres would face severe repercussions. The placement of educated youth has now become their top priority. What audacity the Yin family, Xin Guixiang and Yin Jiha, displayed by targeting the newly arrived Feng educated youth. If Lu Jiajiao had not exposed this matter, they would have faced dire consequences when the day of reckoning arrived. Tang Jinghe had not anticipated that while he and Secretary Lu focused their efforts on developing the rabbit farm, the Yin family would create such a significant mess. It was high time to take decisive action against those who shirked their responsibilities and disrupted the brigade's production. Moreover, the accounts of Xin Guixiang and her son regarding Wei Wei's family still needed to be settled. Tang Jinghe proposed, the assault on female comrades, which resulted in injuries that prevent them from conceiving, is an intolerable offense. If the investigation proves true, our brigade will take the perpetrators to the commune for legal action. Simultaneously, we will expedite the resolution of housing issues for educated youth. Good, it seems that neither your brigade cadres nor those from the commune were aware of this situation. Although Comrade Lu Jiajiao reported this matter through the ranks, it is a positive development that female comrades are becoming conscious of their rights. We hope that after the matter is clarified, the brigade and commune will collaborate with us in the Women's Federation to advocate for the maximum support for this courageous female comrade, Lu Jiajiao. Once the matter is resolved, we will promote Lu Jiajiao's awakening as a typical case. Lu Jiajiao's accusations against Xin Guixiang and her son were corroborated by both the members of Xiangyang Brigade and the educated youth, as well as Lu Jiajiao's family, making it an undeniable fact. As for whether Lu Jiajiao's injuries were inflicted by Yin Jiha and his mother, according to her statement, she had been hospitalized for a head injury and had secretly consulted a gynecologist at the commune hospital. This gynecologist could testify to that fact. Kadrachian arranged for the police to accompany the Women's Federation representatives to the commune hospital for verification, which indeed confirmed this. As for Shin Guixiang's attempts to coerce Lu Jiajiu into divorcing Yin Jihe, Yin Yueping and her husband were also parties to this matter and could provide testimony. When the police approached the state-run restaurant with the representatives of the Women's Federation, Yin Yueping's husband hesitated. However, upon reflecting on Shin Guixiang's actions, he realized that while his wife's family enjoyed daily meat, he, a cook earning a wage, was struggling with meager meals. Not only were he and Yin Yueping living in hardship, but the elderly and children at home were suffering as well. All of this was caused by his mother-in-law, Shin Guixiang. Chen Fugui steeled himself and truthfully disclosed to the police and Women's Federation representatives Shin Guixiang's intentions to force Lu Jiajiu and Yin Jihe to divorce. Police comrades, my wife Yueping and I did not consent to my mother-in-law's actions. Chen Fugui explained, I know what my wife's brother is like. Yueping and I are fully aware that we cannot allow harm to come to that young girl from the capital. My mother-in-law lacks discernment, and we cannot assist in wrongdoing. Oh, my mother-in-law, let us not speak of her. She has assaulted my wife's sister-in-law twice, sending her to the commune hospital, then abandoning her there, and it fell upon Yueping and me to pay the medical bills. My heart is heavy. Our family relies on my meager salary. With her constant meddling, my salary barely covers the medical expenses, and this month I've had to borrow a significant amount from my colleagues. I implore the police and Women's Federation comrades to help us, so my mother-in-law can reimburse us for the medical expenses we covered at the commune hospital. When mentioning Shin Guixiang, Chen Fugui lamented deeply. The representatives of the Women's Federation and the police, of course, could not manage such familial financial disputes. After clarifying the situation, they could only offer a few perfunctory remarks before leaving the state-run restaurant. Thus, Lu Jiajiu's case against Shin Guixiang and her son was thoroughly investigated, and the next step was to apprehend the individuals from the Shenyang Brigade. Given the atrocious treatment of female comrades, the Women's Federation would ensure that Lu Jiajiu received the utmost support and facilitate her divorce from Yin Jihe. This would indeed align with the criteria for a typical case of female awakening. Naturally, as a demonstration, the Women's Federation would also assist comrade Lu Jiajiu in finding a way forward, securing a suitable job for her, so that those who are still suffering and oppressed would recognize that this new society empowers women to thrive independently. However, when the Women's Federation and the police arrived at the Shenyang Brigade to arrest individuals, they encountered an unexpected turn of events. Lu Jiajiu had changed her mind. Chapter 095. Who would marry a woman unable to bear children? In truth, when Lu Jiajiu learned that the Women's Federation intended to designate her as a typical case of women's awakening in order to assist her in divorcing Yin Jihe, she had already experienced a change of heart, inwardly chiding herself for her impulsiveness in reporting to the county's Women's Federation. The Federation had promised to help her secure a job sweeping the streets. However, such a position offered meager compensation. One could toil for an entire month and earn but a few dozen yuan. Moreover, street sweeping was considered a menial task. Losing such a job would render her unable to hold her head high. Although they claimed it was a matter of receiving a fair wage, working as a cleaner would diminish her dignity. How could a street sweeper's job possibly compare to that of a wealthy lady of leisure who needed do nothing? Thus, Lu Jiajiu found herself in a quandary. She had approached the county's Women's Federation seeking their intervention, hoping they would compel Yin Jihe to be obedient and treat her with the same kindness that Yi Ting showed to Lu Baiwei. She wished for the Federation to admonish her mother-in-law, Shin Guixiang, forbidding any future acts of violence, yet, the outcome was starkly opposed to her expectations. The Federation indeed agreed to support her but still insisted she proceed with the divorce from Yin Jihe. When the representatives of the county's Women's Federation arrived at Shenyang Brigade, the commotion had escalated to such an extent that both Shin Guixiang and Yin Jihe were aware of Lu Jiajiu's grievances lodged against them. Shin Guixiang and Yin Jihe were taken aback. How audacious of Lu Jiajiu to go to the county and file a complaint. Moreover, she had bypassed the commune entirely and approached the Women's Federation directly. Had she reported to the commune, given the convenience provided by Yin Yueping's uncle, who held a position there, the matter could have been easily resolved. With the county's Women's Federation now involved, there was no turning back. Upon hearing that the police were preparing to detain Lu Jiajiu for the damage inflicted upon her, Yin Jihe was filled with both anger and anxiety. Very well, Lu Jiajiu, you dare to report me to the county, he exclaimed. It seems I've been too lenient with you. He attempted to resort to previous tactics of intimidation, but Shin Guixiang intervened. In front of Feng Shishir, she slapped Yin Jihe on the shoulder and declared, if you dare lay a finger on Jiajiu, I swear I will deal with you first. Jiajiu, what on earth are you thinking? Shin Guixiang scrutinized Lu Jiajiu with a piercing gaze, reminding her, honestly speaking, since you married into the Yin family, have I ever wronged you? When your parents committed theft in our household, I refrained from reporting it to the police out of consideration for you. If you continue to falsely accuse me and Jihe of abusing you to the Women's Federation, this uproar will indeed sever the bond between you and Jihe, leading to an inevitable divorce. She was not falsely accusing them. Lu Jiajiu wanted to argue, but Shin Guixiang emphasized the word divorce with a heavy tone. Noticing Lu Jiajiu's silence and apparent hesitation, Shin Guixiang saw right through her, understanding how to manipulate her emotions. Jiajiu, even when there are disagreements, isn't it natural for families to quarrel? We should resolve our issues privately without escalating them so dramatically. Adopting a seemingly empathetic demeanor, Shin Guixiang continued, consider this, if you divorce Jihe, how will your reputation fare? What will you do in the future? You are unable to bear children, yet Jihe has not abandoned you for that. If you remarry, you will undoubtedly face a stepmother who will scorn your inability to conceive. Indeed. The thought of her infertility weighed heavily on her, who would marry a woman incapable of bearing children. More importantly, Eun Jiha was destined to become a prosperous businessman. Even if Lu Baiwei's marriage to Yi Ting altered her fate, the fact remained that Eun Jiha had a wealthy uncle in the port city, a truth beyond doubt. If she divorced Eun Jiha, wouldn't that merely pave the way for Feng Shishir? The future billionaire's wife would be Feng Shishir, leaving Lu Jiajiao as nothing more than a forgotten ex-wife. No, she could not divorce Eun Jiha. Almost immediately after Shin Guixiang finished speaking, Lu Jiajiao shook her head vigorously, declaring, "No, I cannot divorce." Whether or not to divorce was not solely in Lu Jiajiao's hands. Once they dealt with the officials from the Women's Federation and the police, she would find herself in a position where the only option left would be to choose divorce from her son, Eun Jiha. They could not let Feng Shizhong's golden opportunity slip away. Shin Guixiang concealed her smugness, appearing as if she were at a loss with Lu Jiajiao, and sighed. Then Jiajiao, when the officials from the Women's Federation and the police arrive shortly, you know what to say, right? Lu Jiajiao remained silent. Shin Guixiang's ambiguous remarks led Feng Shishir to believe that Lu Jiajiao was indeed being wronged. Ever since she had joined Xiangyang Brigade, her aunt had provided her with significant assistance. In contrast, her aunt's daughter-in-law, Lu Jiajiao, had consistently treated her coldly, even making unfounded accusations in front of the Federation's representatives, claiming that she had taken a liking to Eun Jiha. Although her aunt's son treated her courteously and engaged her in literary discussions, appearing well-read, he was still just a country bumpkin. Would Feng Shishir ever be interested in a rural peasant? Enraged, Feng Shishir interjected, "Comrade Lu Jiajiao, your actions are utterly excessive. How can you falsely accuse your husband and malign such a reasonable aunt? And as for me, I have paid rent while staying in your home." Confident that Shin Guixiang and her son were virtuous, Feng Shishir spoke in defense of them when the investigative team from the Women's Federation and the police arrived at the Yin household. Esteemed comrades from the Women's Federation and police, there must be some misunderstanding. My aunt is truly kind-hearted. Since my arrival at Xiangyang Brigade, she has offered me tremendous support. During my stay at the Yin household, I have witnessed Lu Jiajiao's frequent displays of discontent and unreasonable behavior, while my aunt has shown her considerable patience and understanding. Feng Shishir, being a well-educated youth from the capital, presented an attractive and polished image. Her demeanor exuded an air of sophistication, making her words all the more credible. Had it not been for the thorough investigations conducted by the Women's Federation and police, who had gathered testimonies from the local community before coming to apprehend anyone, they might have been led to believe they had made a mistake. Comrade Feng, you are new to Xiangyang Brigade and unaware of the circumstances within the Yin household. Our investigation has confirmed that Shin Guixiang and Eun Jiha did indeed assault Lu Jiajiao, resulting in her uterine damage and inability to conceive. The representative from the Women's Federation patiently conveyed the findings, adding, moreover, Shin Guixiang's intention to bring you into their household as a tenant is not as innocent as it seems. According to her second son-in-law, who works as a chef in a state-run restaurant, Shin Guixiang aims to force Eun Jiha and Lu Jiajiao to divorce so she can arrange for you to marry him. You may not be aware, but in the neighboring Hongqi Brigade, there has been a reported case of a female youth being assaulted. As a young woman participating in rural development, you should remain vigilant and not easily trust anyone until you fully understand the situation. Chapter 096. A great disturbance at your home. How could this be? Is Auntie really such a person? Feng Shishir gazed at Shin Guixiang with a look of confusion. Shin Guixiang wiped her tears with her sleeve. It is indeed difficult to be a good person. I never anticipated that my daughter-in-law would orchestrate such schemes behind my back. Clutching her chest in distress, Shin Guixiang lamented, and what of my second son-in-law? The last time my Jiao Jiao was hospitalized, I requested 2 pounds of meat tickets from him to nourish her back to health. Does he truly harbor such hatred for me? Is he so eager to tarnish my name and that of Jiha, wishing for our demise? Alas, my fate is lamentable, to be burdened with such a second son-in-law. Shin Guixiang wept pitifully. Feng Shishir, uncertain, inquired, could there perhaps be a misunderstanding? Auntie, her second son-in-law is indeed rather fierce. A comrade from the Public Security Women's Federation remained silent. Comrade Chen had stated that the issue of placing the educated youth would be the foremost concern for the commune's future. The comrades from the Public Security Bureau, recognizing Feng Shishir's ignorance, took the time to explain a few matters patiently. At that moment, a head peeked out from the Yin family's doorway. Are there so many people here? I am looking for Feng Shishir. Does she reside here? I went to the Xiangyang Brigade's educated youth point, and they informed me that Shishir has just arrived at the brigade, having moved in with a fellow villager. The visitor was Lu Tsuifeng. In truth, Feng Shishir had come to the Xiangyang Brigade for her rural assignment, but for various reasons, she had not anticipated seeking out her good friend Lu Tsuifeng in the neighboring brigade so soon. Having just begun to toil in the fields, she was utterly exhausted, her palms and soles blistered, overcome with fatigue. She had planned to wait until she adjusted to rural labor and ensured that certain matters had not reached Lu Tsuifeng before visiting her to reminisce about old times. However, Lu Tsuifeng, upon learning of her arrival in the countryside, had come to the Xiangyang Brigade. Feng Shishir had many questions for Lu Tsuifeng and momentarily set aside the affairs of the Yin family. She approached Lu Tsuifeng, grasping her hand. Observing the crowd inside, she said to Lu Tsuifeng, Feng, let us speak outside. Others may not recognize Lu Tsuifeng, but the comrades from the Public Security Bureau found her face familiar. This was due to Zhao Yongsan's current detention at the commune, as he had been responsible for investigating the incidents involving the educated youth at the Hongqi Brigade, during which he had interacted with Lu Cuifeng. Initially, Lu Cuifeng had insisted on suing Zhao Yongsan, claiming that Zhao's mother, Zhou Xiaohong, had drugged her soup and deliberately lured people from the brigade to her home, nearly leading to a consummation between her and Zhao Yongsan. She felt wronged and sought to bring charges against the mother and son. However, the matter was suppressed by Yang, the secretary of the Hongqi Brigade, who threatened her not to report to the commune, warning that he would impede her request to return to the city when the opportunity arose. Realizing that she had not suffered any substantial harm, Lu Cuifeng reluctantly swallowed her grievances. Later, Comrade Qian of the commune, upon hearing of the incidents at the Hongqi Brigade, instructed the Public Security Bureau to investigate, temporarily detaining Zhao Yongsan at the commune while preparing to charge him with a crime of debauchery. Yet, this girl, for reasons unknown, initially resolute in her intentions to sue Zhao Yongsan, later expressed regret and stated her willingness to forgive him and marry him. Coincidentally, there was no way to substantiate the claim against Zhou Xiaohong. Consequently, the matter faded into obscurity, with the parties involved showing no inclination to pursue the case, and lacking evidence against Zhou Xiaohong. Despite Comrade Qian's assertion that the situation was egregious and warranted severe punishment, they still adhered to the law and had released Zhao Yongsan back to the Hongqi Brigade the previous day. It turned out that this muddled-minded Lu Cuifeng was a friend of Feng Shishir, who resided with the Yin family. The public security comrades finally understood why Feng Shishir had spoken in defense of Xin Guixiang. Birds of a feather flock together. It was only natural that such befuddled individuals would become good friends. With the instigator who had spoken on behalf of Xin Guixiang and Yin Jihad gone, the public security comrades proceeded to act according to the law, intending to arrest Yin Jihad and take him to the commune. However, Lu Zhao emerged to intervene, saying, "Comrades from the Public Security Bureau, and esteemed members of the Women's Federation, I thank you for your efforts in seeking justice on my behalf. However, may I make a request?" Lu Zhao softly pleaded, "I do not wish to divorce Yin Jihad. Could you perhaps ensure that my mother-in-law and husband guarantee that they will no longer harm me?" How could she suddenly change her mind? The members of the Women's Federation and the public security personnel were utterly bewildered. After all their efforts, Lu Zhao's sudden reversal was baffling. Moreover, the Women's Federation had intended to treat this incident as a model case and had been willing to accommodate Lu Zhao's reporting, even going to great lengths on her behalf. One female comrade from the Women's Federation was furious. "Comrade Lu Zhao, what do you mean by this?" "What I mean is, I do not wish to divorce my husband." As someone who had lived a full life in a previous existence, Lu Zhao possessed some understanding of the law. She defended herself quietly, "My husband and I have marital conflicts. A day as husband and wife is 100 days of affection. Though he has wronged me, I do not wish for him to be imprisoned." The members of the Women's Federation were left incredulous. Having suffered injuries that rendered her unable to conceive and having spent half a month in the hospital due to head trauma, she still spoke of 100 days of affection? Indeed, if the parties involved chose not to pursue the matter, it could only be classified as a domestic dispute. The comrades of the Women's Federation, frustrated by her unwillingness to take a stand, lamented that their fervent efforts had been extinguished. Together with the public security comrades, they had Xin Guixiang and Yin Jihad draft a guarantee letter. Xin Guixiang was initially reluctant to write, claiming she could not write, but eventually, the members of the Women's Federation penned it for her, prompting both mother and son to sign and affix their fingerprints. They could only go through the motions and complete the necessary work. Whether this guarantee letter would hold any weight was a matter only time would reveal. The Yin household was not a place for idle chatter. Feng Shishir led Lu Cuifeng to a stream outside the Yin residence. They found a spot on a stone bench used for washing clothes to sit down. "Shishir, I received a letter from Li Ruizai. He asked me to look after you. Only then did I realize you had also come to the countryside, and to the same commune as we are." Lu Cuifeng informed Feng Shishir, "I specifically went to the commune to inquire about the recent placements of educated youth and discovered that you had also arrived at the Shangyang Brigade. Shishir, such a significant event occurred at your home. Why did you not inform me of your coming to the countryside?" Chapter 97. A bastard in the belly. When Lu Cuifeng mentioned that something had happened at her home, Feng Shishir's expression darkened considerably. The confidence she once exuded as a young educated woman from the capital vanished in an instant. Leaving her eyes dimmed with despair, she implored Lu Cuifeng, "Feng, could you please refrain from spreading the news about my family's troubles?" Lu Cuifeng was well aware of her background, and Feng Shishir had no choice but to seek her support. "I wish for He Ting to take care of me. I claimed that I came to the countryside for him, fearing that residing at the youth station would expose my secret. Thus, I deliberately came to Shangyang Brigade to rent a house from a fellow villager." Lu Cuifeng knew that Li Ruizai was Feng Shishir's most devoted admirer. Originally, she believed that being so far from the capital would keep her family's misfortunes under wraps. However, Li Ruizai, in his ignorance, had disclosed everything to Lu Cuifeng in his letters and even asked her to look after Feng Shishir. The reason Feng Shishir had not approached Lu Cuifeng upon arriving at Shangyang Brigade was precisely because she feared Li Ruizai would divulge her situation to Lu Cuifeng. The fewer people who knew her secret, the better. Now, it seemed, Li Ruizai had overstepped his bounds, mistakenly thinking he was assisting her. Given that Lu Cuifeng was already privy to everything and even questioned her, Feng Shishir felt compelled to explain the circumstances that had led her to Shangyang Brigade. Fong Fong, initially, I intended to stay at Ting's home, but he has become infatuated with a country vixen and shows no regard for our childhood friendship. Fortunately, I encountered a kind-hearted aunt on my journey to the countryside, and she agreed to let me stay at her place. However, there has been a mishap at her home, and I am uncertain if I can continue to reside there. Feng Shishir recounted the events that had transpired at the Yin household. Lu Cuifang remained silent. Feng Shishir was unaware that the scandal surrounding the sisters Lu Baiwei and Lu Jiajiu had spread far and wide throughout Hongqi Brigade, with Tang Yunling's aunt, Yi Hongmei, being from the same brigade. The gossip had reached every corner, especially concerning Lu Jiajiu, who, as Lu Baiwei's stepsister, had stirred up quite a fuss since marrying into the Yin family. What kind of well-bred son could Yin Jiha be, who was caught in a romantic entanglement with his stepsister while being pulled into a haystack? Now that the Women's Federation and the police had come knocking, Feng Shishir had foolishly thought that Xin Guixian was a good person. Lu Cuifang couldn't help but chuckle at Feng Shishir's misfortune. For so long, Feng Shishir had been regarded as the paragon of beauty in their courtyard, dazzling and captivating, effortlessly charming the boys around her. Even Yi Ting could not dismiss her. Thus, Feng Shishir had always been the object of Lu Cuifang's envy. It was only by befriending Feng Shishir that she could follow Yi Ting to and from school like a shadow. Now, with this once untouchable beauty facing calamity and unwittingly stepping into a den of wolves upon arriving in Xiangyang Brigade, Lu Cuifang felt a sense of satisfaction if Feng Shishir had pursued Yi Ting to the countryside, believing that proximity would yield affection. Yet, she had gained nothing, and now she found herself ensnared, forced into a marriage with Jia Yongsan. With Feng Shishir's arrival in Xiangyang Brigade, Yi Ting had also cast her aside, and Lu Cuifang felt a sense of equilibrium settling within her. What did it matter that Yi Ting was a man she could never possess? He was equally unattainable for Feng Shishir. Despite her striking beauty, she remained just as vulnerable. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Cuifang instinctively touched her belly. Shishir, I am to be married soon. Do come to Hongqi Brigade to celebrate my wedding. What? The news of Lu Cuifang's impending nuptials left Feng Shishir astounded. Feng Fong, this is all so sudden. You never mentioned in your letters that you had a suitor in the countryside. Is your fiancé also a youth who came down to the countryside with you? Inquiring about her fiancé, Feng Shishir received a shake of the head from Lu Cuifang. No, my fiancé Jia Yongsan is a carpenter from Hongqi Brigade, and he is quite skilled. A mere country carpenter was still a peasant in Feng Shishir's eyes. Lu Cuifang, however, was secretly quite proud. Feng Fong, have you lost your mind? Feng Shishir questioned incredulously. How could you possibly be involved with a rural peasant? Even if you're dating him, there's no need to rush into marriage. The words country bumpkin had often slipped from Lu Cuifang's lips in the past, but hearing them from Feng Shishir now struck her as painfully discordant. If it weren't for the unfortunate situation she found herself in, carrying an unwanted burden, she would never have considered marrying a rural peasant. All of this was due to the scheming of Zhou Xiaohong and Jia Yongsan, not to mention the incident involving Jia Yongsan's former fiancé Yi, who had bound her up without her clothing properly arranged, exposing her to the young men of Hongqi Brigade. That day, Jia Yongsan had indeed refrained from taking advantage of her, but having been seen in such a state made her vulnerable. Unbeknownst to her, someone with ill intentions had taken notice, and that night, while she ventured out to relieve herself, she was dragged into the woods beside the youth station and assaulted. She had not even caught a glimpse of her assailant. It was only when she reported Jia Yongsan to the authorities, experiencing incessant nausea and realizing that her monthly cycle had been absent for far too long, that she recognized the gravity of that fateful night. Now burdened with a secret, she was left with no choice but to find someone to take the blame, and Jia Yongsan fit that role perfectly. The evidence was clear. Feng Shishir dared not take refuge in a family like the Yin's, and the one who would likely weep first over her marrying a peasant would be none other than herself. Shishir, we came to the countryside to support rural development. How could you look down upon the farmers and community members? Lu Cuifang stood on her moral high ground. Your family is in turmoil, and I advise you to be cautious in your words while in Xiangyang Brigade. It is inappropriate to speak of peasants in such a manner, lest you give someone leverage against you. You must be careful. At the mention of her family's troubles, Feng Shishir's countenance soured. She did not expect Lu Cuifang, who had always been obedient to her, to lecture her about rural development. Feng Shishir found this turn of events exceedingly vexing. Very well, I shall be mindful in the future. Despite her family's misfortunes, Feng Shishir's uncle was a capitalist, and she presumed he would not lack for financial support. Lu Cuifang, on the other hand, was not a native of the courtyard. Her mother had merely married into it. As her mother had given birth to younger siblings, she had not paid much attention to her daughter from a previous marriage, rarely sending her food. Feng Shishir, with her naivety and wealth, might still find herself in a position where she needed Lu Cuifang's assistance. For the time being, Lu Cuifang had no intention of offending her. Shishir, if I have spoken out of turn, please do not take it to heart. Lu Cuifang warmly grasped her hand. You are new to the countryside and still unfamiliar with the local circumstances. Everything I do is for your own good. This is not our courtyard. In the future, we will not have our parents to support us. We hail from the same place and must support one another. Whether in speech or action, it is always wise to be cautious. This was the Lu Cuifang Feng Shishir had known. Lu Cuifang continued to uplift her as before, bringing comfort to Feng Shishir's heart. She asked Lu Cuifang, regarding your marriage, should we inform Yi Ting and Zhou Yanfeng? After all, we grew up in the same courtyard. Chapter 098. Attempting to lure Feng Shishir remarked that having grown up in a large courtyard, it was only fitting to inform He Ting and Zhou Yanfeng of Lu Cuifeng's significant life event of marriage, especially now that they were back together in the countryside as educated youth. She pulled Lu Cuifeng towards the health station and, at the fork by the stream, encountered Tang Yunling, who had just returned from the mountains, carrying a bamboo basket on her back. Previously, Zhou Yanfeng had accompanied Professor Lu Ziqing to the neighboring county to purchase breeding rabbits, thereby missing the opportunity to ascend the mountain with Tang Yunling to gather chestnuts. As He Ting was his good brother, now managing the rabbit farm, he had generously granted Zhou Yanfeng a leave of absence so that Tang Yunling could take him to the mountains for chestnut gathering. Xiangyang Mountain, located near the brigade, had been ravaged by the brigade's members, resembling a locust plague. Beneath the trees lay only a multitude of prickly chestnut shells. Tang Yunling rummaged through the shells with fire tongs, managing to unearth a few chestnuts, all of which bore signs of insect damage or were shriveled and inferior. Looking up at the towering trees, she could see only a few solitary tufts of fluff hanging above. The trees outside have been stripped bare. I shall lead you deeper into the mountains, Tang Yunling declared, setting off towards the heart of the forest. Zhou Yanfeng hesitated. The deeper recesses of the mountains were rife with venomous creatures, and should they venture too far, they might be unable to descend before nightfall, leaving them to spend the night in the wilderness. This time, it was not with a large group, but merely he and Tang Yunling. He could not ignore the safety concerns for both of them, yet, contemplating the prospect of being alone with Tang Yunling in the deep mountains for an entire night, he pondered whether it might shatter the barrier between them, drawing their feelings closer together. It was an immense temptation. Tang Yunling exuded an audacious confidence, akin to someone who could triumph over a tiger, prompting Zhou Yanfeng to hastily match her pace. Regrettably, despite his courage to venture into the mountains, he had forgotten his innate fear of snakes. Following Tang Yunling through a shortcut, they emerged from the thicket when a red-spotted snake slithered down from a fir tree, dangling before him and flicking its tongue. "There's a snake, save me!" Zhou Yanfeng screamed in terror, instinctively leaping backward and grabbing Tang Yunling's arm. Unfazed, Tang Yunling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she deftly grasped the snake by its neck and flung it against the tree. "This little red chain is quite nice. I'll take it back for old Tang to brew wine." They emerged from the underbrush, standing on a slope. If Tang Yunling had steadied him, Zhou Yanfeng could have avoided the snake's attack and found a secure footing. However, she had chosen to let go of him while capturing the snake, resulting in Zhou Yanfeng stepping into thin air and tumbling down the slope into the thicket. "Zhou Yanfeng, I've discovered you have a knack for attracting snakes. Next time, I'll bring some for old Tang to brew wine and invite you along to the mountains." Tang Yunling turned her head, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw Zhou Yanfeng sprawled in the underbrush below, his expression one of deep grievance. "Tang Yunling, you have gone too far." In that critical moment, not only had Tang Yunling neglected to save him, but she had also pointed out his snake-attracting nature, intending to brew snake wine next time and call him to the mountains to attract more snakes. His feelings of reliance on Tang Yunling stemmed from their first expedition together when she had bravely subdued a venomous snake that lunged at him. With Tang Yunling around, he felt a profound sense of security, believing all along that she cared for him enough to catch snakes bare-handed. Yet the recent events had painfully revealed to him the truth. It was not him she cared for, but the snakes. In reality, as he rolled down the slope, entangled in the thicket, he sustained only minor injuries. However, his heart was bruised, rendering him reluctant to rise from the foliage. Zhou Yanfeng lamented, "Tang Yunling, in your heart, I am less significant than a snake, am I?" Tang Yunling was perplexed by his reasoning. "Are you out of your mind? What do you have to compare with a snake?" Tang Yunling, blunt and commanding, ordered him, "Get back up here. If we venture a bit further, I know we can find a chestnut tree in the next hollow." "No." Zhou Yanfeng felt that he could no longer appease her. He insisted, "I've rolled down and am aching all over, unless you come down to pull me up." What nonsense was this? A grown man throwing a tantrum. He was no Hu Yunqi, small and needing her to coddle him. "Pull you up, is it?" Tang Yunling retorted, reaching into the basket to retrieve the dead snake, aiming to hurl it at Zhou Yanfeng. Realizing what she was throwing, Zhou Yanfeng let out a terrified scream, leaping high, nearly tumbling down again as he stumbled over the thicket, desperately grasping a nearby branch to Now, he no longer needed Tang Yunling to pull him up. He released the branch bearing the fruits and began to climb back up the slope. Tang Yunling called out, "Wait, what are you holding?" "Zhou Yanfeng, what you have is a sour jujube. Don't come up here, I will come down to pick some." As Tang Yunling descended the slope, Zhou Yanfeng took a bite of the fruit he had gathered. "Ugh, it's so sour it feels like my teeth might fall out." He frowned. "What is the point of picking something that tastes this bad? You're such a fool." "Of course, I'm picking them for Weiwei to make sour jujube cake. Don't you know that pregnant women crave sour things?" How was he to know? He had never been pregnant. Upon hearing that it was for Lu Baiwei, and that Tang Yunling mentioned his sister-in-law was craving something sour, he felt compelled to assist. Zhou Yanfeng immediately perked up, agilely helping Tang Yunling gather the fruit. After finishing the low-hanging branches, Tang Yunling climbed higher, tossing down the jujubes, while Zhou Yanfeng collected them below. Their cooperation was seamless, and they forgot entirely that they had come for chestnuts. After filling a basket to the brim with sour jujubes, they descended the mountain with exuberance. As they descended, laughing and joking, they encountered Feng Shishir and Lu Cuifeng, who had come searching for them at the brigade's health station. "Zhou Yanfeng, I have come to inform you that Feng Fang is getting married." Feng Shishir greeted them enthusiastically. Her fiancé is a carpenter from the neighboring Hongqi brigade. "We grew up in the same courtyard. Now that we are back in the countryside, with Fang Fang marrying, you and Ting must not miss it in a few days. Join me at Hongqi Brigade for the wedding feast. Was Lu Tsuifang ill? She intended to marry Zhao Yongsan. After the last time Zhao Yongsan and his mother failed to ensnare her, was she now choosing to leap into the pit herself? Zhou Yanfeng's first reaction to this news was shock, quickly followed by concern as he glanced at Tang Yunling. The last time Zhao Yongsan had come to his brother and sister-in-law's home for a drink, his words had been quite belittling, and Tang Yunling had declared she had already dismissed him as garbage from her heart. Zhou Yanfeng feared that Tang Yunling's nonchalance was merely a fade. Zhou Yanfeng felt indignation at Lu Tsuifang's actions, which seemed aimed at provoking Tang Yunling. He set aside his usual carefree demeanor, his gaze sharpening. Lu Tsuifang, you picked up some trash and are now deliberately flaunting it to the Shenyang Brigade, aren't you? What trash? Unaware of the underlying tension, Feng Shishir bristled at his words, failing to notice Lu Tsuifang's discomfort. She replied with righteous indignation, Zhou Yanfeng, how can you speak like that? What if Fang Fang's husband is a carpenter? You shouldn't look down on ordinary members of the community. We came to the countryside to support rural development and to bond with the rural comrades. How can you utter such bitter words that belittle our farmer comrades? Feng Shishir chastised Zhou Yanfeng, your ideological awareness is problematic. Chapter 099 The Scoundrel and the Vixen Locked Away, do not emerge to harm others, you are the one with a problematic mindset. Zhou Yanfeng did not feel the slightest inclination to show any deference to Feng Shishir, despite her being a beauty and once a cherished flower of the courtyard. Perhaps the upbringing from the Zhou family had instilled in him the principle that one should not be overly harsh with women. For the sake of Tang Yunling, he was unperturbed about transforming into a sharp sword, ready to pierce those who held themselves in undue esteem. A lack of intelligence is indeed a fundamental flaw. Feng Shishir, refrain from prancing about before me if you lack intellect. I am not a dog like Li Ruizai, who must follow behind you, wagging my tail in adoration. Are you aware that Lu Tsuifang snatched someone else's fiancé? Zhou Yanfeng directed a scathing tirade at Feng Shishir before casting a cold glance at Lu Tsuifang. What's the matter? Seeking face in front of Feng Shishir while neglecting to mention your attempts to steal someone's fiancé, and being outwitted by Zhao Yongsan and his mother? In truth, Tang Yunling had completely expelled Zhao Yongsan from her heart. This Lu Tsuifang, a youth sent to the countryside, had come to invite Ting and Zhou Yanfeng to a wedding feast, deliberately flaunting herself before Tang Yunling, seeking to provoke her. Having grown up with such feelings, she had expected to feel a pang of sorrow upon learning of Zhao Yongsan's marriage. However, as Zhou Yanfeng leapt to her defense and unleashed a tirade at Lu Tsuifang and Feng Shishir, she found herself utterly unmoved by the news of Zhao Yongsan's impending nuptials. The only thought that crossed her mind was encapsulated in two words: lock away. May the scoundrels and vixens be locked away for eternity, never to emerge and wreak havoc upon others. Seeing Zhou Yanfeng, who was brimming with righteous indignation on her behalf, Tang Yunling found herself devoid of the urge to retaliate. Instead, she stepped forward and grasped Zhou Yanfeng's arm. Enough, are we not in a relationship? Why concern ourselves with the affairs of others? Tang Yunling soothed Zhou Yanfeng, turning to Lu Tsuifang with a radiant smile. Lu, you and Zhao Yongsan are quite a match. Congratulations on your century-long union. I shall send you the discarded refuse that I do not desire. Lu Tsuifang was left speechless. She had not intended to provoke Tang Yunling, her aim was merely to see Ting. By inviting Zhou Yanfeng to the wedding feast, she could contrive an excuse to visit the health station and catch one last glimpse of Ting before marrying a man she did not love. Feng Shishir had indeed hesitated before suggesting they invite Ting and Zhou Yanfeng to the wedding feast. After all, Zhao Yongsan was Tang Yunling's fiancé, and attending the health station's wedding feast would inevitably lead to an encounter with Lu Baiwei, Tang Yunling's cousin, who would undoubtedly drive her out. Ultimately, she had resolved against inviting them, yet Feng Shishir had pulled her along without a second thought. It felt like an invitation to humiliation. Lu Tsuifang felt utterly humiliated and silently cursed Feng Shishir for her meddling. What troubled her even more was that Zhou Yanfeng was now in a relationship with Tang Yunling. Initially, she had approached Zhao Yongsan out of resentment towards Tang Yunling, wanting to witness Tang Yunling's heartbreak when her fiancé cast her aside. She had plotted against Tang Yunling but had ultimately ensnared herself in her own trap. In contrast, having severed ties with Zhao Yongsan, Tang Yunling had swiftly entered into a relationship with Zhou Yanfeng. Although Zhou Yanfeng was merely Ting's subordinate, the Zhou family was a prominent household in the courtyard. Zhou Yanfeng's grandfather was an expert in antique appraisal, working in the Lulikang district, while his ancestors held respectable positions in the military. While their lineage did not rival the illustrious Yi family, the Zhou family was stable and well-established. The Yi family's patriarch had been driven to the northwest to plant trees, while the Zhou family maintained solid positions within the military. Comparing Zhao Yongsan to Zhou Yanfeng was akin to comparing heaven and earth. Zhou Yanfeng represented the heavens, while Zhao Yongsan, a mere carpenter, was the dirt beneath their feet. Although Zhao Yongsan had only been a stepping stone for her, a means to rid herself of her current burdens, the rapid shift from Zhao Yongsan to a gentleman of Zhou Yanfeng's standing left Lu Tsuifang feeling bitterly envious. She could not help but question herself. Why was she the only one suffering? Why was her fate so harsh? Why had her beginnings been so promising, only for her to find herself reduced to dust? The altercation outside the health station drew the attention of Ting and Lu Baiwei. Upon learning of Lu Baiwei's pregnancy, both Chen Wan and Lu Zicheng at the rabbit farm were looking out for Ting. After a brief period of busyness at the rabbit farm, Chen Wan and Lu Zicheng urged him to return to the health station to assist. As Ting helped Lu Baiwei prepare vegetables in the kitchen, he glanced out the window to see Zhou Yanfeng standing protectively in front of Tang Yunling, angrily addressing Feng Shishir and Lu Tsuifang. He Ting set down the vegetables. Wei Wei, I will go see what the commotion outside is about. Lu Baiwei followed his gaze outside and saw Lu Cuifang approaching the Yang Brigade, even confronting her cousin. In a panic, Lu Baiwei tossed her task to Zhou Yueying. I will go with you to take a look. As He Ting and Lu Baiwei stepped out of the health station, they found Zhou Yanfeng and Tang Yunling deriding Lu Cuifang for her disgraceful behavior. Sister, weren't you all supposed to be up in the mountains gathering chestnuts? Why are you back so soon? Wei Wei, come quickly and see, Zhou Yanfeng and I have gathered a basket of sour jujubes. Tang Yunling truly did not take the news of Lu Cuifang and Zhao Yongxin's marriage to heart. She eagerly pulled the basket off Zhou Yanfeng's back to proudly display it to Lu Baiwei. Look, such a large basket of sour jujubes, since you're pregnant and craving sour flavors, I'll have my mom come over to help you make sour jujube cake and candy jujubes. Tang Yunling turned to Yi Ting with a sense of pride, am I not good to Wei Wei? These sour jujubes will last us quite a while. Indeed, making sour jujube cake and candy jujubes requires quite a bit of sugar. Tang Yunling was exceptionally kind to Lu Baiwei, she always expressed a desire for sour foods. The two had stumbled upon a sour jujube tree while initially intending to gather chestnuts and had returned with a basket of fruit instead. It was no wonder they had come down so early. He Ting, appreciating Tang Yunling's gesture, responded, I have plenty of sugar tickets. I'll have Zhou Yanfeng take you to the supply store to weigh the sugar, and I'll give you 2 additional tickets for 2 pounds of rock sugar as a reward for gathering this basket of sour jujubes. Zhou Yanfeng was more than willing to ride his bicycle with Tang Yunling to the supply store. There was no need for He Ting's sugar tickets. Brother Ting, you don't need to provide tickets, my family sent quite a few last time. Zhou Yanfeng eagerly offered to buy sugar for Tang Yunling, I'll buy the sugar for my girlfriend myself. Perhaps it was due to the presence of Lu Cuifang and Feng Shishir that Zhou Yanfeng casually referred to Tang Yunling as his girlfriend, and it rolled off his tongue effortlessly. Tang Yunling did not refute him, instead pinching his leg discreetly that hurt. Zhou Yanfeng felt invigorated. He subtly signaled to Tang Yunling that he was her support now, deserving of some recognition. This scene, witnessed by Feng Shishir and Lu Cuifang, appeared as a flirtation. With Zhao Yongxin out of the picture, Tang Yunling could now pursue a relationship with someone of Zhou Yanfeng's stature, while Lu Cuifang was left with no choice but to marry a man of Zhao Yongxin's disreputable character. Lu Cuifang felt like a joke. Some people have changed drastically after coming to the countryside, disregarding the bonds we shared while growing up in the same courtyard. She tugged at Feng Shishir, if no one wants us, why are we still here? Shishir, let us go. Chapter 100. Her frantic behavior was terrifying in the capital's courtyard. Interpersonal relations are essential, after all, they all grew up in the same compound. Why, then, does He Ting Zhou Yanfeng appear so averse to attending Lu Cuifang's wedding banquet? Feng Shishir found herself perplexed, pulled away from the brigade's health station by Lu Cuifang. She huffed, Feng, what on earth are you hiding from me? They say you're trying to snatch the brigade leader's daughter's fiancé, Lu Cuifang replied. Feng Shishir shot back, this is all your fault, you never clarified that your wedding partner is the fiancé of Lu Baiwei's cousin, which made me lose face in front of He Ting. Lu Cuifang could only remain silent. Did she wish to call everyone to the brigade health station for a wedding feast? Certainly not, she feared being targeted by Tang Yunling and Lu Baiwei. She had already stated that He Ting and Yanfeng were not to be invited to her wedding, yet Feng Shishir insisted she come along. How ridiculous, and now they blame her for it. Feng Shishir, with her princess complex, was a nuisance. Were it not for her foolishness and wealth, Lu Cuifang would have no desire to cater to her whims. She was counting on Feng Shishir's generous red envelope when she eventually wed in a few days, as her family had recently failed to send her any monetary support. Thus, she needed to keep Feng Shishir on her side. Lu Cuifang resolved to patiently placate her. Shishir, blame me for not being clear, but this matter is rather complicated. Ah, it seems He Ting and the others misunderstood. I never intended to steal anyone's fiancé. The truth is, I was schemed against by my wedding partner, Zhao Yongxin, and his mother. Lu Cuifang explained how, due to her friendship with Zhao Tiantian, she had been manipulated by Zhao Yongxin's mother and son, conveniently omitting her own intentions towards Zhao Yongxin, and lamented how their scheming led to her becoming pregnant with his child. Immediately, Feng Shishir felt indignant on her behalf. Feng, you mustn't be so foolish, you cannot marry Zhao Yongxin just because you're with child. But what am I to do? You have no idea how dire the conditions in the countryside are, and how vicious the rumors can be. If I remain unmarried and show up with a big belly, I'll be drowned in slander. Feng Shishir pondered for a moment and boldly declared, Feng, I'll find a way to get you an abortion pill. That won't work. If I go to the hospital for an abortion, it will leave a record. The news of my pregnancy before marriage will spread regardless. Only by marrying Zhao Yongxin can I preserve my reputation. Shishir, perhaps this is simply a trial I must endure. Lu Cuifang wiped away her tears sorrowfully. I've only confided in you about my pregnancy. You must keep it a secret. And be cautious of that Aunt Yin from the Yin family. Lu Cuifang had initially wished to avoid involving herself in Feng Shishir's situation with the Yins, eager to see her stumble. Now, with the Women's Federation and the police knocking at their door, it was likely the commune would no longer allow educated youth to stay with fellow villagers, effectively resolving housing issues across the brigades. As she had a favor to ask of Feng Shishir, Lu Cuifang decided to extend her hand in kindness. With a sorrowful expression, she feigned concern. Shishir, look at me, I am a living example. Zhao Yongsen's mother was so warm to me, praising me for being an educated youth from the big city, yet secretly plotting against me. Don't be fooled by the simple nature of rural folk. They might smile on the surface but harbor wickedness within. Take Lu Baiwei and Tang Yunling, for instance. These country girls are cunning indeed, they've each on Ting and Yanfeng, manipulating them to their advantage. Lu Cuifang cautioned her, you must remember, one can know a person's face but not their heart. If you trust these people too easily, you may end up with nothing but bones. Was Aunt Guixiang truly a villain? The authorities claimed they had irrefutable evidence against her and her son for beating their daughter-in-law. If Aunt Guixiang were merely putting on an act in front of her, how deep would her scheming be? Feng Shishir shuddered in fear. He Ting and Yanfeng truly are fools, completely under the thumb of those two rural women. The countryside indeed devours without leaving a trace. Feng, you are so good to me. You are right, regardless of Aunt Guixiang's character, I must be more vigilant. I will return immediately to the educated youth compound. How could Shin Guixiang allow Feng Shishir to leave? If she moved out, not only would the 2 yuan rent be lost each month, but how many meals of meat would she forfeit? In any case, Shin Guixiang would never permit Feng Shishir to move out. Upon hearing Feng Shishir's intention to return to the educated youth compound, Shin Guixiang resorted to petty tactics, unleashing her fury on Lu Cuifang, who had accompanied Feng Shishir to her home. Well, isn't this just splendid? Feng, the educated youth, was living comfortably in my home until you came looking for her, prompting her to want to move back to the educated youth compound. Are you the one instigating her to move back? You, a neighboring educated youth from Hongqi Brigade, how dare you meddle in our brigade's affairs? Little did she know that in her desperation to keep the naive and wealthy Feng Shishir around, Lu Zhao had called the authorities. With the situation becoming dire, her son and she had even penned a humiliating agreement to appease Lu Zhao. Now that their golden opportunity was slipping away, Shin Guixiang would not be pleased. The moment Lu Cuifang arrived at Shangyang Brigade to see Feng Shishir, and Feng Shishir announced her move back, Shin Guixiang was certain this meddling Lu had ruined her plans and lunged to strike Lu Cuifang. Upon learning that Lu Cuifang was pregnant, Feng Shishir felt a wave of sympathy for her. How could she stand by and watch her being struck? She rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Cuifang. Shin Guixiang, caught off guard, landed a slap across Feng Shishir's face. With her delicate skin, 5 distinct finger marks instantly appeared on her fair cheeks. "Aunt, did you just hit me?" In that moment, Feng Shishir fully believed Lu Cuifang's words. Shin Guixiang was indeed no good. The moment she threatened to move out, her true colors were revealed. She loathed her inability to discern people properly. Feng Shishir, seething, shouted at Shin Guixiang, "My parents have never laid a finger on me. How dare you strike me? What gives you the right?" Feng Shishir, exasperated, exclaimed, "I will report you to the brigade, to the commune. You strike us educated youth. I will ensure the brigade and commune arrest you and imprison you. Feng, you need to help me run to the brigade and summon the security officer, Gong Minbing." Goodness! This Feng Shishir was frighteningly frantic. Shin Guixiang thought that such a delicate flower, raised in a wealthy environment, wouldn't he dare confront anyone. Was it truly worth such a scene over just a slap? Lu Zhao, nearly beaten to death by their hands, had never displayed such frenzy. Upon hearing Feng Shishir threaten to report them to the brigade and commune, Shin Guixiang realized that this seemingly mild-mannered Feng Shishir was not to be trifled with. The authorities had just left, and they had barely quelled Lu Zhao's complaints. They could not afford another incident that might lead to their arrest. Upon hearing Feng Shishir call for reinforcements from the brigade, Shin Guixiang felt a pang of concern and wanted to have Yin Jihao restrain these two women first. However, after a brief argument, when they glanced towards the entrance, Lu Cuifang had vanished. Oh, had Lu Cuifang fled? Surely, one lone Feng Shishir should be manageable. Shin Guixiang yelled for Yin Jihao, "Bring a rope. Feng Shishir wants to report us to the brigade and commune. We'll tie her up and see where she goes to complain."